Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 2233 to Chapter 2315. They were well aware of the young man's battle strength. He was a very good genius in the heaven realm and his battle strength was far above Luo Zongqiong's. Even compared to Xianxia, he was not much weaker. But now, he was killed by Lu Ming in one move. Wasn't Lu Ming's battle strength stronger than Xianxia's? Wasn't Lu Ming a crippled body? How could his battle strength improve so quickly if he couldn't become an emperor? They couldn't figure it out. What they wanted to do now was to run. Xianxia and Luo Zongqiong retreated almost at the same time. You want to run when you know you can't beat me? Have you asked for my permission? Haha. Lu Ming sneered. He took a step forward and caught up with Luo Zongqiong in an instant like a ray of dim light. Luo Zongqiong's eyes were full of horror. The young man's battle strength was above his, but he was killed by Lu Ming in one move. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him, it wouldn't take him a second move. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. If you kill me, my grandfather won't let you go. Luo Zongqiong roared. Your grandfather? He has already attacked me in the Yuan realm. Unfortunately, he is now seriously injured and I don't know where he went to heal. I will take his head myself in the future. Lu Ming sneered. He must kill Luo Zongqiong. Autumn Moon was in a desperate situation because of Luo Zongqiong and almost couldn't wake up. Later, Luo Zongqiong's grandfather, the great emperor of Tian Luo, joined the great emperor of the Mu clan to kill him in the ancient Moon Holy Land. It could be said that he, the Daluo Heaven sect, and the Luo clan were already mortal enemies. If Luo Zongqiong didn't come to him, he would go to him. Since he met him today, he would not let him go. Impossible. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Luo Zongqiong roared in disbelief. Go in peace. Lu Ming said indifferently and pointed his finger. Puff, without any suspense, Luo Zongqiong's glabella was pierced by the finger strength. His soul was destroyed and he died on the spot. So far, the two king bodies of the Daluo Heaven sect had been killed by Lu Ming. After killing Luo Zongqiong, Lu Ming chased after Luo Zongqiong. At this moment, Stellar River was flying at full speed. He had a feeling that if he didn't leave today, he wouldn't be able to. Lu Ming's battle prowess had exceeded his imagination. However, he still had hope. Lu Ming was just a cripple. He would never be able to become a martial monarch. Even if he could increase his battle prowess, it would be limited. He, on the other hand, didn't believe that he couldn't kill Lu Ming after becoming a true emperor. As long as he was alive, he could kill Lu Ming. Therefore, he used all his strength to run for his life. But when he turned around to look, he was scared out of his wits. Because Lu Ming was not far from him. Xianxia, go down and accompany Luo Zongqiong, lest he be lonely. Lu Ming said coldly. He displayed the 6 feathered wings and was extremely fast. With a flap of the wings, he was close to Stellar River. Kill. The River of Stars came to a stop, and with a shout, the godly bell of eternity appeared and began to vibrate. Now, Stellar River's cultivation was much stronger than before. He had reached the 3-star Void Emperor. Moreover, his eternal law had reached the 2nd realm and he had mastered a sovereign law. Therefore, the power of the eternal divine bell was many times stronger than before. Layers of sound waves rushed out and turned into sharp swords, slashing toward Lu Ming. It was extremely terrifying. This move again. Xianxia, this move is useless against me. Lu Ming said faintly and blasted out a palm. Boom, the void exploded as the terrifying palm force rushed towards the Stellar River like an avalanche. The sharp swords formed by the sound waves of the eternal divine bell exploded and collapsed. The palm force continued to surge towards Stellar River and bombarded the eternal divine bell. Dong, the eternal divine bell vibrated violently and cracks appeared. Xianxia's body was thrown out like a cannonball and he coughed up blood in the air. How is this possible? Stellar River roared, his voice full of disbelief. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? In the 5 years since he came to the Heaven Realm, Stellar River had received a lot of resources. There was even a big shot who valued him and took him in as a disciple. That was a heavenly emperor. Being a disciple of a heavenly emperor and receiving the heavenly emperor's training, he had made great progress in all aspects. His combat strength had increased tremendously. Even so, after 5 years, when he met Lu Ming again, he was even more vulnerable. He couldn't accept it. These people are so weak. Why are they here to kill Lu Ming? Dandan pursed his lips and was speechless. They are here to die. Guing was also speechless. The surrounding onlookers were also discussing. Who is that person? What a strong combat strength. I heard them say that he has a peerless cripple physique. What's going on? I don't know. I know. I heard that there is a peerless cripple physique in the primordial realm. Before becoming an emperor, he has mastered many laws and even 2 supreme laws. What? 2 supreme laws of nature? The scene was in an uproar. Many people exclaimed, but even more people didn't believe it. They didn't believe that someone could master 2 supreme laws. That was impossible. In history, no one had ever done it. High in the sky, Lu Ming's figure didn't stop and continued to attack Stellar River. Using the 6 feathered divine wings, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. With a flap of his wings, Lu Ming instantly caught up with Stellar River. Dong, Lu Ming struck out with his palm again, bombarding Stellar River's eternal divine bell. This time, the eternal divine bell covering Stellar River's body directly exploded. The sound of bones breaking could be heard all over Stellar River's body. His body flew out and vomited blood. Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. In his palm, there were only 4 types of laws. Primal Chaos Law, Devour Law, Penetration Law, and Force Law. In the past few years, Lu Ming had improved too much. After refining a trace of energy from the ancestral dragon's blood, his physical strength skyrocketed. At the same time, the Alchemy Law, Tools Law, and Penetration Law were all perfected one after another. After tempering his physical body and saint power again and again, Lu Ming's physical body and saint power had improved a lot. Stellar River's strength was no weaker than Blue Cloud and Xianxia that Lu Ming encountered 3 years ago. At that time, Lu Ming needed to go all out to fight with experts like Blue Cloud or Xianxia. But now, Lu Ming was also using 4 types of laws. He hadn't even used his ultimate move yet, but he was able to crush Stellar River completely. Be on your way. Lu Ming chased after Stellar River. Stellar River went berserk and tried his best to escape. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. My master is the Heavenly Emperor. At the same time, Stellar River roared and mentioned his master, hoping that Lu Ming would have some scruples. But he also knew that he knew Lu Ming very well. Lu Ming was a lawless person, and there was no way to scare him. Sure enough, Lu Ming was unmoved and continued to chase after him. Despair appeared on Stellar River's face. Lu Ming, stop. Originally, Lu Ming wanted to kill Xianxia and get rid of this problem. But at this moment, a fist energy traversed the void and blasted towards Lu Ming. Its power was extremely shocking. Law of Chaos. In this fist energy, Lu Ming felt the fluctuation of the law of chaos. Without thinking, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Boom, Lu Ming's palm and the fist energy collided heavily. The void exploded and vibrated continuously. Extremely strong winds swept in all directions. Xianxia's body trembled and was sent flying by the aftershock. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming looked up into the sky. A burly figure stepped through the air and looked down at Lu Ming. Xianxia. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. Today was such a coincidence to meet an old acquaintance from the Yuan realm. Law of Chaos. That's Xianxia, the son of chaos from the Yuan realm. I've heard of him. This person's talent is amazing. After coming to the Heaven realm, he was immediately taken in as a disciple by a top expert. He received a lot of resources to nurture him, and his progress was rapid. Some time ago, he defeated several famous geniuses from the Heaven realm. I've heard of him too. This person's talent is indeed amazing. He has a chance to compete with Jiuju in the future. This time, the Yuan realm has indeed produced many geniuses with amazing talent. Other than Xianxia, there's another person who is even more terrifying. He's a natural son of destiny and controls the law of destiny. There are also a few geniuses from the Archean system. They're also very terrifying. Obviously, after 5 years, those geniuses who came to the Yuan realm had risen rapidly. They had made a name for themselves in the heaven realm and were known by many experts in the heaven realm. Yuan Xian looked down from above. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Lu Ming. A powerful battle intent emanated from his body. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to come to the heaven realm too. Although you can't become an emperor, your combat strength has reached this level. It's really amazing. But this is good too. When I kill you, I'll feel better. As he spoke, Yuan Xian's eyes revealed a sinister look. Do you remember what I said to you during the Battle of 10 Earths? As long as you're defeated by me once, you'll never be my match in the future. Lu Ming said softly, his voice full of disdain. Boasting shamelessly. A crippled body will never be able to become a martial emperor. Where does your confidence come from? Yuan Xian shouted coldly. Then, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. 4-star Void Emperor, this was Yuan Xian's current cultivation. 4-star illusionary emperors were already high-level illusionary emperors. They were much stronger than 3-star illusionary emperors. Powerful world energy surged and the power of laws revolved around Yuan Xian, making him look like a god of war. 3 types of laws. The law of primal chaos is already at the 2nd level. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had a rough estimation of Yuan Xian's combat strength. Now, are you still confident? Yuan Xian spoke, full of confidence. To him, meeting Lu Ming today was a piece of great news. During the Battle of 10 Earths, he had been defeated by Tian Ming and Lu Ming, and he was still brooding over it. Today, he could defeat Lu Ming. He would defeat Tian Ming another day. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was the #1 genius of Yuan Lu. In the future, he wanted to defeat the strongest genius of the heaven domain and stand at the peak. This was his ambition. Lu Ming is ours. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. In the distance, a few rays of light flew over rapidly. In the next moment, a few figures appeared in the sky. His powerful aura and cold murderous intent pressed toward Lu Ming without any concealment. Blue Cloud, Xianxia. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It seemed that he had met a few old acquaintances. It was Blue Cloud and Xianxia. When the two of them looked at Lu Ming, their gazes were exceptionally cold. Lu Ming, I will kill you today. Blue Cloud said coldly. That day, because of Lu Ming, he was beaten so badly by Dandan. Later, because of Lu Ming, he did not get the treasure. Then, the two of them looked at Dandan and Mullins, and cold killing intent erupted from them. Of course, there was also greed. They recognized Mullins. Back then, there was a small pagoda above Mullins's head. It was definitely a supreme treasure. Since they had met today, they would take it together. They were overjoyed. This was not a battlefield, and there were not so many rules. It was normal to kill each other. You guys, surround those people. Blue Cloud shouted and waved his hand. Following Blue Cloud and Xianxia were a few middle-aged men. At this moment, they flashed and surrounded Dandan, Mullins, and Guingzhong. These middle-aged men were all true emperors. Their terrifying auras made Mullins and Guingzhong's face turn serious. Dandan's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Ming, let's see who can save you today. Blue Cloud and Xianxia flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. Haha, Lu Ming, looks like you've offended a lot of people. Yuan Xian sneered. A bunch of clowns. Lu Ming said indifferently. What did you say? You're courting death. Blue Cloud shouted, and his aura became even colder. A few years had passed, and Blue Cloud and Xianxia had undoubtedly become stronger. Their cultivation had reached 4-star empty emperor, and their laws had improved. On the surface, they did not seem weaker than Yuan Xian. The 3 young experts surrounded Lu Ming. This useless body from the Yuan realm has offended so many people? He's overestimating himself. He's just a useless body that can never become an emperor. How dare he be so arrogant? Is he courting death? I heard that he's famous in Yuan continent, and he's ranked first among the younger generation in Yuan continent. This is normal. He has mastered many laws before becoming an emperor, so his combat strength must be very strong. It's a pity that he has no potential and can't become an emperor. I think he's used to being arrogant, so he doesn't understand his situation. Others can keep improving, but he's still so arrogant. He won't live for long. I think he's going to die today. Some people discussed and thought that Lu Ming was going to die today. Blue Cloud, Xianxia, and Xianxia were all much stronger than Xinghe. Now, the three of them were obviously going to deal with Lu Ming. Did Lu Ming still have a chance? Big brother Lu Ming. At this moment, a joyful voice was heard. The voice was crisp and pleasant. Then, the void flickered, and a figure suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming did not dodge, because he knew who it was when he heard the voice. Bubbles! Bubbles! Lu Ming called out with a smile on his face. It seemed that Bubbles had also arrived. They had not seen each other for 5 years, and Bubbles looked the same as before. She did not grow much older, and still looked like she was 2 or 3 years old. Big brother Lu Ming. Bubbles hung on Lu Ming's neck, and her little head rubbed against Lu Ming's body, unwilling to let go. Seeing Bubbles coming, Xianxia's eyes showed a trace of seriousness. After a while, Bubble raised her head and looked at Xianxia, Blue Cloud, and Xianxia. What do these guys want? They're asking for a beating. Bubble pouted and looked at Blue Cloud, Xianxia, and the others unkindly. It's her, the space-time spirit mouse. Blue Cloud and Xianxia also recognized Bubble. The top 10 young battle beasts were too rare, and their talents were astonishing. When Bubble came, she caused a sensation. Many people knew that a space-time spirit mouse came from the primordial realm. Moreover, she was taken in as a disciple by a terrifying divine beast. She was carefully taught, and her speed of improvement was amazing. Her combat strength was even stronger. During this period, many geniuses had been defeated by her. Blue Cloud and Xianxia naturally knew. At the same time, they were also quite afraid of the existence behind Bubble. They didn't expect that Lu Ming and Bubble actually knew each other, and they seemed to have a good relationship. Hey, tell me, is it you and you who want to go against Big Brother Lu Ming? If you want to fight, you have to go through me first. Bubble waved her small fists and glanced at Blue Cloud and Xianxia. This has nothing to do with you. Blue Cloud said coldly. Who said it has nothing to do with me? Bubble glared at Blue Cloud. You'd better not interfere in this matter. My Lan family may not be afraid of the person behind you. Blue Cloud said again. Nonsense, if you want to fight, then fight, chirp chirp. Bubble was angry and was about to attack. Bubble, I can deal with these people by myself. Lu Ming smiled and stopped Bubble. Oh, okay, Big Brother Lu Ming, beat them up for me, chirp chirp. Bubble cried, then turned her gaze and saw Dandan. Her big eyes immediately lit up, and she immediately appeared on Dandan's shoulder. Little turtle, long time no see, chirp chirp. Bubbles blinked her big eyes and carefully sized up Dandan. Although Dandan had taken human form and used a mysterious technique to restrain its aura, Bubble and Dandan were both top 10 war beasts and had extremely sharp senses. Bubble recognized Dandan at a glance. Dandan's face turned even darker. You're the little turtle, your whole family are little turtles. Dandan said unhappily. You're obviously a little tortoise, why don't you admit it? Chirp. Bubble pouted. Don't compare me to an ordinary tortoise. Dandan said angrily. Both of them stared at each other and bickered. Lu Ming smiled as his gaze swept over Blue Cloud, Xianxia, and Xianxia. His indifferent voice sounded, all of you want to kill me, then come at me together. Don't waste my time. These words shocked everyone present. What? This trash actually asked Blue Cloud and the others to come at him together? Is he crazy? Although his combat strength is not bad, he's simply courting death by being so arrogant. The others were surprised. The faces of Blue Cloud and the others became even gloomier. Lu Ming wanted to fight the three of them alone, which was simply courting death. This was an insult to them. I alone am enough to deal with you. Blue Cloud took the lead. He punched out, and a lion's roar resounded through the sky. On his fist, there was a lion jumping and roaring with astonishing power. This was the divine ability passed down in Blue Cloud's family, which came from an ancient scripture. Compared to 3 years ago, Blue Cloud was undoubtedly stronger. Not only did his cultivation break through, but his law was also more profound. He had already comprehended the third law and reached the perfected first realm. With a punch, the lion's roar shook the sky, and the wind whistled, crushing towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm, and he simply struck out with his palm. For this palm, Lu Ming still only used the law of primal chaos, the law of force, the law of devour, and the law of penetration. However, Lu Ming's body trembled, and an even stronger force erupted. Boom! Lu Ming's palm collided with Blue Cloud's fist, and an astonishing vibration erupted. Then, Blue Cloud retreated frantically, and the lion on his fist let out a wail and exploded with a loud bang. Bang! 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 Blue Cloud retreated dozens of steps, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Ming actually pushed him back with a palm. How was this possible? 3 years ago, Lu Ming's strength was at most slightly stronger than his. After 3 years, his combat strength had increased explosively. How could he be pushed back by Lu Ming's palm? Wasn't Lu Ming a trash who couldn't become a martial emperor? How could his strength improve so rapidly? He really couldn't figure it out. The others also couldn't figure it out, and each of them opened their mouths wide. Yuan Xian's pupils also shrank, and his heart was greatly shocked. I've said it before. The three of you should attack together, so as not to waste my time. Lu Ming said, his voice spreading far and wide. Blue Cloud, Xianxia, and Yuan Xian's faces turned ugly. At this moment, they couldn't retreat, nor could they fight. If you're not going to attack, then I'll do it. Lu Ming was incomparably powerful. He stepped out and directly attacked. Boom! 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 He struck out 3 consecutive palms, and 3 powerful palm prints whistled out, respectively attacking Yuan Xian, Blue Cloud, and Yen. Since you're courting death, then I'll fulfill your wish. Let's attack together. Xianxia roared. He made his move. A saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. Roar! Blue Cloud followed suit. His fists continuously punched out. On both fists, there was a lion jumping and roaring continuously. Its power was extremely shocking. At the same time, Yuan Xian also attacked. He erupted with all his strength, waving his fists. His full strength condensed into a mountain, and he attacked Lu Ming. Yuan Xian was undoubtedly stronger. In the Battle of the 10 Lands, he only grasped a single law. Now, he grasped a higher level of law. Each attack had several laws erupting, and with the law of chaos as the core, its power was extremely shocking. The 3 of them joined forces, and the void was boiling. It was completely destroyed. Boom! 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 The attacks of the 3 collided with Lu Ming's palm prints. The void rumbled continuously, and the force swept in all directions. Some of the weaker cultivators retreated continuously. But what was shocking was that after the collision, Lu Ming's figure didn't move at all. He stood in the void, and his expression was very calm. He was fighting 1 against 3, and he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Impossible! Yuan Xian roared in his heart. The power of the world erupted completely. Mountains crushed towards Lu Ming, wanting to crush Lu Ming into pieces. At the same time, Blue Cloud and Xianxia also roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Just so. Lu Ming spoke. This time, he pointed out 3 fingers in a row. This was the Chaos Calamity finger, but its power had far surpassed the Chaos Ring. Because of this finger, Lu Ming had fused 5 types of laws. Law of Chaos, Law of Devour, Law of Force, Law of Penetration, Law of Array Dao. In the Gu family, Lu Ming often sparred with Dandan. Dandan's understanding and use of laws had reached an unbelievable level. Lu Ming also benefited a lot. His use of laws far surpassed Yuan Xian and the rest. With 5 types of laws gathered, the power was shocking. 3 huge fingers, shining with 5 different colors, filled the sky as if a deity had stretched out 3 fingers. Lu Ming used 5 types of laws in this attack. There was 1 more law than before and it was more powerful. Boom! 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 The 3 fingers collided with Yuan Xian, Blue Cloud, and Xianxia's attacks. The mountain formed by the Yuan Xian shook violently and then directly exploded. The huge lion formed by Blue Cloud's divine ability let out a wail and exploded. Xianxia's saber light also shattered. A terrifying power surged toward the three of them. The three of them retreated frantically. Their bodies shook as if they had been electrocuted and blood spurted out of their mouths. After adding a type of law, Lu Ming's attack power increased greatly. He injured Xianxia, Blue Cloud, and Xianxia in one move. The spectators were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. Xianxia, Blue Cloud, and Xianxia were all 4-star empty emperors. They were all high-level empty emperors. Moreover, they were all top prodigies. Their combat power could not be measured by their cultivation. However, the three of them were attacking Lu Ming but were injured by Lu Ming in one move. How was this possible? Lu Ming had not become a martial emperor yet. He had not become a martial emperor, but he was able to surpass so many levels of cultivation and suppress 3 top prodigies with his cultivation of a boundary emperor. Everyone felt like they were going crazy. This had broken common sense and had never happened before. Even prodigies like Xianxia, Blue Cloud, and Xianxia were suppressed by Lu Ming. If an ordinary empty emperor went up, wouldn't he be killed by Lu Ming in an instant? Wouldn't Lu Ming be able to suppress an ordinary 5-star empty emperor or even a 6-star empty emperor? This was crazy. However, this was far from Lu Ming's strongest battle strength. If they knew that Lu Ming still had a large amount of battle strength left, who knew how they would feel? Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to care about what the others thought. At this moment, he continued to charge towards Xianxia's group of 3. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming continued to attack with his finger. One finger after another flew towards the 3 of them. The 3 of them roared and unleashed all of their strength to attack Lu Ming. It could be seen that Xianxia was indeed slightly stronger. Her battle prowess was above Blue Cloud and Xianxia, and her injuries were also lighter. However, he was not much stronger, and was still crushed by Lu Ming. 3 rumbling sounds rang out. The 3 of them retreated, coughing up blood. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and activated the 6 feathered wings. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Blue Cloud. Blue Cloud was startled. His body glowed as a lion pounced forward. However, Lu Ming unleashed a palm strike with 5 different colors. It collided with the lion's palm. The gigantic lion's palm shattered immediately. The palm then landed on the gigantic lion's head. One could see the gigantic lion's body exploding inch by inch. In the end, it exploded with a loud bang. Lu Ming's palm did not stop. He continued to hit Lan Yun. Blue Cloud screamed as his body was penetrated. He spat out blood and was blown away like a broken sandbag. Young master! Damn it! The true emperors surrounding Dandan and Mulans roared, wanting to save Blue Cloud. You think you can come and go as you please? Did you ask for my permission? Dandan coldly retorted before attacking the true emperors with lightning speed. Dandan waved his hand and 9 different colors appeared on his body. These were 9 different laws. All of them were at the 2nd level while some were at the 3rd level. The true emperors were shocked by Dandan's battle prowess. There were 5 true emperors, the strongest of which was a 5-star true emperor. They attacked Dandan at the same time. A few of them were quite strong with profound laws. However, there was still a gap between them and Dandan. Dandan wasn't at a disadvantage at all despite fighting 1 against 5. In fact, he even had the upper hand. This came as a great shock to the others. They didn't expect this seemingly ordinary young Taoist to be this strong. Not only was he a true emperor, but his battle prowess was also outrageous. It was clear that Dandan was only a 1-star true emperor, but his battle prowess was frightening. Even a 5-star true emperor wasn't his match and was easily suppressed. His laws are too frightening. A 1-star true emperor has cultivated 9 laws to this level. Unbelievable. An older character sighed. For void emperors and true emperors, their battle prowess was determined by their laws. Cultivation did affect battle prowess, but it wasn't as great as laws. This was especially true for true emperors. The number of laws they had grasped and the strength of their mastery would greatly affect their battle prowess. Many people who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, might not be able to cultivate the laws to Dandan's level. This was talent. The true emperors from the Lan and Yan were being held back by Dandan and couldn't help. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he appeared next to Yan Shi. He struck a palm and Yan Shi followed in Lan Yan's footsteps. She was beaten until she vomited blood. You want to kill me? Today, I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming said coldly. His voice was very cold. He knew that the Lan and Yan clans were powerful clans in heaven with deep foundations. They definitely had heavenly emperors in charge. Killing Blue Cloud and Yan Shi would bring about a lot of trouble. However, the other party had tried to kill him time and time again. Lu Ming wanted to kill them. At most, he would kill them and find a place to hide or go to the Gu family to cultivate in seclusion. Although Lan Yun and Yan Shi were seriously injured, they were not dead yet. At this moment, they were so scared that their bodies were trembling. They used all of their strength to frantically retreat. Save me! They shouted at the same time. Junior, don't you dare! There was a loud roar and a burly old man dashed out of the crowd. He lifted a huge hammer and smashed it toward Lu Ming. A true emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He didn't dare to meet the attack head-on and used his wings to dodge. Kill him. Kill him for me. Lan Yan recognized that it was an expert from the Yan family and immediately roared. Die. The burly old man rushed at Lu Ming with his hammer. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. A great true emperor attacking a quasi-emperor? How shameless. I'll be your opponent. Dan Dan roared angrily and attacked several times. His attack method was very special. All the laws were transformed into runes, and the runes could condense into all kinds of terrifying attacks. The power was shocking. Boom. Boom. The two true emperors in front of Dandan vomited blood and quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Dandan went for the burly old man. So what if you have a hammer? Watch my hammer, smash. Dandan shouted and swung his fist at the old man. As his fist smashed down, cymbals filled the air. An enormous hammer was formed, one that was even larger than his opponent's. It smashed down with a loud bang. Boom. The two hammers collided, causing the space to tremble. The burly old man's arm exploded and he retreated while vomiting blood. Save the young master. The true emperors from the Lan and Yan clans who were attacking Dandan seized the opportunity and appeared next to Blue Cloud and Yan Shi. They used their world force to grab the two and ran away. Many people were dumbfounded. Lan Yan and Yan Shi came in a domineering manner and even brought along a true emperor powerhouse to kill Lu Ming. In the end, they had to flee in a sorry state. The speed of a true emperor was too fast. It was hard for Lu Ming to catch up with him. Lu Ming looked in another direction. Over there, Yuan Xian led the stellar river in a mad dash, not daring to stop at all. Humph. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He cast the six-feathered divine wings and flapped them, chasing after Yuan Xian at lightning speed. Yuan Xian's speed couldn't compare to Lu Ming's and Lu Ming caught up. Damn it! Yuan Xian roared. Xinghe was terrified. Lu Ming was determined to kill them. Die. Lu Ming said coldly and pointed with his finger. A huge finger blasted towards Yuan Xian. Chaos Physique. Yuan Xian roared loudly, displaying the primal chaos divine body. His current primal chaos divine body was greatly different from back then. It had been improved, able to merge many types of natural laws, its power astonishing. Boom, he punched continuously, wanting to stop Lu Ming's attack. But the three of them weren't Lu Ming's match before. He was far from it alone. The giant finger crushed down, crushing Yuan Xian's fist force as easily as crushing dry leaves and smashing rotten wood. Yuan Xian's body shook violently and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Xinghe was also swept away by the aftershock and his injuries worsened. Lu Ming, my master is a heavenly emperor, Xinghe roared. He was really afraid that Lu Ming would kill him here. What's the point of bringing up the mastermind? Lu Ming sneered and stepped forward. He wanted to be the first to kill Xinghe. Xinghe resisted the pain of his injuries and retreated, unwilling to be killed just like that. Boom, but Lu Ming didn't give him a chance. He pointed with his finger and a sharp finger force pierced through the void and shot towards Xinghe's forehead. No, Xinghe shouted because he couldn't block it. He was going to be killed. At this moment, a light suddenly appeared in front of him. This ray of light was like a shield. Lu Ming's finger force hit it, but it did not have any effect at all. Boom, then, a large hand reached out from afar. The huge hand was extremely fast and the aura it exuded was extremely terrifying. Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming was shocked. This giant hand exuded the pressure of the heavenly Tao. It was unbelievably powerful. Master! Xinghe shouted excitedly. His master had also come to Alcade Ancient City. He knew that he would be fine. However, that huge hand did not attack Lu Ming and the rest. With a grab, it grabbed Hengxing River and Yuan Xian and then retreated rapidly, disappearing from sight. The people around them heaved a sigh of relief. The Heavenly Emperor's aura was too strong. Even though it was far away, it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. On the other side of Alcade Ancient City, in a huge luxurious courtyard, Xinghe and Yuan Xian appeared. In front of them, there was an old man in a grey robe standing with his hands behind his back. Thank you for saving us, Master. Xinghe quickly thanked him. Thank you, Senior. Yuan Xian also bowed. The old man in a grey robe nodded. Master, you should have killed Lu Ming. That guy is too arrogant and doesn't put you in his eyes at all. Xinghe wanted to persuade the old man to kill Lu Ming. Shut up. The old man shouted coldly. His eyes emitted a shocking light. The cold aura shook Xinghe's heart and made him break out in cold sweat. A dignified martial emperor was not a match for a quasi-emperor and was seriously injured. I was already thick-skinned enough to save him. You want me, a dignified heavenly emperor, to kill a junior because my disciple is no match for him? What will others think of me? The old man in a grey robe said. His eyes became colder and colder. Xinghe's face turned pale and cold sweat broke out on his face. Yuan Xian lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Although they were top geniuses, they were nothing in front of a heavenly emperor. They might not be able to step into the heavenly emperor realm in the future. Any heavenly emperor was a talented person. When they were young, they were not inferior to them. Therefore, they didn't have the slightest arrogance in front of a heavenly emperor. Also, do you think that if I really kill Lu Ming, the other heavenly emperors won't do anything? Now that the heavenly realm is facing a great enemy, there are some rules. Do you understand? The old man in a grey robe continued. This disciple knows his mistake. Xinghe nodded repeatedly. You have to settle the grudges between you. After this matter in Mount Eternal is over, go back and cultivate in seclusion. Don't come out until you become a true emperor. The old man in a grey robe instructed. Yes. Xinghe nodded. At the same time, his eyes flashed with cold light. Lu Ming, in the future, I will kill you with my own hands. If you can't become a true emperor, I don't believe that your combat strength will continue to increase. Xinghe roared in his heart. Yuan Xian's eyes flashed with cold light. He had the same thoughts as Xinghe. In the future, he would personally chop off Lu Ming's head and seize the Primal Chaos Scripture. The Primal Chaos Scripture is mine. Yuan Xian roared in his heart. The Heavenly Emperor's body is mine. Xinghe gritted his teeth. On the other side, Lu Ming also sighed. This time, he could have killed Yuan Xian and Xinghe. Unfortunately, Xinghe's master was in Alcade Ancient City and all his efforts were in vain. Lu Ming could also guess that the Heavenly Emperor would not lower himself to deal with a boundary emperor like him. It's okay. As long as you become a true emperor, dealing with these small fries will be a piece of cake. Dandan walked over and said with a smile. He knew very well that Lu Ming was able to comprehend many kinds of laws before becoming a true emperor. Once he became a true emperor, there would be an astonishing change. Well done, chirp chirp. Bubble jumped from Dandan's shoulder to Lu Ming's shoulder and hung on Lu Ming's body, rubbing against him. Let's continue to stroll. Lu Ming smiled. Everyone strolled around Alcade Ancient City. Again. At the same time, Lu Ming learned from Bubble that Long Chen, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others were still cultivating in seclusion and did not come here. After this battle, Lu Ming's name was completely spread. Before becoming a true emperor, he had already mastered many kinds of laws. Legend had it that he had mastered different kinds of supreme laws and defeated Yuan Xian, Blue Cloud, and Yan Shi. Such combat strength was shocking. In the past, Lu Ming's name was only spread among a small group of skyprides. Now, many people knew about it. However, there were also many people who did not believe it and held a skeptical attitude. They felt that the fact that he had mastered different kinds of supreme laws was too fake. They did not believe it. Since ancient times, no one had been able to master two different kinds of supreme laws. This was regarded as the truth. Now, it was said that someone who had not become a true emperor could master different kinds of supreme laws. How could they believe it? Even those who had seen Lu Ming in action were skeptical. Lu Ming's name had become a topic of conversation for many people while waiting for Mount Eternal to ascend. The following days were relatively peaceful. Lu Ming and the others were cultivating in seclusion in their residence. As time passed, more and more people came to Alcade Ancient City. Almost every day, there were people trying to climb Mount Eternal. There were martial artists of all levels, from martial saints to heavenly emperors, but no one could climb Mount Eternal. Everyone could only wait patiently. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, Mount Eternal suddenly emitted a bright light. At the same time, a bell rang and spread throughout Alcade Ancient City. Everyone was alarmed and flew out of their residences. There's movement in Mount Eternal. Can we enter? Let's go and take a look. Countless people flew into the sky and flew towards Mount Eternal. Lu Ming and the others also woke up from their cultivation and followed the Gu clan leader and the others to Mount Eternal. For a time, Mount Eternal was surrounded by people. It was truly a sea of people. No one knew how many people there were. The temptation of the indestructible ancient scripture was too strong. With the indestructible ancient scripture, it was almost equivalent to immortality. As long as one did not turn into ashes, one could recover no matter how serious one's injuries were. It was equivalent to having many more lives. With the indestructible ancient scripture, one could go to many dangerous forbidden places and obtain treasures. Their cultivation could also improve quickly. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an ancient scripture? Many heavenly emperors had rushed over. Even the heavenly emperors could not remain calm. Countless people surrounded Mount Eternal and waited nervously. At this moment, a figure appeared in Mount Eternal. A burly figure slowly walked out from the depths of Mount Eternal. Many people could not help but widen their eyes. There's someone in Mount Eternal. Could it be that the indestructible emperor is not dead? That's impossible. Many people were shocked, and some were skeptical. Soon, a tall figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a middle-aged man. No, it's a puppet. A heavenly emperor powerhouse opened his mouth, seeing through the situation. This middle-aged man was a puppet. So it's a puppet. It should have been left behind by the indestructible emperor. Many people's hearts stirred as their gazes gathered on the puppet. The puppet with the appearance of a middle-aged man spoke with a loud voice that echoed in the surroundings. By the will of the immortal martial monarch, the immortal ancient scripture is about to be reborn. These words made everyone's heart beat faster, and their eyes lit up. The indestructible ancient scripture was about to appear. Many people's eyes were burning with passion. However, the immortal monarch has ordered that if you want to obtain the immortal ancient scripture, you have to pass a test. The middle-aged puppet continued. Dare I ask, what kind of test do you need to go through? A heavenly emperor powerhouse asked. It's very simple. First, let's start with the celestial emperors. Those who become celestial emperors within 10,000 years, please step into Mount Eternal. After passing the test, you will be able to obtain the indestructible ancient scripture. You don't have to think about deceiving me. I have my own ways to know if you broke through to the heavenly emperor realm within 10,000 years. South Central Puppet said. What? To become a celestial emperor in 10,000 years, how is that possible? Immediately, those heavenly emperor realm characters could not remain calm anymore. The others were also speechless. Becoming a heavenly emperor within 10,000 years, this condition was also too difficult. After reaching the martial emperor realm, it was extremely difficult to raise one's cultivation base. Some who were not talented enough might go into seclusion for more than 10,000 years. For some, it might take more than 10,000 years to raise one's cultivation base. It might even take tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years. To become a celestial emperor within 10,000 years, this condition was too harsh. Looks like there isn't one. The middle-aged puppet sighed. Isn't this condition too harsh? Some celestial emperors were unwilling. This is the rule set by the sovereign. I have no right to change it. The middle-aged puppet said. Those celestial emperors sighed, very unwilling. Unfortunately, no one met the condition. Since there isn't one, then let's move on. Those who break through to the great emperor realm within 1,000 years can enter Mount Eternal for the test. The middle-aged puppet continued. Become a great emperor in 1,000 years? Those great emperor realm powerhouses also turned pale. Although becoming a great emperor in 1,000 years was not as exaggerated as becoming a celestial emperor in 10,000 years, and the difficulty was not that great, it was only relative. In essence, the difficulty was also astonishing. One by one, the great emperors looked at each other and finally shook their heads. No one could meet the condition. No one? Then let's move on. Those who become a true emperor in 100 years can enter Mount Eternal for the test. The middle-aged puppet continued. A true emperor in 100 years? Ha ha ha, isn't this tailor-made for me? Here I come. Dandan grinned from ear to ear, extremely excited. In a sense, Dandan had been reborn. This life was a new one. He had indeed become a true emperor in 100 years. In addition to Dandan, a few others also flew up. There were more than 10 of them. A lot of them became true emperors in 100 years. The 9 absolutes of the younger generation all became true emperors in 100 years. Some of the other geniuses are almost 100 years old. Look, there are at least 7 of the 9 absolutes. Someone on the side exclaimed. Lu Ming focused his gaze. True enough, among the dozen people, there were some who looked exceptionally young. They seemed to be in their 20s. There were both males and females. There were also some who looked to be in their 30s. These people had all become true emperors in 100 years. Lu Ming had learned that the 9 absolutes were the most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation in the heaven world. All of them had entered the true emperor realm. Countless people looked at them with envy. Being able to enter Mount Eternal meant that they had a chance of obtaining the indestructible ancient scripture. The group flew towards Mount Eternal. When they were close, the middle-aged puppet waved its hand and a door of light appeared in the sky. You all can enter. The puppet said. Immediately, the group rushed into the door of light and disappeared. The test will take some time, wait patiently. Having said that, the puppet sat down cross-legged and closed its eyes to rest. The others waited quietly. More than 10 days passed and the people who had entered still hadn't come out. Lu Ming took out an imperial weapon and sat on it, closing his eyes to comprehend the laws. Right now, he was only left with the law of life. Once he reached the first level, he would be able to break through to the martial emperor realm. Therefore, he had to seize the time. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. At this time, there was finally some movement in Mount Eternal. Mount Eternal emitted a bright light. After a slight tremor, more than 10 figures appeared outside Mount Eternal. They were the people who had entered Mount Eternal before. Everyone's eyes fell on them, full of anticipation. Did any of them obtain the indestructible ancient scripture? However, all of them were dejected and full of unwillingness. How is it? What's the situation inside? Many people began to ask. Dandan, what's going on inside? Did you get the indestructible ancient scripture? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. Don't ask me. I need some peace and quiet. Dandan pulled a long face, looking extremely depressed and unwilling. This guy must have failed. Chirp chirp. Bubbles mocked. Boolsh *T, how could I fail? Let me tell you, I'm the only one who succeeded, but that old guy Immortal Emperor is still holding a grudge and won't give me the indestructible ancient scripture. Ah, I can't accept it. That old guy is so narrow-minded. Dandan shouted as if he had gone mad. Lu Ming, Bubbles, Guang, and the others stared at him. Dandan really succeeded? He passed the test. Could it be that he was bragging? The others naturally heard Dandan's words, but they all looked at Dandan with disdain. If he failed, so be it. How dare he brag as if he knew the immortal emperor? No one believed Dandan's words. Why didn't the immortal emperor give you the indestructible ancient scripture? Lu Ming asked. He really believed that Dandan had passed the test. Dandan was one of the top 10 battle beasts, the world divine turtle. He had fully recovered his memories and his combat power was shockingly high. If even Dandan couldn't pass, then no one could. That guy is narrow-minded and narrow-minded. Didn't I just take something from him in the past? Does he have to hold a grudge until now? Dandan was very unhappy and gritted his teeth. Took something from him? Lu Ming understood. This guy must have taken more than a few things. He must have offended the immortal emperor in the past. The others looked at him with disdain. This guy sounded like he was telling the truth. Wait. Lu Ming suddenly thought of something and sent a voice transmission to Dandan. According to what you said, the immortal emperor is still alive? He's dead, he's dead. He holds grudges, that's just my guess. Otherwise, why wouldn't he give me the indestructible ancient scripture? Dandan pouted angrily. Dandan, what's the content of the test? Lu Ming asked. No one has obtained the indestructible ancient scripture. Now, those who have become martial emperors under the age of 50, enter the examination. Quickly. The middle-aged puppet urged, as if it didn't want the people who had entered before to reveal too much about the situation inside. He became a martial emperor before the age of 50. Mulin's and the others' eyes lit up. Let's go. Guing said. At this moment, there were already figures flying towards Mount Eternal. Becoming a martial monarch within the age of 50? If I haven't become a martial monarch yet, doesn't that mean I can't enter? No, let's give it a try. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind, but he didn't think too much and flew over as well. There were many people who had become great emperors under the age of 50. There were at least 1,000 of them. Back then, during the Battle of the 10 Earths, there were 100 or 200 people in the primordial realm who had become great emperors under the age of 50. As for the heaven realm, whether it was the cultivation environment or cultivation resources, it was better than the primordial realm. The inheritance was more complete. Moreover, it had been more than 5 years since the Battle of the 10 Earths. Naturally, there were more people who had become great emperors. Therefore, there were many people who had become great emperors under the age of 50 in the heaven realm. This was only a portion of them. There must be people who hadn't come. Otherwise, there would be more. In the crowd, Lu Ming saw Xianxia and Yuan Xian, as well as Blue Cloud, Xianxia, and the others. They also saw Lu Ming. Senior, this person hasn't become great emperor. He wants to fish in troubled waters and sneak in. Blue Cloud suddenly shouted at the middle-aged puppet. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. The middle-aged puppet looked at Lu Ming. Its eyes were bright as if it wanted to see through Lu Ming. Blue Cloud, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others sneered. Lu Ming still wanted to sneak in? How was that possible? This time, he would definitely be punished by the middle-aged puppet. At this moment, the middle-aged puppet's eyes revealed a look of surprise. It seemed to be very surprised, then it nodded and said, his situation is special. He can go in. Ah, Blue Cloud, Xianxia, and the others were dumbfounded. Damn it. Then, they gritted their teeth. These idiots, chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out, gloating over their misfortune. Blue Cloud and the others' faces were ugly as they rushed into the light door. Lu Ming, Bubbles, Mulin's, Guingzhong, and the others also entered the light door one after another. The next moment, Lu Ming found that he appeared on a platform. At this moment, there were at least 100 people gathered on the platform. In front of the platform, there was a wide road that went up diagonally. Is this place inside Mount Eternal? Does this road lead to the top of the mountain? Lu Ming thought. Then, he looked in other directions. He found that there were a total of 9 platforms. In the middle of the platforms was a pitch-black abyss that separated them from each other. Each platform had a wide road that went up diagonally. 9 platforms, 9 roads. On each platform, there were more than 100 people. Thousands of people were equally divided among the 9 platforms. Bubbles, Mullins, and Guingzhong were all on Lu Ming's platform. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the air. It looked exactly like the middle-aged puppet from before, but it was obviously just a shadow. For the first assessment, as long as you set foot on this road and walk to the end of the road, you will pass. Let's go. After he finished speaking, he disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, some people rushed onto the road and rushed forward, afraid that someone would beat them to it if they were a step too slow. Boom! Boom! But just as these people rushed on the road, there was a rumbling sound. Above the road, thunderbolts appeared out of thin air and continuously struck towards them. Bang! Some people couldn't resist and retreated while coughing up blood. Some people blocked the thunderbolts and continued to go up, but the thunderbolts continued to strike at them. This road is indeed not that simple. Let's go up. Lu Ming said, and the few of them rushed on the road. This road looked very old, but it was very wide. There was no problem for hundreds of people to walk side by side. When they stepped on the ancient road, thunderbolts appeared out of thin air and struck towards them. Lu Ming waved his hand and destroyed the thunderbolts that struck towards him. The power of this thunderbolt is very weak. Lu Ming was surprised. He found that the thunderbolts that struck towards him were not strong at all and were easily blocked by him. At the same time, Bubbles, Guingzhong, Mullins, and the others all blocked the thunderbolts. That's not right. It seems that people with different cultivation levels face different thunderbolts. This test is based on cultivation level. Lu Ming discovered a secret. Obviously, those with higher cultivation levels would not have an advantage here. The test here would adjust the power of the thunderbolts based on cultivation level. One would not be able to pass by relying on cultivation level. One had to rely on talent and combat strength that surpassed one's level. No wonder the thunderbolts that struck Lu Ming were not powerful. It was because Lu Ming's cultivation level was not high to begin with. Lu Ming was naturally very relaxed. The lightning here did not pressure him at all. As for Bubble, it was a space-time spirit mouse, so it naturally did not feel any pressure. Lonely Shadow was heavy, but the top geniuses also did not feel any pressure. Mullins, who had inherited the legacy of a peerless expert, was also very strong. She also moved forward easily. But the others were not so relaxed. Many people were struck by the lightning until they vomited blood. Their bodies were charred black, and they had no choice but to retreat to the platform. Some people were unwilling, and wanted to step on the air and rush up, but they found that it was impossible. There was a powerful force suppressing them, making them unable to fly. Many people could only stop, knowing that the indestructible ancient scripture was not fated with them. Some stronger geniuses continued to move forward. Especially those who controlled many types of laws, and even those who controlled the strongest laws, their speed was very fast, and they continued to move forward. Lu Ming, Bubble, and the other 3 moved forward at a uniform speed. The higher they went, the stronger the lightning became. Hiss, lightning filled the sky, constantly striking Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by laws, setting up a defense. The lightning could not break through Lu Ming's defense at all. Bubble and the others also followed Lu Ming, moving forward. Ah! With a scream, a young man was charred black by the lightning, and his body almost cracked. With a scream, his body was sent flying and fell on the platform, but he did not die. Here, at most, one would be seriously injured, and there would not be a situation of death. Every time they moved forward, someone would be sent flying. This ancient road was unknown how long it was. Lu Ming and the others walked for 3 days, and in 3 days, they were constantly bombarded by lightning. After 3 days, at least half of them were eliminated. After walking for 3 days, the lightning finally stopped. But before they could rejoice, when they continued to move forward, the temperature on the ancient road dropped sharply. Endless coldness drilled into their bodies, wanting to freeze them. As they continued to move forward, the coldness dropped even more, and the temperature dropped to an astonishing level. Some people could not resist, and their whole body was directly frozen, turning into an ice sculpture. Then, with a bang, this frozen person was sent flying. He was probably thrown off the platform. Hoo hoo, gusts of cold wind blew, chilling to the bone. There were actually snowflakes falling from the sky. Ah, a young man screamed miserably as he was nearly cleaved in half by a snowflake. He was sent flying while vomiting blood. These snowflakes were sharper than the heavenly sabers. Every illusory snowflake was a powerful killing weapon. Everyone focused their attention to block the snowflakes. All sorts of attacks were launched, colliding with the snowflakes and creating clanging sounds. Some people couldn't withstand it and were blasted away. Others carried the snowflakes and continued forward. The further they went, the denser the snowflakes became. In the end, the sky was filled with flying snow, and its power was astonishing. Clang! Clang! Pieces of snowflakes landed on Lu Ming's defense law. They were like extremely sharp weapons that cut Lu Ming's defense law, emitting sounds of metal clashing against metal. At the same time, there was a bone-chilling cold that wanted to rush into Lu Ming's body, but it was blocked by Lu Ming's law power. There were fewer and fewer people who could make it here. Lu Ming discovered that the situation of the other 8 ancient roads was exactly the same as theirs. The tests they experienced were also the same. Just like that, after a few more days, they crossed this land of ice. However, what they faced was a land of fire. Ahead, the raging flames were astonishingly powerful. Every time they stepped into an area, the test they faced in the next area would become stronger. At this point, Mulan's became somewhat strenuous. After all, she had just become a martial emperor. Her comprehension of laws was slightly weaker, and she was already pushing it. As they continued forward, Mulan's face turned somewhat pale. "Senior Sister Mulan's, if you can't withstand it, don't force yourself," Lu Ming said. "It's fine. I can still endure." Mulan stubbornly raised her head and continued forward. Just like that, after a few more days, they crossed this area and arrived at a land of strong winds. The endless strong winds were like countless sharp weapons, cutting them. The power was even more astonishing. At this point, even Lu Ming had to be serious. As for Mulan's, she finally couldn't withstand it anymore. With a muffled groan, her body retreated. A few wounds were cut on her body by the strong winds, and blood flowed out. "Senior Sister Mulan's, don't force yourself," Lu Ming shouted. In this place, they couldn't help each other. They could only rely on themselves. Mulan's gritted her teeth and finally sighed. She took a step forward and leaped backward. This was equivalent to admitting defeat. A force appeared out of thin air and pulled Mulan's. Her figure disappeared. Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Guingzhong continued forward. This road was very long, as if there was no end. As they moved forward, they experienced all kinds of tests. There were places full of poison, places full of curses, and also mountains of swords and sabers. Nearly a month later, Guingzhong finally couldn't withstand it and was blasted away. Only a few people were left on this road. It was the same for the other roads. There weren't many people left. For example, Blue Cloud and Xianxia were eliminated. However, Lu Ming saw Yuan Xian and Tian Ming. They were still persevering. After a few more days, there were only 3 people left on Lu Ming's road. Lu Ming, Bubbles, and a beautiful woman. This woman's talent was also astonishingly high. The law she controlled was more than Guingzhong. Her mastery was more profound, which was why she could reach here. The other 8 roads were about the same. There were only a few people left on each road. The road has come to an end. Suddenly, the beautiful woman's eyes lit up. There was no road ahead. The ancient road had come to an end. Lu Ming's face also showed joy. At this time, a figure appeared again. "Congratulations to all of you for passing the first test. Next, it's the second test." After saying that, the ancient road in front of Lu Ming's group suddenly wriggled. Then, 3 platforms appeared. 3 platforms, 1 for each person. It was the same for the other ancient roads. There were as many platforms as there were people. "Choose a platform at will and then place your palm on it," the figure said. Lu Ming and the others stepped forward, chose a platform at random, and then placed their palms on the platform. The platform was smooth and cold to the touch. Buzz, when their palms were placed on the platform emitted endless light. Endless runes appeared on it, following Lu Ming and the others' palms and enveloping their bodies. Boom, at this moment, Lu Ming felt the world spinning. The surrounding environment changed, and he came to a void. In the void, there were rays of light shining. Then, a ray of light suddenly rushed toward Lu Ming. It was like a sharp sword, slashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He quickly burst out his saint power, controlled the law, and slapped out. Boom! A ray of light flew towards Lu Ming and was sent flying by Lu Ming's palm. However, the ray of light did not dissipate. After it was sent flying, it hovered in the distance and became even more radiant. This is the power of the law, and it's the law of chaos. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Whoosh, the ray of light that contained the law of chaos moved again. Like a flying sword, it crossed the void and slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming manipulated the power of the law and was about to counterattack, but he was immediately shocked. In addition to this ray of light, there were other rays of light that rushed towards Lu Ming. Each ray of light was like a sword light and was extremely powerful. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. The sword of death condensed in his hand. He circulated his saint force to the extreme and slashed out 9 times in an instant. Clang! 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 The sword of death collided with the 9 rays of light. It was like a battle sword colliding with each other. Sparks flew and the sound of metal clashing was endless. The 9 rays of light were sent flying by Lu Ming. 9 laws, they correspond to my law. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He could see that the 9 rays of light represented 9 laws. They were exactly the same as the 9 laws that Lu Ming controlled. The 9 rays of light floated in the distance and became more and more radiant. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, the 9 rays of light moved again. Their speed was even more astonishing than before. They came from 9 different directions and stabbed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's mind was highly focused. He used all 9 laws and surrounded his body. At the same time, the sword of death contained 7 laws. Whoosh! First, a ray of sword light stabbed towards Lu Ming from behind. It was a ray of sword light formed by the law of penetration. Its speed was extremely fast and exceeded the speed of a human's reaction. Lu Ming shouted and slashed behind him to block the ray of sword light. However, in other directions, the rays of sword light formed by the law attacked separately. They were like streams of light and were extremely fast. Lu Ming unleashed his 6-feathered divine wings and dodged with all his might. At the same time, he slashed out countless sword lights in all directions. Even so, the sword light still managed to slip through, breaking through Lu Ming's defenses and leaving a sword wound on Lu Ming's body. Blood flowed out, causing half of Lu Ming's body to go numb. Lu Ming hurriedly circulated the law of life, finally sealing the wound and healing it quickly. However, the attack of the nomological sword lights was far from over. It was just the beginning. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rays of light crisscrossed. 9 kinds of dazzling law light constantly shot towards Lu Ming. Their speed was getting faster and faster, and they could even autonomously evolve into sword moves. The power was even more astonishing. Lu Ming tried his best to block and evade, but he still couldn't completely block the attack. More wounds appeared on his body. This won't do. My attacks are too scattered. I can't completely block them like this. I have to scatter the law. Lu Ming's mind raced. Then, with a thought, the 9 types of law he controlled scattered and flew out separately. They turned into 9 rays of light and flew towards the sword light formed by the 9 laws. However, Lu Ming controlled 9 types of law at the same time. His speed was clearly much slower than his opponents. Not only did he fail to block them, but he also suffered more attacks from the sword light. Lu Ming could only use his 6-feathered divine wings to dodge, but he was still cut by a few sword lights, causing blood to flow. This method is right. My control of the law is too rusty and I'm not proficient enough in using it. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to block it. Lu Ming dodged rapidly while continuing to control the law to block. In the beginning, Lu Ming couldn't block at all because he was too rusty in using the law. It was difficult for him to keep up with his opponent's speed. However, as time passed, Lu Ming became more and more proficient in using the law. Finally, he could slowly keep up with his opponent's speed. 7 days later, more than half of the sword lights had been blocked by Lu Ming. After a month, Lu Ming would be able to block all the sword lights. Lu Ming felt that his use of the law had greatly increased. His understanding of each law had also deepened. For Lu Ming, there was no need to doubt the benefits. Now, the power of the hammer of primal chaos and the sword of death that he had created had greatly increased. Lu Ming reckoned that he had finally reached the small success stage. Furthermore, it would also be of great help to Lu Ming when he wanted to create new divine abilities in the future. This was because Lu Ming was more familiar with the use of the various laws and had a deeper understanding of each law. Naturally, he could combine new divine abilities according to different laws. However, at this moment, the law that attacked Lu Ming suddenly changed. It was no longer a single sword light. Some laws turned into true dragons, some laws turned into phoenixes, some laws turned into cheilants, some laws turned into golden-winged great rocks, 9 laws turned into 9 different divine beasts. Moreover, they were all top divine beasts that evolved different attacks. This way, it would be even more difficult for Lu Ming to deal with. This was because this was a more profound use of the laws. Lu Ming could not keep up and could only be beaten passively. Immediately, he began to be injured again. Lu Ming began to try. He also evolved the 9 laws into different divine beasts to fight against the other party. However, this process was extremely difficult. It was even more difficult than before. Lu Ming did not give up because he knew that this was the only way that would work. This time, it took even longer. After Lu Ming resisted the 9 laws for 2 months, Lu Ming finally succeeded. Roar! Roar! Lu Ming evolved the 9 laws into different divine beasts to fight against the other party's 9 laws and kill each other. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the victor. My life law has finally broken through. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. During this period of time, after constant resistance, his life law had finally broken through and reached the first level of perfection. The 9 laws that he had mastered had completely reached the limit of the first level. Moreover, he could use them with ease. Lu Ming felt that he could break through to the martial emperor realm at any time. This time, even if I don't get the indestructible ancient scripture, the harvest is already great enough. Lu Ming's smile became even wider. This time, the greatest harvest was not the breakthrough of the life law, but his use of the 9 laws had become stronger and his understanding of the laws had deepened. These were all invisible wealth that could not be seen now. However, in the future, Lu Ming's cultivation process would have a great effect. In the future, Lu Ming's cultivation would have fewer detours. It would also be of great help to him in creating his own special abilities. This was an invisible wealth, buzz. At this moment, the surrounding void began to vibrate. The divine beasts formed by the 9 laws collapsed and disappeared. The void also shattered like a mirror. Lu Ming felt the world spinning. In the next moment, he found that he had returned to the ancient road. His palm was still on the platform. At this moment, the ancient road under Lu Ming's feet changed. Originally, this ancient road had already reached the end. Now, it suddenly extended all the way to the front. Success! Originally, this path had already come to an end, but now, the ancient path continued to extend, indicating that he had succeeded. Brother Lu Ming, you've succeeded, chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out excitedly. Lu Ming glanced around and found that there was no platform in front of Bubbles and the beautiful woman. The platforms had disappeared. At this moment, there was a shocking aura coming from other directions. Lu Ming looked around and found that it was the young geniuses of the other 8 paths. These people were looking at Lu Ming and the others with fiery eyes. The platforms in front of them had disappeared, leaving only one platform in front of Lu Ming. Bubbles, what's going on? Did you all fail? Lu Ming asked. Yes, the others all failed half a month ago. Once they failed, the platforms disappeared. You're the only one who persisted until now. Bubbles explained. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he was the only one who had succeeded. Bubbles, let's go. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. As for Bubble and the beautiful woman, they also followed him. However, when Bubbles and the beautiful woman stepped onto the new ancient path, they were blocked by an invisible force, unable to take a step forward. However, it didn't affect him at all. "Brother Lu Ming, Bubbles can't go up, chirp chirp." Bubbles pouted and was very unhappy. "Let me help you." Lu Ming walked back and wanted to pull Bubbles up, but he found that even he couldn't go up. "Brother Lu Ming, you go up alone," Bubbles said. In the end, Lu Ming could only give up and walk towards the ancient path alone. The young geniuses of the other 8 paths all looked at Lu Ming. Some sighed, some were envious, and some were jealous. Lu Ming walked forward and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. "My physical body and sacred power have improved by another level." As he walked, Lu Ming felt the changes in his body. Previously, when his life precept had reached the first level of complete mastery, it had tempered his body and saint energy. This was an ultimate precept, and its effect on the tempered body and saint energy was extremely shocking. His physical body had become stronger, and his saint energy had become denser and more condensed. Lu Ming's current saint energy, in terms of quality, was not inferior to the power of the world. In fact, it was even stronger. Lu Ming's battle prowess had undoubtedly increased a little. The rest of the road was very peaceful. Lu Ming quickened his pace. Soon, he reached the end of the road. Up ahead, there was a huge and majestic palace. In front of the palace was a white jade plaza. In the air above the white jade square, there was a ball of light that was incomparably bright. "What is this?" Lu Ming's gaze was attracted by the ball of light. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and found that the core of the light was a small piece of glass-like fragment, sparkling and translucent. The moment Lu Ming stepped into the white jade square, the ball of light directly rushed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming was shocked and instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The ball of light directly flew into Lu Ming's forehead and disappeared. Boom! At this moment, there was an additional fragment in Lu Ming's mind. "This is the indestructible ancient scripture." Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was because as long as his soul power approached this fragment, he would be able to sense some information. Bam! At this moment, this fragment suddenly exploded and turned into a burst of energy that merged with Lu Ming's soul. Then, a piece of information poured into Lu Ming's mind. "It's really the indestructible ancient scripture." Lu Ming felt that the indestructible ancient scripture seemed to have merged with him. As long as he willed it, the indestructible ancient scripture would appear in his mind and he would be able to comprehend it. This was very different from what Lu Ming had expected. Previously, Lu Ming thought that the indestructible ancient scripture would be a scripture or a jade talisman. He didn't expect that it would appear in such a form and directly enter his mind. "Can I inscribe the indestructible ancient scripture?" Thinking of this, a jade talisman appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming wanted to inscribe the cultivation method of the indestructible ancient scripture into the jade talisman. However, when he wanted to inscribe it, he was at a loss. He didn't know where to start and didn't know where to start. As long as he willed it, the cultivation method of the indestructible ancient scripture would appear in his mind. However, when he wanted to inscribe it, he couldn't grasp the charm. He felt that it was high up and he didn't know where to start. Lu Ming was stunned. At that instant, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the same figure that looked similar to the middle-aged puppet from before. "Don't even think about inscribing it. Your cultivation is too weak. It's impossible," the middle-aged figure said. "Senior, what's going on? Why is there only a seal?" Lu Ming asked. "Sigh, it's already impressive that there's a seal here. Back then, my master was besieged by the outsiders and died. My master was unwilling to let the indestructible ancient scripture go to waste, so he used his final means to summon a heavenly Tao seal to bring the indestructible ancient scripture back. At the same time, he gave me some instructions. Then, his final consciousness disappeared, leaving behind only the indestructible ancient scripture," the middle-aged figure said. "I see." Lu Ming came to a realization. At the same time, he felt a sense of sorrow. Even an unbeatable cultivator like the indestructible martial monarch had fallen, leaving only a heavenly Tao seal behind. He had no choice but to do so. If not for that, the indestructible martial monarch could have left behind a scripture or a jade talisman. That would have been a better way to pass on his legacy. At the same time, Lu Ming also understood why he couldn't inscribe the indestructible ancient scripture. The indestructible ancient scripture was contained in the heavenly Tao seal of the indestructible martial monarch. A heavenly emperor was in harmony with the heavenly Tao. This was too far away for Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming couldn't grasp it at all and couldn't inscribe it. Only when Lu Ming's cultivation was strong enough in the future could he inscribe the indestructible ancient scripture. Alright, you've obtained the indestructible ancient scripture and I've completed my mission. Now, I'll send you out. After saying that, the middle-aged figure waved his hand. Lu Ming immediately felt a powerful force enveloping him. In the next moment, the void fluctuated and Lu Ming disappeared. He appeared outside the light gate outside Mount Eternal. At the same time, the youths in Mount Eternal also disappeared and appeared outside Mount Eternal. They're out. This time, they've been out for 3 whole months. I wonder if anyone has obtained the indestructible ancient scripture. Many people's eyes lit up as they glanced at the thousands of young geniuses who had entered. Alright, my mission has been completed. From now on, in accordance with the will of the indestructible martial monarch, Mount Eternal will be buried in the endless void forever. The middle-aged puppet on Mount Eternal said, then turned around to leave. Fellow Taoist, please wait. An expert stepped out and called out to the middle-aged puppet. Someone recognized that this was a heavenly emperor realm expert. What's the matter? The middle-aged puppet stopped and asked. May I ask if the indestructible ancient scripture has appeared? The heavenly emperor asked. The indestructible ancient scripture has already found its successor. The middle-aged puppet left behind a sentence, then took a step out, his figure disappearing from Mount Eternal. Boom, following that, the incomparably huge Mount Eternal shook, emitting a terrifying pressure. The void directly collapsed, revealing a pitch-black endless void. Rumble, the majestic Mount Eternal roared and began to move, flying into the endless dark void and disappearing. Then, the cracked space healed and returned to its original state. Mount Eternal disappeared just like that. It would forever sink into the dark void, but at this moment, everyone did not have the time to lament the disappearance of Mount Eternal. Their attention was all focused on the middle-aged puppet's words. The indestructible ancient scripture had already found its successor. This meant that the indestructible ancient scripture had already been obtained by someone, and it was among these thousands of young geniuses. Everyone's gaze looked at these thousands of young geniuses, including those heavenly emperor realm experts. And those thousands of young geniuses were all sizing each other up. In the end, the gazes of more than a dozen young geniuses landed on Lu Ming. These dozen geniuses had all passed the first round of Mount Eternal's assessment, but they all failed the second round. They all saw that Lu Ming had passed the second round of assessment and continued forward. If anyone had obtained the indestructible ancient scripture, then it must be Lu Ming. Some people's eyes revealed a strong sense of jealousy. Which one of you obtained the indestructible ancient scripture? Stand out. A heavenly emperor powerhouse spoke, a wisp of aura emanating from his body, like the heavenly Tao, representing this world, making people's hearts tremble. Lu Ming frowned, but did not speak. Who is it? Stand out. Another heavenly emperor stepped out, his eyes were like 2 stars, emitting a bright light, sweeping over Lu Ming and the rest. Your Majesty, I know who obtained the indestructible ancient scripture. Suddenly, a young man spoke. Lu Ming looked over and saw that it was a young man with a buzz cut. Oh? Who is it? A celestial emperor asked. It's him, Lu Ming. The short-haired youth pointed at Lu Ming. What? It's him. There was an uproar at the scene. Many people didn't believe it. Lu Ming, hadn't he not become a martial emperor yet? How could he have obtained the imperishable ancient scripture? What was going on? It's definitely him. Among all of us, he was the only one who managed to reach the end. If there's anyone who managed to obtain the indestructible ancient scripture, it would be him. Another young man said. Following this, a few other young men pointed out that Lu Ming had obtained the indestructible ancient scriptures. He actually got it, damn it. Blue Cloud, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others all revealed looks of jealousy. At the scene, almost everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, did you obtain the indestructible ancient scripture? Tell the truth, it's best not to lie. A celestial emperor looked at Lu Ming, his voice cold and aloof. It's the Lan family's celestial emperor. Nearby, someone whispered. Lu Ming's eyes moved. It seemed that this celestial emperor came from Blue Cloud's family. That's right, I obtained the indestructible ancient scripture. Lu Ming frowned, but in the end, he still admitted it. After all, so many people saw him pass the second round, but he was the only one who reached the end. As long as they weren't stupid, they would know that the indestructible ancient scripture must have been obtained by him. It was useless to deny it, so it was better to admit it directly. Many people's eyes lit up. As for the Lan family's celestial emperor and some other celestial emperors, their eyes were incomparably bright, flashing with blazing flames. Now, hand over the indestructible ancient scripture. The Lan family's celestial emperor said, his eyes were incomparably fiery, staring at Lu Ming. Logically speaking, it was difficult for a celestial emperor to have such fluctuations in his heart. However, the temptation of the indestructible ancient scripture was too strong. That was an ancient scripture that was famous in the heaven realm, the strongest ancient scripture to protect one's life. That's right, quickly take it out. Another celestial emperor also said coldly. They had a high and mighty appearance, their tone was cold and domineering. With an aggressive attitude, they wanted Lu Ming to hand over the ancient scripture. It was as if, once they opened their mouths, Lu Ming would have to do it. What kind of attitude is this? Dandan was unhappy and shouted, this is Lu Ming's opportunity, it belongs to him. He can give it to whoever he wants. The Lan family's celestial emperor glanced at Dandan coldly and said, ridiculous, the indestructible ancient scripture is a treasure of the heaven realm. How can he swallow it alone? If he hands it over, it will increase everyone's combat strength. This is beneficial to the entire heaven realm. So what if that's the case? After all, this was obtained by Lu Ming through his own efforts. It belongs to him. Asking others to take out their own treasure, is this your attitude? An aggressive look, don't you know how to ask? Dandan shouted. Bold, what kind of person is the celestial emperor? Just ask him to take out an ancient scripture. Why is there a need to ask? Can he afford it? Blue Cloud shouted. Hee, the celestial emperor is nothing great. Dandan curled his lips. Bold, you dare to insult the celestial emperor, this is a capital offense. Blue Cloud roared. But Dandan curled his lips and directly ignored him. The Lan family's celestial emperor, as well as the other celestial emperors, swept a few cold glances at Dandan. With their eyesight, they could naturally see Dandan's original body. They did not say much and continued to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, hand over the indestructible ancient scripture. The Lan family's celestial emperor opened his mouth, still looking high and mighty, as if asking Lu Ming to hand it over was a matter of course. Dandan gritted his teeth in anger. Seniors, if I can hand it over, I will definitely hand it over. Unfortunately, I can't hand it over at all. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Although he was angry in his heart, he understood that facing a celestial emperor powerhouse, he could only compromise and could not resist. Because the difference was too great, the other party could shatter his bones with a breath. Even if he had a celestial emperor's physical body, it was useless. Can't hand it over? What do you mean? The Lan family's celestial emperor and the other celestial emperors flashed a cold light in their eyes. Because when the immortal emperor was surrounded by the foreign races and his soul was scattered, he did not leave behind the indestructible ancient scripture at all. He only used a heavenly Tao imprint to carry the indestructible ancient scripture and flew back to Mount Eternal. What I obtained was the immortal emperor's heavenly Tao imprint, but the heavenly Tao imprint is too mysterious. With my current cultivation, I can't inscribe the indestructible ancient scripture, so I can't hand it over. Lu Ming explained. Nonsense, he's just spouting nonsense. Xianxia shouted. Yes, he doesn't want to hand over the indestructible ancient scripture and wants to keep it for himself, so he found such a ridiculous reason. He's too selfish. Blue Cloud also shouted. Lu Ming glanced coldly at Blue Cloud and Xianxia, then said, if you don't believe me, I can project the scene at that time. After saying that, Lu Ming looked at Dandan and said, Dandan, project the scene in my memory and let everyone see it clearly. Alright. Dandan came in front of Lu Ming, then pointed a finger at Lu Ming's glabella. Dandan was using the soul-searching technique, then projected the scene in Lu Ming's soul. This wasn't difficult. As long as Lu Ming didn't resist, anyone could do it. Soon, Dandan waved his hand, and a scene appeared in the sky. This scene was the scene of Lu Ming at the White Jade Plaza in Mount Eternal. In the sky, the resplendent heavenly Tao imprint flew into Lu Ming's glabella. Then, there was the scene that Lu Ming couldn't inscribe, as well as the middle-aged man's explanation. Everything was clear. Lu Ming didn't lie. How could this be? Damn it! Someone roared, revealing deep disappointment. The Lan family's heavenly emperor and the others were the same, incomparably disappointed. And Blue Cloud, Xianxia, and the others had ugly expressions. Unexpectedly, the truth was the same as what Lu Ming said. At this time, Dandan finished, and the scene disappeared. Everyone, this is the truth. I can't hand over the indestructible ancient scripture now. Lu Ming said. If you can't hand it over, then we can only strip your soul and strip the indestructible ancient scripture out. At this time, the Lan family's heavenly emperor said coldly. These words made Lu Ming's pupils shrink. And Dandan and Bubble were even more furious. Senior, this is too much. The heavenly Tao imprint has already fused into Lu Ming's soul. If it is forcefully stripped, Lu Ming's soul will definitely not be able to withstand it and will be crippled as a result. The Gu family's family chief was finally unable to tolerate it any longer. The remaining small group of people couldn't bear it. But most of them had cold eyes. So what if I'm crippled? The Lan clan's heavenly emperor said coldly, he's a waste, he'll never be able to become a great emperor. It's a waste to keep the indestructible ancient scripture. Although it's impossible for everyone to see it, we can give it to a peerless genius. It's better than keeping it with him. Lan Qing, as the heavenly emperor, aren't you ashamed of forcing a junior like this? At this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. Many people were greatly alarmed. Who was it that actually dared to speak to the Lan family's heavenly emperor like this? At this moment, ripples appeared in the void. With a chi-la sound, the void cracked open, and a figure stepped out from the spatial crack. This person looked to be around 30 years old. He was dressed in white and had a peerless charm. Seeing this person, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. Because he was too familiar with this person's appearance. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu, this person was actually Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. He looked exactly the same as Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Lu Ming would never recognize him wrongly. After all, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's physical body was still in Lu Ming's hands. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu told him that he had once been seriously injured, and his soul was almost destroyed. He did not expect that he would be able to reconstruct his physical body. Later, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu left his stone body in the primordial realm, suppressed in the Lotus world. And Heavenly Emperor Hengyu himself came to the Heaven realm and fought in the Heaven realm. Lu Ming did not expect to see Heavenly Emperor Hengyu here. Hengyu, it's you. The Lan family's Heavenly Emperor's face fell. It was indeed Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Of course it's me. Why? Are you unhappy to see me? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu smiled faintly. Hengyu, you want to stop me? The Lan family's Heavenly Emperor said coldly. Nonsense, this little guy was able to obtain the indestructible ancient scripture. That's his own opportunity. Even if he can inscribe it, he can give it to whoever he wants. What's more, he can't inscribe it now. You, a dignified Heavenly Emperor, actually want to strip the indestructible ancient scripture from his soul? What a joke. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said, his voice full of anger. Hengyu, I'm thinking for the Heaven realm. Now that the Heaven realm is besieged by the foreign races, we're in imminent danger. I don't know when the foreign races will break through our defenses. Anything that can increase the strength of the Heaven realm cannot be missed. And Lu Ming, a crippled body, keeping the indestructible ancient scripture is a pure waste. Stripping the indestructible ancient scripture and giving it to another sky pride is the most beneficial for the Heaven realm. Hengyu, I know that you and Lu Ming came from the primordial realm, but at this time, you can't be selfish. the Lan family's heavenly emperor said. Ha ha ha, selfish? Lan Qing, who is the selfish one, everyone knows. Let me ask you, if you strip it away, who do you plan to give the indestructible ancient scripture to? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. You don't have to care about this. Heavenly Emperor Lan said. With me, Hengyu, here, let's see who can touch Lu Ming today. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said, incomparably domineering. Hengyu, do you think you can stop us all by yourself? Heavenly Emperor Lan said coldly, his body bursting with a terrifying aura. At the same time, a few other heavenly emperors were the same, staring at Heavenly Emperor Hengyu with unfriendly eyes. Among them was Xinghe's master, the gray-robed elder. In addition, the Yan family's heavenly emperor was also among them. Do you really think we're easy to bully? At this time, a rough voice sounded. The void then split open, and two more figures walked out. A middle-aged burly man and an old man stood beside Heavenly Emperor Hengyu, both of them exuding a terrifying aura. They were both heavenly emperors. What? Your heavenly emperor of the primordial realm wants to rebel and betray the heaven realm first? Heavenly Emperor Lan roared, somewhat fearful. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and the other two heavenly emperors who came out later were both from the primordial realm, and their strength was very shocking and terrifying. Especially Heavenly Emperor Hengyu, the Lan family's heavenly emperor, was very fearful. Ridiculous, the few of you can't represent the heaven realm. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu sneered. Then let's fight and see if you can protect Lu Ming. I really don't understand. What's the use of you protecting a crippled body? You don't see the big picture. Xinghe's master, the gray-robed elder, said coldly and stepped out, very domineering. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lu Ming laughed loudly, his laughter full of ridicule. Kid, what are you laughing at? The Lan family's heavenly emperor swept his cold gaze at Lu Ming. Now, when they were talking to each other, Lu Ming actually dared to laugh so wantonly. This was disrespectful to them. I'm laughing at you all. Lu Ming pointed at the Lan family's heavenly emperor, the gray-robed elder, the Yan family's heavenly emperor, and the others. What? Many people were shocked. Lu Ming actually dared to laugh at the heavenly emperors. This was audacious and courting death. The Lan family's heavenly emperor and the others revealed a cold light in their eyes. A terrifying aura erupted, but it was blocked by Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and the others. Kid, you better make it clear. The Lan family's heavenly emperor said coldly. You all keep saying that it's a waste for the indestructible ancient scripture to stay with me. In my opinion, this is the funny thing. It's a waste for the indestructible ancient scripture to be given to others. Only by staying with me can it play its greatest role. The indestructible ancient scripture can only be maximized with me. It would be a waste to give it to others. Lu Ming's voice spread across the entire place, filled with strong confidence. Ridiculous, ridiculous, you're just a cripple. You'll never become an emperor. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Blue Cloud couldn't help but retort immediately, full of sarcasm. That's right, the indestructible ancient scripture. It's better to give it to any of us than to keep it with you. You're just a cripple. Do you understand? Xianxia also shouted. Cripple? Hee, losers, you're not even comparable to a cripple. I don't understand, how can you still have the face to shout in front of me? If I were you, I'd kill myself. What's the point of staying in this world? To embarrass myself? Lu Ming scolded. Yes, you're right, you're right. These guys were stripped naked by me and still have the face to come out and see others. I'm really impressed. I'm not even going to hang myself. I'm impressed by them. Dandan screamed. Blue Cloud and Xianxi's faces were flushed red. They were so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. You're sharp-tongued. Facts have proven that you're just a cripple. The Lan family's heavenly emperor said coldly. Alright, since that's the case, I'll challenge all of them here today. Whoever can defeat me will get the indestructible ancient scripture. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke, his gaze sweeping across the young supreme talents. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all the supreme talents. How bold. Is he crazy? A few months ago, Lu Ming defeated Yuan Xian, Blue Cloud, and Xianxia, showing their powerful combat strength. However, Yuan Xian, Blue Cloud, and Xianxia were only 4-star Void Emperors. However, the young supreme talents present were at least half of the Heaven Domain's supreme talents. Among them, there were 5-star Void Emperors, 6-star Void Emperors, and even 7-star Void Emperors. Although Lu Ming's battle prowess was strong, he was definitely not a match for these people, because the difference between them was too great. How arrogant! A young genius said coldly, wanting to immediately attack and teach Lu Ming a lesson. Alright, that's what you said. If you lose, we will extract the indestructible ancient scripture from you. Heng Yu, don't interfere. The Lan family's heavenly emperor said coldly. The indestructible ancient scripture was contained in the immortal monarch's heavenly Dao seal, and it had already fused with Lu Ming's soul. If it was forcefully removed, Lu Ming's soul would definitely be severely damaged, or even disintegrate. But the Lan family's heavenly emperor naturally would not go and consider this point. What did Lu Ming's life and death have to do with him? Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu gave Lu Ming a glance, then nodded his head and said, then do it like that. The matters of the young people, leave it to the young people to resolve themselves. Retreat. Following that, the Lan family's heavenly emperor spoke, and a wave of energy spread out. Everyone retreated, leaving enough space for Lu Ming. Who wants to fight first? Blue Cloud, Xianxia, aren't the two of you very arrogant? Come on. Lu Ming looked at Blue Cloud and Xianxia. The two of them looked even worse, but they knew that they were no match for Lu Ming. They would only be asking for a beating if they went up. Why would they go up? Arrogant, I will defeat you. A cold voice rang out, and a young man with short hair stepped out and arrived in front of Lu Ming. This was the young man who first pointed out that Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scripture. He was extremely jealous, and at the same time extremely greedy. He wanted the indestructible ancient scripture for himself. Now that there was a chance, he naturally rushed out first. You came at the right time. Lu Ming said coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not know this person, but because of his greed, this person wanted to put Lu Ming in danger. How could Lu Ming not take revenge? It was a good opportunity to beat this person up. Bang, Lu Ming immediately made his move. He stepped into the void and rushed toward the young man with short hair like a cannonball. His speed was extremely fast. The young man with short hair snorted and retreated quickly. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a seal, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. This was a figure clad in iron armor. He was more than 2 meters tall and held a huge iron sword in his hand. He slashed at Lu Ming. The sword chi whistled, and its power was extremely shocking. Lu Ming immediately threw out a palm, using 5 types of laws. Clang, Lu Ming's palm collided with the armored figure. The armored figure was sent flying by Lu Ming, and Lu Ming's attack was also blocked. This is an undead spirit. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The armored figure just now was not a living creature at all because it did not have the slightest vitality. It was an undead spirit that was full of death aura. At this time, the young man with short hair continued to form seals, and 2 more armored figures more than 2 meters tall appeared in the air. They were all wearing iron armor and holding thick battle swords. These are puppets? No, they are summoned. This person has mastered the summoning laws and death laws. This is a kind of divine ability. Lu Ming's mind raced. In an instant, he figured out the crux of the matter. The young man with short hair had mastered several laws, including the death laws, which was one of the strongest laws. Combined with the summoning laws, he could summon undead spirits to fight. At this time, 3 undead spirits charged at Lu Ming at the same time. Their iron swords were flying across the sky with shocking power. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming pointed 3 times in a row, and 3 finger forces blasted at the 3 armored figures, but they were all blocked. The 3 armored figures were sent flying, but Lu Ming's finger forces were also blocked. 5-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming could see that the young man with short hair was a 5-star Void Emperor and had mastered 3 laws. This was because the undead spirits he summoned not only contained the death laws, but also other laws. The stronger the summoner's cultivation, the stronger the undead spirits that were summoned. The more laws they contained, the stronger they would be. Therefore, the combat power of these three undead spirits was very shocking. However, it was not over yet. The young man with short hair did not stop summoning. Figures kept flashing in the air, and in the end, 9 armored figures charged at Lu Ming. Humph, Lu Ming is going to lose. Blue Cloud sneered. The young man with short hair could continuously summon undead spirits, and he could exhaust Lu Ming to death. As long as Lu Ming was defeated, he would be stripped of the indestructible ancient scripture. At that time, his soul would be injured, and he would become an idiot or die. At the thought of this, he felt happy. With such strength, you want to challenge all the supreme talents? You are overestimating yourself. Xianxia also said coldly. At this time, the 9 armored figures had already arrived in front of Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming blasted out 9 palms in a row, fighting against the 9 armored figures. His body was forced to retreat. Lose for me. The young man with short hair looked excited. Is that all you have? Then it's over. At this time, Lu Ming said indifferently. A giant hammer appeared in his hand. The Hammer of Chaos. Lu Ming used the Hammer of Chaos, which contained 6 types of laws. Chaos, Array Doctrine, Tools Doctrine, Devour, Force, Penetration. The 6 types of laws merged with each other, and the 6 different powers complemented each other, bursting out with shocking power. Boom! Lu Ming raised the Hammer of Chaos, and Saint Power flowed into it continuously, making the Hammer of Chaos bigger and bigger, and smashed forward. Bam! An armored undead spirit was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and was hit by the Hammer of Chaos. Its body exploded into pieces of armor, and bone fragments flew everywhere. Then, Lu Ming smashed out with the Hammer of Chaos again. The second armored undead spirit followed in the footsteps of the previous one, and was smashed into pieces. The short-haired young man's face changed, and his hands moved even faster to form seals. The void rippled, as if it was connected to a mysterious world. Then, a roar was heard, and a huge creature appeared in the sky. It was a real dragon, or more accurately, a huge dragon skeleton, but it was covered in armor, and it emitted a strong aura of death. It was an undead dragon skeleton. Kill! The short-haired young man roared. This undead dragon skeleton was his strongest trump card at the moment. The remaining 9 armored undead spirits waved their battle swords, and charged toward Lu Ming. Roar! The dragon skeleton of the undead spirit roared. It stepped on the void and wriggled its body, charging toward Lu Ming. Break for me! Lu Ming's body glowed, and surging Saint Power flowed into the Hammer of Chaos. The Hammer of Chaos grew bigger, and finally, it became as big as a mountain, and swept out. This time, 3 armored undead spirits were smashed into pieces by Lu Ming's Hammer of Chaos. Bam! Lu Ming stepped on the void, and the Hammer of Chaos continued to swing out. It was a complete suppression. Every time he smashed out, there would be an armored undead spirit that was smashed into pieces by Lu Ming. In a few breaths, all 9 armored undead spirits were smashed into pieces. At this moment, a huge dragon claw grabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the opportunity to swing the Hammer of Chaos at the dragon claw. With a loud explosion, the gigantic undead spirit dragon skeleton shuddered and was forced to retreat. Lu Ming followed. Holding the hammer with both hands, he launched a torrential barrage of attacks. The battle prowess of the short-haired young man was very strong. He was a 5-star Void Emperor and had mastered 3 types of laws. One of them was the most powerful, while the other 2 were King Dao laws. The strongest law was the Law of Death, while the other was the Law of Monarch, the Law of Summoning. Both of these laws had been cultivated to the 2nd level. In addition, he had also cultivated the Law of Corrosion to the 1st level of perfection. 3 types of laws combined to form a wondrous divine ability that could summon terrifying dead spirits. Their battle prowess was extremely strong. However, Lu Ming now had 9 types of precepts that had reached the 1st level of complete mastery. After being tempered by the 9 types of precepts, his body and Saint Power had reached an astonishing level. In addition, Lu Ming's current use of the laws had deepened greatly. Using the Hammer of Primal Chaos that he had created himself, its power was even more astonishing than before. With 6 types of laws erupting, Lu Ming's strength was completely above the buzz-haired youth's. Boom! 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 The hammer of primal chaos continuously bombarded the undead skeletal dragon. The undead skeletal dragon was no match for it and retreated continuously. Its huge body kept shaking and even one of its dragon claws was blasted apart. Hold on! The buzz-haired youth roared. The power of the universe in his body kept surging into the undead skeletal dragon to strengthen its power. However, it was ultimately unnecessary. Boom! Lu Ming held the hammer of primal chaos with both hands. The hammer of primal chaos was like a small mountain as it slammed heavily into the undead skeletal dragon. The undead skeletal dragon shone brightly. The death chi mixed with the law of corrosion roared as it pounced toward Lu Ming. A few dragon claws continuously clawed out and collided with the hammer of primal chaos. Bam! Crack! The dragon claws of the undead skeletal dragon exploded and turned into broken bones that flew in all directions. Then, the hammer of primal chaos vibrated and bombarded the skull of the undead skeletal dragon. The skull of the undead skeletal dragon was covered with a layer of thick metal armor. However, under the bombardment, the metal armor burst open. The skull of the undead skeletal dragon was covered with cracks like a spider web. Bam! Lu Ming leaped up and stepped on the skull of the undead skeletal dragon. With a stomp, the skull of the undead skeletal dragon exploded. Then, the entire dragon skeletal dragon exploded. The buzz-haired youth's body shook violently. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his face turned pale. Swoosh! Lu Ming borrowed the momentum of the buzz-haired youth's stomp and his body was like a swan. In an instant, he pounced in front of the buzz-haired youth. The buzz-haired youth was shocked and wanted to admit defeat. However, Lu Ming did not give him the chance to do so. He slammed the hammer down on him. Plop! The buzz-haired youth was directly hit by the hammer. His body fell down like a meteorite and landed heavily on the ground. The ground rumbled and dust filled the air. A large pit was formed on the ground. The buzz-haired youth was lying in the pit like a dead dog. His body was bloodthirsty and he was twitching non-stop. This was after Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been smashed to death by Lu Ming. Trash like you still wants the indestructible ancient scripture. Isn't it a waste to give it to someone like you? Lu Ming said disdainfully. He looked at the Lan family's heavenly emperor, Lan Qing, and his voice was full of mockery. Lan Qing's face was gloomy and his heart was filled with anger. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just an ant. An ant dared to provoke him and ridicule him. He was too bold. However, there were so many people here. With his status as a heavenly emperor, he naturally could not take action. He could only suppress his anger and snort coldly. This guy is so strong? Blue Cloud, Yan Shi, Xianxia, and Yuan Xian's eyes were gloomy. Tian Ming, who was dressed in white, stood in the void with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The others were also shocked. For many people, this was the first time they had seen Lu Ming take action. They could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. He was just an emperor to be. Not only could he fight against a martial emperor, but he also crossed so many small realms. The short-haired young man was a 5-star illusionary emperor. Moreover, he was not an ordinary 5-star illusionary emperor. He was a top genius. With such a big gap, he was still defeated by Lu Ming. This was simply unheard of. It had never happened before in history. Regardless of whether Lu Ming could become an emperor or not, such combat strength had created history. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming looked around with a strong fighting spirit. I'll do it. Immediately, a voice sounded. A black-robed young man with long hair stepped out. He was very fast, as if he was shuttling through the void. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared not far away from Lu Ming. It's Mingxing. He's going to take action. It is said that Mingxing has reached the 6-star illusionary emperor level. His comprehension of the laws is even more profound. This time, he will definitely defeat Lu Ming. That's right. Mingxing's core law is the space-time law. When combined with other laws, the divine skills evolved are unpredictable and his strength is unfathomable. Mingxing had black hair and was dressed in black. He was very handsome. He stood in the void, but his body was constantly changing as if he was not in this spacetime. Spacetime law. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. Spacetime law was the most unpredictable and mysterious of all. It was one of the most difficult laws to deal with among the top 10 laws. If it was combined with other laws, the super skill that was formed would be very mysterious. Lu Ming was highly focused. He was very alert and did not dare to relax. Swoosh, suddenly, Mingxing's figure moved. In a flash, he pounced on Lu Ming at lightning speed. However, halfway through his attack, Mingxing's body suddenly disappeared. Oh no! Lu Ming was taken aback. Without hesitation, the hammer of chaos swept toward the back. The huge hammer of chaos was as big as a mountain. It filled the sky and the void kept exploding. However, it did not hit Mingxing. He was not behind Lu Ming, but above Lu Ming's head. Boom, Mingxing took a step forward. A terrifying force penetrated the void and formed a terrifying killing force. It bombarded Lu Ming's head at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed the 6-feathered divine wings. A pair of transparent wings flapped and his figure disappeared from the spot. He appeared 1,000 meters away and dodged Mingxing's attack. At the same time, the hammer of chaos in Lu Ming's hand disappeared. Although the hammer of chaos was powerful, it was not fast. It was not suitable to deal with someone like Mingxing. Interesting. Let's compete in speed. Mingxing saw that Lu Ming had dodged his attack and sneered. His body flashed again and disappeared from the spot. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The 6-feathered wings flashed and he also left the spot. The speed of the two was shockingly fast. They kept flashing in the void. Some of the weaker cultivators could not even see their movements. What a fast speed. Mingxing has mastered the spacetime law. It is understandable that he is fast. Why is Lu Ming's speed so shocking? His divine ability is amazing. It can actually keep up with Mingxing's speed. Many of those with higher cultivations opened their eyes wide, carefully watching the scene, afraid that they would miss the slightest detail. The speed of the two was too fast, so fast that they disappeared. If one's cultivation was not high enough, one would not be able to see them at all, only an empty void. Lu Ming and Mingxing flashed through the air at an extremely fast speed. Within a few minutes, the two of them had flashed thousands of times, but they hadn't exchanged a single blow. Whoosh, suddenly, Mingxing's figure appeared. He didn't move, and his face was gloomy. In terms of speed, his forte, he actually couldn't suppress Lu Ming. He felt a little embarrassed. Mingxing stopped, and so did Lu Ming. Speed is useless in front of me, Mingxing said coldly as a powerful aura emanated from his body. He is indeed a 6-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Mingxing's cultivation level was higher than that of the short-haired young man. He was a 6-star Empty Emperor. Mountain River Palm. Mingxing rushed to the sky and then slammed his palm down. An incomparably huge palm print was formed. As soon as the palm print appeared, it quickly evolved and finally turned into a world of mountains and rivers. One could see mountains and lakes inside. It was like a world, suppressing the entire void and pressing down on Lu Ming. The scene was extremely terrifying. In the face of such an attack, there was no way to dodge at all. One could only take it head-on. The hammer of chaos appeared in Lu Ming's hand again, and it grew rapidly. Lu Ming raised the hammer of chaos with both hands and swung it out, blasting it towards the world of mountains and rivers as if he was going to blow it up. Boom, there was an earth-shattering roar, and the world of mountains and rivers shook violently. However, the hammer of chaos in Lu Ming's hand shook even more violently. He felt an incomparably powerful force surging towards him. It was as if he was really going to shake a world. His body shook violently, and he retreated continuously. The blood in his body was surging. What a powerful force. This person has already mastered 4 types of laws, and 3 of them have already reached the 2nd level. Lu Ming took a deep breath and stabilized the surging blood in his body. The 2 of them exchanged a blow, and Lu Ming could feel Mingxing's strength. It was very shocking. His cultivation had reached the level of a 6-star Empty Emperor, and he had mastered 4 types of laws, one of which was the strongest and 3 of which were the laws of kings. Among them, the space-time law and 2 of the laws of kings had already reached the 2nd level. Moreover, this person's divine skill was made up of 4 types of laws, which was very shocking. Although some people had mastered many types of laws, such as someone who had mastered 5 types of laws, their divine skill was only made up of 3 types of laws, and they could not unleash the full power of their divine skill. For example, although Lu Ming had mastered 9 types of laws, his divine skill was not made up of 9 types of laws. It could be said that Ming Xing's combat strength was very shocking. He was several times stronger than the young man with short hair. Not bad to be able to take a blow from me. Let's see how many blows you can take. Second palm of mountains and rivers. Ming Xing said coldly. His body emitted a bright light, and he blasted out another palm. This time, 2 mountain river worlds were formed, and they pressed down on Lu Ming. The power was even more shocking. Come on! Lu Ming roared, and the power of his physical body was activated to the extreme. The rich and condensed saint power poured into the hammer of chaos, and the hammer smashed towards his opponent. There was another shocking roar, and the force rolled out. A figure was pushed back, and it was Lu Ming. This time, he was still at a disadvantage, and he was pushed back. Again. Ming Xing shouted, and he attacked continuously. This time, 3 worlds were formed, and they pressed down on Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming also unleashed his full power, and he displayed 7 types of laws. Chaos, Devour, Force, Penetration, Array Dao, Alchemy Dao, and Equipment Dao. Other than the death and life laws, which were not integrated, Lu Ming used all his strength. The power of the hammer of chaos was even more shocking, and it clashed with the mountain river worlds. This time, Lu Ming directly pierced through his opponent's mountain river worlds, and Ming Xing was pushed back. Hiss hiss hiss, at the scene, there was a series of gasps. Lu Ming could actually fight with Ming Xing, and even push him back. This was too terrifying. Ming Xing had the cultivation of a 6-star Void Emperor. In addition, with Ming Xing's talent, it was easy for him to defeat an ordinary 7-star Void Emperor. However, Lu Ming could push back Lu Ming. What did this mean? This meant that Lu Ming could also defeat an ordinary 7-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming was only a boundary emperor, but he could defeat an ordinary 7-star Void Emperor. This was equivalent to crossing an entire realm. Many people looked at each other. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that all this was true. I heard that Lu Ming also mastered 2 types of supreme laws. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know, mastering 2 types of supreme laws is too incredible. In my opinion, it might be true. Didn't you notice that he has already used 7 types of laws? This is already incredible. I wouldn't be surprised if he mastered another type of supreme law. However, even if he mastered 2 types of supreme laws, it won't have much effect on increasing his combat strength. This is because it's impossible for supreme laws to merge, and it's also impossible to construct divine powers. In all directions, countless spectators were discussing animatedly. Ming Xing's face was extremely ugly. With his cultivation, it was absolutely embarrassing for him to be defeated by a boundary emperor. Quadruple mountain river palm. Ming Xing roared, looking down from above, his palms continuously struck out. This time, there were 4 consecutive mountain river palm prints that blasted towards Lu Ming. Such power was extremely shocking. Lu Ming's face was also extremely solemn, feeling a terrifying pressure. He pushed his cultivation to the extreme. At the same time, he held the hammer of chaos in his right hand and gripped the void in his left hand. A battle sword was formed. It was the sword of death, also formed by 7 types of laws. The law of death. Lu Ming has really mastered 2 supreme laws. Someone exclaimed. Hearing about it was one thing, seeing it with their own eyes was another. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming display 2 supreme laws with their own eyes, the impact was too great for them. With such talent, it's a pity that he can't become an emperor. If he can become an emperor, how amazing would it be? Some heavenly emperors sighed. The Lan family's heavenly emperors, Yan family's heavenly emperors, and Xinghe's master looked a little gloomy. Break for me. Lu Ming held the hammer of chaos in one hand and the sword of death in the other. He soared into the sky and charged towards his opponent. Boom! Boom, the hammer of chaos and the sword of death continuously blasted towards his opponent. The world was boiling, there were continuous explosions, and the void was constantly exploding. Bang, the opponent's first mountain river world collapsed in an instant, followed by the second, and then the third. In the end, there was a shocking roar as Lu Ming broke through the fourth mountain river world. However, Lu Ming himself was also blasted away by the terrifying force, flying tens of thousands of meters away. His blood and chi were in turmoil, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Mingxing was not in a good state either. His palm force was broken, and Lu Ming's terrifying attack power also rushed towards him, causing his figure to frantically retreat. This time, they were evenly matched. Lu Ming's figure stopped, and the 6 feathers gallop flapped fiercely. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, drawing an arc in the air and charging towards Mingxing. Fourth layer of mountains and rivers palm. Mingxing shouted, and once again used the quadruple mountains and rivers palm. The quadruple mountains and rivers world formed, and pressed down on Lu Ming. The two of them collided once again, and then quickly retreated. It's said that when the mountain river palm is cultivated to the highest level, one can cultivate the 9-layer world of mountains and rivers. It's extremely terrifying. Now, it seems like Mingxing has only cultivated to the 4th layer. That's right, but the 4-layered mountains and rivers palm is absolutely amazing. I didn't expect Lu Ming to fight Mingxing to this extent. Some people sighed. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, they still felt that it was inconceivable. Lu Ming and Mingxing's battle prowess were on par. The two of them exchanged 10 moves in a row, and the outcome was still a draw. Mingxing's expression became uglier and uglier. Using the quadruple mountain river palm consumed a shocking amount of his power of the world. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on. No, I can't lose. How can I lose to a quasi-emperor? I must defeat him and obtain the imperishable ancient scripture. Mingxing roared in his heart. At this moment, Mingxing's aura grew even stronger. The power of the world within his body seemed as though it was about to combust. Mingxing was going to go all out. Many people had the same thought. Lu Ming's eyes also became serious. 5-layered mountains and rivers palm. Mingxing shouted, his long hair fluttering. His palm seemed to be pushing the world forward, slowly pushing it out. As his palm pushed out, layers of mountain river world formed one after another. In the end, a total of 5-layered mountains and rivers world were stacked together and blasted toward Lu Ming. With Mingxing's cultivation, it was impossible for him to use the 5-layered mountains and rivers world. If he forcibly used it now, he would suffer a backlash and be seriously injured. But now, in order to defeat Lu Ming, he could no longer care about that. Lose for me. Mingxing's eyes flashed with a sinister look. The 5-layered mountains and rivers world was much stronger than the 4-layered mountains and rivers world. This move was enough to completely crush Lu Ming and defeat Lu Ming. The imperishable ancient scripture was his, Mingxing roared in his heart. At this moment, Lu Ming stood quietly in the void without moving. The 5-layered mountains and rivers world enveloped the void and pressed down on Lu Ming. Under the 5-layered mountains and rivers world, Lu Ming's figure was as small as an ant. Lu Ming is going to lose in the end. Some people sighed. Previously, Lu Ming should have reached his limit. If he had reached his limit, he wouldn't be a match for this move. Only Dandan had a sneer on his face. He knew that Lu Ming still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. Rumble, heaven and earth roared and the void trembled. The 5-layered mountains and rivers world pressed down, getting closer and closer to Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming raised his hands, holding the hammer of chaos in one hand and the sword of death in the other. Now, Lu Ming actually put his hands together and merged the hammer of chaos and the sword of death. At the moment of merging, Lu Ming held the sword with both hands and a bright light burst out. Then, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. This long spear contained 8 types of laws. Chaos, death, devour, force, penetration, array Dao, smithing Dao, and alchemy Dao. Infinite Dragon Spear. Lu Ming shouted. This was the name he gave to this move. It was the same name as a long spear he used in the early days. The long spear pierced through the void and a shocking spear light pierced through the void, stabbing towards the 5-layered mountains and rivers world. Bang! 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 The 5-layered mountains and rivers world exploded one after another. In an instant, the 5-layered mountains and rivers world completely collapsed, and a terrifying power surged towards Mingxing. Mingxing screamed and flew out. His body was almost torn apart. His face was pale and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He had barely used the 5-layered mountains and rivers world and was already injured. Now, he was swept by the aftermath of Lu Ming's 5-layered mountains and rivers world. His injuries were even more serious and he was extremely dispirited. At this moment, Lu Ming's arm was also covered with wounds and blood was flowing out. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand disappeared. He circulated the life law and the wounds on his arm quickly healed. It's much better than before. Lu Ming was delighted. Previously, when he was in the Gu family, he had merged the chaos law and the death law to form a divine power. The power that burst out was stronger and his injuries were more serious. But now, it was much lighter. This was because his usage of laws in the eternal ancient city had improved a lot compared to before, and it was easier for him to fuse 2 supreme laws. In just a few breaths, the wounds on Lu Ming's arm had healed. This scene was witnessed by some powerful existences. That's the life law. A great emperor's eyes were wide open. His voice trembled and was full of disbelief. Oh my God, it's really the life law. This little guy not only mastered the chaos law and the death law, but he also mastered the life law. Some experts could not help but exclaim. The scene was in an uproar. There were shocked discussions, shouts, and exclamations. Even the heavenly emperors found it difficult to maintain their calm and were shocked. Oh my God, a boundary emperor, not only can he control many types of laws, but also 2 types of supreme laws. Now, he actually controls 3 types of supreme laws. 3 types of supreme laws, how did he do it? Chaos and death laws are the main offensive laws, while life laws can heal the body. This is simply a perfect combination. If he can become an emperor, who can be his opponent at the same level? Even the most amazing genius since ancient times can't be his opponent. Many people roared, shocked beyond words. One person, controlling 2 types of supreme laws, was already shocking enough. Now, he actually controlled 3 types of supreme laws. Chaos, death, life, this was simply a perfect combination. Impossible. Blue Cloud, Yanxi, Xianxia, Yuan Xian, and the others shook their heads frantically. Their eyes were full of disbelief. They found it hard to believe that all of this was true, and it was also difficult to accept. Even if he controls more laws, what's the use? If he can't become an emperor, his combat strength is ultimately limited. In the future, I will definitely be able to suppress him. They roared in their hearts. They could only use this reason to comfort themselves. Otherwise, their martial arts hearts would be unstable. Mingxing's eyes also revealed a look of disbelief. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming's gaze fell on Mingxing, his fighting spirit soaring like a rainbow. In just a short while, Lu Ming's injuries had already healed, and his fighting spirit rose to the peak. At the same time, a large pile of origin stones appeared beside Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the devouring law, and a large pile of origin stones turned into origin qi and entered Lu Ming's body. The saint power that Lu Ming had just consumed was quickly recovering. What a freak! Many people sighed. Lu Ming's combination of laws was simply invincible, like a war machine. Mingxing was a little sad, shaking his head and retreating. He was already seriously injured, and it was impossible for him to be Lu Ming's opponent. Lanqing, what do you say now? Lu Ming's strength is obvious to all. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu looked at Heavenly Emperor Lanqing. Humph, no matter how many laws you have mastered, no matter how strong your battle prowess is, what's the use if you can't become a martial emperor? His power is limited, any true emperor can suppress him. Lanqing coldly snorted, his face still filled with disdain. He wanted to hold on to this point and not let go. If he can't become a martial monarch, everything is meaningless. Therefore, it's a waste to leave the indestructible ancient scripture with him. It needs to be taken away and given to stronger geniuses. Lanqing continued. Haha, what stronger heaven's pride? These people won't even be able to withstand a single blow. I'm invincible against those of the same level. Lu Ming laughed heartily. His arrogance was exposed, and he was brimming with confidence. He was invincible. Even in front of the Heavenly Emperor, it was the same. Many people were shocked. They looked at the young man in front of them and sighed. This young man was quite impressive. Regardless of whether it was his wisdom, determination, talent, or heart of martial arts, they were all top-notch. Unfortunately, fate was messing with him, preventing him from achieving the martial monarch realm. Once he became a martial emperor, he would probably shock the world. And, at this moment, Lu Ming continued to speak. His eyes were like stars as he stared at the Lan family's heavenly emperor and said, "You've repeatedly said that I can't become a martial emperor. What makes you think that I can't become a martial emperor? What makes you think that I can't become a martial emperor?" Many people were stunned by his words. Could it be that Lu Ming still thought that he could become a martial emperor? However, in the history of the Heaven Realm, there were people who had mastered many laws below the martial emperor realm, but none of them could become a martial emperor. No one was an exception. Later on, there was no lack of peerless experts who studied it and came to the conclusion that if one mastered many laws below the martial emperor realm, their path of martial arts would be broken and they would never be able to become a martial emperor. Ha ha ha. Lan Qing himself was stunned at first, then he laughed out loud, full of mockery. Those below the martial emperor realm who have mastered many laws cannot become a martial emperor. This has been the truth since ancient times, and no one has been able to break it. You still want to become a martial emperor? How ridiculous. Who is the ridiculous one? Lu Ming immediately retorted, his eyes bright. In the primordial age, the heaven realm was full of the primordial cultivation system. At that time, no one thought that the cultivation system of the laws would appear. Later on, it was still created by people. It was unprecedented and led directly to the great Tao. The ancients couldn't do it, but it doesn't mean that the future generations can't do it. It doesn't mean that no one can do it. If you don't even understand this principle, you are a heavenly emperor in vain. Lu Ming's voice spread throughout the whole place, full of boundless heroism and unyieldingness, unyielding to fate. Many people were greatly touched. Indeed, if the ancients couldn't do it, would the future generations be unable to do it? Lan Qing was speechless for a moment, and at the same time, his heart was filled with cold killing intent. Lu Ming dared to contradict him, putting him in a difficult position. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in public, he would have slapped Lu Ming to death. How dare you, Lu Ming, a junior, talk to the heavenly emperor like that? This is disrespect, and you deserve to be punished. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, and a young man stepped out. This young man was wearing a black iron armor, and his whole body was filled with a sharp aura. It's him, Yebing. He is known as the strongest void emperor of the younger generation in the heaven realm, Yebing. He is going to make his move. Immediately, someone recognized this young man. Disrespect? Ridiculous. Some people also need to have something worthy of respect. Those who are not worthy of respect, why should we respect them? Of course, there is an exception for those who deliberately flatter others. Lu Ming said faintly, with a double meaning. Firstly, he said that Lan Qing was not worthy of respect. Secondly, he said that Yebing was just flattering others. Impudent, I will teach you how to behave. Yebing was furious, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Boom, Yebing directly made his move. He took a step forward and continued to close the distance between him and Lu Ming. At the same time, his palm glowed, and with a wave of his hand, a small black pagoda appeared. It grew rapidly, and suppressed Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This small pagoda was not an emperor weapon, nor was it a physical body. It was a kind of divine skill, condensed from the laws and the power of the realm. Lu Ming's hammer of chaos formed in his hand, and he threw it out. Dong, a dull roar sounded, and Lu Ming's body shook violently. He was forced to retreat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What a terrifying power! Lu Ming's eyes were a little serious. From the other party's black pagoda, there was a shocking power that far exceeded Lu Ming's. 7-star Void Emperor, and at least 4 laws that have reached the 2nd level. After one move, Lu Ming could only roughly judge the other party's strength. Is that all you have? Let's see how many moves you can take. Oh Yebing said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the giant pagoda suppressed Lu Ming again. At this moment, the hammer of chaos in Lu Ming's hand disappeared, and it was replaced by a long spear. A long spear that contained 8 laws. Buzz. The infinite dragon spear that Lu Ming used contained 8 types of laws. It was Lu Ming's strongest attack, and its power was astonishing. The spear struck the giant tower, and the tower shook continuously before it was sent flying. However, Lu Ming was also sent flying. His hands were covered with wounds, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. However, Lu Ming circulated the law of life, and his injuries recovered quickly. Humph, after being blocked by Lu Ming, Oh Yebing was displeased and snorted coldly. He was known as the strongest Void Emperor among the younger generation in the Heaven Domain. Even many Void Emperors who had lived for a long time were not his match. Again. Oh Yebing's palm shone even brighter, and another weapon appeared. It was a vase, and it was not a physical object. It was also formed by the law and the power of the world. Kill! Oh Yebing bellowed. The huge pagoda once again pressed down on Lu Ming. At the same time, the mouth of the vase actually emitted a dazzling radiance. Immediately after, the mouth of the vase emitted beams of sword aura. The endless sword chi was incomparably sharp, and it directly cut through space, slashing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the spear in his hand, and within the spear, the law of primal chaos and the law of death constantly clashed, releasing a terrifying power. Boom, the spear swept out again, blocking the attack of the giant tower. However, the sword chi followed with great power. Although Lu Ming hurriedly blocked with his spear, he could not block it at all. Boom! Boom! Boom, with a series of explosions, the spear in Lu Ming's hand collapsed. He quickly retreated, but he was still swept by the sword chi. His body was almost torn apart, and sword wounds appeared. The destructive power constantly drilled into Lu Ming's body, destroying Lu Ming's physical body. Even with the law of life, Lu Ming's injuries could only slowly recover. 5 types of law of second level, the strongest one is the law of nothingness, and 4 types of law of king. At this time, Lu Ming finally saw Oh Yebing's strength clearly. Oh Yebing had already comprehended 5 types of nomological laws and had reached the second level. Coupled with his 7-star empty emperor cultivation, his combat power was terrifying. Lu Ming's battle prowess is ultimately limited. Someone shook his head. Haha, he's finally going to be defeated. If he doesn't become a martial emperor, he's still trash. Blue Cloud, Yan Shi, and the others burst into laughter. This is the limit of your strength? If you can't become an emperor, you're only an ant, unable to withstand a single blow. I, on the other hand, can break through and become a true emperor at any time. At that point, I can kill you with a single thought. Lu Ming, accept your fate. The immortal ancient scripture is not something you can control. Oh Yebing coldly spoke, his tone filled with arrogance. Becoming an emperor, isn't it just becoming an emperor? Then let's become an emperor. Lu Ming opened his mouth and at last, he let out a long howl. Boom, a shocking aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. The law of life circulated rapidly and the injuries on his body healed rapidly. At the same time, Lu Ming controlled the 9 types of nomological laws and entered the Saint Heart. The 9 types of nomological laws were arranged in a circle. An ultimate nomological law was separated by 2 king nomological laws, followed by another ultimate nomological law, followed by another 2 king nomological laws. The 9 types of nomological laws were separated from each other and reached a balance. Endless radiance burst out as the Saint Heart began to evolve. That's right, Lu Ming was about to break through to the martial emperor realm. Lu Ming initially wanted to find a place to consolidate his foundation before breaking through to the martial emperor realm. That way, he would have a greater chance of success. However, Lu Ming understood that he had no choice but to break through to the martial emperor realm in advance. Once he broke through to the martial emperor realm, he would be a peerless genius with unparalleled potential. Let's see how Lanqing and the others would deal with him. Boom, at this moment, Lu Ming's body emitted a dazzling light. A terrifying force burst out and sent Oh Yebing's weapon flying. Breakthrough, he wants to break through. Someone yelled. He's courting death, he's courting death. He wants to break through to the martial emperor realm by force. In the end, he will definitely end up like the ancients. His saint heart will shatter and his body will be torn apart. He's overestimating himself. Does he really think that he can create a miracle? Lan Qing and the others spoke one after another, their voices full of disdain. Yebing stopped in the distance and did not continue to attack. Now, Lu Ming was breaking through to the martial emperor realm with all his might. The power of the nomological laws surged and the power was so shocking that Yebing could not get close to him at all. Lu Ming. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and the other heavenly emperors from the primordial realm looked worried. They all thought that Lu Ming was forced to break through to the martial emperor realm in such an environment to fight for a chance of survival. However, what they did not know was that Lu Ming was confident. It was not that he did not have any confidence at all. Lu Ming, you must succeed. Mulans clenched her fists. Although she knew that Lu Ming had obtained the method that Gu Lingtian had left behind, she was still very nervous. In addition, the people from the Gu family were the same. After all, the method that Gu Lingtian had left behind had never been used by anyone before. No one knew whether it would succeed or not. Lu Ming will definitely succeed. Dandan's eyes were bright as he stared at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming had undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. Many people who had no enmity with Lu Ming still held a glimmer of hope that Lu Ming would succeed, even though they felt that the chances of him succeeding were very small. They hoped that Lu Ming would succeed. He was already so amazing before becoming a martial emperor. Once he became a martial emperor, his future achievements would be limitless. It would definitely be beneficial to the heaven realm. At this moment, Lu Ming's saint heart was also undergoing a shocking change. 9 types of nomological laws formed a ring shape and burst out with boundless power. The bright light was like a small sun. The 9 types of nomological laws formed a wonderful balance. The power was connected to each other and seemed to be evolving towards the heart of the realm. This time, no power leaked out to tear Lu Ming's saint heart and body apart. This was because the 9 types of nomological laws were in a balanced arrangement and their power cancelled each other out. If Lu Ming only controlled 2 types of supreme nomological laws, the Qingdao nomological law would not be able to form a balance. The power would burst out and tear Lu Ming's saint heart and body apart. Buzz, the 9 types of nomological laws vibrated as if they were about to merge into one. At this moment, thin threads that were thousands of times thinner than a hair spread out from here and extended to various parts of the saint heart. These were nomological threads. They were extremely small and invisible to the naked eye, but they formed the foundation of a world. The nomological threads spread to the entire saint heart. Every place was covered by nomological threads. Rumble, when the nomological threads covered the entire saint heart, the saint heart began to tremble and undergo earth-shaking changes. Some parts of the saint heart were collapsing, but they immediately recovered. The saint heart began to transform into a small world. With the heart of the realm as the core and the saint heart as the outer shell, a small world would evolve. Rumble. Above Lu Ming's head, a large patch of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Sizzle, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. Countless bolts of lightning swam in the dark clouds like silver snakes. A powerful aura spread out, filling heaven and earth with an oppressive aura. Tribulation clouds, it's tribulation clouds. Someone yelled. How is this possible? How can there be tribulation clouds? Could it be that Lu Ming is about to break through? Didn't they say that he can't break through? Below the martial emperor realm, one can control many laws. If he can't break through, why would tribulation clouds appear? People kept shouting, shocked to the extreme. The appearance of tribulation clouds meant that a great tribulation of heaven and earth was about to descend. This was the Emperor Tribulation. As long as one passed the Emperor Tribulation, they would be able to enter the martial emperor realm. However, didn't Lu Ming control many laws below the martial emperor realm, making it difficult for him to become a martial emperor? Everyone, including the heavenly emperors, thought that it was impossible for Lu Ming to break through. If he forcefully broke through, the different laws would trigger a power that would tear his saint heart and body apart, killing him on the spot. In history, no one had been able to trigger a heavenly tribulation. Triggering a heavenly tribulation meant that one was about to break through. Heaven and earth sensed that a new martial emperor was about to be born. Only then would a heavenly tribulation appear. This meant that Lu Ming had surpassed all the ancients and walked in front of them, creating a miracle. Impossible, this is impossible. Blue Cloud, Xianxia, Xianxia, Yuan Xian, and the others yelled crazily, unable to believe all this. Not only them, but the Lan family's heavenly emperors, Yan family's heavenly emperors, and Xianxia's master were also in disbelief. Ha ha ha, great. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu laughed heartily. Mulans, Guingzhong, Bubbles, and the others were ecstatic. I knew it, this kid can do it. Dandan whispered. Could it be that he can really create a miracle and break through to the martial emperor realm? The other heavenly emperors of the heaven realm spoke, full of anticipation. With Lu Ming's talent, if he really broke through to the martial emperor realm, it would be a miracle. His future achievements would be immeasurable. Rumble, thunder rumbled as more and more dark clouds gathered in the sky, becoming thicker and thicker. In the blink of an eye, the area covered by the tribulation clouds exceeded 100 li. However, it did not stop at all and continued to expand rapidly. 200 miles, 300 miles, it didn't take long for the tribulation clouds to reach 1,000 li. However, the tribulation clouds didn't stop there. Instead, they were still rapidly expanding. 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 10,000 li, 20,000 li, very quickly, the tribulation clouds reached tens of thousands of miles wide. Heaven and earth turned pitch black, completely blocking out the sunlight. Even a corner of Alcade City was covered by the tribulation clouds. The oppressive and terrifying pressure was terrifying. Retreat, retreat quickly. The 4 types of onlookers frantically retreated, not daring to be enveloped by the tribulation clouds. This was no joke. Lu Ming's tribulation clouds covered an area of tens of thousands of miles. That was too terrifying. Once they were enveloped by it, they would trigger their own tribulation. This was especially true for martial emperors. Every 333,333 years, they would face another great tribulation. However, if they entered someone else's tribulation cloud, their great tribulation would be triggered in advance. If they were not prepared, it would be extremely dangerous. Even the heavenly emperors retreated, distancing themselves from the area. Although the heavenly emperors didn't face any great tribulation, no one knew what would happen if they entered someone else's tribulation area. If they really attracted a heavenly tribulation, the consequences would be unpredictable. Everyone retreated. Many people in the Alcade ancient city also retreated. However, it was far from over. Lu Ming's tribulation clouds were still expanding. 50,000 li, 60,000 li, and finally, it stopped when it reached a radius of 100,000 li. The surrounding people retreated again and again. Heavens, a heavenly tribulation of 100,000 li. This is too terrifying. How powerful would such a heavenly tribulation be? The more heaven-defying a person is, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation will be. Many people widened their mouths in shock. They knew that Lu Ming was too heaven-defying. Before becoming a martial emperor, he had already mastered 9 types of laws, 3 of which were the strongest. This was something that no one in history had ever done. That was why his heavenly tribulation was so abnormal. Back then, Lu Ming's martial emperor tribulation only covered a radius of 200 li. For ordinary people, the heavenly tribulation would only cover a radius of about 1,000 li. However, Lu Ming's heavenly tribulation was 100,000 li. Let's see how you can survive such a powerful heavenly tribulation. Die under the heavenly tribulation. Blue Cloud, Xianxia, and the others prayed secretly. Rumble, the heavenly tribulation clouds covering 100,000 li were too terrifying. The sky was dark, and the sun was completely blocked. Endless lightning swam in the clouds like silver dragons, roaring endlessly. It was very depressing. Many people couldn't help but retreat. Under the heavenly tribulation clouds, they felt that it was difficult to breathe. There was a great horror that made people go crazy. Between heaven and earth, Lu Ming was the only one standing under the vast tribulation clouds, looking up at the sky. Come. There was no fear in Lu Ming's eyes, only anticipation. As long as he could survive the heavenly tribulation, he would be able to break through and become a martial emperor. From then on, he would enter the last realm of the martial path. This was a realm that all cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. Rip, all of a sudden, a bolt of lightning struck down like a divine sword. It tore the space apart and struck Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming did not move, nor did he try to block it. He just let the lightning strike him. This was only the first heavenly tribulation. If Lu Ming had to use all his strength to block this heavenly tribulation, there would be no need for him to continue. Pooh, the lightning struck Lu Ming and dissipated. Lu Ming did not feel anything. Too weak. Come again. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and muttered. Rip, rumble. Afterward, more thunderbolts struck Lu Ming's body continuously. However, Lu Ming stood in the air, not moving at all. He was only resisting with the strength of his physical body. Rumble, dark clouds rumbled in the sky, and the sound of thunder made one's heart beat faster. Then, more thunderbolts struck from the dark clouds and blasted toward Lu Ming. This time, the color of the lightning was a little darker than the previous ones. The second heavenly tribulation had arrived. Lu Ming was still resisting with his physical body. Not enough, it's not powerful enough. After being struck by the thunderbolt, Lu Ming's body only felt a little numb. He wanted to use the thunder tribulation to temper his body, but the thunder tribulation only had a slight effect. Soon after, the second heavenly tribulation was over. However, the third heavenly tribulation had arrived. The third heavenly tribulation was the purple fire tribulation. The lightning was covered in a layer of flames. Its power was a few times stronger than the second heavenly tribulation. Lu Ming had also experienced the third heavenly tribulation when he was undergoing the martial dominator tribulation. However, he was now undergoing the martial emperor tribulation. Although it was the same kind of heavenly tribulation, its power was vastly different. Purple fire lightning tribulation. Every thunderbolt was covered with a layer of purple flames. That was the heavenly fire. Its temperature was shockingly high and it could burn everything. Boom. Boom. Boom, purple fire lightning streaked across the sky and continuously struck Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was covered with lightning and at the same time, a layer of flames shrouded Lu Ming. Chi, thunderbolts and flames continued to attack and burn Lu Ming's body. I feel it. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. He let the lightning and flames attack his body and he did not resist at all. His current physical body was too strong. The third stage of the lightning tribulation could not hurt him at all. Instead, it could help him refine his physical body and increase its strength. This freak. Someone whispered. This was the third stage of the lightning tribulation. But looking at Lu Ming's state, it was obvious that he was relaxed and did not even use any laws. The third stage of the lightning tribulation was a life and death tribulation for ordinary people. They could be struck into ashes by the lightning tribulation at any time. But for Lu Ming, it was just an appetizer. I wonder how many stages of the lightning tribulation Lu Ming will face. It's hard to say. Before becoming an emperor, he has mastered many kinds of laws, and even 3 kinds of supreme laws. Moreover, there has never been an emperor tribulation. Such a person is completely defying the heavens. I'm afraid the lightning is also abnormally terrifying. That's right. The tribulation clouds cover 100,000 miles. Looking at the situation, it's at least the 7th stage of the lightning tribulation, or even higher. God, how terrifying is the 7th stage of the lightning tribulation? Today is an eye-opener for me. The surrounding people looked on with fear and trepidation. Lu Ming was completely submerged in the sea of lightning and bathed in the purple heavenly fire. His physical body was constantly being tempered, becoming sparkling and translucent like a saint weapon. He was even stronger than before. Soon, the purple fire lightning tribulation disappeared. The third stage of the lightning tribulation had passed. However, the tribulation clouds were rolling and the lightning was roaring. The aura was even more oppressive. Hiss, bolts of lightning tore through the void and struck towards Lu Ming. The tribulation cloud spanning a radius of 50,000 kilometers did not even need to be charged up. Right after the third lightning tribulation, the fourth lightning tribulation appeared, not giving the person undergoing the tribulation any time to catch his breath. This time, the lightning actually had 4 colors. There were 4 different colors of lightning, and the surface of each lightning was covered with different things. Some were covered in flames, some were covered in gales, some were covered in ice, and some were covered in sharp golden auras. This kind of lightning tribulation was several times stronger than the pure purple fire lightning tribulation. One lightning tribulation after another instantly drowned Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming still did not use any nomological laws to resist. He only used his physical body to resist, borrowing the power of the thunder calamity to temper his body. When the lightning tribulation struck Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he felt a stinging pain. Alright, that's the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, revealing a crazed expression as he let the lightning strike him. Wounds began to appear on Lu Ming's body, and blood flowed out. The power of the lightning seeped into the wounds and circulated throughout Lu Ming's body, trying to destroy Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming's physical body was too strong. Even without using the law of life, his recovery ability was amazing. As soon as his physical body was destroyed, it immediately recovered. At the same time, it made his physical body even stronger. The fourth tribulation was passed in the same cycle. As soon as the fourth lightning tribulation passed, a goshawk flew down from the tribulation clouds. It was completely formed by lightning, and it pounced on Lu Ming. The fifth lightning tribulation, the manifestation of lightning. Lu Ming had experienced all these lightning tribulations when he was undergoing the martial royal tribulation, so he was very familiar with them. Boom, this time, Lu Ming did not purely rely on his physical body to resist. Instead, he used his saint power. Each lightning tribulation was more terrifying than the last. The fifth lightning tribulation was undoubtedly more powerful. If he only relied on his physical body, he would probably be severely injured. With the help of his physical body and saint power, Lu Ming threw a punch at the goshawk. Bam, the goshawk was sent flying by Lu Ming. However, there was still a trace of lightning energy that flowed through Lu Ming's fist and into Lu Ming's body. However, this lightning was harmless to Lu Ming. It could be used to refine his physical body and saint power. It even flowed into his dantian and saint heart to help the evolution of the heart of the world and the small world. The heavenly tribulation was both a tribulation and an opportunity. Those who could pass through it would obtain endless benefits from the heavenly realm. Those who could not pass through it would be struck into ashes. Screeching sounds were heard. Goshawks constantly formed in the tribulation clouds and pounced on Lu Ming. In addition to the goshawks, there were giant tigers, real dragons, and phoenixes. Each was more powerful than the last, and there were more and more of them. Come on! Lu Ming let out a long howl. Both of his fists bombarded the divine beasts that were transformed from thunderbolts. Bam! 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 In the void, there were continuous explosions. One by one, the divine beasts formed by lightning were sent flying by Lu Ming. Every time he collided with a divine beast formed by lightning, the power of lightning would flow into Lu Ming's body and be used by Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt that his physical body had become stronger. His saint power had become more condensed, and the evolution of the heart of the world had become faster. However, more and more divine beasts rushed out of the tribulation clouds. In the end, there were 81 of them. 80 divine beasts formed by lightning surrounded Lu Ming and attacked him fiercely. This put a lot of pressure on Lu Ming. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He still did not use the law to resist. He only used his physical body and saint power to resist. This way, he could obtain the greatest opportunity from the heavenly tribulation. If he used the law to disperse the heavenly tribulation, he could not use it to refine his physical body and saint power. This guy is actually using the heavenly tribulation to improve himself. This is too shocking. That's right. He's really sick. When others go through the heavenly tribulation, they want to go through it quickly. But he's deliberately dawdling and using the power of the heavenly tribulation to train himself. This guy is terrifying. Some of the more powerful existences were discussing in low voices. Lan Qing, the heavenly emperor of the Lan family, and the heavenly emperor of the Yen family looked more and more gloomy. Lu Ming took the longest time to go through the fifth heavenly tribulation. It took him a full hour. Lu Ming felt that his physical body had improved again. It was 3 times stronger than before. At the same time, his saint power had also condensed by 3 levels. If Lu Ming fought with Mingxing now, he would not need to fuse the law of primal chaos and the law of death to fight against his mountain river palm. An hour later, Lu Ming felt that the tempering effect of this heavenly tribulation on him was getting smaller and smaller. This heavenly tribulation was useless to Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming erupted with the power of the law. Boom! Boom! The power of Lu Ming's fist suddenly increased. He blew up a giant tiger with one punch. Next, Lu Ming blew up a creature formed by lightning with every punch that Lu Ming threw out. All 81 heavenly tribulation creatures were blown up by Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. They disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming passed through the 5th lightning tribulation with ease. Then, the 6th lightning tribulation struck. The 6th lightning tribulation, lightning weapons. The terrifying lightning turned into terrifying weapons and charged toward Lu Ming. There were combat swords, combat sabers, long spears, giant axes, etc. Each of them was extremely powerful. At this point, Lu Ming started to use his Dharma to resist. However, he only used 2 Dharma and that was enough. For this lightning tribulation, Lu Ming did the same as when he went through the 5th lightning tribulation. He resisted it while using the power of the lightning tribulation to refine his physical body and sacred force. It took him an hour to complete this thunder tribulation. Lu Ming's physical body and saint power had become stronger. In the end, when this lightning tribulation was no longer of much help to Lu Ming, he unleashed a few more Dharma and destroyed all the weapons. He passed the 6th lightning tribulation. He has passed the 6th lightning tribulation. Next is the 7th lightning tribulation. The 7th lightning tribulation is the world refining calamity bell. That's right. It is the world refining calamity bell. I heard that every heavenly son has to face the 7th lightning tribulation when they are trying to break through to the martial emperor realm. The world refining calamity bell is the last lightning tribulation. Once you pass it, you will become an emperor. Some people in the surroundings were discussing softly. After the 6th lightning tribulation ended, the 7th lightning tribulation did not descend immediately. The tribulation clouds were rolling as if they were brewing. Sizzle, sizzle, countless lightning bolts swam around and gathered. In the end, they formed a bell. It was a huge thunder calamity bell. Buzz, the bell vibrated and fell from the sky, shrouding Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not avoid the thunder calamity bell. He was immediately shrouded by the world refining calamity bell. The bell had a terrifying energy that shrouded Lu Ming. It was a refining force that wanted to refine Lu Ming completely. World refining calamity bell? Come on, help me improve. Lu Ming muttered as he sat down cross-legged. Back when he was going through the martial royal tribulation, the last tribulation was the world refining calamity bell. Back then, he had almost been refined to death by the world refining calamity bell. Fortunately, he had managed to pull through in the end. Furthermore, with the help of the world refining calamity bell, his strength had increased greatly. He had even managed to refine a trace of chaotic chi in his body. This time, he was going to use the world refining calamity bell to temper himself. Compared to back then, the current Lu Ming was even crazier and more heaven-defying. The world refining calamity bell could not do anything to him. The destruction power in the refining catastrophe bell could only help Lu Ming. It could help Lu Ming refine his body and saint power. Even the laws could be tempered. Lu Ming sensed that some of his nomological laws were constantly becoming purer and closer to the second realm. Similarly, the world refining calamity bell could also temper one's soul. As long as one could withstand the great tribulation of heaven and earth, there would be many benefits. Those martial emperors would have to go through a heavenly tribulation every 300,000 years. If they were able to survive it, they would be able to undergo a metamorphosis and become stronger every time. Some people could even use this opportunity to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation. The heavenly way was fair. Crises often brought opportunities. In the void, a gigantic bell floated in the air. Everyone looked at this gigantic bell and waited quietly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Dong. Dong. A day later, the large bell vibrated and buzzed. In the end, it exploded and turned into energy and disappeared. Lu Ming's figure appeared and stood in the air. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Could it be that Lu Ming has already passed the heavenly tribulation and is going to become an emperor? This thought flashed through many people's minds, and their hearts trembled involuntarily. They dared not imagine how powerful Lu Ming would be when he became an emperor. No, the tribulation clouds have not dispersed. In fact, they are even more terrifying. Someone exclaimed. Yes, at this moment, the tribulation clouds were rolling and rumbling. They seemed to be roaring angrily. A terrifying pressure filled the air. Some people who were not strong-willed turned pale and trembled with fear. Oh my God, it has not stopped. There is an even stronger lightning tribulation. Lu Ming is too abnormal. He is too heaven-defying. His tribulation will definitely be more terrifying. It will not be an ordinary lightning tribulation. The 8th lightning tribulation. He is going to face the 8th lightning tribulation. How many years has it been since it happened? Many people exclaimed. However, more people were curious about what the 8th lightning tribulation would be like. One should know that the Elysian child only faced the 7th lightning tribulation when he was crossing the Emperor tribulation. The 8th lightning tribulation was only a legendary one. Only when a heaven-defying and terrifying genius appeared would the 8th lightning tribulation appear. In the history of the heaven realm, there were not many 8th lightning tribulations. Everyone who survived the 8th lightning tribulation would achieve terrifying achievements later on as long as they did not die. Legend had it that the invincible immortal emperor and the chaos emperor had passed the 8th lightning tribulation when they were crossing the emperor tribulation. The legendary lightning tribulation had appeared again. Rumble, the tribulation clouds rolled more and more violently. In the end, endless lightning spread out. However, it did not strike Lu Ming. Instead, it intertwined and formed a world. It was a world with a radius of 100 miles. Mountains, rivers, and lakes were clearly visible. One could even see living creatures living in it. Divine beasts roared. It was completely formed by lightning. One side of the world suppressed Lu Ming. This is the beast god celestial domain. The lightning tribulation has condensed into a beast god celestial domain. A heavenly emperor suddenly exclaimed. Many people were shocked. The beast god celestial domain was one of the 9 heavens domains in the heaven realm. It was unbelievable that the lightning tribulation could condense into a celestial domain. According to the legends, different people would encounter different situations when undergoing the 8th tribulation. There had never been such a lightning tribulation in the past. The boundless and vast divine beast heavenly territory gathered into a piece of land that was 100 miles in size and pressed down on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. Under this lightning tribulation, he felt danger. The hammer of primal chaos appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It contained 7 types of laws. Rumble, the beast god celestial domain suppressed down. It was extremely terrifying. It was like a real celestial domain. It was extremely terrifying. Break! Lu Ming roared. With the hammer of primal chaos in his hand, he rushed into the sky and smashed toward the beast god celestial domain. Rumble, the incomparably huge hammer of primal chaos smashed into the beast god celestial domain. Endless mountains and rivers were destroyed by the hammer of primal chaos. Roar! Roar! In the beast god celestial domain, countless creatures roared and rushed out to kill Lu Ming. It was like the 5th lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation had taken form, but there were too many of them. Countless creatures rushed toward Lu Ming. Oh my God, this is too terrifying. Someone swallowed his saliva and said solemnly. Kill! Lu Ming roared. With the hammer of primal chaos in his hand, he kept attacking. Large numbers of creatures were blasted apart. The terrifying power kept bombarding the beast god celestial domain. Rumble, the tribulation clouds churned, and boundless lightning filled the air. They interweaved in the air, and another world condensed. It's the abysmal domain, one of the 9 heavens domains. Another heavenly emperor exclaimed. 2 heavenly regions appeared in front and behind. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts condensed. The power was shocking and terrifying. Some people involuntarily retreated, distancing themselves from the tribulation clouds. Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation was really shocking. If they were enveloped by it, they would definitely die. Especially those who had enmity with Lu Ming, such as the Lan family's heavenly emperor and others. They were afraid that Lu Ming would take revenge and rush towards them during the tribulation and envelop them. They were constantly on guard. However, Lu Ming obviously did not have such plans. The speed of a heavenly emperor was too fast. How could he catch up with the other party? He was now seriously fighting against the heavenly realm. Break, break, break. Lu Ming constantly waved the hammer of primal chaos, bombarding the beast god heavenly domain. In an instant, he struck out more than 10 times. The beast god heavenly domain finally could not resist and was blasted apart by Lu Ming in the air. Many people let out a long breath. This scene was too impactful. It was as if there was really a heavenly region that was blasted apart by Lu Ming. At this time, the second heavenly region, 9 nether heavenly domain, had already pressed down on Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming waved the hammer of primal chaos, bombarding the 9 nether heavenly domain. In the 9 nether heavenly domain, there were also creatures rushing out, pouncing towards Lu Ming. But at this time endless lightning gathered in the tribulation clouds, forming another world. This was also a heavenly region, one of the 9 heavenly regions of the heavenly realm. It pressed down on Lu Ming. Could it be that all 9 heavenly regions will appear in the end? Someone said with a dry voice. The third heavenly region was shockingly fast, pressing down on Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming blasted the 9 nether heavenly domain, the third heavenly region had descended and merged with the 9 nether heavenly domain. Boom, when the 2 heavenly regions merged, their power skyrocketed. An incomparably terrifying power pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body shook violently, his figure retreating continuously, his face a little pale. He can't pass, haha. Blue Cloud laughed heartily. He was hoping that Lu Ming would fail the tribulation and die. Xianxia, Yuan Xian, and the others had the same thought. Lu Ming was simply too terrifying. He had not even become a martial emperor, but he could already defeat them. His battle prowess was extremely shocking. Before this, they could comfort themselves that Lu Ming would never become a martial emperor. In the future, they would definitely be able to easily suppress Lu Ming. However, if Lu Ming became a great emperor, they would no longer be able to find an excuse to comfort themselves. With Lu Ming's battle prowess, once he became a great emperor, he could easily suppress them with a flip of his hand. They were looking forward to Lu Ming failing the tribulation. Now that they saw Lu Ming being repelled by the heavenly tribulation, they were overjoyed. Rumble, 2 heaven domains pressed down on Lu Ming, and in the sky, the tribulation clouds were condensing a 4th heaven domain. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and the death sword appeared in his other hand as he charged toward the 2 celestials. They continued to bombard the heaven domain. Boom! Boom, explosions continued. Lu Ming did not care about his own defense at all and attacked with all his might. Finally, the netherworld heaven domain was also destroyed by Lu Ming, but in exchange, Lu Ming was covered in injuries. However, Lu Ming had the life law. He circulated the life law, and the injuries on his body were rapidly recovering. At this time, the 4th heaven domain superimposed on the 3rd heaven domain and pressed down on Lu Ming. Moreover, the 5th heaven domain was rapidly condensing. Lu Ming continued to bombard, wanting to blast open the 3rd heaven domain before the 5th heaven domain condensed. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Lu Ming had not blasted open the 3rd heaven domain when the 5th heaven domain superimposed on him. Boom, Lu Ming's body was directly sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. He was seriously injured. However, with the life law, Lu Ming's injuries were rapidly recovering. Kill! Lu Ming did not dare to delay. Taking a step forward, he rushed toward the heaven domain like a bolt of lightning. In his hand, the 2 weapons merged into one, turning into a long spear. A shocking spear light pierced out, piercing toward the 3rd heaven domain. The 3rd heaven domain was already unstable from Lu Ming's bombardment. At this time, it directly exploded. Even the 4th heaven domain was on the verge of collapse. But at this time, the sixth heaven domain was also condensed. Break! Lu Ming roared, circulating all his strength, bombarding the fourth heaven domain. Boom! Just as the sixth heaven domain superimposed on him, he finally blasted the fourth heaven domain apart. However, Lu Ming was also sent flying by a terrifying force. His body was covered in wounds, and many of his bones were broken. He was seriously injured. However, Lu Ming ignored his injuries. While circulating the life law to heal his injuries, he rushed toward the heaven domain above. Now, he had to race against time with the heavenly tribulation. If the heavenly tribulation superimposed more than 3 heaven domains, he would be in danger. Swoosh, the long spear pierced through the air, containing 8 types of laws. The law of primal chaos and the law of death constantly surged with destructive power, rushing toward Lu Ming. Wounds appeared on Lu Ming's arm, but under the effect of the life law, they quickly healed. Lu Ming frantically bombarded the 5th heaven domain. Finally, when the 7th heaven domain superimposed on him, Lu Ming finally blasted the 5th heaven domain apart. Just like that, Lu Ming ignored his injuries and crazily bombarded the heaven domain. He fought against the heavenly tribulation, blasting one heaven domain after another. Behind him, the Hunyuan heaven domain and Taiching heaven domain formed one after another, suppressing Lu Ming. Lu Ming coughed up blood. His arm was about to explode. His injuries were very serious. If not for the life law, he would have been defeated and suppressed by the heavenly tribulation. But in the end, Lu Ming blasted the 9 heavens domains apart one by one. As the 9 heavens domains dissipated, Lu Ming's injuries rapidly healed. In fact, his physical body and saint power had become stronger and were tempered. At the same time, Lu Ming found that his use of laws had become stronger. In particular, his use of the law of primal chaos and the law of death had become more proficient. The 2 types of laws became weaker and stronger due to the collision. In the process of transcending the tribulation, Lu Ming's strength was constantly increasing. Lu Ming passed the 8th tribulation. Did he succeed in proving his Tao and becoming a martial emperor? The scene was noisy. Some were excited, some were unhappy, and some were pale. But in the next moment, all the voices disappeared again. Because the tribulation clouds did not dissipate. Instead, they surged even more violently, emitting terrifying rumbles. Everyone shut their mouths and stared blankly at the tribulation. Clouds in the sky. Could it be that the heavenly tribulation was not over? There was still a 9th lightning tribulation, this was unheard of. A 9th lightning tribulation, it's actually a 9th lightning tribulation, how is this possible? Isn't this the legendary heavenly tribulation that only appears when one breaks through to the supreme realm? Why would it appear on Lu Ming? Dandan muttered, also dumbfounded. Then, he was filled with endless worry. He had lived for a long time and knew some secrets that most people did not know. Ha ha ha, there's still a 9th lightning tribulation. He almost died in the 8th lightning tribulation, there's no way he can pass the 9th lightning tribulation. Blue Cloud, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others were ecstatic. At this time, 100,000 miles of tribulation clouds started shrinking and starting to converge. But the power of lightning became even more terrifying and astonishing. Between heaven and earth, the aura became more and more oppressive. Lu Ming stood in the air, revolving life law with all his might, recovering his injuries, raising his condition to the limit. He had a feeling that the 9th wave of lightning tribulation would be exceptionally terrifying. A moment of carelessness and there would likely be the danger of falling. You guys, look, what's that on the tribulation clouds? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. No need for others to call out, everyone saw it. A palace actually appeared in the tribulation clouds. A huge palace appeared from the tribulation clouds, similarly condensed from the power of lightning. In front of the palace, there seemed to be a plaza. But the entire palace and plaza were indistinct in the tribulation clouds, unable to see clearly. Stomp. Stomp, right at this time, footsteps sounded out in front of the palace. Yes, it was actually footsteps. Even in the rolling thunder, the footsteps were very clear. Following that, a burly figure appeared in front of the palace. It was just a middle-aged man with a burly figure, wearing a purple gold battle armor all over his body, holding a purple gold long spear in his hand, emitting a shocking aura. Everyone was dumbfounded with their mouths agape, including Heavenly Emperor realm characters. A palace actually appeared in the 9th wave of heavenly tribulation. A figure actually walked out of the palace. This was simply unheard of. No, this figure isn't a corporeal body either. It's also condensed from lightning tribulation. Someone spoke, seeing through it. Many people let out a long breath. Condensed from lightning, it was still easier to accept. If a real person appeared, that would really be hard to accept. Facing this figure, Lu Ming's pupils constricted, his gaze incomparably solemn. Facing this figure, he felt a sense of fatal danger. Kill. This figure suddenly roared explosively, leaping, charging toward Lu Ming. The speed was too fast, just like a purple gold light, shooting toward Lu Ming. Whoosh, an incomparably sharp spear light pierced toward the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Lu Ming used his 6 feathered divine wings and dodged at an extremely fast speed. However, his opponent's spear swept horizontally and directly exploded the void. He wanted to blow Lu Ming apart with a single strike. A spear condensed in Lu Ming's hand. 8 types of laws fused and surged as he also swept out with his spear. Dong, Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated. He felt a sharp pain in his arm. However, the other party was also repelled by Lu Ming. What powerful strength! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Lu Ming had transcended 8 tribulations in a row, and his strength had grown with each tribulation. He was now much stronger than before, and yet, he was still sent flying by a single blow. Kill! The other party roared and charged toward Lu Ming again. He had no fear of death and only had one goal, and that was to kill Lu Ming. Boom! Boom, a fierce battle erupted between the two. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. But at this time, footsteps sounded in front of the palace in the tribulation clouds. Another burly man in purple gold armor appeared. Kill! The burly man in purple gold armor who appeared behind him also roared. His killing intent was cold as he charged toward Lu Ming. The 2 burly men in purple gold armor joined forces to attack Lu Ming. Each of them was extremely powerful. Lu Ming was alarmed. He used his 6 feathered divine wings to dodge, but he was still swept by the other party's spear. A wound appeared, and his flesh was torn apart. Kill! Kill! The 2 burly men in purple gold armor had similar strength. They surrounded Lu Ming from 2 directions. Lu Ming did his best to resist, but he was no match for them. Bang! Lu Ming was swept by a spear light. His body flew out like a cannonball, and he was almost split in 2. If not for his extremely powerful physical body, he might not have been able to block it. Lu Ming coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He circulated the life laws with all his strength to heal his injuries. But the 2 burly men in purple gold armor charged over. Lu Ming could only fight. In such a situation, he could only survive by fighting to the death. Otherwise, only death awaited him. This was a difficult battle. Lu Ming suffered heavy injuries. If not for the life laws, he would not have been able to resist. However, one of the burly men in purple gold armor was also not in a good state. He was struck twice by Lu Ming. His armor was pierced, and 2 holes appeared in his body. Lightning flashed continuously. Lu Ming wanted to trade injury for injury. He wanted to use the life laws mysteries to drag the other party to death. Lu Ming. Mulans and the others were worried. As for Blue Cloud and the others, they were nervous and expectant. They hoped that Lu Ming would be killed. But at this time, footsteps came from the palace in the tribulation clouds. Another burly man in purple gold armor appeared. A third. How come there's more? Mulans cried out, incomparably worried. Big brother Lu Ming. Bubble's eyes were brimming with tears. And the Gu family's people, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu, and the rest were also incomparably worried. Lu Ming was already completely no match for the 2 burly men in purple gold armor. Now, there were 3. How to fight? There was already no way out. There was only death. All right. The Lan family's Heavenly Emperor and the rest were overjoyed, revealing cold smiles. Swoosh, the third burly man in purple gold armor also charged down, charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did his best to dodge. But each of the three burly men in purple gold armor was not weaker than him at his peak. Now that the three of them were surrounding him, he could not block at all. His shoulder was swept by the long spear. Half of his body exploded, and one of his arms also turned to dust. Recover for me. Lu Ming revolved the life laws, enveloping his entire body. His muscles were wriggling rapidly, wanting to recover. But the three burly men in purple gold armor would not give him the chance. They charged toward him again. Lu Ming could only dodge with all his might. He secretly felt that it was a pity that he was not prepared. If he spent some time to cultivate the indestructible ancient scripture, he would definitely not be so passive. The recovery power of the indestructible ancient scripture was much stronger than the recovery power of the life laws. Most likely, such injuries could be healed quickly. At the same time, cultivating the indestructible ancient scripture would also make his defense much stronger. Lu Ming fell into a fatal crisis in a hurry to break through to the Emperor realm. Bang, he was hit again, and his body flew out horizontally. His body was pierced through, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He's going to die. It's over, Lu Ming can't survive the tribulation after all. Many people sighed. Lu Ming could be said to be unprecedented. Before becoming an emperor, he had mastered many laws, and even 3 of them were the strongest laws. Such a person could not become an emperor, but Lu Ming broke the truth and created a miracle. He actually attracted a heavenly tribulation. As long as he survived the heavenly tribulation, he could become an emperor. He had already passed the 8th heavenly tribulation. Was he going to fall at the end? Many people sighed for Lu Ming. Only a few people sneered, hoping that Lu Ming would die under the heavenly tribulation. Lu Ming, integrate the life laws into it. Dandan roared. Whoosh, but everything was too late. A long spear pierced toward Lu Ming. A long spear pierced towards Lu Ming's glabella. It was as fast as lightning, and Lu Ming could not avoid it. It's over. This was what everyone thought. They thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. He would not be able to survive this rare 9th-level heavenly tribulation. Lu Ming's pupils shrank rapidly. He was unwilling to die like this. He had already reached the final step. He had a feeling that as long as he survived this tribulation, he would become an emperor. He was unwilling to give up at this point. Roar! At this moment, the drop of ancestral dragon blood in Lu Ming's heart suddenly let out a dragon's roar. This dragon's roar seemed to have a magical power that shook Lu Ming's soul. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was incomparably calm. He fell into a strange state. The ethereal state of life and death. In this state, it was like an epiphany. His comprehension of the laws increased rapidly. Life can contain everything. It can contain everything. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. His understanding of the various laws became clearer. Now, he had a feeling that if he fused the primal chaos law and the death law together, there would not be any conflict. In fact, he could even fuse the life law. Previously, Lu Ming could only barely fuse the primal chaos law and the death law. Moreover, when the two conflicted with each other, it would trigger a shocking power that would injure him. As for fusing the life law, that was even more impossible. This was not a simple and crude fusion, but a fusion of the mystical abilities of the different laws. It was a perfect fusion of the mysteries of the different laws. From there, it would erupt with shocking power. This was extremely difficult. Fusing 3 supreme laws was many times more difficult than fusing 2 supreme laws. But now, Lu Ming felt that he could do it. Lu Ming felt that he seemed to have comprehended many things, but in fact, in the eyes of outsiders, it was only an instant. The long spear of the burly man in the purple gold armor was about to pierce Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly pointed a finger. At Lu Ming's fingertips, 9 types of laws gathered, forming a divine ability. It turned into a spear light that stabbed towards the purple golden armored man's spear. Ding! A sharp, ear-piercing sound resounded throughout the entire arena. The 2 spears collided, creating a shocking shockwave. But in the next moment, the purple golden armored man's spear bent, forming an arc, and then bounced back, sending the purple golden armored man flying. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar as his aura soared. In his hand, he held a long spear that was completely composed of saint power and precepts. It contained 9 types of precepts. Among them, the 3 strongest laws clashed with each other, and a truly terrifying power surged out, tearing open wounds on Lu Ming's arm. The 3 supreme nomological laws formed a divine ability. Lu Ming still found it very difficult to control it, and he would end up injuring himself. However, its power had skyrocketed. Whoosh, Lu Ming became one with his spear and charged towards the purple golden armored man who was sent flying. His speed was astonishing. Poof, before the purple golden armored man could react, Lu Ming's spear pierced through his forehead. Then, the long spear vibrated, and the power of the 9 types of precepts erupted. The purple golden armored man's body directly exploded. At this moment, the other 2 purple golden armored men had already charged towards Lu Ming. Buzz, the long spear vibrated and rapidly expanded. It swept out and collided with the 2 purple golden armored men. The void trembled, and the energy was rampant. Thunder and lightning raged. The 2 purple golden armored men were forced to retreat. As for Lu Ming, although his body also retreated a few steps, he immediately stopped. At the same time, the muscles in his body were constantly wriggling, healing his injured body. One of his arms quickly grew out. Ha ha ha, it's a success. This kid has succeeded. Dandan laughed, extremely excited. As for Blue Cloud, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others, their teeth creaked as they gritted their teeth. They were extremely depressed. They originally thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. They did not expect that at the critical moment, Lu Ming's combat strength would actually increase greatly, reversing the battle situation. The others also let out a long breath, feeling very nervous. Some people's palms even seeped out with cold sweat. This kid's talent is really amazing. In the face of danger, his potential has been stimulated, and his control of precepts has increased by a large step. A heavenly emperor sighed, his eyes full of admiration, causing many people to nod in agreement. Kill, kill. At this moment, the 2 purple golden armored men charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his spear and fought with the 2 of them. At the same time, he quickly healed his injured body. In the tribulation clouds, no one else walked out of the palace. Lu Ming fought with the 2 purple golden armored men and gained the upper hand. His injuries quickly healed, and his other arm completely grew out. At this time, Lu Ming launched a counterattack, his attacks like a rainbow. The 2 purple golden armored men were ultimately not Lu Ming's match. After dozens of moves, they were blown apart by Lu Ming one by one. Destroyed, Lu Ming destroyed the living beings that walked out of the tribulation clouds. Has he transcended the Great Tribulation? Everyone's gazes were fixed on the tribulation clouds in the sky, but their thoughts were different. The majority of people hoped that Lu Ming had already transcended the Great Tribulation and validated his Tao to become an emperor. However, those who had enmity with Lu Ming, such as Blue Cloud, Xianxia, Xianxia, Yuan Xian, and the rest, as well as the Lan family's heavenly emperor, including some young geniuses, viewed Lu Ming as a great enemy, and were even jealous of Lu Ming. They all hoped that the heavenly tribulation had not ended and that Lu Ming would die under the heavenly tribulation. However, they were destined to be disappointed. The tribulation clouds in the sky began to fade rapidly, quickly dissipating. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. The tribulation clouds disappeared. Sunlight shone on the earth once more. Succeeded. Big brother Lu Ming succeeded. Mulans and Bubbles cried out excitedly. This kid succeeded. Worthy of being the person that this seat took a fancy to. Dandan also revealed a smile. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Emperor Hangyu laughed loudly, carefree to the extreme. Succeeded. Many people also let out a long sigh, happy for Lu Ming. Only Blue Cloud and the rest had ugly looks on their faces. Damn it. How is this possible? How can he possibly succeed? Blue Cloud, Xianxia, Xianxia, the few of them, roared angrily in their hearts, extremely unwilling, but also somewhat alarmed. How powerful would Lu Ming be when he became an emperor? Could they still keep up with Lu Ming's footsteps? At this time, inside Lu Ming's dantian, an earth-shaking change occurred. In the Saint Heart, the heart of the realm condensed from 9 types of laws was completely formed, and the saint heart also began to evolve into a small world. The saint energy in Lu Ming's body began to change into the power of the realm. The power of the realm was a stronger force than the saint energy. Boom, a shocking aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. That was the emperor's aura. Lu Ming had become an emperor. He was no longer a quasi-emperor, but a true martial emperor. At this moment, he was a one-star void emperor. Rumble, the incomparably strong saint energy was constantly changing into the power of the realm. Lu Ming's aura was getting stronger and stronger. In a moment, Lu Ming's aura reached the peak of one-star void emperor. Lu Ming's aura was getting stronger and stronger. When he reached the peak of one-star illusionary emperor, his aura did not stop but continued to rise. Boom, then, an even stronger aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. Two-star illusionary emperor, Lu Ming broke through to the two-star illusionary emperor in one fell swoop. Many people gasped in shock. As expected of a person who had mastered many laws before becoming an emperor. It was too shocking. Once he broke through, he rushed to the two-star illusionary emperor. When an ordinary person first became an emperor, they were only at the initial stage of one-star illusionary emperor and needed time to consolidate. If they wanted to rush to the two-star illusionary emperor, even if they were a top genius and had the help of good resources, it would still take 1 or 2 years. Ordinary people would need even more time. However, Lu Ming had just broken through and had already rushed to the two-star illusionary emperor. However, it was not over yet. Lu Ming's aura was still rising. Not long after, Lu Ming's aura reached the peak of two-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming, the battle between you and me is not over yet. Let's continue. A cold voice sounded. Yebing stepped on the air and came over. He formed a seal with his hands and a huge pagoda and a huge vase condensed. Boom, the huge pagoda was as big as a mountain and it pressed down on Lu Ming. The mouth of the vase burst out with endless sword chi that was incomparably sharp. Despicable. How shameless. Mulans and Bubbles shouted. Yebing deliberately chose this time to attack. He wanted to interrupt Lu Ming's breakthrough. Lu Ming became an emperor with 9 types of laws. This had never happened before. He had even passed the 9 heavenly tribulations. He was at the peak of his strength and was about to break through consecutively. However, if he was interrupted, he would have to waste a lot of time to break through again. Get lost. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly shouted. The sound waves rolled. At the same time, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he swept it out. This spear contained 9 types of laws. It was extremely powerful and swept in all directions. Boom, the huge pagoda was swept by the long spear and exploded. At the same time, the boundless sword chi shattered into nothingness. The long spear did not stop and continued to attack Yebing. Yebing's expression changed drastically. He roared, "Divine weapon seal art." He quickly formed seals with his hands, and weapons began to form one after another in front of him. This was a terrifying divine ability. It used the power of laws and the power of the world to interweave divine weapons with boundless power. However, when Lu Ming's long spear swept over, these divine weapons all exploded into nothingness. Not good. Yebing's complexion changed drastically. He frantically retreated, but it was already too late. The terrifying power of the long spear directly pierced through the void and shattered space. The terrifying power bombarded Yebing's body. Yebing let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away and heavily fell on the ground. The lower half of his body had completely exploded. Only the upper half of his body remained, and he was coughing up mouthfuls of blood. His aura was extremely weak. He took out a large number of pills and stuffed them into his mouth, doing his best to heal his damaged body. Humph. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He ignored Yebing and continued to break through to the next realm. Just now, he had already shown mercy. Otherwise, he could have killed Yebing in one move. Boom, Lu Ming's aura became stronger and stronger. Yebing did not disturb him at all. At this moment, he had already reached the peak of the 2-star empty emperor realm. In the next moment, a violent roar came from Lu Ming's body. His aura suddenly skyrocketed. Blood chi was like a smoke signal, piercing through the clouds. Rumble, At this moment, Lu Ming's dantian also began to undergo a huge change. The Sacred Heart from before had completely changed. Endless strands of law shrouded every corner of the Sacred Heart, causing it to evolve into a small world. Turbid qi descended and clear qi rose. One could vaguely see the earth evolving. However, it was impossible for living beings to survive now. This was because the small world was extremely unstable. The void was chaotic and the space was extremely unstable. This meant that the small world had not yet formed in the empty Emperor realm. However, as one's cultivation increased in the future, the small world would become more and more stable. The area of the small world would also become larger and larger. Finally, when one reached the true Emperor realm, the small world would be completely stable and living beings would be able to enter and survive. At this moment, Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the 3-star empty Emperor realm. He rushed to the 3-star empty Emperor realm in one go. This is too shocking. Many people exclaimed. This speed was too fast. How is this possible? Xianxia roared angrily, extremely unwilling to accept this. He was full of envy and jealousy. Back then, during the Battle of the 10 Earths, he entered the world left behind by the primordial realm and broke through to the 1-star empty Emperor realm. Later, when he came to the Heaven realm, he had the guidance of a great teacher and used a lot of resources. It took him more than 5 years to reach the 3-star empty Emperor realm. But now, Lu Ming directly rushed to the 3-star empty Emperor realm as soon as he became an emperor. It would be strange if he was not jealous. Lu Ming's breakthrough did not stop. After reaching the 3-star empty Emperor realm, he was still rising, slowly approaching the peak of the 3-star empty Emperor realm. The main reason was that Lu Ming had accumulated too much before he became an Emperor realm. His saint power had become extremely condensed and strong after being tempered 9 times by 9 types of laws. His saint heart was the same, crystal clear and bright. Quantitative change led to qualitative change. His saint power was not weaker than the power of the world at all. Now that he had broken through, his cultivation naturally increased crazily. It was not until he reached the peak of the 3-star empty Emperor realm that Lu Ming's upward trend slowed down. His accumulation was finally about to be used up. I'll rush to the 4-star empty Emperor realm in one go. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. 3 streams of air suddenly appeared in his hand. That's the primordial qi. Someone exclaimed. That's right, the 3 streams of air in Lu Ming's hand were the primordial qi, which he had obtained through the Hunyuan sex assessment. The primordial qi was the same as the chaotic qi. It was produced at the beginning of the world. After refining it, it could be condensed into a small world, increase the power of the world, and break through to the next realm. Lu Ming took a deep breath. The 3 streams of primordial qi were inhaled through Lu Ming's nose. Then, they surged toward his dantian and entered his small world. Lu Ming circulated the power of the world with all his might and began to refine the 3 streams of primordial qi. Rumble, the primordial qi was as heavy as a mountain. It was constantly being refined and turned into a part of Lu Ming's small world. The area of Lu Ming's small world began to expand rapidly. At the same time, it also became relatively more stable. Boom, Lu Ming's aura, which had already stopped, rose sharply again. When Lu Ming's aura reached a peak, it was as if Lu Ming had broken through a certain boundary point. His aura rose to another level. 4-star empty Emperor realm, many people looked at each other, completely speechless. He had just become an emperor, but he had already rushed to the 4-star empty Emperor realm. This speed was terrifying. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Evildoer, evildoer! Someone exclaimed. Big brother Lu Ming is so powerful. Bubbles shouted. Her big eyes were filled with excitement. This kid is indeed worthy of being the person that I think highly of. He has some of my demeanor. Dandan also grinned from ear to ear. Yes, Blue Cloud, Xianxia and the rest were scared. Before Lu Ming had become an emperor, he was already able to suppress them. Now that he had become an emperor, his cultivation had skyrocketed. He could probably kill them with just a finger. Just now, when Lu Ming was only a 2-star void emperor, he was able to beat Yebing half to death with one move. Before Lu Ming had broken through, Lu Ming was no match for Yebing. Now that he had broken through, his combat strength had increased by many folds. This kid, the heavenly emperor of the Lan clan, Lanqing, Yan clan, and Xingxing his master, did not look too good. There was a trace of horror in their eyes. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura had finally stabilized. A 4-star Void Emperor. This was Lu Ming's current cultivation. What a terrifying power. Lu Ming carefully felt the power in his body. Even he was a little surprised. The boundless world energy gushed out from the small world and spread throughout his body through his meridians. At the same time, when he became an emperor, his saint energy had transformed into world energy and refined Lu Ming's physical body, making Lu Ming's physical body even stronger. He felt that he was now filled with boundless power. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the youth like a sword. Those who were swept by his gaze had goosebumps all over their bodies. They were filled with a strong sense of crisis. They could not help but lower their heads, not daring to look at Lu Ming's eyes. Who else? Fight with me. Lu Ming spoke again, his voice spreading across the entire place. None of the youth spoke. Oh Yebing, known as the #1 Void Emperor among the younger generation, was beaten half to death by Lu Ming. Who else would dare to fight? For a moment, no one stepped forward. Is there no one else? Lu Ming whispered. Yes. At this moment, a voice sounded. Then, a blue-robed youth stepped forward from afar. A terrifying aura bloomed from his body. A layer of world divine light spread out from his body. This was a true emperor. It's the Black Tortoise Forest, one of the 9 absolutes. Someone cried out in surprise, recognizing this young man. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Among the younger generation of the Heaven Realm, there were 9 strongest geniuses, known as the 9 Ju. All of them were talented and had reached the true Emperor realm, far surpassing the others. These were the 9 strongest youths in the Heaven Realm. There were also 9 absolutes who had entered the immortal ancient city before, but none of them had obtained the immortal ancient scripture. Jiuju was about to make his move. He is very arrogant. I also want to fight with him. At this moment, another young man walked out from another direction. This person was bald, had a fierce face, and an extremely tall and sturdy figure. He, interesting. Little sister also wants to fight him. A giggle could be heard as a beautiful young woman stepped forward. 9 extinctions, they are all 9 extinctions. Someone recognized that the 2 young men who walked out from behind were also part of the 9 extinctions. The 3 peerless geniuses all exuded the aura of the true Emperor realm. They stood in 3 directions of Lu Ming, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming. 9 extinctions? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Each of the 9 extinctions of the Heaven Realm was amazing and had rare talents. Each of them was abnormally strong. Coupled with the resources of the Heaven Realm, each of them had reached the true Emperor realm early on. Among the many geniuses of the Primordial Realm, only Tian Ming and Bubbles were the most favored. They were estimated to be on par with the 9 extinctions in the future. This showed how strong the 9 extinctions' talents were. Before Lu Ming became an emperor, it was not appropriate for them to take action. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. If they took action, they would be laughed at. But now that Lu Ming had become an emperor, they directly stepped forward. Who will go first? The first 9 extinctions to step forward, Xian Wulin asked. Of course it will be me. The bald young man grinned. Don't you know ladies first? The beautiful woman said. The 3 of them wanted to take action and defeat Lu Ming to obtain the indestructible ancient scripture. Gosh, a few true emperors want to deal with someone who has just become an emperor. Don't you have any shame? Come, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Dandan shouted unhappily from the side. He stepped into the air and rushed to Lu Ming's side in a few steps. Boom, Dandan was very direct. He attacked directly with 2 punches and 2 incomparably huge tortoises appeared. The tortoises' shells shone with endless runes as if they were 2 different worlds. The 2 tortoises pounced on the bald youth and the beautiful woman respectively. Dandan's attack was not to be underestimated. The bald youth and the beautiful woman did not dare to be careless and could only resist with all their might. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions sounded. Dandan, the bald youth and the beautiful woman fought fiercely. It was difficult to determine the winner. That's the world turtle. Does the world turtle have a successor? Many people saw Dandan's true form and were shocked. It looks very young. Could it be that it's the same as the spirit mouse of time, a new world turtle? Even the heavenly emperors were surprised. Many celestial emperors broke through after ancient times. Before that, they had never seen Dandan at all. Naturally, they thought that Dandan was a new world divine turtle. They all thought that the world divine turtle from ancient times had already fallen. In that case, Dandan was also a young man. It was not appropriate for others to interfere in his battle with the bald youth and the beautiful woman. Kid, I'll leave the weakest one for you. You can deal with him yourself. Dandan's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Why isn't he taking care of them together? Lu Ming curled his lips and looked at Xian Wulin. At this moment, Xian Wulin revealed a smile. He was overjoyed and wanted to thank Dandan. Dandan blocked the bald youth and the beautiful woman. This time, he was the only one left. No one would compete with him for Lu Ming. Lu Ming, let me see how strong you are, Xian Wulin said. As his voice fell, he directly attacked, afraid that others would compete with him. He waved his hand and a brilliant star appeared in the void. Then, like a meteor, it blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not use 9 types of laws. Instead, he used 8 types to condense a battle sword. He slashed out and slashed at the star. Boom, the sky exploded. That star was blasted apart by Lu Ming's sword. What a strong power. Lu Ming's arm was slightly numb. The other party was worthy of being one of the 9 absolutes. His combat strength was incomparably strong. His comprehension of laws had also reached a very profound realm. Compared to Yebing, his combat strength was much stronger. I'll use you to test my strength. Kill. Lu Ming roared and charged towards Xian Wulin. Whoosh. Whoosh, the battle sword in his hand was formed from 8 types of laws intertwined. It contained the laws of chaos and death. At this moment, Lu Ming used these 2 types of laws. There was no conflict. They were perfectly fused and the power was astonishing. Heavenly Stellar Fist. Xian Wulin roared and unleashed all of his strength. The power of the world surged and intertwined with the power of the universal laws. Stars appeared around his body one after another. A total of 360 stars appeared around Xian Wulin. He stood in the middle of the stars like a god. It's the Heavenly Stellar Fist, the ultimate technique of the Heavenly Stellar Emperor. Someone exclaimed in excitement. This technique was extremely famous in the heavenly world. Who do you think will win, Lu Ming or Xian Wulin? I think Xian Wulin will win. Although he's the weakest of the 9 absolutes, he's already a true emperor. His battle prowess is amazing. I think he's already a 3rd-rank true emperor. I think so too. Although Lu Ming is strong, he's still a new emperor. He's not proficient in using the power of the world. I don't think he's a match for Xian Wulin. Some people discussed. At this time, Lu Ming and Xian Wulin were engaged in a fierce battle. As Xian Wulin waved his hands, one star after another crashed toward Lu Ming like meteors, destroying the few sword gleams that Lu Ming slashed out. Lu Ming became one with his sword and charged towards Xian Wulin. His battle sword continued to slash out. Break for me. Lu Ming attacked continuously with his sword. In an instant, he had slashed more than 10 times at those stars. Boom. Boom. Boom, explosions continued to occur in the sky. Lu Ming was like a god standing in the void of the universe. He turned into a supreme giant and slashed apart a star. The scene was very visually shocking. After more than 10 explosions, more than 10 stars were destroyed by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body was also blocked. That's all you got. Die. Xian Wulin shouted. His body was covered in starlight. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 stars flew towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the stars that had been shattered by Lu Ming were formed around his body. His body remained surrounded by 360 stars. Lu Ming erupted with his full strength. His world energy crazily poured into the battle sword in his hand. The battle sword hummed as 8 different types of laws intertwined together. Different types of laws, different types of mysteries intertwined, bursting forth with astonishing power. Bang! 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 Lu Ming continuously slashed out. Every sword strike was able to split a star apart. However, there were too many stars. Moreover, each star was extremely powerful. It was like a real star that was filled with terrifying destructive power. No, every time he split open a star, Lu Ming's body would also be bombarded by a terrifying force. "Let's see how many bullets you can block," said Xian Wuling coldly. His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and then he shoved them forward. This time, over 100 heavenly bodies flew toward Lu Ming. Finally, after blocking several attacks, Lu Ming was forced back by the heavenly bodies. 9 extinction is indeed powerful. It seems that I still need to use 9 types of laws. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, the battle sword in his hand dissipated. In the next moment, a long spear condensed. This long spear contained 9 types of laws. Lu Ming realized that although it was extremely difficult to fuse the strongest laws and evolve into a divine ability, the power that burst forth when it was successful was extremely terrifying. Every time one of them was added, the power would skyrocket. After adding in the law of life, the power was much stronger than before. Whoosh! 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 The long spear vibrated and pierced forward. Rays of spear light pierced through the void and pierced towards the stars. Bang! Bang! Those stars continued to explode. In the blink of an eye, over 100 stars had been blasted apart by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and charged towards Xian Wuling like a god of war. Xian Wuling's expression changed. He waved his hand again, and more stars flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear kept piercing out, and the stars continued to explode. They could not stop Lu Ming's footsteps at all. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist, Star Convergence. Xian Wuling roared and gathered all the stars, forming a huge star that pressed down on Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming only let out a faint voice. He and his spear became one, turning into a dazzling spear light that pierced through the void. In the sky, there seemed to be 2 meteors bombarding each other, one big and one small. However, in the end, the small one was more powerful. It directly pierced through the big star and charged towards Xian Wuling. Damn it! Xian Wuling roared, his expression extremely ugly. His strongest move had been broken by Lu Ming. Was he going to lose? No, I can't lose. Xian Wuling roared in his heart, his face distorted. Once he lost, Lu Ming would naturally replace his position and become the new 9 absolutes. He would be knocked off his pedestal, which he could not accept. Lu Ming, you forced me to do this. Die! Xian Wuling roared in his heart. His eyes were filled with killing intent. His glabella shone and a weapon flew out. It was a pair of scissors. It was incomparably huge and emitted dazzling starlight. Whoosh! The scissors rapidly enlarged and cut towards Lu Ming. That's a great emperor weapon. Despicable! Someone roared. It was a fair fight between peers, but Xian Wuling had used a great emperor weapon. This was too much. This was beyond the scope of a fair fight. However, the scissors were too fast. In an instant, it had reached Lu Ming's head and was about to cut Lu Ming in half. A weapon? Don't think you're the only one with one. Lu Ming sneered. The spear in his hand disappeared and was replaced by a big bow. Fallen star bow. Lu Ming suddenly pulled the bowstring. He still did not pull the bowstring. He could only pull the bowstring in an arc. However, the arc was much larger than when Lu Ming had not become a great emperor. Lu Ming's laws poured into the fallen star bow. The power of the world poured in crazily and an arrow emitting 9 colors condensed. Buzz! Lu Ming released the arrow and it flew out towards the giant scissors. Clang! The arrow hit the scissors. The scissors vibrated violently and were directly sent flying. Although the scissors were a great emperor weapon, with Xian Wuling's cultivation, it was impossible for him to unleash its full power. He was directly sent flying by Lu Ming's arrow. Xian Wuling also suffered a backlash. His body shook violently and he was forced to retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He pulled the bowstring again and a 9-colored arrow was shot towards Xian Wulin. Xian Wulin obviously wanted to kill him just now. Since that was the case, he would not show mercy. No, Xian Wulin turned pale with fright and shouted in horror. He felt the threat of death from Lu Ming's arrow. He knew that if he was hit by this arrow, he would definitely die. He frantically changed his position, but this arrow seemed to have locked onto his aura and would constantly change its position. How dare you? This figure who suddenly appeared and crushed the 9-colored arrow was precisely the Lan family's heavenly emperor, Lan Qing. Lan Qing's gaze was cold as he looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, your means are so vicious. It's just a fair spar, but you actually want to take his life. With such a temperament, you can't be left alive." Hoo. Lu Ming immediately sneered. His heart was filled with anger. Are you king blind? Who made the first move just now? Who used a great emperor weapon to kill me first? Where did you go just now? Now, you run out and grumble, "Get lost for me." Lu Ming was thoroughly enraged and completely flipped out. Who cared if he was a heavenly emperor, he berated him all the same. His impression of Lan Qing was terrible to the extreme. From the beginning, he was targeted by the other party in every aspect. But the other party was a heavenly emperor. He had been enduring it all along previously, but now, he could not tolerate it anymore. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming was simply audacious to the extreme, to actually dare scold Lan Qing, telling Lan Qing to get lost. This was a heavenly emperor, this was simply courting death. Insolent. Lan Qing was enraged, roaring angrily, smacking a palm out, wanting to slap Lu Ming to death alive. A junior actually dared to say this to him. If he did not make a move to kill him, how would he convince the masses in the future? But at the back, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu moved, appearing in front of Lu Ming, similarly firing a palm out, crushing Lan Qing's attack. Hengyu, this brat has no respect for his elders, yet you still want to protect him? Lan Qing roared. Have no respect for his elders? Why don't you take a look at what you've done? If I were Lu Ming, I'd say the same. A dignified heavenly emperor, targeting a junior in every aspect, could it be that I can't say anything? Also, young people are full of hot-bloodedness. It's also very normal to retort a few words. Could it be that you, as a heavenly emperor, don't have this bit of self-restraint? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu sneered. Lan Qing was burning with rage, but he really had no place to vent it. The battle just now doesn't count. After all, both of them used extraordinary weapons. It's unfair. At this moment, Xinghe's master stepped forward and helped Lan Qing out of the predicament. He then said, "This battle will be considered a draw between Xian Wulin and Lu Ming. Fu Lu, you will fight Lu Ming." Xinghe's master, the gray-robed elder, looked at the other young man. Yes. The heavenly emperor Hengyu. Fu Lu was also one of the 9 absolutes, but his ranking was far above Xian Wulin. There's no need to fight anymore, said celestial emperor Hengyu. His powerful aura made Fu Lu retreat. Hengyu, you want to interfere with the battle between the younger generation? Lan Qing seized the opportunity and said coldly. What interference? This battle started because of the indestructible ancient scripture. Previously, you said that Lu Ming could not become an emperor and was not qualified to control the indestructible ancient scripture. But now that Lu Ming has become an emperor, this battle is naturally over. There's no need to fight anymore. Who is more suitable than Lu Ming to control the indestructible ancient scripture? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said coldly. The indestructible ancient scripture is naturally obtained by the stronger. Only the stronger skyprides can bring out its value. Lan Qing was still unwilling to give up. Nonsense. Well then, ask them to suppress their cultivation to the same level as Lu Ming. Let's see who's more suitable to fight at the same level. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu shouted. Lan Qing, shut up. Fighting at the same level? What a joke. Lu Ming had just become an emperor, but he had reached the 4-star Void Emperor realm. Moreover, the strength he displayed just now was obviously above Black Wulin. With such heaven-defying combat strength, no one was Lu Ming's opponent at the same level. There was no suspense at all. Heng Yu is right. Lu Ming has become an emperor. His potential is amazing. His future achievements are limitless. It's most suitable for him to control the indestructible ancient scripture. At this time, another heavenly emperor also spoke. This heavenly emperor was not from the primordial realm, but a heavenly emperor from the heaven realm. They had no grudges with Lu Ming and had no selfish motives. They simply felt that if the indestructible ancient scripture was left with Lu Ming, it would be of great help to the heaven realm if Lu Ming grew up. Yes, that's indeed the case. There's no need to compete anymore. Then, a few more heavenly emperors spoke. They were all heavenly emperors from the heaven realm. Lan Qing, heavenly emperor Yin family, the gray-robed old man, had a gloomy expression. Blue Cloud and the others naturally gritted their teeth. They knew that the indestructible ancient scripture would definitely belong to Lu Ming. Because Lu Ming had already proven his value and potential. In the past, everyone thought that Lu Ming could not become an emperor. If he couldn't become an emperor, no matter how strong his combat strength was, it was useless. But now that Lu Ming had become an emperor, his potential was amazing. In the future, he could continue to break through and his achievements would be limitless. Buzz, at this time, there was a fluctuation in the void. A white-robed, white-haired old man stepped out from it. Seeing this old man, the faces of Lan Qing, Heavenly Emperor Yin family, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu, and the rest suddenly changed. They all bowed and saluted, "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Sovereign." These words made many people's hearts tremble wildly. Heavenly Sovereign, this old man was an Heavenly Sovereign. Heavenly Sovereign was the Heaven Realm's title for powerhouses. Only peerless powerhouses of 4-star Heavenly Emperor and above were qualified to be addressed as Heavenly Sovereign. Very clearly, this old man was a peerless powerhouse of 4-star Heavenly Emperor and above. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Sovereign." Countless people bowed in greeting. The white-haired Heavenly Sovereign nodded and looked at Lu Ming, revealing a look of admiration as he said, "This old man already knows about the previous matter. This little guy's talent is astonishing, unprecedented since ancient times. Leave the indestructible ancient scripture with him." "Many thanks, Heavenly Sovereign." Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and several powerhouses from the primordial realm thanked him. "Many thanks, Lord Heavenly Sovereign." Lu Ming also stepped forward to thank him. Lan Qing and the others were helpless. Since the Heavenly Sovereign had spoken, they were even more unable to refute. "Heavenly Sovereign, I feel that not only should the indestructible ancient scripture be left with him, but with his talent, his future achievements are limitless. Our heaven realm should concentrate resources and vigorously nurture him." "No, I object." Hearing this, Lan Qing immediately jumped out to oppose. "Heavenly Sovereign, our heaven realm's resources are limited. We must not concentrate on cultivating one person. Moreover, the war between the two realms is extremely dangerous. No one can guarantee that they can survive. If they fall halfway, then all the resources will be wasted. We can't put all our eggs in one basket. I suggest that we distribute the resources to all the sky prides like before. Only then will we have the greatest hope." Lan Qing hurriedly said. This guy, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu, was extremely unhappy, but he could not refute it. Indeed, no one could guarantee that they would not fall. If Lu Ming fell halfway, then the resources would be wasted. If they distributed the resources to all the sky prides, then even if someone fell, there would always be someone who would rise. This was the most beneficial for the heaven realm. The white-haired old man thought for a while and nodded. "That makes sense. Let's do it like before. We won't give less, but we won't give more. If you want more resources, you need to fight for it yourself. Only then can you grow better. Today's matter ends here. Everyone, disperse. Let's go." Lan Qing waved his hand and led the Lan family away. The battle for the indestructible ancient scripture already came to an end. Everyone dispersed one after another. That white Empyrean also left this place. Not long after, there were not many people left in this void. "Senior Heng Yu, many thanks for your help." Lu Ming came in front of Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and bowed respectfully. "Haha, this is all your own ability. I didn't contribute much." Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu smiled and continued, "You just broke through cultivation. Hurry back and consolidate your cultivation first, solidify your foundation. If you have anything to say it again in the future. Okay. Lu Ming nodded his head and immediately returned to his residence with Dandan, Bubbles, Mullins, and the Gu family. Once he returned to his residence, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and continuously revolved his world power to consolidate his cultivation. This time, breaking through to Emperor, Lu Ming's cultivation soared all the way to 4-star Void Emperor. He indeed needed to consolidate properly. In a blink of an eye, it was 10 days. His cultivation was already completely consolidated. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and stretched his muscles and bones in the courtyard. Suddenly, the space moved. A figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Senior Hengyu. Lu Ming bowed. The person who came was precisely Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. I sensed that you ended your cultivation and rushed over. Your cultivation should have stabilized, right? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said with a smile. It stabilized. Lu Ming nodded his head and continued, Senior Hengyu, I've also brought over your stone physical body back then. I'll give it to you now. Finished speaking, a stone man appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It looked exactly the same as Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu looked at the stone man, a complicated look flashing across his eyes. Then, he said with a smile, I've already removed this stone body and condensed a physical body anew. This stone body is equivalent to a puppet. It's useless to give it to me. Keep it and use it. Put it away. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's firm attitude, he did not say much and put away the Heavenly Emperor physical body. Lu Ming, what are your plans next? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu asked. My plans next? I want to find a place to train, improve my cultivation, and comprehend the laws. Lu Ming said. Since he had come to the Heaven Realm, he did not plan to go back. He had just become an emperor. If that's the case, I recommend you to go to the Two-World City. You can enter the battlefield and fight against the outsiders. That way, you will improve faster. Also, in the Two-World City, there are many cultivation treasures. With your current talent, you can freely enter and exit those cultivation treasures. Moreover, the higher-ups of the Heaven Realm will also give you some appropriate rewards. Just like the other top geniuses, they all have these benefits. Celestial Emperor Hengyu said. Lu Ming also intended to go to the Two-World City. Us. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Senior Hengyu, when are you leaving? I want to say goodbye to a few friends. Lu Ming said. Tomorrow. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. He chatted with Lu Ming for a while, agreed on a time to leave, and left. Lu Ming headed toward another courtyard. Before he entered the courtyard, he heard Dandan and Bubbles making a fuss. He walked in and realized that the two of them were sparring with each other. Dandan acted like a senior expert as she gave Bubble pointers on her cultivation. Little guy, you can't do it. You've used the space-time law too much. You can't use it at all. You're too far from your mother. When your mother sees me, she has to call me big brother. For this, I'll give you some pointers. Stand still. Dandan bragged while giving pointers to Bubbles. However, this fellow's experience and insight were indeed unique. He easily saw through Bubbles' weaknesses and gave her pointers. Lu Ming walked in. Big brother Lu Ming, chirp chirp. Bubbles immediately left Dandan and rushed to Lu Ming's shoulder, hanging on him. Chirp chirp, why are you running so fast? Who was the one who gave you pointers just now? Ungrateful. Dandan was very unhappy and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming directly ignored Dandan. Big brother Lu Ming, Bubbles is leaving. Master sent me a message and asked me to go back to cultivate. Before Lu Ming could speak, Bubbles spoke first. Lu Ming already knew that Bubbles had a master in the Heaven Realm. It was said that the master was a peerless powerhouse who knew Bubbles' mother back then. He was an antique that had survived from ancient times. Moreover, he was very good at the space-time law. I'm also leaving and going to Two-World City to cultivate. If you have time in the future, you can come to Two-World City to find me. Lu Ming said. But Bubbles can't bear to leave. Bubbles hung on Lu Ming's body and rubbed against him, unwilling to come down. Lu Ming persuaded Bubbles, and finally, Bubbles agreed to go back to cultivate. Kid, I'm leaving too. The heaven realm is vast and there are many forbidden areas and countless opportunities. I'm going to look for opportunities to quickly improve my cultivation. Otherwise, I'll be surpassed by you. Dandan also walked over and said. Haha, next time we meet, I'll definitely surpass you. Lu Ming smiled, then took out a few jars of wine and handed them to Dandan and Bubbles. The three of them drank. Everyone had their own path to walk. Only by walking the path that was most suitable for them could they grow quickly. They all had a sense of urgency. Now, although the grand pure celestial domain was still in the heaven realm, the foreign races had not given up on attacking. They had been looking for all kinds of ways to attack, and no one knew when a terrifying war would break out. Now, although they had become emperors and their combat strength was not weak, when compared to the war between the two worlds, it was not enough. They had to continue to improve. The three of them drank and chatted. Later, Mullins joined in. Lu Ming simply took out a true emperor golden crow from his storage ring and began to roast it. Everyone drank from day to night, and from night to day. At dawn, Bubbles and Dandan left one after another. Lu Ming and Mullins walked towards Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's residence. Not long after, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and a few other Heavenly Emperors from the primordial realm set off for Two World City. The Heavenly Emperors were too fast. Not long after, they once again arrived at Two World City. Miss Mullins, with your talent, you can freely enter some of the cultivation treasures in Two World City to cultivate. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu gave Mullins a token. Thank you, Senior. Mullins thanked Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. You're welcome. I also hope to see you grow, especially since we are all from the primordial realm. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu smiled and said to Lu Ming, the Heavenly Venerate wants to see you. Come with me. Lu Ming nodded and followed Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Soon, they came to a side hall. Here, Lu Ming saw the white-haired Heavenly Venerate. Junior greets Heavenly Venerate Six Saints. Lu Ming bowed to the white-haired Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints was dressed in white and had white hair. He had a gentle smile on his face and no aura could be sensed from his body. He looked like a kind old man. Lu Ming, I've called you here to give you a reward. All top sky prides will be nurtured by the upper echelons of the heaven realm and can freely enter and leave some sacred cultivation grounds. Take this token. A token appeared in Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints' hand and he handed it to Lu Ming. It was exactly the same as the one that Heavenly Emperor Hengyu had given to Mullins. Lu Ming took it and kept it. There are specific records of the sacred cultivation grounds in the token. You can view where you want to cultivate in the future. Also, after saying that, Heavenly Venerate Six Saints raised his hand and three grayish stones appeared in the sky. These are Chaos Stones. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. This was definitely a Chaos Stone. Lu Ming would not recognize it wrongly. He had obtained one back then at an auction in the Celestial City. Back then, people thought that the Chaos Stone had dried up. Therefore, the price was not expensive. Otherwise, the price would be very shocking. These three Chaos Stones obviously had not dried up. They contained Chaos Chi that could be sensed. Lu Ming's heart was burning with excitement. Chaos Chi was better than nebulous primordial Chi. It was a top treasure for cultivating a small world. After refining it, the evolution of the small world would be faster and at the same time, it would be more stable and could be used to improve one's cultivation. Take these three Chaos Stones. They're an extra reward for you. Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints waved his hand and the three Chaos Stones flew to Lu Ming. Lu Ming put it away and thanked Celestial Venerable Six Saints. This is all I can give you. After all, the resources of the heaven realm are limited. If we concentrate all of them on one person, many people will have objections. Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints said. It's those people from Blue City again. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said unhappily. Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints smiled helplessly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Two Realm City was not a monolithic city. There were many tricks in it and there were probably many factions. Where there were people, there would be competition. Lu Ming understood this very well. Lu Ming, I can only give you so many consumables like chaos gems, primordial stones, and world cores. If you want more, you'll have to fight for it yourself. As for those non-consumables like some cultivation sacred grounds, I don't have such concerns. You can freely enter them. Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints added. Lu Ming nodded. He also understood that chaos gems and primordial stones were becoming scarce the more they were used. The history of the cultivation world was so long that these treasures were pitifully few and limited. As for some cultivation holy lands, such as places that could help people comprehend the Tao, such places could be recycled and naturally could be freely entered. He believed that the other geniuses would receive the same treatment as well. Lu Ming was already very satisfied. The value of 3 chaos gems was astonishing. Celestial Venerable, may I ask how to obtain more chaos stones and primordial stones? Lu Ming asked. When you hunt the foreign tribes, a type of crystal core will condense in their bodies. That is the source of energy for the foreign tribes. As long as you have the crystal cores of the foreign tribes, you can exchange them for treasures. As long as you have enough crystal cores, you can exchange them for any treasure, including chaos gems. Six Saints said. Hunt the foreign tribes? Lu Ming clenched his fists. Didn't he come here to kill the foreign tribes? When the time came, he could hunt for crystal cores and exchange them for treasures. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After that, Lu Ming and Heavenly Emperor Hengyu bid farewell to Six Saints. Then, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu arranged accommodations for him and Mulan's. In a courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and consolidated his cultivation base. A powerful suction force burst forth from the small world within his body. In the outside world, endless origin energy gathered toward Lu Ming. Through Lu Ming's pores, it poured into Lu Ming's body and then into his small world, becoming a part of it. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to refine the chaos energy within the chaos gems. His cultivation base had just broken through not long ago, so he planned to consolidate it for a while. A day later, Lu Ming stopped absorbing the heaven and earth origin energy. Now, he planned to start comprehending the indestructible ancient scripture. Lu Ming focused his mind. In his mind, various profound mysteries of the indestructible ancient scripture appeared. Lu Ming carefully studied it. Cultivating the indestructible ancient scripture to greater mastery requires as many as 18 types of laws. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. In other words, if he cultivated the indestructible ancient scripture to greater mastery, he could deduce 18 types of laws. This was extremely shocking. An ordinary ancient scripture only contained a few types of laws. Cultivating it to greater mastery would only allow one to control a few types of laws. As for an ancient scripture that contained 9 types of laws, it was extremely shocking. It could allow one to cultivate all the way to the Emperor realm. But the indestructible ancient scripture contained 18 types of laws. It was no wonder it was called one of the most famous ancient scriptures in the heavenly world. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had only grasped 3 of these 18 types of laws. The life law, the array Dao law, and the tools Dao law. The core law of the indestructible ancient scripture was the life law. Indestructible, indestructible. This was the definition of an extremely powerful life force. Only by grasping the life law would one have the chance to cultivate the indestructible ancient scripture to greater mastery and display its greatest effect. If other Elysian children were to cultivate it, although they could also cultivate it, it would be impossible for them to reach greater mastery. This was because they had already grasped one of the strongest laws. It was impossible for them to grasp the life law. On the other hand, if an ordinary monarch body was to cultivate it, it would be possible for them to reach greater mastery. This was because they could use the indestructible ancient scripture to deduce the life law. In addition, there was also the array Dao law. Lu Ming had discovered that many people's divine abilities contained the array Dao law. The prodigies that had fought with him before had also grasped the array Dao law. The array Dao law could condense endless runes. It was indeed the most ideal law to construct divine abilities. The indestructible ancient scripture required 18 types of laws. Lu Ming had only grasped 3 types. However, he could already cultivate them. Furthermore, he had the life law. The power he could cultivate would definitely not be weak. If I want to cultivate divine abilities, I'll have to find a place that can help me comprehend divine abilities. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He took out the token that Heavenly Sovereign Sixth Saint had given him and carefully looked at it. After looking at it, Lu Ming left the courtyard and walked towards a certain place in Two Realm City. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived in front of an ancient palace. There were people standing guard outside the palace. However, after Lu Ming took out the token, he was easily able to enter. After entering the ancient palace, he saw a door of light. This door of light led to a small world. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to step into the door of light. In the next instant, Lu Ming appeared on a mountain peak. As expected, it's a Tao Comprehension ancient tree. Standing on the mountain peak, Lu Ming looked into the distance and sighed. Two Realm City also had a Tao Comprehension ancient tree. This Tao Comprehension ancient tree had already fully matured. It covered the sky like a world tree and rushed into the clouds. Between the branches, the great Tao revolved. It was extremely mysterious. This was the fourth tree of enlightenment that Lu Ming had seen. He had one for himself, and there was also one beside the Titan longhorn beetle, one of the top 10 battle beasts he had seen in the Yuan continent. He had one at home, and there was one here. The one here and the one beside the Titan longhorn beetle were already mature. This was a holy land for cultivation in the Two-World City. He had the token and could come in and cultivate at will. Lu Ming flew forward. The closer he got to the Tree of Enlightenment, the more he could feel the majesty of the Tree of Enlightenment. Moreover, his body and mind also became unusually calm. Cultivating here, the speed of comprehending the laws, and the cultivation of divine powers were definitely much faster than in other places. There were many people cultivating under the Tree of Enlightenment. Lu Ming chose a secluded area, sat cross-legged, and started to meditate quietly. Time flew, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's cultivation of the indestructible ancient scripture was already at the initial stage. The life precept, the array precept, and the tools precept were intertwined to form a strange divine powers. Once activated, his vitality would reach an astonishing level. It was not only for the physical body, but also for the soul. The recovery speed was several times faster than the life precept alone. It should be known that this was only 3 types of precepts. If cultivated to the great success stage, the power of the divine powers formed from 18 types of precepts would be astonishing. He would be almost immortal. Of course, the mystery of the indestructible ancient scripture was not limited to this. It not only had the effect of recovery, not only did his vitality become stronger, but he also had offensive means. Inside, there was another divine powers called the indestructible golden body. Cultivating this divine powers would make one's entire body seem to have turned into a peerless divine weapon. Its defensive power was astonishing, and it was indestructible. Moreover, it also had terrifying offensive power. Every part of the body was like a divine weapon that could erupt with astonishing power. This was the indestructible ancient scripture. It had both offensive and defensive capabilities, and its recovery power was astonishing. No wonder even the Sky Emperor was jealous and wanted to obtain it. Lu Ming immediately began to comprehend. Soon, Lu Ming had cultivated under the Tree of Enlightenment for a month. The speed of cultivating divine abilities here was indeed astonishingly fast. In just a short month, Lu Ming had already cultivated the indestructible ancient scripture to a certain level. Of course, if he wanted to increase his power, he would need to comprehend the other laws of the indestructible ancient scripture. The more laws he comprehended, the more powerful he would be. However, Lu Ming had no plans to comprehend other laws right now. He had already grasped 9 types of laws and needed to expend a great deal of energy to comprehend them. Biting off more than he could chew, Lu Ming still planned on focusing his energy on the current 9 types of laws. Now, it is time to refine the chaotic qi. Lu Ming smiled and left the place. He returned to his residence. With a thought, he entered the mountain river diagram. Then, a chaos stone appeared in his hand. Lu Ming channeled the power of the realm and sucked in 3 streams of air from the chaos stone. They were the 3 streams of chaos qi. Normally, a chaos stone would contain 3 streams of chaos qi. Lu Ming took a deep breath and sucked the 3 streams of chaos stones into his mouth. Then, they flowed into the small world and Lu Ming began to refine them. Rumble, the small world trembled slightly and became more stable. At the same time, its surface area became larger. After refining the 3 streams of chaos chi, he took out another chaos stone and sucked out the 3 streams of chaos chi from it and continued to refine it. Just like that, a month later, he had refined a total of 9 streams of chaos chi from the 3 chaos stones. A total of 9 streams of chaos chi had caused his cultivation to skyrocket. His cultivation had only just broken through to the 4-star illusionary emperor realm. Now, it had broken through to the 5-star illusionary emperor realm and even reached the peak of the realm. This speed could be said to be astonishing. One should know that the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to raise it. The energy required would also increase. From this, one could see how precious the 9 streams of chaos chi were. If I had an endless supply of chaos stones, wouldn't my cultivation continue to rise? Lu Ming's eyes burned with passion, but then he shook his head. That was impossible. The reason why he could rise so quickly was mainly because he already had 9 types of laws and all of them had reached the first level of perfection. The nomological threads covered the entire small world and made it very stable. Only then could he continue to refine energy and increase his cultivation. If it were others who did not cultivate their laws properly, such a crazy increase would probably cause the small world to explode. My chaos law. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He felt that his chaos law was about to break through. Immediately, Lu Ming closed his eyes and grasped this flash of inspiration. A day later, a gray law rose from Lu Ming's body. It was the chaos law. However, the chaos law that he controlled was much stronger than before. Second level, Lu Ming's chaos law was the first to break through to the second level. When Lu Ming was transcending the heavenly tribulation, after a series of battles, Lu Ming's comprehension of various laws had improved a little. Now, because he was refining the chaos chi and the chaos law were connected. Lu Ming finally grasped a trace of inspiration and successfully broke through. The breakthrough of the chaos law undoubtedly made Lu Ming's strength stronger. Now, I don't know how strong I am. Lu Ming thought to himself. If he were to face Xian Wulin, one of the 9 absolutes, he could easily defeat him. Let's go to the Tree of Enlightenment again. Lu Ming was excited. He wanted to go to the Tree of Enlightenment and see if he could break through a few more laws in one go. He came under the Tree of Enlightenment again to comprehend the laws. A month later, Lu Ming was disappointed. His other 8 laws had all encountered bottlenecks. Encountering a bottleneck was not something that could be broken through simply by cultivating hard and comprehending. In this regard, the Tree of Enlightenment was not very useful. The Tree of Enlightenment was very useful for those who had just broken through a bottleneck like the Chaos Law. It could help Lu Ming deepen his comprehension and improve his mastery. It seems that it's time to go to the battlefield to train. The best way to break through a bottleneck was to engage in life and death battles. Only in life and death battles could one stimulate one's potential and quickly improve. When Lu Ming was transcending the heavenly tribulation, it was because he was facing life and death battles that he fell into the ethereal state of life and death and comprehended how to fuse the laws of life, chaos, and death. Lu Ming left. First, he bought a set of information that introduced the battlefield and carefully read it. The battlefield between the Hunyuan Heaven Domain and the Taiqing Heaven Domain was incomparably huge and vast. In addition to some ordinary battlefields, there were also some special battlefields. For example, when Lu Ming first arrived, the ancient battlefield was very special. No one had dared to enter it before. In addition, the Heaven Domain and the other races had also divided several special battlefields for the experts of both sides to fight. These were the Illusory Emperor Battlefield, the True Emperor Battlefield, and the Great Emperor Battlefield. For example, the Illusionary Emperor Battlefield was a place where 2 illusionary emperors would enter and kill each other. Firstly, they could train themselves. Secondly, they could kill their opponents and weaken their opponent's strength. They could also obtain rewards. In the heaven world, there was a rule that stated that killing foreign races and obtaining their crystal cores would give them rewards. On the foreign races' side, there was a corresponding reward. Killing experts from the heaven world would also give them rewards. The True Emperor Battlefield was a place where true emperors would kill each other. It was the same for the Grand Emperor Battlefield. For many years, there was an unwritten rule that true emperors were not allowed to enter the Illusionary Emperor Battlefield. Grand Emperors were not allowed to enter the true Emperor battlefield. However, illusionary emperors could enter the true Emperor battlefield as long as they were not afraid of death. This was because if people of a higher cultivation level could enter the battlefield of a lower cultivation level, then these few battlefields would be meaningless. If one side allowed people of a higher cultivation level to enter the battlefield of a lower cultivation level to kill those of a lower cultivation level, then the other side could also send people. In this way, these few battlefields would be meaningless. After looking around, Lu Ming more or less understood the battlefield outside. He then walked out of the two-world city. At a more remote part of the city wall, there were people guarding it. At the same time, a door of light was opened, allowing people to enter and exit the city freely. Of course, there was a great array here. If any foreign race tried to sneak in, they would be immediately identified and killed by the experts guarding here. Lu Ming went through the door of light and arrived outside the two-world city. Swoosh, Lu Ming concealed his aura, then stuck close to the ground and rushed towards a direction. Lu Ming first wanted to go to the illusionary emperor battlefield. He was very fast, like a shadow sweeping across the ground. After running for a long distance, Lu Ming finally entered the illusionary emperor battlefield. After entering the illusionary emperor battlefield, Lu Ming slowed down. However, after arriving here, Lu Ming did not conceal his aura anymore. Instead, he completely revealed his aura. This was only the illusionary emperor battlefield. The strongest person here was the illusionary emperor. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. Now that he was a 5-star illusionary emperor, he was not afraid of anyone in the illusionary emperor realm. He had released his aura to attract the outsiders to hunt him down. Lu Ming completely released the aura of a 5-star void emperor. Then, he walked slowly on the battlefield, waiting for the big fish to take the bait. Lu Ming walked for a while. Not far away, on a mountain peak, there were 5 figures hidden. These 5 figures were all from the heaven realm. From afar, they saw Lu Ming. What's wrong with that kid? To actually release his aura in the middle of a battlefield, he's simply courting death. This kid must be a hothead. It must be his first time coming to the battlefield. He thinks that he's great just because he's a 5-star illusionary emperor. There are many people who can kill him in this battlefield. A few of them mocked. No, as someone from the heaven realm, we can't just stand by and watch him die. I think he's inexperienced. It's his first time on the battlefield, let's go and remind him. A middle-aged man said. He had a square face and looked quite righteous. After saying that, he flew out, and the others followed after him. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He heard the commotion and looked toward the few of them. At one glance, he revealed a disappointed expression. It turned out that they were from the heaven realm. He thought that they were from the outsiders. Little brother, it's your first time in the Void Emperor battlefield, right? The square-faced man said. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Little brother, it's too dangerous for you to release your aura like this. It's equivalent to exposing yourself to the enemy. Soon, you'll attract many experts from the other races. Hide your aura and find a place to ambush or move secretly. Only then can you hunt down the outsiders. The square-faced man advised kindly. Thank you, big brother. I know what to do. Lu Ming smiled and then stepped away. However, he still did not hide his aura. Stubborn. He's really courting death. I guess this kind of person is a disciple of some big family. He thinks that he has some strength and doesn't put others in his eyes. You have to know that some peak void emperors have lived for a long time and their combat strength is comparable to an ordinary true emperor. Even if he's a genius, he'll still die. The others said unhappily. Why do we care so much about him? We've already reminded him. He's the one who's arrogant. He deserves to die. Let's go. A skinny old man was the most unhappy and mocked. They returned to the mountain where they were ambushing. However, the square-faced man was still frowning as if he couldn't bear to see this. After a while, the square-faced man said, No, that young man has reached the 5-star Void Emperor realm at such a young age. He's definitely a top genius. When he grows up in the future, there might be another top expert in the heaven realm. It's a great loss for him to die just like that. I've decided to persuade him again and give him a warning. Go again? That kind of person won't wake up unless he suffers. He still thinks that he's the best in the world. The skinny old man said. Even so, as someone from the heaven realm, I can't not remind him. Let's go. After the square-faced man finished speaking, he flew in the direction that Lu Ming had left. The square-faced man was obviously quite dignified. Although the others were unwilling, they still followed. Lu Ming didn't restrain his aura at all and continued forward. Although the square-faced man and the others had good intentions, they didn't understand Lu Ming's combat strength at all. Why haven't they attracted the foreign tribes yet? Lu Ming complained. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a large mountain in front of him. These mountain peaks were rugged with strange rocks and towering ancient trees. It was the most suitable for an ambush. There might be foreign tribes hiding here. Lu Ming walked toward these mountain peaks. Lu Ming's guess was right. There were indeed foreign tribe experts lying in ambush in these mountain peaks. Moreover, these foreign tribes had already discovered Lu Ming. Hee, it's someone from the heaven realm. This kid is most likely a hothead. He actually dares to swagger around here. He's really courting death. He's young and his cultivation isn't weak. He's probably a genius. The reward for killing a genius from the heaven realm is not bad. There were at least a dozen foreign tribes hiding in a mountain peak. All of them were secretly communicating with each other, revealing excited expressions. Attack! When Lu Ming approached, a member of the evil god tribe shouted. More than a dozen evil god tribe members rushed out of the mountain peak and surrounded Lu Ming. They're finally here. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. At this moment, the square-faced man and the others finally arrived. Although they were a long distance away, their expressions changed drastically. Not good, it's the foreign tribes. That kid has been ambushed. I told you that he's courting death. Let's leave quickly. Otherwise, even we will die. The skinny man and the others roared, wanting to escape. That was because the evil god tribe had also discovered them. The square-faced man revealed a complicated expression. He gritted his teeth and was about to escape. If they didn't escape, they would all die, but at this moment, he was stunned. The others were also stunned. Their bodies stiffened in the air. Lu Ming did not say anything else and directly attacked. Swoosh! 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 Lu Ming continuously pointed more than 10 fingers. His finger force was unhindered. Each finger force contained 3 types of laws. During this period of time, Lu Ming also tried to create some new abilities. For example, he integrated other laws into the chaotic finger of calamity or the chaotic divine palm to create new abilities. Although the power was not as strong as the chaotic hammer, sword of death, spear of infinity, and other abilities, it was enough for normal use. What Lu Ming used now was the upgraded version of the chaotic finger of calamity with other laws. This was not a simple integration of laws, but a special ability that evolved after a wonderful intertwining. Poof! 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 More than a dozen evil god tribe members could not resist at all. Their eyebrows were directly pierced and they died on the spot. No matter how strong or weak their cultivation was, they were all killed in an instant, including a 7-star Void Emperor. After killing more than a dozen evil god tribe members, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the power of the world turned into a sharp blade. He cut open the bodies of the evil god tribe members and dug out their crystal cores. More than a dozen fist-sized crystal cores emitted a strange wave, sparkling and translucent. Lu Ming smiled. This was his first harvest. Lu Ming took out an empty storage ring and put the crystal cores into it. Then, Lu Ming turned around and nodded to the square-faced man. Then, he turned and walked away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The square-faced man and the skinny old man were petrified, their eyes wide open. They only reacted after a long while. What terrifying strength! With a 5-star tier 5 cultivation, he killed more than a dozen evil god tribe members in an instant. There was even a 7-star Void Emperor among them. And it looked like he didn't use any effort at all. They were all killed in an instant. This person is definitely a rare genius with amazing combat strength. The few people who mocked Lu Ming before were now amazed. It seems that we were ignorant and thought that he was a hothead. He has such strength and deliberately released his aura to attract the evil god tribe members to kill him. His talent has limited our imagination. The square-faced man sighed. The skinny old man's face flushed red, and he felt extremely ashamed. Just now, he was the one who mocked Lu Ming the most, saying that he was a hothead who overestimated himself and was courting death. Now, he realized that this wasn't the case at all. It was him who was short-sighted and narrow-minded. Let's go back and continue our ambush. We don't have that kind of strength. The square-faced man laughed at himself and then left. Lu Ming continued to release his aura like before. As expected, he continuously attracted the attention of the mutated tribe members, but they were all killed by him one by one. But after that, Lu Ming's reputation spread throughout the battlefield. Many people knew that a peerless genius had arrived from the heaven realm. His battle prowess was shocking. For a time, when the outsiders saw Lu Ming, none of them dared to come out. Lu Ming's move failed. Lu Ming was speechless. It seemed that he could not use this move for long. He could only rely on himself to search for the evil god race. Lu Ming headed towards the center of the empty emperor battlefield. In the center of the empty emperor battlefield, a group of top empty emperors had gathered. The top empty emperors from both sides were hunting each other there. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. He did not need to hide at all. He directly flew across the sky and quickly flew towards the center of the battlefield. Not long after, he arrived at the core area of the empty emperor battlefield. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming had just entered the core area when he heard a deafening explosion in front of him. Beams of resplendent light shot up into the sky. The scene was shocking. Someone was fighting and there was more than one person. There were many people fighting fiercely. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and flew in that direction. At this moment, a fierce battle was taking place in front of Lu Ming. A group of Heaven Realm experts was surrounded by a group of Evil God Race experts. There were about 20 Heavenly Realm experts. However, there were about 50 Evil God Race experts. Both sides were experts, all 6-star Empty Emperors and above. They were all top experts in the Empty Emperor realm. Charge out. On the Heaven Realm's side, there was a true dragon that had grown to 100 meters long. It roared angrily and its dragon horn continuously shot out bolts of lightning. It wanted to charge out. This true dragon was very powerful. It was a 7-star empty emperor and had controlled 5 types of laws. It could be said that it was very powerful. However, the other side also had existences of the same level that blocked it. At this moment, the 20 Heaven Realm experts were all bathed in blood. Some were already seriously injured. The ground was littered with corpses. Some belonged to the human clan, while others belonged to the divine beast clan. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. On the Heaven Realm side, a giant elephant was chopped in half by an evil god race expert and died on the spot. Damn it, charge, we must charge out. That true dragon roared angrily. This time, they had fallen into a trap. In this core area, the top empty emperors of both sides were hunting each other. This time, the Heaven Realm had gathered dozens of top empty emperors. They had originally wanted to make a big move and ambush the evil god race. However, they did not expect to be ambushed by the other side. The other side had sent out even more experts. The moment they fought, the Heaven Realm side suffered heavy losses. There were only 20 or so of them left. They tried their best to charge out of the encirclement. However, there were too many of them. They were twice as many as them. Even if they tried their best, it was difficult for them to charge out. Charge out. If we can charge out, it'll count. We can't all die here. Someone shouted. A human expert with astonishing battle prowess was not weaker than that true dragon. He tried his best to charge out, but he was surrounded by 2 experts of the same level. He was beaten until he vomited large mouthfuls of blood and retreated repeatedly. None of you can escape. Today, all of you will die. A burly evil god race expert said coldly. These evil god race experts were all nobles with purple scales. Each of them had astonishing battle prowess. The Heaven Realm experts were in imminent danger. At this moment, Lu Ming had already arrived. Swoosh, he was like a streak of rainbow light, flying over from afar at an extremely fast speed, alarming everyone. There's only one person from the Heaven Realm, and he's a 5-star empty emperor. The moment the evil god race experts sensed Lu Ming's cultivation, they relaxed. On the Heaven Realm side, everyone looked disappointed. Little brother, leave quickly. Leave this place. Someone shouted. He did not want to see Lu Ming coming over to die. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. I'll send him on his way. An evil god race expert who was equivalent to a 6-star empty emperor held a battle axe and charged toward Lu Ming. Swoosh, he swung his axe toward Lu Ming. A battle sword condensed in Lu Ming's hand. Mystical power, sword of death, however, it was only formed from 7 types of laws. Lu Ming did not add in the primal chaos law. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, the power unleashed was also astonishing. He had killed a 6-star Void Emperor with a single slash. It was a clean cut. After killing this evil god tribe member, Lu Ming continued to move forward. A fiery light flashed in his eyes. There were more than 56-star Void Emperors and above. These crystal cores should be able to be exchanged for many treasures. This brat is quite strong. Send a few more people to kill him. An expert from the evil god tribe roared. Kill. Kill. Suddenly, 6 evil god tribe members charged towards Lu Ming. Among them, there were 2 7-star Void Emperors and 2 6-star Void Emperors. When the 6 of them attacked at the same time, their power was shocking. Swoosh. Swoosh, the third eye of the evil god tribe members emitted a bright light. 6 beams of destructive light pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming slashed out with his sword and directly dispersed the 6 beams of destructive light. Then, he used the 6-feathered divine wings. With a flap of his wings, his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. It was as if he had penetrated through space and instantly appeared in front of the 6 evil god tribe members. The sword of death rapidly enlarged, becoming dozens of meters long and slashing horizontally. Puff. Puff, 3 of the evil god tribe members were swept by the sword light and were directly cut into 2. The destructive power from all directions completely annihilated the vitality of the evil god tribe members. The remaining 3 evil god tribe members were shocked. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Swoosh, Lu Ming slashed out with his sword again. The remaining 3 evil god tribe members were also killed. With a sweep of his power of the realm, he collected all the crystal cores of the 6 evil god tribe members. The evil god tribe and the Heaven Realm experts who were in the middle of a great battle were all stunned. Even the great battle had stopped. That was 2 7-star Void Emperors and 4 6-star Void Emperors. Their combined combat strength was absolutely shocking. Not many living beings could resist the Void Emperor realm. However, 6 such experts were like cabbages in front of Lu Ming. They were cut up and killed at will. They finally understood that a terrifying expert had arrived. Otherwise, how would a 5-star Void Emperor dare to charge over when he saw so many experts? As for the living beings of the Heaven Realm, they were ecstatic. They were already in danger. It was very likely that they would be wiped out by the evil god tribe and die here. Such examples often occurred on this battlefield. However, Lu Ming's appearance gave them hope. Kill. After killing 6 experts from the evil god tribe, Lu Ming didn't stop. He flapped his 6 divine wings and rushed towards the evil god tribe members. Puff. Puff, Lu Ming was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep, sweeping through everything in his path. With every slash of his sword, at least one member of the evil god tribe would be killed. Regardless of whether it was a 6-star or 7-star empty emperor, as long as it was an empty emperor, it would be the same in front of Lu Ming. Within a few breaths' time, Lu Ming killed over 10 members of the evil god tribe. In addition to the ones he had killed earlier, in less than a minute, Lu Ming had killed over 20 members of the evil god tribe. The 50-odd members of the evil god tribe suddenly became 30-odd. Retreat, retreat. The members of the evil god tribe panicked. They understood that they had encountered a terrifying genius. When faced with such a genius, there was no way they could fight back. They could only flee. Don't let them go. Kill. The living beings of the heaven realm became excited and roared. Ignoring their injuries, they charged towards the evil god tribe with all their might, entangling them and not letting them escape. Scram! Scram! Those members of the evil god tribe panicked and charged forward crazily. However, most of them were still killed by Lu Ming. Only a few managed to escape. However, their speed was far inferior to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming executed his 6 divine wings, and his figure flickered continuously. He caught up with the escaping members of the evil god tribe and killed them one by one. Then, he returned and charged towards the members of the evil god tribe who were entangled by the living beings of the heaven realm. There was no suspense in this battle. Not long after, all the members of the evil god tribe were killed. Not a single one was left alive. Over 50 members of the evil god tribe, all of whom were 6-star empty emperors and above, died here. The living beings of the heaven realm felt like they were in a dream. In the beginning, they were ambushed and suffered heavy casualties. Then, they were besieged. Many people thought that they were doomed today. However, due to Lu Ming's arrival, he easily turned the situation around. Thank you, little brother. How should I address you? That true dragon turned into a middle-aged man and walked over to thank Lu Ming. The others also came over to thank him. My name is Lu Ming. Everyone, you don't have to be so polite. I just happened to pass by. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming? Could it be that Lu Ming who became an emperor with many laws? It must be him. Otherwise, who else would have such battle prowess? Upon hearing Lu Ming's name, the living beings of the heaven realm all felt respect. During this period of time, Lu Ming's name had already spread in the heaven realm. Many experts in Two World City had also heard of Lu Ming's name. Before becoming an emperor, he had already mastered 9 types of laws. Among them, there were even 3 strongest laws. This had never happened before. Most importantly, he had become an emperor. He had broken the truth and created a legend. It was hard not to be famous. After hearing Lu Ming's name, the living beings of the heaven realm finally reacted. No wonder Lu Ming's battle prowess was so shocking. If it was that Lu Ming, then it would not be strange. Everyone, farewell. Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. He stepped out of the place. Just now, Lu Ming took away the crystal cores and storage bracelets of the evil god tribe. Following that, Lu Ming wandered around the core area and killed some top empty emperors of the evil god tribe. In this empty emperor battlefield, it's too easy for me. There are no opponents at all. This way, it won't have the slightest effect of training. Lu Ming pondered. The most important thing for him to enter the battlefield was to train himself and strive to raise the other laws to the second realm. But in the empty emperor battlefield, no one was his opponent. He decided that he would enter the true emperor battlefield. The true emperor battlefield was definitely filled with experts. That was the place for him to train. Thinking of this, Lu Ming did not stay any longer and flew towards the true emperor battlefield. The true emperor battlefield was close to the empty emperor battlefield, but the area was much larger. The true emperor battlefield was undoubtedly more dangerous. Those who could cultivate and kill in the true emperor battlefield were all experts among the true emperors. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. On the way, he met 2 groups of evil god tribe who wanted to attack him but were directly killed by Lu Ming. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the true emperor battlefield. At this point, Lu Ming did not dare to swagger around like he did in the empty emperor battlefield. Lu Ming retracted his aura and landed on the ground, moving forward carefully. Lu Ming did not plan to enter the core area of the true emperor battlefield. He planned to train in the outer area. The battlefield was very quiet. There was not a single figure to be seen. In the battlefield, ordinary people did not dare to fly in the air because it was too big of a target. It was an act of courting death, unless one was a terrifying existence. Lu Ming moved forward carefully. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual sense, paying attention to the movements around him. Boom! A huge hand, covered in purple scales and the size of a water tank, grabbed at Lu Ming with shocking power. At the critical moment, Lu Ming reacted. He stomped his foot and a violent power erupted, colliding with the huge hand. Boom, with a violent explosion, Lu Ming's body was sent flying into the sky like a cannonball. Waves of piercing pain came from his feet, almost tearing them apart. What a strong power! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. When he collided with the claw just now, Lu Ming felt that the claw's power was shocking, far above his. Circulating the indestructible ancient scripture, the injury on his feet healed rapidly. Boom, on the ground, gravel flew everywhere, and a burly evil god tribe member appeared. This evil god tribe member was covered in purple scales and had an abnormally burly figure. He was a full 4 meters tall and held a thick iron rod. He stared coldly at Lu Ming. Bang, this evil god tribe member took a heavy step, causing the rocks on the ground to explode. His body soared into the sky, swinging the iron rod and smashing it at Lu Ming. The iron rod expanded rapidly like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. The void exploded continuously, stirring up endless spatial storms. Lu Ming's pupils shrank rapidly. At this moment, Lu Ming did not hold back at all. He displayed his cultivation to the extreme. A long spear appeared in his hand. It was the divine ability Infinite Dragon Spear, containing 9 types of laws. The power of the world surged crazily into the Infinite Dragon Spear. Lu Ming also swept out with his spear, turning into a shocking spear light that collided with the iron rod. Boom, the void started to ripple like water. Then, it continued to explode for tens of thousands of miles. Then, a figure was directly sent flying. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's arm was covered in cracks, looking incomparably hideous. This was due to the conflicting laws. However, more importantly, the other party's terrifying power surged over and injured Lu Ming. Even though Lu Ming had used all his strength and displayed the divine ability formed by 9 types of laws, he was still no match. He was sent flying and injured by the other party. One had to know that when Lu Ming attacked, he had already activated the indestructible golden body. His entire body's defense was astonishing, but he was still injured. It was clear how powerful the other party was. The power cultivated by the evil god tribe is so strange. It's not a law, but its offensive power is extremely shocking. It can penetrate the laws. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that the power cultivated by the evil god tribe was similar to the primordial immortal Tao. For example, the primordial demonic path and primordial demonic path cultivated an extremely pure and terrifying power. A mere void emperor can actually block one of my attacks and not die. The evil god tribe member's eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This person must be a peerless genius of the heaven realm. I must kill him. Then, he became excited and emitted a ferocious killing intent. He took a step in the air and charged towards Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming did not retreat and also charged towards the other party. Although the other party's combat strength was stronger than his, it was not too ridiculous. He could not kill him in one move. Lu Ming was not afraid that he could not kill him in one move. He had the indestructible ancient scripture. Circulating the indestructible ancient scripture, the injuries he had suffered earlier had already healed. Lu Ming was still in peak condition. Lu Ming circulated the 9 types of laws, the strength of his physical body, and the power of the world to the extreme. He waved the Infinity Dragon Spear and fought with the other party. Boom. Boom, after 2 consecutive moves, Lu Ming was sent flying again. The bones in his body cracked and blood flowed out of his mouth. However, his injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. In just a breath's time, more than half of his injuries were healed. This was the terrifying part of the indestructible ancient scripture. The recovery effect was not something that a single life law could compare to. Again. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. Pressure. He finally felt the pressure. This was impossible in the empty Emperor battlefield. The true Emperor battlefield was indeed extraordinary. The moment he entered, he encountered such a terrifying opponent. However, this was also the best training target. Lu Ming could fight with all his strength. Lu Ming held his spear and charged towards the other party. The two continued to fight. In terms of attack power, Lu Ming was no match for him. Every time he was sent flying, he would be injured by the other party. However, he would be able to recover at an astonishing speed every time. Monster, this monster. the evil god tribe member roared, his eyes filled with fear. Kill! Lu Ming roared, his aura was like a rainbow as he charged towards the other party, as if he was not afraid of death. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end as he felt a fatal danger. Bang! The ground exploded as a figure rushed out, flying towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. At the same time, several black lights slashed towards Lu Ming's head at an even more terrifying speed. Those were a few sharp blades that could easily cut through space. Danger, extreme danger. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. At the critical moment, the infinite dragon spear was swung out, blocking the two sharp blades. Zzz, the sharp blades slashed on the infinite dragon spear, producing an ear-piercing sound. The infinite dragon spear was completely formed by the power of the world and 9 types of laws. However, at this moment, the laws vibrated and were cut by the sharp blades, almost cutting the infinite dragon spear into 2. Fortunately, these 2 sharp blades were blocked. However, there was a third one, yes, there was a third sharp blade that slashed towards Lu Ming's neck. Lu Ming was shocked. He displayed the 6 feathered divine wings and quickly retreated. Pooh, blood splattered everywhere. Although Lu Ming had avoided being hit in his vital parts, his chest was still slashed by the sharp blade. There was a deep wound and blood was gushing out. His body was almost slashed into 2. Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scripture. The wound wriggled rapidly and automatically sealed itself, recovering rapidly. At this moment, Lu Ming saw the evil god tribe that attacked him. This evil god tribe member had an extremely strange appearance. It was very different from the evil god tribe that Lu Ming had seen before. Although this evil god tribe member was covered in purple scales, he was extremely small. He was only about 1 meter tall and had a thin body. However, the most peculiar thing was that he actually had 4 arms. Each of the 4 arms held a sharp blade. There was also a third eye in the forehead of this evil god tribe member. What kind of evil god tribe is this? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had never seen such an evil god tribe member before. A Void Emperor is actually so difficult to deal with. He is definitely a rare genius. I must kill him. Kill him. The thin and small evil god tribe member revealed a cruel look in his eyes. With a tremble of his body, he directly disappeared from the spot. At the next moment, Lu Ming felt a terrifying danger from behind. Without thinking, Lu Ming displayed the 6 feathered divine wings. The transparent wings flapped rapidly and dodged the other party's attack. However, a huge iron rod smashed towards Lu Ming. The powerful force suppressed Lu Ming to the point that he could not breathe. Lu Ming was surrounded by 2 members of the evil god tribe and could not dodge in time. At the critical moment, Lu Ming brandished the infinite dragon spear and blocked in front of him. Boom! Lu Ming's arm made cracking sounds as his bones broke. A terrifying force pressed down on him, sending Lu Ming flying as he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, the skinny member of the evil god tribe attacked again, charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming roared as he dodged with all his might. At the same time, he activated the indestructible golden body, making his body as hard as a divine weapon. However, when the other party's sharp blades slashed at Lu Ming's body, the indestructible golden body was still cut open. Several deep wounds appeared that reached his bones. If not for the indestructible golden body, his body would definitely have been cut into 2. Damn it! Why is this brat so hard to kill? Kill, kill, kill. The skinny member of the evil god tribe kept roaring. His 4 arms and 4 sharp blades danced about as he unleashed a torrential attack on Lu Ming. At the same time, the other member of the evil god tribe also charged toward Lu Ming. With the 2 of them attacking together, Lu Ming fell into a dangerous situation. Lu Ming used all his strength to dodge and counterattack occasionally. However, he was still injured constantly. There were a few times where his head was almost chopped off. Fortunately, he had the indestructible ancient scripture, and his injuries were recovering rapidly. If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. However, this could not go on. He was still no match for them and would be killed by them sooner or later. One of them was powerful, while the other was astonishingly fast. Both of them were stronger than Lu Ming. Lu Ming started to consider whether he should use the fallen star bow or not. Right at this moment, a rainbow light whistled over from not far away. Its speed was extremely shocking. A human. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming saw that it was a white-haired old man who was charging directly toward their battlefield. Swish, even though he was very far away, the old man slashed out a sword light toward the skinny member of the evil god tribe. The skinny member of the evil god tribe brandished his 4 sharp blades to block, colliding with the sword light. With a few loud booms, the body of the skinny evil god race member trembled violently and was sent flying. And at this moment, the white-haired old man had already arrived. Wielding a long sword in his hand, an ice-cold sword light burst forth and rained down on the skinny evil god. The strength of this old man was frighteningly strong, even above that of the skinny evil god tribe member. Instantly, the skinny evil god tribe member was unable to retaliate, and could only defend himself. With only one stout evil god race member left, the pressure on Lu Ming immediately decreased significantly. Wang, Lu Ming brandished the infinite dragon spear and charged towards the burly evil god race being. Although he wasn't a match for the burly evil god tribe member, Lu Ming didn't care about his own defense at all as he launched a frenzied assault. Even if the opponent's attack landed on Lu Ming, as long as it wasn't an instant kill, Lu Ming wasn't afraid. In the beginning of their fierce battle, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage, but as time passed, he began to reverse the situation. He did not care about defense. Even if he was injured, he would be able to recover quickly. However, his opponent could not do the same. He had to divide his attention to defend himself. After a long battle, he had consumed a lot of energy. Slowly, Lu Ming actually gained the upper hand, suppressing him instead. Continue. Lu Ming's eyes became incredibly bright. In a life-and-death battle, one's potential could be stimulated the most. One's comprehension of laws was also the deepest. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the Array Dao laws and death laws had already reached a limit. He was about to touch the window of a breakthrough. Just a little more. As long as he pierced through that paper window, Lu Ming would be able to break through. Arg! At this moment, a miserable cry rang out. That skinny evil god tribe member was no match for the white-haired old man and was killed with a single sword strike. After the skinny evil god tribe member was killed, the burly evil god tribe member was greatly alarmed and panicked. He was pierced by Lu Ming's spear, and a hole appeared in his body. The burly evil god tribe member ignored his injuries and turned to flee. He knew that he was no match. If he didn't flee, only death awaited him. The burly evil god tribe member ran in the other direction of the white-haired old man, running at an astonishing speed. Trying to escape? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and the fallen star bow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bowstring and a 9-colored arrow flew out. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the power of the fallen star bow was even more shocking. The arrow flew through the void in an instant. The burly evil god tribe member wanted to block it, but he was seriously injured and couldn't block it at all. He was shot in the head and his brain exploded like a watermelon. 2 evil god tribe members were dead. Haha, amazing, really amazing. The white-haired old man laughed heartily and looked at Lu Ming with shock. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 5-star Void Emperor realm, but his battle strength was shocking. This shocked the white-haired old man. Many thanks for Senior's help. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked the white-haired old man. Haha, you don't have to thank me. With your strength, even if I didn't make a move, you would still be fine. You're just a 5-star Void Emperor realm expert, but you can actually fight against a 5th order True Emperor realm expert. 5th order True Emperor realm battle strength? Lu Ming was puzzled. Little brother, you don't know the difference in strength between true emperors? The white-haired old man was surprised. Lu Ming shook his head. He really didn't know. You dare to come to the battlefield without knowing the difference in strength between true emperors? The white-haired old man was speechless. He continued, little brother, let's take the crystal core and leave this place. I'm afraid that the battle just now will attract others. All right. Lu Ming flew towards the burly evil god tribe member and kept his storage bracelet and crystal core. As for the white-haired old man, he kept the storage bracelet and crystal core of the skinny evil god tribe member. Then, the two of them left the place. Not long after, they appeared in a hidden cave. Along the way, Lu Ming found out that the old man was called Bai Tai, and Lu Ming also told him his name. However, the elder had not heard of Lu Ming's name at all. This was because the other party had been on the battlefield killing alien tribes and had not gone out. Senior Bai, may I know the difference in strength between true emperors? Lu Ming asked again. He was curious when Bai Tai said that true emperors were at 5th order true emperor realm instead of how many stars they had. True emperor realm is a very complicated realm. In terms of cultivation, it's usually between 1 star and 7 stars. However, the difference in strength is like heaven and earth because of the laws. In the true emperor realm, laws determine battle prowess, cultivation isn't that important. For example, a 7-star true emperor can only control 3 or 4 second-level laws while a 1-star true emperor can control 9 third-level laws. Who do you think is stronger? Bai Tai explained and then asked rhetorically. Naturally, the one with 9 third-level laws is stronger. Lu Ming said. That's right. In the true emperor realm, cultivation also determines battle strength, but it's not that important. Laws have a greater impact on battle strength. But the gap between laws and the true emperor realm is too big. Everyone knows that as long as one reaches peak void emperor and cultivates 3 laws to the 2nd level, they can break through to the true emperor realm and become a 1-star true emperor. However, this is the weakest 1-star true emperor with only 3 second-level laws. In order to become a grand emperor, one must cultivate 9 types of laws to the 3rd level. A few peak true emperors have 9 types of laws at the 3rd level. 3 second realms and 9 third realms. Every realm has a difference in level of mastery. How big is the difference between them? Lu Ming rubbed his nose. He knew that there was a huge gap between them. 3 second realms and 9 third realms. The difference was truly shocking. The weakest true emperor is at 1 star with 3 second-level laws. A peak true emperor is at 7 stars with 9 third-level laws. The difference in power is too great. 1 star, 2 stars, and 3 stars aren't enough to determine an emperor's battle prowess. That's why in the ancient times, the ancestors made a more detailed division of the true emperor realm. Based on battle prowess, true emperors were divided into 18 levels. This is the battle prowess of an 18th level true emperor. Bai Tai explained. Lu Ming was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood. True emperors have 18 levels of battle prowess. Lu Ming sighed. For example, those who have just broken through to the true emperor realm with 3 second-level laws are the weakest true emperor. Of course, within the same level, there are differences in strength as well. Some have supreme laws, some have monarch laws, and some have ordinary laws. There are also techniques that affect their battle prowess. Even those who have 3 second-level laws and 1 or 2 first-level laws have the battle prowess of a true emperor. Similarly, those who have 4 or 5 second-level laws and are 1-star true emperors have the battle prowess of a 2nd-level true emperor. In short, the division is very complicated. It's hard to explain in a few words. I'll give you a jade talisman with a detailed breakdown of the true emperor realm. Take it and have a look. Bai Tai took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior Bai. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. After a while, Lu Ming put down the jade talisman. He finally understood the true emperor realm's battle prowess. In the true emperor realm, laws affected one's battle prowess the most. However, cultivation, world energy, physical strength, techniques, and so on could also affect one's battle prowess. Therefore, the total battle prowess was divided into 18 levels. The 2 evil god tribe members they killed earlier had the battle prowess of a 5th-order true emperor. Lu Ming estimated that he had the strength of a 4th-order true emperor. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was only that of a 5-star empty emperor, Lu Ming's physical body was extremely strong and could make up for the lack of cultivation. On the other hand, Lu Ming had mastered 9 types of laws, and 3 of them were supreme laws. They could be transformed into divine abilities with terrifying offensive power. Adding on the fact that his law of primal chaos had reached the 2nd level, his battle prowess was comparable to a 4th-order true emperor. This was already extremely shocking. In history, there had never been a 5-star void emperor who had the strength of a 4th-order true emperor. The strongest among them was only equivalent to a first-order true emperor. However, Lu Ming understood that even though his battle prowess was only at the fourth-order true emperor realm, with the indestructible ancient scripture, Lu Ming could fight against a fifth-order true emperor. In fact, he could even exhaust his opponent to death. My battle prowess is equivalent to a seventh-order true emperor, Bai Tai informed. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder Bai Tai could easily kill a fifth-order true emperor from the evil god tribe. Lu Ming, only experts dare to enter the battlefield of true emperors. Even the weakest here has the strength of a fourth-order true emperor. The weaker ones wouldn't dare to enter as they would be killed easily, Bai Tai said. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed like his battle prowess was the weakest in the battlefield. However, Lu Ming wasn't worried. In fact, it stimulated his battle intent even more. Only in this environment would he be able to break through faster. In the previous battle, Lu Ming could feel that he was about to break through in the law of death and array Dao. Moreover, Lu Ming had many trump cards, such as the fallen star Bao and the heavenly emperor's physique. If he encountered a true emperor, he wouldn't have to worry about protecting himself. Lu Ming, why don't the two of us work together to hunt down the evil god tribe? What do you think? Bai Tai suggested. All right. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before nodding. Firstly, he felt that Bai Tai wasn't a sinister person. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with the battlefield of true emperors. It would be easier to hunt down the evil god tribe if he worked together with Bai Tai. Alright, but the periphery of the battlefield is also very dangerous. There are many experts and we can't go around recklessly. Let's find a place to ambush the evil god tribe first. Lu Ming had no objections to Bai Tai's suggestion. The two of them left the area and found a secluded place. Bai Tai took out a piece of black cloth and covered the two of them. Immediately, they merged with the rocks around them. The color was exactly the same, and it was impossible to see them. Moreover, the cloth had the ability to conceal their aura. If one didn't get close, they wouldn't be able to sense it. Lu Ming was amazed. It seemed like those who were active in the battlefield all year round had their own unique tricks. The two waited like that. For the first 2 days, there was no movement at all. They didn't see any outsiders or even a being from the heavenly world. It wasn't until the 3rd day that there was movement. They're here. Bai Tai's eyes lit up as he looked towards the north. Lu Ming also looked over and saw 3 figures moving on the ground. Their speed wasn't fast and they were very stealthy. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see them. They were from the evil god tribe. There were 2 burly evil god tribe members and 1 skinny evil god tribe member with 4 arms. The 3 of them were very careful and carefully looked around to prevent an ambush. Senior, should we make a move? Lu Ming transmitted to Bai Tai. Let's do it, but we can't rush out rashly. We need a plan, Bai Tai said. In the true emperor realm, it was very difficult to judge the strength of the opponent before they made a move. The true emperor realm was different from other realms. In other realms, it was possible to judge the strength of the opponent based on the strength of the opponent's cultivation. But in the true emperor realm, it was hard to say. Some people's cultivation was low but their laws were shockingly strong. Naturally, their battle strength was also shocking. Therefore, in the true emperor realm, luck was very important. For example, if you were to ambush someone and you were unlucky, you could only blame yourself for being unlucky. Therefore, it was very difficult for them to judge the strength of the 3 evil god tribe members. If it was in the past, Bai Tai wouldn't make a move when encountering 3 people because the risk was too great. But now, he decided to make a move. How about this, you don't make a move first. I'll make a move first to test the opponent's strength. If the opponent's strength is stronger than mine, you use that bow to suppress him and we'll retreat. If the opponent's strength is within our range, we'll attack together and kill him, Bai Tai suggested. Senior, won't you be in danger if we do that? Lu Ming said, feeling a little touched. He understood that Bai Tai was protecting him. If the opponent's strength was too terrifying and far above theirs, Bai Tai would be in danger if he rushed out. But at least Lu Ming would be able to survive. How can there be no danger on the battlefield? They waited for a while longer. When the three evil god tribe members were close enough, Bai Tai made his move. Whoosh, Bai Tai seemed to have turned into a divine sword. He became one with the sword and pierced through the void, aiming for the vital points of one of the evil god tribe members. "There's an ambush!" one of the evil god tribe members roared. A battle axe appeared in the hands of the evil god tribe member who was ambushed by Bai Tai. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the crucial moment, Bai Tai's sword aura changed. The sword light that was originally one split into 8 sword lights and attacked the evil god tribe member. Although the evil god tribe member blocked 6 of the 8 sword lights, 2 sword lights still landed on the evil god tribe member. Bang! The evil god tribe member was sent flying. His body was almost sliced into several pieces. His scales scattered and 2 deep wounds appeared on his body. Fresh blood flowed out. Equivalent to a 6th order true emperor. Lu Ming's heart shook as he judged the evil god tribe member who was injured by Bai Tai. Die. Bai Tai wanted to kill this evil god race tribesman in one go. However, the other 2 evil god race tribesmen had already made their moves, rushing towards Bai Tai. The 2 evil god tribe members were very strong. Bai Tai didn't dare to be careless and could only stop his defense. The 3 of them exchanged a few moves and Bai Tai was sent flying. Kill! Kill! The 2 evil god tribe members charged at Bai Tai. Bai Tai unleashed his full strength and was at a disadvantage. One has the strength of a 7th order true emperor and the other has the strength of a 6th order true emperor. Lu Ming judged the strength of the remaining 2 evil god tribe members. One of them had the strength of Bai Tai. With the 2 of them working together, Bai Tai was at a disadvantage. However, Bai Tai was focused on defense and wouldn't be defeated for a while. At this time, the injured evil god tribe member struggled to get up. He revealed a ferocious expression and was about to attack Bai Tai. 6th order true emperor, I want to try it. Lu Ming revealed a trace of battle intent and rushed over. In the process of rushing out, Lu Ming condensed a long spear in his hand. 9 types of laws intertwined within it. Whoosh, he turned into a bolt of lightning and attacked the injured evil god tribe member. Void Emperor. Sensing Lu Ming's aura, that evil god tribe member was slightly taken aback. Then, he revealed a savage killing intent and said, "A mere Void Emperor dares to make a move against me? Kill." As soon as he said that, a beam of destructive light shot out of his third eye. This beam of destructive light transformed into a battle sword that slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his spear and collided with the sword. With a clang, the battle sword was sent flying. Lu Ming's figure paused for a moment before he continued to charge forward. So strong? The evil god tribe was shocked. Originally, he thought that Lu Ming was just a Void Emperor. No matter how strong his battle prowess was, he would be able to deal with him in one move. However, Lu Ming was actually able to repel his attack in one move, which shocked him to no end. Genius, he's definitely a peerless genius. Kill. The eyes of the injured evil god race member burned with passion. Wielding a battle axe, he charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid at all and charged towards the other party. Bang! When the 2 of them collided, a terrifying force surged from the battle axe. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he was sent flying. His arm was covered with wounds, but under the effect of the indestructible ancient scripture, the wounds healed rapidly. Kill. Lu Ming's figure stopped for a moment before he charged towards the other party. Brat, die for me. The evil god tribe member roared and launched a terrifying attack. The 2 of them exchanged a few moves. Lu Ming was no match for the other party. His body was hit by the destructive light, and a gaping wound appeared on his body. However, the flesh around the wound wriggled rapidly and healed at a shocking speed. What a powerful force. As expected of a 6th order true emperor. Fortunately, the other party is injured. Lu Ming thought. If the other party was at his peak, Lu Ming would be in danger even if he had the indestructible ancient scripture. However, the other party was injured by Bai Tai's sneak attack, and his battle prowess had decreased greatly. At most, he was only slightly stronger than a 5th order true emperor. Lu Ming could still withstand such a battle prowess. Kill. Lu Ming ignored his injuries and charged towards the other party. The 2 of them continued to exchange blows. Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage and was constantly injured by the other party. However, under the effect of the indestructible ancient scripture, his injuries would heal quickly. Even if he was fighting, his injuries would heal quickly. Monster, this monster. The evil god tribe member revealed a trace of fear. Lu Ming was like an unkillable monster. Law of death, law of array, breakthrough for me. Lu Ming roared in his heart. In the fierce battle, Lu Ming once again saw the aura of a breakthrough. Lu Ming circulated the 9 types of laws to the extreme. Boom! Suddenly, Lu Ming's strength increased by a notch, and he deflected the other party's attack with one move. Breakthrough, it's the law of array. Lu Ming was delighted. The law of array had finally broken through to the second level. With the law of array breaking through to the second level, Lu Ming's battle prowess had undoubtedly increased by a few notches. Swish, swish, streaks of spear light pierced toward the other party. You actually broke through. So what if you broke through? You still have to die. Kill, kill, kill. The evil god tribe member was enraged. Ignoring his injuries, he unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. Lu Ming did his best to fight the other party. Although he was still at a disadvantage, his situation was slightly better than before. Law of death, law of death. Lu Ming focused all his mind and broke through the bottleneck of the law of death. After exchanging more than 10 consecutive blows, suddenly an incomparably powerful death intent emanated from Lu Ming's body. At the same time, Lu Ming's strength increased by a notch. Boom! Lu Ming clashed with the evil god tribe member again. This time, Lu Ming did not retreat. Instead, it was the evil god tribe member who was repeatedly forced back by Lu Ming's attacks. The law of death had broken through. Lu Ming's law of death had officially entered the second level. The law of death was the strongest law of death. It was not something that array Dao laws could compare to. With this breakthrough and the fusion with the law of primal chaos, Lu Ming's combat strength increased by a notch. Lu Ming's strength began to suppress the other party. How is this possible? The other party roared in disbelief. How could there be such a person who broke through consecutively in the battle with him? This talent was simply too monstrous. Kill. With the increase in combat strength, Lu Ming's confidence increased greatly. He began to counterattack, attacking wildly. Swish. Swish. Swish, streaks of spear light enveloped the evil god tribe member. Pooh! Lu Ming's spear light pierced through the evil god tribe member's body, causing a long trail of blood to spurt out. If this evil god tribe member was at his peak, he would still be stronger than the current Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had broken through 2 laws consecutively and his combat strength had increased, Lu Ming's combat strength did not rise to the 6th order True Emperor realm. It was roughly at the peak of the 5th order True Emperor realm. He was still weaker than the other party. However, the other party had been injured by Bai Tai previously and had fought with Lu Ming for a long time. His combat strength had weakened by several notches. At this moment, his combat strength was even weaker than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's attacks were like a violent storm, attacking the other party without any regard for his own defense. This made the other party even more vulnerable. Quick, come and save me! The evil god tribe member yelled, calling for others to save him. One of the evil god tribe members fighting against Bai Tai had the strength of a 6th order True Emperor. He abandoned Bai Tai and charged towards Lu Ming. The other 7th order True Emperor continued to fight against Bai Tai. Swish. Swish, the evil god clan member that was charging toward Lu Ming was a skinny and small evil god clan member with 4 arms. It was very fast. It flashed in the void and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow without hesitation. Lu Ming had already achieved his goal in this battle, and there was no need to drag it out any longer. As Lu Ming's comprehension of the laws increased, the power of the fallen star bow also increased. The power of laws and world force poured into the fallen star bow, and an arrow emitting 9 different colors was formed. It shot towards the evil god tribe member, dragging a long tail behind it like a comet. The thin evil god tribe member was shocked, and his 4 arms swung wildly. 4 sharp blades slashed out in an attempt to block the 9-colored arrow. Clang! 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 4 consecutive explosions sounded, and the thin evil god tribe member's 4 sharp blades were knocked away. His body shook violently, and he was forced to retreat. Even though he managed to block a portion of the arrow's power, he didn't manage to block it completely. The arrow continued to shoot out. Pooh! The arrow pierced through the thin evil god tribe member's body, and a huge hole appeared. The destructive power contained in the arrow had already extinguished his life force. Right now, Lu Ming's strength had already reached the peak of the 5th Order True Emperor realm. Pulling the fallen star bow, killing a 6th Order True Emperor realm existence wasn't difficult. Seeing this scene, the evil god tribe member who was injured by Lu Ming nearly died from fright. Kill! Lu Ming put away the fallen star bow and charged towards the evil god tribe member. This time, he didn't need to spend much effort to kill the evil god tribe member. At this time, the evil god tribe member who was fighting against Bai Tai turned pale with fright. This was simply unbelievable. 2 6th Order True Emperors from the evil god tribe were actually unable to defeat a Void Emperor. They were killed by a Void Emperor. He almost thought that he was dreaming. While he was distracted, he was struck by Bai Tai's attack and was sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. How could Bai Tai let go of such an opportunity? He took the opportunity to launch a barrage of attacks. Bang! That member of the evil god race attacked with all his might and turned to flee. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and released an arrow. Boom! That evil god race member was pierced through by an arrow and was heavily injured. Bai Tai, who had rushed over, seized the opportunity and killed him with a sword strike. The 3 members of the evil god tribe were all killed. The 2 of them kept the storage bracelets and crystal cores of the evil god race and left this area. They hid themselves in another secret place while checking their spoils of war. In this battle, Lu Ming had obtained 2 bracelets of holding. In addition to the bracelets of holding from before, Lu Ming checked them one by one. World Core. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He found a total of 5 world cores in his storage bracelet. Normally, only true emperors with stable minor worlds would be able to obtain the complete world core after killing them. After the evil god race killed the true emperors of the heaven world, they used the world core to return to receive their rewards. The world core was very useful to the living beings of the heaven world. As long as the power of laws on the world core was removed, the energy of the world core could be directly absorbed and refined. It could be used to condense a minor world and increase one's cultivation. Of course, if the laws of the other party's world core were exactly the same as one's own, then the benefits would be even greater. However, the upper echelons of Two World City had a rule that the people of the heaven world couldn't kill each other on the battlefield. Therefore, if one wanted to obtain the world core, they could only snatch it from the hands of the evil god race. The evil god race would hunt down the experts of the heaven world to obtain the world core. As long as one killed the evil god race, one would be able to obtain the world core. He took out the world core and stored it properly. After casually checking the other items, he kept them. Lu Ming, these 3 world cores are for you. At this time, Bai Tai had also finished checking. He took out 3 world cores and handed them to Lu Ming. Senior, you are. Lu Ming was a little taken aback. Take it. You're so young and talented, and your future is limitless. I'm different. I've already used up all my potential, and it's very difficult for me to improve. I'll keep some for myself, so I might as well give them to you. Bai Tai smiled. Senior, how can this be? Lu Ming refused. Take it. My ancestors were originally from the Hunyuan Heaven Domain. Later, the Hunyuan Heaven Domain was invaded by the other races, and my ancestors fled to the Taiching Heaven Domain. For so many years, my Bai clan has been fighting the other races in Two World City. Almost all of my ancestors died in battle. My purpose in life is to hunt the other races. However, with my talent, my achievements are limited. The number of races I can kill is also limited. In the future, I will have to rely on geniuses like you with endless potential. Take it. Bai Tai said. Looking at the old man's sincere and expectant eyes, Lu Ming couldn't refuse and took the 3 world cores. After that, they set up an ambush here. Unfortunately, they didn't see a single evil god race member for 3 days. Lu Ming simply took out a piece of the heart of the world and refined it. Surging energy was refined and turned into a part of Lu Ming's miniature world. His power of the world increased rapidly. These world cores were left behind by low-level true emperors. There was a limit to their energy, and it was impossible for Lu Ming to advance by leaps and bounds. However, the speed of his advancement was shocking. Lu Ming's cultivation rose rapidly to the peak of the 5-star illusionary emperor realm. In the next half a month, Lu Ming refined 5 world cores. His cultivation reached the peak of the 5-star illusionary emperor realm. During this half a month, they didn't encounter a single evil god race member. The two of them planned to leave this place and set up an ambush elsewhere. The two of them concealed their auras and ran carefully. Unfortunately, a few hours later, they were ambushed by the evil god race. This time, the other party was very strong. There were 3 7th-order true emperors. Lu Ming immediately took out the fallen star bow and killed one of them. The other 2 escaped. In this battle, Bai Tai was heavily injured. They found a secluded place and Bai Tai focused on recovering. After Bai Tai recovered, they continued to hunt the evil god race. In the following days, Lu Ming and Bai Tai were in the true Emperor realm's battlefield, constantly hunting and being hunted. Every once in a while, they would encounter a big battle. Time flew by. Lu Ming had been fighting in the true Emperor realm's battlefield for close to 2 years. In these 2 years, Lu Ming experienced 56 battles. There were a few times when he almost died and was almost forced to use his heavenly emperor physique. The rewards from dozens of battles were shocking. Lu Ming's improvement was very fast. Devour, Force, Tools, and Alchemy laws all entered the 2nd level. Only the Life and Piercing laws didn't break through. However, Lu Ming felt that he could break through at any time. Lu Ming's battle prowess skyrocketed as well, surpassing Bai Tai now. With the indestructible ancient scripture's insane regenerative abilities, his battle prowess was considered top-notch in the outer regions of the battlefield. Lu Ming's group decided to return to Two World City. He had fought dozens of battles in the True Emperor battlefield in the last 2 years. He needed to go back to Two World City to relax and recuperate. The two concealed their auras and spent a few days to return to Two World City. After returning to the Two World City, Lu Ming and Bai Tai parted ways. Time to exchange for resources. The first thing Lu Ming wanted to do was to exchange for resources and rest for 2 days before heading to the sacred grounds to cultivate. Lu Ming headed to the place where he could exchange treasures. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at a majestic hall. He walked into the hall and came before a counter. "Little brother, how may I help you?" A burly man in his 50s smiled at Lu Ming. "Senior, I want to exchange alien cores for treasures," Lu Ming said. "What treasures do you want?" the burly man asked. "Chaos stones," Lu Ming said. Chaos stones were his goal. Other treasures were not of much use to him. Only the chaotic chi within the chaotic gems could help him increase his cultivation and even use it to sense the laws of primal chaos. Chaos stones? Little brother, it's not that easy to exchange for chaos stones. You'll need a large number of alien cores. I have a list here of all the alien cores you need. Take a look. The burly man handed a list to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. Inside was a long list of all kinds of outsider crystal cores that could be exchanged for all kinds of treasures. Lu Ming ignored everything else and found the chaos stone. At one glance, he was somewhat dumbfounded. So many? Lu Ming was speechless. He needed too many alien race crystal cores to exchange for chaos gems. Lu Ming estimated that the alien race crystal cores that he had obtained over the past 2 years could only be used to exchange for 3 chaos gems. One had to know that he had been through dozens of battles in the past 2 years. He had thought that he would be able to exchange for at least 10 chaos stones to break through to the true Emperor realm. It seemed that he had been thinking too much. But then again, chaos stones were consumables that couldn't be regenerated. Every time one was used, there would be one less. As time passed, there would be fewer and fewer of them. It was normal for them to be more expensive. From this, it could be seen that the rewards Heavenly Sovereign Six-Mind had given him were generous enough. 3 chaos stones were equivalent to 2 years of risking his life. "Little brother, do you want to exchange?" the middle-aged man asked with a grin. "Yes." Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He definitely had to exchange for it. The chaos gems were extremely useful to him. No matter how expensive they were, he had to exchange for it. The burly man was taken aback. Initially, he thought that Lu Ming was very young. At such a young age, it was almost impossible for him to kill enough alien tribe crystal cores to exchange for chaos stones. That was why he had given Lu Ming a list so that Lu Ming would know what to do. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming still wanted to exchange. He knew that he had misjudged. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and handed it to the burly man. "Senior, these are my alien cores. Take a look." The burly man took a look and was even more surprised. He nodded and said, "These cores can be exchanged for 3 chaos stones." With that, the burly man also took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look and saw that there were 3 chaos stones inside. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He put it away, thanked him, and left the place. Lu Ming did not break through realm right away. After returning to his residence, he rested for 2 days and headed for that small world in the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree. After fighting in the True Emperor battlefield for 2 years, Lu Ming's improvement was very great. He broke through 6 kinds of laws. Only life law and penetration law had not broken through to the second realm. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that it would be soon. He had already touched the threshold of breakthrough. As long as he comprehended a little more, he might break through. Lu Ming planned on using the mature Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree to wait for these 2 kinds of laws to break through before using Chaos Stones to break through realm. Arriving under the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree, Lu Ming quietly started comprehending. Sure enough, the cultivation this time went very smoothly. In only 2 months, life law and penetration law broke through one after another, reaching the second realm. Lu Ming's combat strength soared again. While Lu Ming was cultivating, in a great hall of the Lan family, someone was discussing something. "You said that Lu Ming exchanged a large number of alien cores for 3 chaos stones?" Lan Qing, the Lan family's heavenly emperor, asked an old man. "That's right. My Lan family's people saw Lu Ming in the exchange hall." After asking around, they found out that Lu Ming had indeed used a large number of crystal cores to exchange for 3 chaos stones. An old man from the Lan family replied. "It seems that this lad, Lu Ming, has entered the battlefield to hunt for foreign clans. In just 2 years, the crystal cores that he hunted can be exchanged for 3 chaos stones. This lad must not be left alive. Send someone to keep an eye on Lu Ming. You must find out where he is going. Understand?" Lan Qing instructed. The old man nodded. Lu Ming naturally did not know all of this. "Now, go back and break through realm." Under the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree, a smile appeared on Lu Ming's face as he left this place. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram. Then, Lu Ming took out a chaos stone and drew out 3 wisps of chaos chi. With a breath, he sucked the chaos chi into his mouth and began to refine it. Last time, he used a month to refine 3 chaos gems. This time, he only took half a month to refine 3 chaos stones and a total of 9 wisps of chaos chi. Rumble, Lu Ming's small world underwent a drastic change and began to expand. The power of the small world also became stronger and surged violently in his meridians. Lu Ming's aura also rose rapidly. It was 2 times stronger than before. After a period of time, Lu Ming's aura stabilized and was withdrawn into his body. 7-star illusionary emperor, Lu Ming finally broke through to the 7-star illusionary emperor. This speed was absolutely shocking. If this news were to spread, it would scare people to death. How long had it been since Lu Ming became a martial emperor? In just over 2 years, he had already reached the 7-star illusionary emperor. This speed was too terrifying. Lu Ming was able to improve so quickly mainly because his previous accumulation was too strong. As soon as he broke through, he became a 4-star illusionary emperor. Moreover, Lu Ming's law structure was very complete. All 9 of his laws had reached the 2nd level, which was far beyond his cultivation base. One should know that as long as 3 of his laws reached the 2nd level, he would be able to break through to the true emperor realm. Lu Ming's laws had far exceeded the requirements. His small world was incomparably stable, which was why he could continuously refine energy into it and improve his cultivation base. I still have some world cores with me. I'll continue to refine them and see if I can use them to break through to the true Emperor realm. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. In the true Emperor battlefield, he had obtained many world cores from the foreign races. Lu Ming took out a piece of realm core, obliterated the power of law on it, and started refining, increasing his cultivation. One piece after another, the following 2 months plus, Lu Ming continuously refined realm cores just like that. Lu Ming cultivated wholeheartedly and was completely oblivious to the outside world's matters. While Lu Ming was cultivating, outside Two World City, there were countless foreign races rushing over. The foreign races attacked the city, rumble, one giant battleship after another, all pitch black all over, like majestic mountain ranges, tore through the air and stirred up endless fierce winds. On each battleship, there were large numbers of foreign race powerhouses. Looking over, no idea how many foreign races there were, how many battleships. Two World City was naturally alarmed. Foreign races attacking the city. Roars spread throughout Two World City. In Two World City, countless figures rose to the air. Dazzling rainbow light interweaved in the air, abnormally beautiful. Countless powerhouses appeared on Two World City's city walls. Activate the Grand Array. A voice spread throughout Two World City. This was absolutely a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Everywhere in Two World City, especially on the city walls, densely packed runes emerged. Endless runes interweaved to form one terrifying grand array after another. On Two World City, the atmosphere was stifling to the extreme. This was the foreign races attacking the city on a large scale. In the recent 100,000 years, the foreign races attacking cities on a large scale already became very few. Because for so many years, they did not breach the Grand Pure Heaven domain. The foreign races' large-scale attacking operations became fewer and fewer. Many people guessed that the foreign races were definitely accumulating strength or had other plans. This time, the foreign races attacked the city on a large scale again. Could it be that the foreign races already lost their patience and wanted to breach Two World City with brute force? Rush over, smash through Two World City's city walls. A loud roar came from among the foreign races. Rumble, one incomparably huge battleship after another rushed towards Two World City. However, although those battleships were huge, compared to Two World City's city walls, they were still very lacking. Attack. When the foreign race's battleships flew in a certain distance, someone on Two World City's city walls gave the order. Bang! Bang! On the city walls, endless runes were incomparably dazzling, turning into one grand array after another, then turning into one attack after another, attacking towards the foreign race's battleships. There were swords as big as mountains, sabers that could break the sky, and so on. In addition, there were also huge crossbows on the city walls. Each of them was as big as a small hill with a length of several dozen meters. Each arrow could kill a peak true emperor. In addition, there were also primordial stone cannons. This kind of huge cannon was made by refining weapons. It was engraved with large formations and was powered by origin stones. As long as there were enough ores, it would be able to unleash a terrifying attack. Even an 18th level true emperor would die from this attack. Even a great emperor would not dare to disregard it. These were all weapons of war. Rumble, all kinds of attacks bombarded the outsider starships. Many energy shields lit up on the alien warships, blocking the attacks from Two World City. Endless attacks landed on the energy barrier, causing it to vibrate continuously. Counterattack. Some of the foreign races roared. On the battleships, all sorts of attacks were launched towards Two World City. However, they were all blocked by the light outside the city. Both sides attacked each other from afar. The entire sky was drowned in dazzling light. Boom! Suddenly, a sword light slashed out from Two World City. It was extremely dazzling among all the light. The sword light was filled with boundless heavenly might. A heavenly emperor had made his move. However, a huge axe came out from the alien warships and blocked the sword light. Next, a burly figure appeared in the sky, emitting an earth-shattering aura. Heavenly Emperor of Heaven, come out and fight me. The burly alien spoke, his thunderous voice resounding across the battlefield. You think I'm afraid of you? A dazzling sword light shot out from Two World City and attacked the alien warships. Boom, the two exchanged a move, then fought deep in the sky. These two people were undoubtedly both Heavenly Emperor realm figures. The attacks from both sides continued. Rumble, finally, another alien warship's defenses were breached. Endless attacks landed on the warship, causing it to explode. All sorts of metal flew everywhere. On the battleship, countless non-humankind beings were flying around, but many of them were killed instantly by the attacks. Whoosh, an arrow that was dozens of meters long pierced through the void, piercing a peak true emperor and sending him flying 1,000 miles away. Boom, another peak true emperor was hit by a pillar of light and exploded. However, there were a few figures that were abnormally strong. They weaved their way through and blocked most of the attacks. These were all emperors of the alien races. Go, go. The alien warships continued to charge towards Two World City. In the process of charging out, more battleships were destroyed, and more outsiders were killed. However, the alien warships were getting closer and closer to Two World City. In the end, after sacrificing a dozen warships and thousands of experts, they finally reached Two World City. Boom. Boom. Boom, the warships crashed into the light barrier outside Two World City. The light barrier shook violently, and a hole was torn in it. Charge. The alien warships roared and charged through the cracks. Kill. On the city wall of the Two World City, there were also many experts rushing towards the holes. They were fighting against the alien races around the holes. It was a brutal scene. At the same time, the formation on the walls was still operating, turning into waves of attacks that attacked the aliens. This was the advantage of the Heaven Realm. By relying on the Two World City, although they had far fewer experts than the mutated races, they could still stop the mutated races from invading. Kill, kill. The slaughter was exceptionally bitter. In this place, there was no mercy, only slaughter. This was a war between two worlds, it was a matter of life and death. Only by killing the enemy could one survive. Experts from both sides fell one after another, forever staying here. Relatively speaking, the Heaven Realm had the upper hand. This was because the experts of the Heaven Realm only needed to block the holes that were torn open. With the help of the formation, it was much easier for them. Although there were some who died in battle, the number of foreign races who were killed was twice as high. Boom. Boom. Boom, the void vibrated as a series of figures stepped out from the demonic race, emitting a terrifying aura. They were all heavenly emperors. There were more than a dozen of them. The aura of these heavenly emperors was too strong. Heaven and earth seemed to be groaning, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. However, there were also heavenly emperors from Two World City that rushed out to stop the enemy. Fight. This battle lasted for 3 whole days. The alien race paid a terrible price, but they ultimately failed to break through Two World City. The war drums sounded, and the alien race began to retreat. Rumble, warships retreated one after another. Outside Two World City, the hole that had been torn open began to heal. Clean up the battlefield. Someone ordered. The Heaven Domain experts began to clean up the battlefield. They sorted out the alien race corpses and packed them away. Many people had heavy hearts. Although more alien races had died in this battle, the Heaven Domain had also paid a heavy price. A large number of experts had died in battle. This is the first time in 30,000 years that the alien race has launched such a large-scale attack. Someone sighed. Although the alien race had also launched a large-scale attack a few years ago because of the spatial tunnel, the scale was not as large. After cleaning up, these resources would all be stored in the exchange hall by the higher-ups of Two World City as public resources. The city walls were still solemnly waiting to prevent the alien race from attacking the city again. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Rumble, in the distance, huge battleships were charging over again. The alien race had come to attack the city again. The battle broke out again after half a month. This battle was even more tragic than the previous one. Countless experts died in battle. Even great emperors died one after another, and some heavenly emperors were seriously injured. In the end, the alien race retreated when they saw that they could not break through. Why did the alien race launch such a large-scale attack? This is the first time in 100,000 years. Someone's expression was very grave. Many people guessed that the alien race had lost their patience and planned to forcefully break through Two World City at all costs. I heard that the alien race launched a large-scale attack on another battlefield more than 10 years ago. There has been endless killing over the years. Someone else spoke. The atmosphere became even more tense. Two World City was not the only battlefield in Taiching Heaven Domain. There was another battlefield. It was also a spatial tunnel, but it was not connected to Hunyuan Heaven Domain. Instead, it was connected to another heaven. Taiching Heaven Domain was connected to two other heavens, and they both had the same spatial tunnel. Naturally, these two spatial tunnels became battlefields. The other battlefield was not inferior to Two World Cities. There were also many experts guarding it, and there was endless killing all year round. The alien race had launched a large-scale attack on that battlefield more than 10 years ago, and the killing had been constant over the years. Just like that, the peaceful days passed for another half a month. Half a month later, the alien race launched another attack. But this time, the alien race stopped tens of thousands of miles away. What are they doing? Everyone on the Heaven Domain side. At this moment, a group of people flew out from the side of the foreign races. They flew towards Two World City and stopped 10,000 miles away. I heard that the Heaven Realm has produced many geniuses in recent years. Among the younger generation, countless experts have been born. Coincidentally, some geniuses have also been born in my world. Why don't we exchange pointers? A figure stepped out from the side of the outsiders, and his voice reverberated throughout the entire place. This outsider had a jade-like complexion. He had a head of violet hair, and was incomparably handsome. He looked no different from a human, except for the eye between his eyebrows. This was a member of the royal family of the Outsiders, a terrifying celestial emperor. The Outsiders were going to send out geniuses to challenge Qin Wendian. Many people were astonished. How do you want to fight? A big shot from the Heaven Domain asked. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Heavenly Lord's 6 saints. You can leave now, said the royal of the alien race. Then, 5 figures walked out from the alien race. These were the 4 young men of the foreign race. Even though it was difficult to tell them apart based on their appearances, judging from their life auras, they were indeed from the younger generation. They were quite young. These are the 4 young geniuses of our domain. The Heaven Domain can also send 4 geniuses to fight, said the royal of the alien race. What is this alien race doing? It's very simple. The alien race wants to use this move to attack the morale of the Heaven Domain. If their geniuses can crush our geniuses, many of us will feel despair and see no hope. On the contrary, the alien race's morale will increase greatly. Many people discussed. Many people realized that it was indeed so. This time, the Heaven Domain and the primordial realm could be said to have reached a golden age. Countless geniuses were born. Many people saw this group of geniuses as the hope of the Heaven Domain. They even used large amounts of resources to groom them. They could enter and leave as they pleased. They hoped that this group of geniuses would grow up and turn the situation around in the future. However, what if the geniuses of the alien race defeated the geniuses of the Heaven Domain? In that case, it would prove that even if the geniuses of the Heaven Domain grew up, they would still be no match for the alien race. How despairing would that be? It would be strange if their morale was not low. However, they had to fight this battle. If they did not fight, it would also affect their morale. This was the alien race's scheme. Many people looked at the alien race's geniuses. One of them was burly and covered in purple scales. When he opened his 3 eyes, they shone brightly. Another one was less than a meter tall and had 4 arms. The third one was the strangest. His body was about the same height as a human, and there were no scales on his body. However, he was like a shadow. His body was constantly twisting, and there was a third eye between his eyebrows. The fourth one made many people's eyes narrow. It was a purple-haired young man. He was unbelievably handsome. His 3 eyes were slightly squinted, and there was a faint smile on his face. He was a royal of the alien race. Who should we send out? Someone asked. The 4 of them must be the top geniuses. We only have the 9 extinctions to win. There are some 9 extinctions in the Two World City, but they seem to be in seclusion. Send someone to find them. Voices were heard. Then, some heavenly emperors entered the sacred cultivation grounds of the two-world city to look for the 9 extinctions. As for the outsiders, they waited patiently outside the city walls. Not long after, a few figures flew towards the city walls from the two-world city. Found them. Many people's eyes lit up. There were 4 young men behind the heavenly emperor. Coincidentally, 4 of the 9 extinctions are in the two-world city. The heavenly emperor smiled. The others smiled as well. The 9 extinctions were the 9 strongest geniuses of the younger generation in the heaven domain. They had reached the true emperor realm long ago, and each of them was a heaven-defying genius. With the 9 extinctions, they would definitely win. Are they the ones? One of the 9 extinctions said arrogantly, and he was full of confidence. If Lu Ming was here, he would have recognized him immediately. It was Xian Wulin, who was defeated by him and almost left the 9 extinctions. During this period, Xian Wulin had been in seclusion in the two-world city, and his combat strength had increased tremendously. Haha, I have been in seclusion for a long time, and I want to stretch my body. Xian Wulin and the others were very confident. They stood at the peak of the younger generation in the heaven field, and their talents were unparalleled. They believed that as long as they grew stronger, they would be able to reverse the situation in the heaven field and defeat the non-humans. They might even be able to lead the army of the heaven field to the evil god world. They didn't put the non-human prodigies in their eyes. I'll go with you. Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred said as he stepped out, followed by a few other heavenly emperors. Xian Wulin and the other 3 prodigies also stepped out and stopped not too far away from the non-humans. You're finally here. I thought you guys wouldn't dare to fight. One of the non-humans said lightly. The heaven field isn't afraid of anyone in the younger generation. Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred said coldly. If that's the case, then let's begin. You can choose any of the 4 prodigies you want. The heavenly emperor of the non-humans said. Xian Wulin and the others were also sizing up the 4 non-human prodigies. When they saw the outsider royal, serious looks appeared in their eyes. Everyone knew that the non-human royal was extremely rare, but each one of them had terrifying battle power and limitless potential. They didn't care about the other non-human prodigies, but they had to take the non-human royal seriously. I'll go first. Xian Wulin said as he stepped out. His eyes scanned the 4 non-human prodigies and finally landed on the burly non-human. The burly non-human race was the most common race among the non-humans. The people of the heaven field knew this race the best. Xian Wulin naturally chose the one he was most confident in. You, fight me. Xian Wulin pointed at the burly non-human. You're choosing me? The burly non-human opened his 3 eyes and emitted a cold murderous intent. Being the first to be chosen, he felt that he had been underestimated. Brat, it's your bad luck to choose me first. Brat, remember, the one who defeated you is called Wei Mo. The burly non-human stepped out and emitted a powerful aura. A true emperor, there was no doubt that Wei Mo had reached the true emperor realm. There are strong and weak true emperors as well. Die. Xian Wulin made his move. With a push of his hands, 2 stars appeared and shot towards Wei Ma. Petty tricks. Dandan opened his mouth and 2 beams of destructive light shot out from his 3rd eye. Bang! Bang! The 2 stars that Xian Wulin shot out were easily defeated. Xian Wulin's face darkened slightly. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, and 1 star after another appeared around him. There were a total of 360 stars. Stellar Cycle Fist. Xian Wulin did not hold back at all. He directly used his strongest killer move and raised his combat strength to the maximum. Whoosh! 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 Stars streaked across the sky, carrying long tails as they hurtled towards Wei Ma. Xian Wulin's combat strength has increased by a lot. That's right. A few years ago, when he fought against Lu Ming in Alcade Ancient City, his battle prowess was only equivalent to a 3rd-order true emperor. Now, he's already a 5th-order true emperor. On the Heaven Realm side, many people were overjoyed. Thinking about it, the Black Tortoise Forest had suffered a great loss in the battle with Lu Ming. In the past few years, they had worked hard and improved at an astonishing rate. They believed that this battle was in the bag, but in the next moment, the faces of the Heaven Realm's people changed drastically. Weima roared as his body emitted a crystalline purple light. A battle axe appeared in his hand, and his burly body charged towards Xian Wulin like a wild beast. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, Weima held the battle axe with both hands and continuously slashed at the stars. Bang! Bang! Those stars were like bubbles that were easily split apart by Weima. Weima took large strides forward, and the battle axe continued to slash out. Stars formed one after another and were destroyed. Xian Wulin's face changed. He roared and pushed his palms forward. In an instant, a total of 200 stars flew towards Weima. Break! Weima shouted coldly and slashed out several hundred times. The sky was filled with axe shadows. Those stars exploded one after another. Kill! In the end, Weima roared and slashed out a shocking axe light. A giant battle axe that was 10,000 meters tall suddenly slashed towards Xian Wulin. Xian Wulin's pupils contracted rapidly. He erupted with all his strength and merged all the stars into one, forming a giant star that flew towards his opponent. But when the giant battle axe slashed down, the star exploded like a sun in the sky. Xian Wulin screamed miserably as his body flew far away. He flew for more than 10,000 meters before crashing to the ground and vomiting blood. Defeated, Xian Wulin was defeated. The faces of the Heaven Realm's experts were ugly. Xian Wulin, one of the 9 absolutes, was defeated without causing much trouble for his opponent. This Weima's battle strength is at least at the 6th order True Emperor realm. Someone said solemnly. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The foreign races also had such terrifying geniuses? How could this be? The Heaven Realm and the primordial world had only produced a large number of geniuses during the Golden Age. But how could the foreign races have such powerful geniuses? It must be a special case. The foreign races can't have many of such geniuses. Impossible. Someone growled, finding it hard to accept. This is the Heaven Realm's genius? He can't even withstand a single blow. Weima said coldly. He looked at Xian Wulin with disdain and walked back with his battle axe. Heavenly Sovereign's 6 saints and the other heavenly emperors had ugly expressions. Xian Wulin's defeat would more or less affect the Heaven Realm's morale. You must win the second round. Heavenly Sovereign's 6 saints transmitted his voice to the remaining 3 geniuses. I'll go for this round. The bald youth stepped forward. This person's combat power was very strong. Back then, in the Alcade ancient city, he had also made a move to deal with Lu Ming. However, he was stopped by Dandan and displayed shocking combat power. He was much stronger than the Xian Wulin back then. The bald youth's gaze swept across the remaining 3 geniuses and finally landed on the skinny foreign race with 4 arms. You, come out and fight with me. The bald youth said. Then I'll fulfill your wish. The skinny foreign race smiled faintly. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the bald youth. His speed was shocking. Whoosh! Following that, the skinny youth made his move. His body flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, 4 incomparably sharp rays of light appeared around the bald youth and slashed towards him. So fast. Many people were shocked. The skinny foreign race's speed was too shocking. His body flashed so fast that it was impossible to catch him. Mad Demon Fist. The bald youth roared as he punched out with both fists. Terrifying fist energy swept out in all directions like a mad demon. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal vibrating echoed in all directions. The speed of the bald youth's fist technique was also astonishingly fast. He was actually able to block his opponent's attack. The 2 of them exchanged over 100 blows in an instant, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Interesting. You can actually keep up with my speed. But let me tell you, I'm only using half of my speed. The skinny foreign being sneered. Suddenly, his speed increased greatly once again. The speed of his 4 sharp weapons also increased greatly, becoming twice as fast as before. The bald youth was shocked. He roared angrily and pushed his fist technique to the extreme. But he was still no match for his opponent. Poof! A wound appeared on the bald youth's body. His body was almost cut in half, and blood flowed profusely. The bald youth frantically retreated, wanting to avoid his opponent's attack. But his opponent did not stop attacking. There was no way he could avoid it. Poof, the bald youth was hit again. His body was cut again. This time, one of his arms was cut off. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Die. The skinny foreign being's eyes were ferocious as he charged toward the bald youth. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. At the critical moment, the bald youth roared. Die. The skinny foreign being did not stop and continued to charge toward the bald youth. Enough. A heavenly emperor beside heavenly sovereign's 6 saints acted. A force enveloped the bald youth and swept him to his side. Haha, you need a heavenly emperor to act. What a piece of trash. The skinny foreign being sneered. He looked at the bald youth with disdain, then stepped back. The bald youth's face was extremely ugly. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, then sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. Heavenly Sovereign's 6 saints and the other heavenly emperors also had ugly expressions. Just now, when the heavenly emperor had acted to save the bald youth, the opposing heavenly emperor did not stop him. Perhaps it was intentional. The bald youth had suffered a crushing defeat, and the heavenly emperor had been forced to act. Countless people from both sides had seen all of this. This was a huge blow to the heaven domain. Their top prodigies had been defeated and needed a heavenly emperor to save them. How ironic was that? How could this be? Some people from the heaven domain were filled with despair. Their overall strength could not compare to the foreign races. Even the prodigies of this generation could not compare to the foreign races. What hope did the heaven domain have? It was only a matter of time before they were defeated and destroyed. At this point, there were still 2 outsider chosen who had yet to make a move. The shadowy outsider stepped forward and said in a cold, piercing voice, "Which of you wants to fight me?" On the heaven realm's side, there were still 2 young geniuses. One of them was a beautiful woman, and the other was a young man in a blue robe with a graceful bearing. I'll handle him. As for the outsider royal, I'll have to rely on you. I'm definitely not a match for him. At that moment, the beautiful woman said to the blue-cloaked youth. The 9 absolutes of the heaven realm also had their differences. The blue-robed young man was one of the strongest among the 9 absolutes and was ranked in the top 3. Alright, no matter what, we cannot lose the next 2 matches. The blue-clothed young man said. The beautiful woman nodded and floated out. Without saying anything, she engaged in a great battle with the shadow-like evil god race being. Both of them should be at the 7th order true emperor realm. Their battle prowess was on par with each other. However, the other party's body was extremely bizarre. Not only was it as elusive as a shadow, it was even capable of launching soul attacks. After exchanging dozens of blows, the beautiful woman was at a disadvantage. How could this be? The people from the heaven realm exclaimed in disbelief. How could the outsider race have so many powerful geniuses? They were even more terrifying than the people from the heaven realm. No, I can't lose. Ruthlessness flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes. Suddenly, she stopped defending and allowed the other party's sword to pierce her body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she attacked with all her might. This was a battle that would cause both sides to suffer, but it was also effective. Obviously, the other party didn't expect the beautiful woman to be so ruthless. Boom. Boom, both of them retreated. The beautiful woman coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Her body was almost torn apart by the sword chi. However, the other party didn't have it easy either. He was hit by the beautiful woman's all-out attack and was also heavily injured. Both sides suffered. On the heaven realm's side, after the beautiful woman's desperate attack, the battle finally ended in a draw. But on the heaven realm's side, no one was happy. There was only despair. The evil god world had also given birth to such powerful geniuses. What hope did the heaven realm have? It seems like you came prepared today. The 4 of them should be the strongest geniuses in your world. One of the heaven realm's heavenly emperors said. Many people's eyes lit up. It was possible that the foreign races had come prepared. It was possible that they had brought the strongest geniuses of the foreign races. That was why they were so powerful. As for the heaven realm, not all of the 9 jades had arrived. There were still some geniuses who were still growing. If that was the case, then there was hope. You don't have to deceive yourselves. To tell you the truth, the 3 people who fought just now can't even enter the top 10 of my world. One of the foreign race's heavenly emperors sneered. Can't even enter the top 10? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's fake. It must be an alarmist talk to scare us. We don't believe it. The Heaven Realms people were in an uproar. No one believed it. The 3 people who fought just now were already unbelievably powerful. The 9 Jades of the Heaven Realm were not their opponents. With such combat strength and cultivation, they couldn't even enter the top 10 of the foreign races. This was too despairing. They naturally didn't believe it. It's really sad. No wonder you all lost. I swear in the name of the Heavenly Emperors that all of this is the truth. The foreign race's Heavenly Emperor said indifferently. The Heaven Realms people were in despair. Was what the foreign race said true? This person is a prince of my world. He has amazing talent and is ranked 9th among the younger generation of my world. Following that, the foreign race's Heavenly Emperor pointed at the foreign race's royal youth. The foreign race's royal youth stepped out and his gaze fell on the blue-robed youth. Remember, my name is Emotion Luo. I will crush you. Fight. The blue-robed youth stepped out and launched an attack towards the foreign race's prince, Emotion Luo. Whoosh! 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 The blue divine light transformed into a series of astonishing attacks. As soon as he attacked, the blue-robed young man displayed a terrifying combat strength. Combat strength of an 8th order true emperor. The Heaven Realms people's eyes lit up as they saw hope. The blue-robed youth's combat strength had already reached the 8th order true emperor realm. To be able to reach this level at such a young age, he was definitely strong. You have some strength, but it's not enough. Emotion Luo said indifferently. A destructive light shot out from his eyes and turned into dozens of sword lights that slashed towards the blue-robed youth. The sword lights whistled and broke the blue-robed youth's attack, causing him to retreat quickly. What? So strong? Many people were shocked. How was it possible that the blue-robed youth was forced to retreat in one move? Kill! Emotion Luo shouted. The sword lights whistled and slashed towards the blue-robed youth. The blue-robed youth roared and soared into the sky. He used a terrifying super skill to break the sword lights and charged towards Emotion Luo. I'll defeat you. Emotion Luo was extremely powerful and brave. With a single palm strike, he pierced through the void and destroyed all of the blue-robed youth's attacks. The blue-robed youth's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Bang! The terrifying palm strike landed on the blue-robed youth's chest. The blue-robed youth screamed as his chest was pierced through. His body flew tens of thousands of meters away as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He was severely injured. No, this is impossible. Someone from the heavenly world shouted in disbelief. The blue-robed youth was ranked in the top 3 of the 9 absolutes. His combat strength was at the 8th order true Emperor realm. However, he was severely injured in just a few moves against the foreign prince. The gap was too big. More importantly, was Emotion Luo only ranked 9th among the foreign race's younger generation as the Heavenly Emperor had said. If that was the case, there was no hope for the heavenly world. When this generation of geniuses grew up, the heavenly world would not be filled with hope, but despair. Many people shouted, unwilling to accept all of this. After waiting for countless years and fighting for countless years, the golden age of geniuses had finally arrived. This generation was destined to rise up and give birth to peak experts. Everyone was looking forward to the rise of this generation. Then, they would kill their way back and take back the 9 heavens domain. However, this was the outcome they had been waiting for. Many people's faces turned pale. At this moment, their morale was gone. What was the use of fighting and risking their lives? Not good. Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints sighed in his heart. He knew that this was a huge blow to everyone. The situation was not good for the heavenly world. Ha ha ha, the golden age of the heavenly world is nothing more than this. You can't even withstand a single blow. Do you have any more geniuses? Come out and fight. One of the foreign race's geniuses laughed, full of disdain and mockery. Today, they had achieved their goal. The morale of the geniuses was low. After some time, it would definitely collapse. There are many geniuses from the heavenly world who are not in Two-World City. Otherwise, they would not be weaker than you. Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints said. At this time, they could not afford to be weak. Is that so? Then I will give you time to send people to find geniuses. I'm afraid that the ones you find will not be able to withstand a single blow. The foreign race's Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints laughed. Go and find the top 2 of the 9 jades. This time, we must not weaken our morale. Heavenly Venerate Six Saints transmitted his voice to a heavenly emperor. I'm just afraid that they have even stronger geniuses. The heavenly emperor sighed. I don't care about that anymore. Now, I can only fight. Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints said. That heaven emperor nodded, his figure flashed and left the place. The outsiders stood quietly on the battlefield, waiting. Their expressions were calm and composed. At this moment, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. Insufficient energy, can't break through. Lu Ming sighed. Although he had refined a lot of world cores, his cultivation had only reached the peak of 7-star Void Emperor. It was impossible for him to break through to the true Emperor realm unless he had a large number of Chaos Stones or Primordial Stones. Forget it, I'll go back to the true Emperor battlefield. With my current cultivation, I'm invincible in the outer regions. I'll hunt for alien cores and exchange them for Chaos Stones. After making up his mind, Lu Ming exited the mountain river diagram and flew out of the Two-World City. As he neared the city walls, Lu Ming felt that something was amiss. The atmosphere in the Two-World City was extremely heavy and oppressive. There's a big battle. Without thinking, Lu Ming could guess that there must have been a big battle. When he arrived at the city walls, he saw that many people's eyes were filled with helplessness and despair. It was as if they had lost all hope. After asking around, Lu Ming understood what was going on. Are they alien race geniuses? There are alien race princes as well. Oh, there are Chaos Stones. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Then, his eyes lit up. Lu Ming looked around and saw Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and the others on the city walls. Lu Ming quickly walked towards Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Lu Ming. Sensing Lu Ming's presence, Heavenly the Archhengyu revealed a smile. Senior Hengyu, please let me out. Lu Ming said. You want to go out? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu revealed a surprised look. Yes, I want to meet the alien race's geniuses. Lu Ming nodded. This, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and the other Heavenly Emperors looked at Lu Ming with some hesitation. Although Lu Ming's talent was unprecedented, he had just become an emperor not long ago. A few years ago in Alcade Ancient City, Lu Ming's combat strength was not weak and could defeat Xian Wulin at that time. But now, Xian Wulin's combat strength had improved greatly, but he was still not a match for the alien race's geniuses. Even if Lu Ming improved faster and was stronger than Xian Wulin, it was impossible for him to be a match for the alien race's prince. All right. But Heavenly Emperor Hengyu only thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Lu Ming had already made history by becoming an emperor with many types of laws. No one had ever done so before. No matter how fast Lu Ming improved, it was not surprising. Their eyes shone with hope, hoping that Lu Ming could defeat the alien race's geniuses and restore the Heaven Court's morale. Immediately, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu ordered to open the array and let Lu Ming out. Lu Ming's figure flashed and flew out of Two-World City. Instantly, he attracted everyone's attention. That's Lu Ming. It's him, it's Lu Ming. Why did he go out? Is he going to fight the alien race's geniuses? Before Lu Ming became an emperor, he had already mastered many types of laws, and even the 3 strongest types of laws. Once he became an emperor, he rushed to become a 4-star Void Emperor and suppressed Xian Wulin. Now that a few years have passed, Lu Ming must be stronger. He might even be able to fight the alien race's geniuses. Many people revealed hopeful looks. I don't think so. No matter how strong he is, he can't be a match for the alien race's prince. Someone poured cold water on them. It was an expert from the Lan family. Why do you have to praise others and destroy our own morale? We'll know after the battle. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu glanced at the Lan family's expert and said coldly. The Lan family's expert's face changed, and he didn't dare to say anything. Lu Ming was extremely fast. Like a bolt of lightning, he arrived beside Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred and the others. Lu Ming. Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred and the others looked at Lu Ming and nodded. Senior, let me fight. Lu Ming said. You want to fight? What a joke. Don't you see how strong the other party is? If you fight, you will only cause us to lose another battle and destroy our morale even more. Xian Wulin said first. Do you think others are the same as you? Lu Ming glanced at Xian Wulin in disdain. Xian Wulin's face flushed red, but he was indeed defeated and couldn't refute. Lu Ming, fight with all your might. Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred said. Lu Ming nodded and stepped forward. As he walked in front, the aura of a 7-star Void Emperor erupted. 7-star Void Emperor? Impossible. How did he improve so quickly? Xian Wulin roared in his heart. He was shocked by Lu Ming's cultivation. The others weren't any better. Their mouths were agape as they sucked in a breath of cold air. A 7-star Void Emperor wasn't much. However, this 7-star Void Emperor had only become an emperor 2 years ago. That was terrifying. The other members of the 9 Extinction sect, such as the bald young man, the blue-robed young man, and the beautiful woman, all looked at Lu Ming in shock. Great! Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints and the other heavenly emperors were overjoyed. With Lu Ming's talent, if he continued to grow, he would definitely become a peak expert. The people from the heavenly world were shocked. However, the people from the foreign races were stunned and looked down on Huang Xiaolong. They didn't know that Lu Ming had only become an emperor 2 years ago. Is there really no one else in the heavenly world? You actually sent an Void Emperor to his death? One of the heavenly emperors from the foreign races mocked. So what if he's an Void Emperor? He's strong enough to defeat your so-called prodigies. Lu Ming spoke with disdain and provocation. Arrogant. Leave this brat to me. Among the 4 prodigies from the foreign races, a burly prodigy covered in purple scales stepped out. A giant axe appeared in his hand, and his eyes were filled with malevolence. This person was called Wei Mo. He had easily defeated Xian Wulin in the previous battle. No one from the foreign races stopped him. In their opinion, Wei Mo alone was enough to deal with a mere Void Emperor. Bang! Bang! There was purple light all over Wei Mo's body. He was 4 meters tall, more than twice as tall as Lu Ming. Every time he took a step on the ground, there would be a booming sound. It was as though a huge beast was walking. Brat, I'll chop you in half with my axe. Wei Mo snarled, and his 3 eyes emitted a sinister light. Lu Ming raised his middle finger, revealing a look of disdain. You're courting death. Wei Mo stomped on the ground, and the ground cracked. His burly figure charged towards Lu Ming. While he was in midair, he swung his axe at Lu Ming. A terrifying axe light split the void in half. A 6th-order true emperor is too weak. Lu Ming muttered. His figure soared into the sky, charging towards the other party. When he met the opponent's axe light that was chopping down, Lu Ming immediately struck out with his palm. In this move, Lu Ming used the indestructible golden body. His entire body was like a peerless divine weapon. At the same time, the power of law covered his palm. Boom, the axe radiance was like tofu, unable to withstand a single blow. Lu Ming's figure didn't stop as he charged towards Wei Ma. Dima was shocked. He didn't expect that the attack he had unleashed with all his might wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. This was completely beyond his expectations. In his opinion, a mere Void Emperor could not be that strong. He would definitely be chopped to death by his axe. By then, it was already too late for him to dodge. Lu Ming had already arrived. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on Wei Ma's face. Wei Ma let out a miserable shriek as half of his face exploded. His body slammed heavily into the ground, creating a huge pit. He laid there, twitching non-stop. He was already half dead. The entire place fell into silence. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. The powerful Weima who had easily defeated the Black Tortoise Forest was actually unable to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. In just one move, he was suppressed by Lu Ming and was heavily injured. The impact was too strong. Good. Good hit. Cheers erupted from the heavenly world side. The two-world city was in an uproar. Many people were yelling in excitement. It was too satisfying, too satisfying. Just now, the heavenly world's geniuses were suppressed by their opponents. Now that Lu Ming had made his move, he defeated one of their opponents with a single slap. This scene was as good as drinking a cup of cold beer on a hot summer day. Initially, many people were in despair. But now, they couldn't help but feel hopeful. There were even stronger geniuses in the heavenly world. Although the geniuses of the foreign races were strong, it wasn't like they couldn't be defeated. Of course, there were a few people who weren't happy. For example, Black Tortoise Forest, Lancheng, and those who had a grudge against Lu Ming. Damn it, when did he become so strong? Damn it. Black Tortoise Forest roared in his heart. He couldn't accept it. Previously, he was easily defeated by Weima. But now, Weima couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Didn't this mean that he was too weak? His face was extremely gloomy. Humph. Lancheng snorted coldly. His face didn't look too good either. Similarly, the experts of the foreign races had ugly looks on their faces too. Their geniuses of the foreign races were actually defeated by Lu Ming in such a domineering manner. It was a slap to the face. It wasn't good for their plan either. This is your geniuses? Too weak. Change to another one. Lu Ming said casually as he looked at the remaining three geniuses of the foreign races. Other than the prince of the foreign races, Mo Tianluo, the other two had grave looks on their faces. Even if the two of them were stronger than Weima, they wouldn't be much stronger. They definitely wouldn't be able to crush Weima as easily as Lu Ming. Even if they went up, they definitely wouldn't be Lu Ming's match. A 7-star Void Emperor with such fighting strength. Interesting. Let me take you on. Mo Tianluo stepped out. His purple hair fluttered in the wind and he looked extremely handsome. In addition, he had a third eye in the middle of his brows that was filled with an evil aura. If he were to enter the human race, he would probably charm thousands of girls. Lu Ming revealed a smile. His target was Mo Tianluo. Make your move. Stop wasting time. Lu Ming said casually. He had an expression as though he didn't care about Mo Tianluo at all. Mo Tianluo's eyes flashed with a tinge of gloominess. His purple hair fluttered in the wind as his entire body emitted purple aura. Swoosh, a dazzling radiance shot out from his eyes and turned into a huge battle sword. It slashed towards Lu Ming with shocking power. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and circulated his power of the world to the maximum. At the same time, a long spear that contained 8 types of laws appeared in his hand. Facing Mo Tianluo, Lu Ming might look casual but he didn't dare to be careless. Mo Tianluo's fighting strength had already reached the level of a rank 9 true emperor. His current fighting strength was also at the same level as Mo Tianluo. Clang, Lu Ming's long spear expanded and clashed with Mo Tianluo's battle sword. There was a loud clang and the force was rampant. Mo Tianluo's battle sword was destroyed by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming's figure also retreated a few steps. He blocked it. So strong. The eyes of the people from the heaven world lit up. Lu Ming had blocked Mo Tianluo's attack. This meant that he had the strength to fight. At this moment, although many people were shocked by Lu Ming's fighting strength, they still hoped that Lu Ming could fight with Mo Tianluo and even defeat him. Kill. Seeing that Lu Ming had blocked his attack, Mo Tianluo roared. His third eye continued to shoot out radiance that turned into dozens of battle swords and slashed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, his figure flashed as he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Mo Tianluo exchanged a blow and retreated. What a strong power. Lu Ming felt his arm going numb. It seemed like he was still at a disadvantage in terms of power after using 8 types of laws. 9 types of laws then, Lu Ming added the life law into the long spear. Buzz, the long spear buzzed and its power increased tremendously. It turned into a sky-piercing spear radiance and pressed down on Mo Tianluo. Kill. Mo Tianluo's palms were sparkling like purple jade as he charged towards Lu Ming. He continuously blasted out and clashed with Lu Ming's spear radiance, causing terrifying explosions. The two of them continuously clashed, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows, and it was hard to determine the victor. After Lu Ming used 9 types of laws, his combat strength was equivalent to a 9th-level true emperor. He was on par with Mo Tianluo and wasn't any weaker. So strong, Lu Ming is so strong. He can definitely fight with Mo Tianluo. Haha, that's right. Who said that the geniuses of the Heaven Realm are inferior to the foreign races? They just didn't come out previously. Lu Ming created miracles and became an emperor with many types of laws. He will definitely become an unparalleled expert in the future. He is the hope of the Heaven Realm. Many people were discussing. When these words entered Lan Cheng's ears, his face turned gloomy. His eyes flashed with cold light, and no one knew what he was thinking. The battle was still ongoing. Lu Ming and Mo Tianluo fought in the sky and exchanged hundreds of blows. Lose, lose. At this point, Mo Tianluo started to get impatient. The main thing was that Lu Ming's cultivation was too low. He was only an empty emperor, and he couldn't even take down an empty emperor. If news of this battle were to spread to the evil god world, he would definitely be suppressed and mocked by the other princes. His attacks became even more violent. It's about time. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile. His spear aura suddenly changed and turned into a spinning force. He charged towards Mo Tianluo and completely abandoned his defense. Courting death. Mo Tianluo's eyes lit up as he blasted a palm on Lu Ming. However, he was also swept by Lu Ming's long spear. The two of them were sent flying at the same time, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. They were seriously injured. However, Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scripture. He circulated the indestructible ancient scripture, and his injuries quickly healed. Whoosh, Lu Ming charged towards his opponent again. The two of them fought fiercely. Lu Ming didn't care about defense at all, only attacking. He was completely in the position of exchanging injury for injury. The two of them were continuously struck by each other. However, Lu Ming's injuries were quickly recovering while Mo Tianluo's injuries were getting worse and worse. His aura was getting weaker and weaker, and his battle strength was quickly weakening. In the end, he wasn't a match for Lu Ming at all and was being crushed by Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming's spear struck Mo Tianluo's body and blasted him into the ground. The ground crumbled, and Mo Tianluo's hair was disheveled. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and his aura presence was extremely weak. However, Lu Ming didn't stop as he continued to charge at Mo Tianluo. Senior, help me keep an eye on the enemy's celestial emperor. At the same time, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Heavenly Venerate 6 Saints. Ah, Mo Tianluo roared as he rushed out of the ground, trying to escape. However, Lu Ming caught up with him in an instant and struck him with his spear again. Mo Tianluo's body flew out like a cannonball in the direction of Two World City. Enough! A foreign race heavenly emperor roared as he stretched out a huge hand, trying to grab Mo Tianluo. However, Heavenly Venerate 6 Saints waved his hand and destroyed the other party's huge hand. What are you trying to do? Do you want to start a war? The foreign race heavenly emperor roared as he attacked at the same time. However, Heavenly Venerate 6 Saints was stronger and blocked the other party. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had already caught up with Mo Tianluo. At that moment, Mo Tianluo didn't have any strength to fight back. Lu Ming stepped on his body, causing his bones to break inch by inch, and his injuries to worsen. Following which, Lu Ming grabbed Mo Tianluo's neck and rushed towards Two World City. Let go of my race's prince. The foreign race heavenly emperors were enraged and attacked at the same time. However, Heavenly Venerate 6 Saints and the other heavenly emperors from the heaven domain also attacked and blocked the other party's attacks. Then, they swept up the blue-robed youth and the others and rushed towards Two World City. After catching up with Lu Ming, Heavenly Venerate 6 Saints swept up Lu Ming and flew towards Two World City. Behind them, the foreign race heavenly emperors were furious as they chased after them. However, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and the others on top of Two World City attacked and blocked the foreign race heavenly emperors. With this block, Heavenly venerates 6 saints and the others had already returned to Two World City and landed on top of the city walls. They won, Lu Ming won. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in heaven landed on Lu Ming, exuding a glow of surprise. Their eyes were filled with hope once again. It wasn't that the heaven domain's geniuses were inferior, but that the stronger ones hadn't attacked yet. Didn't they see how Lu Ming defeated his opponent the moment he attacked? Moreover, Lu Ming was only an empty the arch. If an empty the arch was so strong, then how shocking would he be in the future? They saw hope once again. In the future, the heaven domain might have a chance to fight with the foreign races, or even counterattack. Hand over my race's prince. Otherwise, I won't leave even a chicken or dog alive. Several foreign race heavenly emperors stopped outside Two World City and roared in anger. I'm so scared. Come and attack. You're talking as if you won't attack if I hand him over. Lu Ming laughed coldly as he held on to Mo Tianluo's neck and stood on top of the city walls. Kid, you will die very miserably. I swear. Mo Tianluo roared in anger. Bam, Lu Ming lifted Mo Tianluo and smashed him heavily onto the city walls. The city walls of Two World City were refined with special materials and inscribed with countless inscriptions. How hard was it? Mo Tianluo was smashed until he was dizzy. God knows how many bones in his body were broken. Especially his face, it was already beyond recognition. There was no longer the handsome appearance from before. If you talk any more nonsense, I'll directly pickle you. Lu Ming said coldly. Mo Tianluo shut his mouth. At this moment, the foreign race heavenly emperors were furious. They couldn't wait to chop Lu Ming into 8 pieces. It could be said that they hated Lu Ming to the core. This time, their plan was to use the younger generation to attack the heaven domain's morale. Originally, their plan had been completed perfectly. The morale of the heaven domain's people was many times lower. Unfortunately, at the crucial moment, Lu Ming appeared and completely ruined their plan. He defeated their geniuses consecutively and restored the heaven domain's morale. Even the foreign race's prince had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. The foreign race's prince not only had a noble status, but his talent was also peerless. In the future, he would definitely become an unparalleled expert. Nothing must happen to him. What do you want? Only then will you let my race's prince go? One of the foreign race heavenly emperors spoke. Originally, I wanted to kill him directly. However, seeing that your attitude is sincere, I can let him go. How about this? Take out 1,000 chaos stones and I'll let him go. Lu Ming demanded an exorbitant price. What? 1,000 chaos stones? That's impossible. Your appetite is too big. One of the foreign race heavenly emperors roared in anger. 1,000 chaos stones? What a joke. Do you think chaos stones are cabbages? A few pieces are already very precious, let alone 1,000. If you can't take it out, then collect his corpse. Lu Ming said with a cold face. 1,000 chaos stones is too much. It's impossible. Alright, then I'll take a step back. 100 chaos stones, no less. Lu Ming pretended to consider for a while and opened his mouth to say. Directly dropping from 1,000 to 100. Actually, he was indeed demanding an exorbitant price previously. He was also clear that 1,000 was simply impossible. It was just to bargain. 100 is still too much, lower it a little. A foreign race heavenly emperor still wanted to bargain. Bang, Lu Ming lifted Mo Tianluo and smashed him on the city wall again, making Mo Tianluo cry out miserably. Alright, 100 it is. We'll go and gather. The foreign race was helpless in the end. Then, a foreign race heavenly emperor returned to the foreign race army to gather chaos stones. I object to using the foreign race prince to exchange for chaos stones. Right at this time, a person stepped out from the heaven realm side and spoke coldly. Lu Ming looked over. It was Lanqing. Lanqing looked around and said to the heaven realms people, this foreign race prince's talent is too high. If we let him go back, when he grows up in the future, he will be a great enemy to us. Such a good opportunity, we must kill him. These words made many people's eyes twinkle. Yes, this foreign race prince's talent was astonishing. Even the top 3 prodigies of the 9 absolutes were not his match. Placed on the heaven realm's side, he could be said to be a prodigy at the top of the pyramid. Such a character, when he grew up in the future, how terrifying would he be? Many people were persuaded by Lan Qing. Lan Qing sneered. Lu Ming wanted to use Mot on Luo to exchange for resources. How could it be so easy? He wanted to stop it. Moreover, killing Mot on Luo, the foreign race would definitely bear a grudge against Lu Ming. To him, there were only benefits and no harm. Bullshit, Mot on Luo is Lu Ming's captive. How to deal with him, he has the final say. Others have no right to interfere. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu walked over and directly cursed. How could he not see through Lan Chang's thoughts? Truly despicable and shameless. Heng Yu, you can't say it like that. Ordinary captives can naturally be dealt with as you wish. But this foreign race prince's talent is too high. It concerns the safety of the heaven realm. We can't deal with him willfully. Lan Qing quibbled, not letting go of the heaven realm's safety. Her. At this moment, Lu Ming sneered, full of mockery. Lan Qing looked at Lu Ming, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you for being a coward. Lu Ming said. You. How dare you? Lan Qing was furious. Lu Ming actually dared to say such things to him in front of so many people. How preposterous. I finally understand why the heaven realm lost. It's because there are too many people like you. They don't have any confidence at all. Without confidence, without the belief that they will win, how can they win? If I can defeat this outsider prince today, I'll be able to crush him in the future. Not to mention one outsider prince, even if there were 10 of them, so what? In the future, I can suppress them with a flip of my hand. Since I dared to let him go, I will deal with him myself in the future. Therefore, there is no need for you to worry about him. Lu Ming spoke with great confidence. Haha, that's right. In your eyes, this outsider prince may be a great enemy in the future, but in Lu Ming's eyes, he's just a jumping clown. What are you afraid of? Heng Yu laughed. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Lan Qing said with a gloomy face. Since you can't say for sure, why are you still talking nonsense? Maybe I'll kill him tomorrow. Lu Ming sneered, then turned around and ignored Lan Qing. Gotcha, Lan Qing clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent, but he concealed it very well. He was the heavenly emperor, and Lu Ming dared to talk to him like that. He was simply courting death. Of course, he didn't think about why Lu Ming had such an attitude. Because of Lan Yun, Lu Ming had been targeted by Lan Qing in all aspects in the Yaoguang ancient city. A dignified heavenly emperor was targeting Lu Ming, a junior, everywhere. Lu Ming couldn't take it anymore and decided not to be nice to Lan Qing. At this time, the outsider heavenly emperor who had gone to gather chaos stones had returned. Here are the chaos stones. Release my prince. The heavenly emperor said. Senior Six Sacred, I'll have to trouble you. Lu Ming handed the demon sky net to Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred. Only Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred could make the exchange. If he went, he would definitely be slapped to death. Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred nodded, took the demon sky net, and flew out of Two World City. The outsider had no choice but to obediently hand the chaos stones to Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred in exchange for the demon sky net. Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred returned and handed a storage bracelet to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look and saw that there were exactly 100 chaos stones in the storage bracelet. Lu Ming was overjoyed. 100 chaos gems. This was a huge sum of wealth. He'd fought for more than 2 years in the True Emperor battlefield and had only managed to get 3 chaos stones in exchange for alien cores. Now, he had suddenly obtained 100 chaos stones. With these chaos stones, his cultivation level would definitely break through to the True Emperor realm. Many people looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. There was envy, jealousy, and so on. Take Xian Wulin for example. He had been beaten up by the other party when he fought. However, Lu Ming had won 100 chaos stones. The difference was too great. Lan Qing and the others had gloomy expressions. The more resources Lu Ming had, the faster he would grow. Kid, we have more prodigies here. Let's continue the battle. At this time, a heavenly emperor of a foreign race roared as he stared at Lu Ming. Now that this had happened, the morale of the celestial field had not decreased. Instead, it had increased greatly. The foreign races were the ones with the lowest morale. They were unwilling to accept this and called for even stronger prodigies to fight with Lu Ming to break the morale of the celestial field. I'm not free. Lu Ming's reply was only 2 words. Then, he waved his hand and flew back to his residence. With the chaos stones in hand, Lu Ming was rushing back to break through. He was not in the mood to fight. Damn it, what other prodigies do the celestial field have? Call them out and fight with our prodigies. The foreign race heavenly emperor roared. I'm not free. This was the answer of heavenly venerate 6 saints. He was not that stupid. Lu Ming had just won a big victory and restored the morale of the celestial field. Why would he be so stupid as to call for a fight? What if he was beaten up and their morale was low? Anyway, they had won a big victory and should stop while they were ahead. The foreign race heavenly emperor was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had sent out prodigies to challenge outside Two World City, but the celestial field ignored them. In the end, the foreign race had no choice but to retreat. Their plan this time was completely ruined because of Lu Ming. After Lu Ming returned to his residence, he directly entered the mountain river diagram and took out a pile of origin stones. He devoured the energy of the origin stones and recovered to his peak state. Then, he took out a chaos stone. He wanted to use the chaos stone to break through to the true emperor realm. Breaking through to the true emperor realm required a lot of energy, but 100 chaos stones were definitely more than enough. After taking a deep breath, 3 streams of chaos chi flew out of the chaos stone and were sucked into Lu Ming's mouth. Once a void emperor broke through to the true emperor realm, the small world would become more stable. Living beings could enter and cultivate in the small world. Naturally, the amount of energy required was shocking. Now, Lu Ming's speed of refining the chaotic aura was much faster than before. He could refine 1 chaos stone in 3 days, which was 3 wisps of chaotic aura. After refining 1, Lu Ming took out another. A month passed quickly. Lu Ming had refined 10 chaos stones, but he still hadn't broken through. Lu Ming continued refining. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. The speed at which Lu Ming refined the chaos gems was getting faster and faster. In 3 months, he had refined over 30 chaos stones. Boom! Boom! At this time, Lu Ming's accumulation had reached the peak. His small world rumbled and expanded continuously. In the end, Lu Ming's small world reached a radius of 10,000 li. This area was about the same as the mountain river diagram. Evolve. Lu Ming's thoughts moved. Mountains, rivers, and lakes appeared in his small world. However, there were no living beings. In order to evolve living beings, one had to reach the emperor realm and control the Grand Tao. At this time, a layer of light spread out from Lu Ming's body. This was the world god light. The world god light meant that the small world had completely stabilized and he had stepped into the true emperor realm. True emperor realm, I finally broke through. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He felt that his world god light was 5 to 6 times stronger than before. After refining over 30 chaos stones, Lu Ming finally broke through to the true emperor realm. He was now a 1-star true emperor. My battle strength should be at the 10th order true emperor realm. Lu Ming estimated his battle strength. Before his breakthrough, his battle strength was at the 9th order true emperor realm. However, the increase in battle strength was in many aspects. The most important thing was the laws. However, after breaking through from the void emperor realm to the true emperor realm, his world god light had increased by 5 to 6 times. Therefore, his battle strength had risen to the 10th order true emperor realm. Normally, it would be difficult for one's combat strength to increase by so much after breaking through a minor level. True emperors have a total of 18 levels of power. Only peak 7-star cultivators with 9 laws at the 3rd level and powerful abilities are considered the 18th level. However, I don't even need to reach this step to have the combat strength of rank 18. Lu Ming smiled. He was different from the others. His physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. Moreover, he had mastered 3 supreme laws, while the rest were all monarch laws. If his cultivation reached the peak of 7 stars and his 9 laws reached the 3rd level, his battle prowess would naturally surpass an 18th level true emperor. I still have over 60 chaos gems, but I've just made a breakthrough in my cultivation. I need to consolidate it first before making a breakthrough. Right now, I should focus on cultivating the laws. Lu Ming planned the direction of his future cultivation. When laws reached the 2nd realm, there were also differences in strength. Many of his laws had just broken through to the 2nd realm not long ago and had yet to reach the peak of the 2nd realm. There was still room for improvement. Moreover, there were no bottlenecks. Using the Enlightenment Ancient Tree to comprehend was the best choice. Lu Ming left the mountain river diagram and headed straight for the mature Enlightenment Ancient Tree in Two World City. In the following days, Lu Ming comprehended the laws under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Two World City also calmed down. After several strong attacks, the foreign races did not succeed. Instead, they suffered heavy losses. The plan to attack the Heaven Realm's morale did not succeed. During this period of time, they quieted down and did not continue to attack. However, everyone knew that the foreign races would not give up. This was just the calm before the storm. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. In this year, Lu Ming had been comprehending the laws under the mature Enlightenment Ancient Tree. His 9 types of laws advanced by leaps and bounds, progressing rapidly. After breaking through to the 2nd realm, there were no bottlenecks. All the laws were quickly moving towards the peak of the 2nd realm. In a year, at least 6 or 7 laws had reached the peak of the 2nd realm. This allowed Lu Ming's cultivation to increase by another level. Lu Ming estimated that he was now at the 11th level of a true emperor. However, many of his laws had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to go further, he would reach the 3rd realm. It would be very difficult to break through this through hard work. Lu Ming decided to continue to the true emperor battlefield. Only by killing the foreign races would he be able to break through faster. However, before leaving, Lu Ming returned to his residence and refined another 20 chaos stones. Lu Ming's cultivation reached the 2-star true emperor realm. His cultivation level had broken through 1 level, but his combat strength was still at level 11 true emperor. However, he had reached the peak of level 11 true emperor. With everything ready, Lu Ming quietly left Two World City and headed towards the true emperor battlefield without letting anyone know. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the true emperor battlefield. The illusory emperor battlefield, true emperor battlefield, and grand emperor battlefield were specially created. If the foreign races wanted to attack Two World City, they wouldn't pass through these battlefields. With my current battle prowess, the periphery of the battlefield is no longer a challenge. Only the core of the battlefield will be challenging. Lu Ming pondered. The experts in the core were all at the 10th level and above. It was the perfect place for Lu Ming to train himself. Lu Ming flew towards the core of the battlefield. If he flew like this, he would definitely be targeted by the foreign tribes. Along the way, he was ambushed by 2 waves of foreign tribe experts. However, the strongest of these experts only had the combat strength of a 9th level true emperor. They were easily killed by Lu Ming and he obtained many crystal cores. When Lu Ming stepped into the core area of the battlefield, he slowed down and retracted his aura, moving forward cautiously. Whoosh, clang, not long after, a dazzling red light appeared in front of him. At the same time, the sound of weapons colliding could be heard. Clearly, someone was fighting. Lu Ming used his divine breath art and carefully approached the battlefield. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, there were 2 beams of rainbow lights in front of him. One after another, they flew toward Lu Ming at high speed. In front of them was a green sword light. The person controlling the sword light was an elder in a green robe. Behind him was a middle-aged man in crimson robes. He had a crimson saber in his hand as he chased after the old man. It was clear that both of them were from the celestial world. Save me! The old man in green robe saw Lu Ming and screamed. However, the middle-aged man in crimson robe suddenly increased his speed and slashed out with his saber. The old man in green robes roared and tried his best to block, but it was useless. The crimson saber broke through his defenses and cut him in half. Whoosh! The middle-aged man in crimson robes rushed over and took the old man's storage ring. He also dug out the old man's world core. Another one so young. You have guts to come to the core of the battlefield at such a young age. Unfortunately for you, you ran into me, Crimson Blade. Consider yourself unlucky. The middle-aged man in crimson robes licked his lips. Bloody Swordsman. Lu Ming had heard Bai Tai mention this name before. There was a rule in Two World City that no one from heaven was allowed to kill each other after entering the battlefield. Those who violated this rule would be severely punished. However, there were still those who took the risk to kill Heaven World's creatures for a huge profit. These people usually disguised themselves. They had one identity on the battlefield and another when they returned to Two Realm City. Of course, there was a great risk in doing so. Death was the only way out if they were recognized. Bloody Bladesman was such a person. His battle prowess was rumored to be at the 14th level of a true emperor. Just now, he was hunting the experts of the Heaven Realm and happened to bump into Lu Ming. Now, his target was Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't retreat. His eyes were filled with eagerness. His battle prowess was at the peak of the 11th level. He was only one step away from the 12th level. With the indestructible ancient scripture, even a 12th level true emperor would be killed by him. Thus, he wanted to see just how strong a 14th level true emperor was. Even if he couldn't win, Lu Ming still had the fallen star bow and heaven emperor physique. Bloody Swordsman was slightly surprised. He did not expect Lu Ming to not run away after hearing his name. If he didn't run, then he would die. The Bloody Swordsman's figure flashed and he dashed toward Lu Ming like a beam of bloody light. Buzz, in Lu Ming's palm, the magical power, Infinite Dragon Spear appeared. Die. Lu Ming unleashed all his power and stabbed towards Bloody Bladesman. The spear whistled and tore through the void. This was Lu Ming's first time going all out after becoming a true emperor. 11th level battle prowess at such a young age, a 2-star true emperor. He's a peerless genius. Bloody Bladesman was shocked at first, but it was soon replaced by greed. Being at the 11th level of a true emperor at such a young age was terrifying. In his knowledge, only 1 or 2 youths in the entire heaven world had reached this level. Could it be that this youth in front of him was one of the top 2 ranked 9 absolutes? No matter what, this kind of genius was shockingly wealthy. The Blood Bladesman's eyes burned with passion as he slashed his blade at Lu Ming. The blood-colored blade light struck Lu Ming's spear light. Lu Ming's spear light vibrated violently. The wireless dragon spear, which was formed from 9 types of nomological laws, vibrated continuously, as if it was about to be torn apart by the opponent's strength. At the same time, a terrifying saber chi rushed towards Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's body was sent flying. His body was covered with saber wounds and blood flowed out. Lu Ming spat out a large mouthful of blood. He had been heavily injured in one move. The difference between an 11th order true emperor and a 14th order true emperor was too big. An ordinary 11th order true emperor would have died from this move. However, Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scripture and indestructible golden body. His defense and recovery were terrifying. At this moment, Lu Ming's injuries were recovering rapidly. The saber wound was healing rapidly. He's not dead. The Blood Bladesman was shocked. An 11th order true emperor was still alive after taking one of his moves. This was beyond his imagination. Wait, the Bloody Bladesman's eyes widened in astonishment. He recalled the move he had just exchanged with Lu Ming. He felt that Lu Ming's abilities contained 9 types of laws. 3 of them were supreme laws. To think that a single person could control 3 supreme laws. He had stayed in the true emperor battlefield for dozens of years and had never heard of Lu Ming's name. Naturally, he was shocked. However, after the initial shock, a blazing flame appeared. Brat, hand over your cultivation method. The Blood Bladesman's eyes were filled with greed as he charged at Lu Ming. He thought that Lu Ming had relied on an ancient scripture to cultivate 3 supreme laws. If he could obtain it, wouldn't he be able to dominate the world? He had to obtain it. Die. Lu Ming's injuries were mostly healed now. He held his spear and charged at the Blood Bladesman. Boom, the 2 of them exchanged another blow. Lu Ming retreated madly and was seriously injured again. However, Lu Ming's eyes were exceptionally bright. This was a true battle of life and death. He could feel the aura of death in each move against the Blood Bladesman. However, this allowed him to condense his mind to the extreme. His potential was also stimulated to the extreme. He could feel that his usage of laws was constantly deepening. What kind of monster is this? His recovery ability is so frightening. Even the law of life can't have such an effect. I'll cripple this brat and search his soul. The Blood Bladesman roared in his heart. He didn't give Lu Ming a chance to recover and charged at Lu Ming again. Whoosh, Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear. This spear had reached the peak of its power. Clang, the spear clashed with the Blood Bladesman's blade, but the result was still Lu Ming being pushed back. His body was covered in blade wounds. The Blood Bladesman continued to attack Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming could recover, he was sent flying again. This time, his injuries were even more severe. Brat, no matter how strong your recovery ability is, you're still going to die. The Blood Bladesman said savagely. It's about time. Lu Ming muttered. If the battle continued, he would be at a disadvantage. Even with the indestructible ancient scripture, he would still be killed. Retreat for now. Buzz, a pair of transparent wings suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming's back. With a flap, Lu Ming's figure quickly retreated and then turned around to leave. Stay. The Blood Bladesman was unwilling to give up. He chased after Lu Ming crazily. However, the six-feathered godly wings was Dandan's most prized ability. Once it was used, its speed was astonishing. Even if Lu Ming's cultivation was relatively low, his speed was still faster than the Blood Bladesman's. Lu Ming quickly left. The distance between him and the Blood Bladesman was getting farther and farther. Damn it. After chasing for a while, the Blood Bladesman saw that he couldn't catch up. He roared and stopped. In the end, the Blood Bladesman could only helplessly turn around and leave. Not far away, Lu Ming also stopped. The injuries on his body were quickly recovering. At this time, he had already recovered 30%. This speed was shocking. No wonder the indestructible ancient scripture was called one of the strongest scriptures in the heaven world. It was not without reason. Its life-saving ability was too strong. This Blood Bladesman is a rare training target. I can't let him go like this. Lu Ming thought. Then, he restrained his aura and used the six-feathered godly wings. He quietly followed the Blood Bladesman along the ground. Lu Ming was very careful. He used the objects on the ground as cover and completely restrained his aura. Plus, the Blood Bladesman didn't expect Lu Ming to be so bold as to follow him. Therefore, he didn't notice Lu Ming at all. After a while, the Blood Bladesman came to a hidden cave and walked in. Lu Ming found a place nearby and hid himself. He circulated his energy to heal his injuries. My laws have improved again. This Blood Bladesman is actually proficient in the death laws, array laws, and devour laws. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. The Blood Bladesman was definitely a very suitable training target. Among the rules that he mastered, 3 of them were the same as Lu Ming's. Although the battle with the Blood Bladesman was short, it had greatly affected Lu Ming. Especially since the Blood Bladesman had 3 of the same laws as Lu Ming. After exchanging blows with the Blood Bladesman, Lu Ming's comprehension of the 3 laws became even faster. Lu Ming would not let the Blood Bladesman off so easily. Lu Ming stayed there, comprehending the laws and digesting what he had gained from the previous battle. 2 days later, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. Let's continue the battle. Lu Ming muttered and charged towards the cave where the Blood Bladesman resided. Whoosh, from far away, a spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he thrust it out. A huge spear light as large as a mountain pierced towards the cave. That cave directly exploded into pieces. Who? A furious roar sounded as the Blood Bladesman soared into the sky. Boundless blood light burst forth and shattered the mountain. Then, he saw Lu Ming. Brat, I didn't look for you, but you actually came to me. You're courting death. Die. The Blood Bladesman roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. Boom, the two exchanged a few blows. Just like before, Lu Ming was not a match for the Blood Bladesman. He was completely suppressed and heavily injured. The 3rd level of the death laws. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed in his heart. During the battle with the Blood Bladesman, Lu Ming had gained some inspiration from his opponent's death laws. He felt that there was hope for a breakthrough. Blood Bladesman, I won't fight today. Let's fight another day. Lu Ming laughed and used the 6 feathered divine wings to fly into the distance. The Blood Bladesman roared and chased, but after chasing for a while, he could only helplessly stop. This brat's ability to protect himself is too strong, and his speed is too fast. Unless I severely injure him to the point where he can't fight back, it will be very difficult to kill him. Bloodblade Wielder gritted his teeth and left in a flash. This time, Bloody Bladesman kept changing his position because he was afraid that Lu Ming would secretly follow him. He had guessed correctly. Lu Ming had indeed followed them, and Bloody Daggerhand had not noticed at all. Bloody Swordsman was very familiar with the core of the battlefield. After running for a while, he looked around but didn't see Lu Ming, so he hid in a secret place. Lu Ming began cultivating not far away. He left a thread of consciousness to observe Blood Bladehand's movements. The majority of his consciousness was used to comprehend laws. His comprehension of the law of death continued to deepen. Finally, a few days later, the law of death made a breakthrough. It broke through the limit and stepped into the 3rd level of the law of death. This was the apex of the laws, the limit of the laws. With this breakthrough, Lu Ming's battle prowess soared. This was the strongest law. The increase in combat strength was especially shocking. Lu Ming's combat strength had reached the peak of a level 12 true emperor. His combat strength had increased by 1 level. Good. Lu Ming smiled. Just as he was about to continue fighting with Blood Bladehand, he saw a figure flash out. It was Blood Bladehand. Blood Bladehand looked around for a bit before leaving in a certain direction. Lu Ming secretly followed him. Not long after, Lu Ming saw Blood Bladehand hiding on top of a mountain. Then, he saw a figure flying over from the distance. It was a creature from Celestial World. This guy wanted to kill another creature from Celestial World. Whoosh, the Blood Bladehand made his move. A blade light burst out and slashed at the creature. The creature from Celestial World was shocked and turned into a tiger. It roared and spat out a beam of light from its mouth. However, this tiger only had the battle prowess of a 12th level true emperor. It was no match for Blood Bladehand. The saber ray slammed into the tiger's body and sent it flying. It was covered in wounds and could no longer fight. Blood Bladehand. The tiger roared, full of despair. Die. Blood Bladehand snarled. Blood Bladehand, your opponent is me. At this time, Lu Ming also rushed out and stabbed with his spear. A terrifying spear ray shot towards Blood Bladehand. Blood Bladehand couldn't kill the tiger in time and could only turn around to slash at Lu Ming. Boom, the spear ray was dispersed and Lu Ming's attack was blocked. The spear vibrated continuously. Brat, it's you again. Your battle prowess. Blood Bladehand was shocked. He found that Lu Ming's battle prowess had increased by a lot. Blood Bladehand, our battle isn't over yet. Let's continue. Lu Ming dashed forward and fought with the bloody swordsman. Senior, leave quickly. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the tiger at the same time. Young friend, thank you. The ferocious tiger thanked Lu Ming and then turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Blood Bladehand had exchanged more than 10 moves. Lu Ming was still no match for Blood Bladehand, but he was much better than before. Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage and was injured, but it wasn't serious. He could barely resist. Lu Ming did his best to fight with Blood Bladehand. Boom. Boom, the two exchanged more than 20 moves and Lu Ming finally retreated with serious injuries. Let's go. Lu Ming used his 6 feathered divine wings and turned around. His speed was faster than before and Blood Bladehand couldn't catch up. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Blood Bladehand was furious and roared again and again. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He knew that he was targeted by Lu Ming and couldn't get rid of him. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have attacked Lu Ming. He regretted it. Next, no matter what Blood Bladehand thought of, he couldn't get rid of Lu Ming. Every once in a while, Lu Ming would look for him and have a big fight with him. However, he did not dare to leave the battlefield and return to the two-world city. This was because Lu Ming had been keeping an eye on him. He was afraid that when he returned to the two-world city, Lu Ming would report him and he would die without a burial ground. Just like that, half a year passed. In this half a year, Lu Ming and Blood Blade Hand fought more than 10 times. Lu Ming's improvement was astonishing. Bloody Swordsman was really the best demonic refined stone. Its combat ability was slightly higher than Lu Ming's, but not by much. Every time, Lu Ming could go all out in the battle. In this half a year, Lu Ming's law of Devour and Array Dao broke through to the 3rd level. The 2 Monarch Dao laws made Lu Ming's battle strength soar to the 13th level of a true emperor. It's time to end him. At this time, Lu Ming decided to deal with Blood Blade Hand. Boom, Lu Ming caught up with the Bloody Swordsman and launched an attack. Brat, let's die together. Blood Blade Hand was about to go crazy and attacked Lu Ming crazily. But now, Lu Ming's battle strength was only 1 level lower than Blood Blade Hand. He didn't fear him at all. Lu Ming used a method where both sides would suffer. In the end, he dealt a heavy blow to the Bloody Swordsman while his own injuries recovered rapidly. I'll send you on your way. In the end, Lu Ming's spear pierced through his head and extinguished his soul. Since you accompanied me for half a year, I won't take your world core. After taking away the storage ring of the Bloody Bladesman, he struck his palm and blasted a big hole in the ground, burying the corpse of the Bloody Bladesman in the hole. This could be considered as repaying his kindness of being a sparring partner for half a year and allowing Lu Ming's combat ability to rise by 2 levels. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he left the place. Soon after, Lu Ming came to a secret place. He took out the storage ring of Bloody Bladesman and checked it. This guy has a lot of resources. Lu Ming discovered that there were at least 100 alien race crystal cores in the storage ring. They were all true Emperor-level alien race crystal cores. There were also dozens of world cores. Let's cultivate for a while. Lu Ming planned to increase his cultivation. 3 of his 9 laws were at the 3rd level while the other 6 were at the peak of the 2nd level. It was time to increase his cultivation. However, Lu Ming didn't take out the Chaos Stones to cultivate. Instead, he took out the World Core and refined it. After erasing the laws on the World Core, Lu Ming began to refine it. Just as Lu Ming was refining the heart of the world and improving his cultivation level, in Two World City, Lan Qing and the experts of the Lan clan were having a discussion. Lu Ming entered the true emperor battlefield again. Are you sure? Lan Qing asked an old man from the Lan clan. I'm sure. Moreover, Lu Ming has been fighting with Blood Bladesman recently. The old man said. Blood Bladesman? What's his strength? Lan Qing asked. I heard that he has the strength of a 14th level true emperor. The old man said. What? A 14th level true emperor? Lu Ming can fight a 14th level true emperor? His improvement is too fast. It must be the indestructible ancient scripture. Lan Qing was shocked. Greed flashed in his eyes. Pass down my order. If any experts of the Lan clan see Lu Ming in the true emperor battlefield, kill him and take the indestructible ancient scripture from his soul. Lan Qing said with a dark expression. Heaven Emperor, if news of this gets out, will be targeted by other experts. The old man from the Lan clan said. Then don't let anyone know. Do it secretly. Also, contact the Yan clan. We'll work together. Lan Qing ordered. Lu Ming refined dozens of world cores one after another. Lu Ming's minor world expanded once again. Rumble, Lu Ming's small world became bigger and bigger. In the end, it expanded to a radius of 300,000 miles before it stopped. When he had just broken through, the size of his little world was 100,000 miles wide. With each subsequent breakthrough, the size of his little world would increase by another 100,000 miles. When Lu Ming was a 2-star true emperor, his minor world had a radius of 200,000 miles. Now that Lu Ming had refined a large number of world cores, his minor world had expanded to a radius of 300,000 miles. Lu Ming's battle prowess had also improved, barely reaching the strength of a 14th level true emperor. He barely had the strength of a 14th order true emperor, which was considered weak among the 14th order true emperors. Lu Ming didn't stop there. He took out a chaos stone and continued to absorb chaos energy. After refining 5 chaos stones in a row, Lu Ming's cultivation reached peak 3-star True Emperor. At this stage, Lu Ming continued to refine a few chaos gems before stopping. He wanted to break through to 4-star True Emperor in one go, but he found that it wasn't feasible. 4-star True Emperor was a high-level True Emperor. He needed time to consolidate his foundation or he wouldn't be able to break through this barrier. Right now, my battle prowess has reached 14th level True Emperor. With the Fallen Star Bow, I should be able to protect myself in the core area. I'll go out and hunt some foreign races. Lu Ming pondered. Only through fighting and killing could one improve very quickly. If Lu Ming didn't fight here and instead cultivated in Two World City, he wouldn't have improved so much even if he stayed under the Tao Comprehension Tree every day. Lu Ming left this place and began to wander around the core area of the True Emperor realm, looking for the alien race. At this time, a piece of news spread across the battlefield. The entrance to a minor world had appeared somewhere in the battlefield. It was speculated that this minor world had been floating in the void for a long time. It coincidentally connected with this area and the entrance appeared. A minor world that could float in the void for so long was at least a peak Grand Emperor's minor world or even a Heavenly Emperor's. Otherwise, it would have collapsed after so many years. Only a small world condensed by an extremely powerful existence could float in the eternal void for so many years and still exist. If it was a small world left behind by a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse, it was very likely to be priceless, having supreme treasures. Everyone in the battlefield was startled by this news and began searching for the entrance. Even the true emperors on the periphery of the battlefield were looking for companions to try their luck. Bai Tai also contacted a few powerful true emperors and headed towards the core area. The Lan family, the Yan family, and the other major forces also sent many powerful forces to search for the entrance to the small world. In the middle of a mountain range, there was a huge expanse of land. The entrance to the small world was in this area. But now, a large number of outsider experts were hiding in the vicinity of the plate. Let's use this chance to kill the celestial world's experts. A foreign race expert said coldly. They found the minor world's entrance earlier but didn't go in to investigate. Instead, they waited for the celestial world's experts to come and kill them one by one. The battlefield was filled with murderous intent and undercurrents. Lu Ming didn't know any of this. He hid his aura and wandered around the core area. After several days of searching, he didn't see a single foreign expert. However, he did see a few celestial world experts. They were all in a hurry, seemingly looking for something. One day, Lu Ming arrived at a mountain range. At this point, Lu Ming stopped in his tracks. This was because he sensed a mysterious fluctuation in the space ahead. This fluctuation is similar to the spatial fluctuation of a minor world's entrance. Is there an entrance to a minor world here? Let's go take a look. Lu Ming was bold enough to fly towards the mountain range. He had the fallen star bow and a celestial emperor's body. Lu Ming flew into the mountains. Naturally, he was discovered by the foreign tribes lying in ambush here. It's a human from celestial world, why is there only one? Only one? Fine, let's kill him first to avoid alerting the enemy. They immediately sent out an expert to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was flying when all of a sudden, a beam of light dashed toward him at high speed. A black axe gleam was charging toward Lu Ming. It's a foreign, level 12. It was a burly being from the evil god tribe. He had 3 eyes and they were filled with killing intent. Die. Lu Ming formed a spear in his hand and thrust it forward. The spear light shattered the enemy's axe light and pierced through the enemy's forehead. Instant kill. Following that, Lin Fan used his power of the realm to retrieve the enemy's storage bracelet and dug out the enemy's crystal core. Damn it, this person has the combat strength of a 14th level true emperor. One of the foreign races who was lying in ambush roared. Initially, they thought that Lu Ming's combat strength wouldn't be that high since he was so young. They thought that a 12th level true emperor would be able to deal with him easily. However, they didn't expect that Lu Ming would be able to deal with him so easily. Send more people to kill this person. Hurry up, don't let the others from the heaven world find out. One of the foreign races ordered. All of a sudden, some members of the alien race charged toward Lu Ming. This time, there were 6 of them. There's more. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. The 6 of them unleashed their terrifying auras and charged towards Lu Ming. 6 rays of destruction shot towards Lu Ming from a distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming brandished his long spear and shot out beams of spear gleams toward the light of destruction of the alien race. Boom! 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 After a series of collisions, Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was forced to retreat. 2 15th level true emperors and 4 14th level true emperors. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he judged the other party's ability. This lineup was more than enough to deal with a 14th level true emperor. However, their opponent was Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming was injured, his injuries were recovering rapidly. It was not a big deal. Die. The 6 of them charged towards Lu Ming. They attacked Lu Ming with all sorts of attacks. Come on. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent as he charged towards them with his spear. Both sides kept clashing and fighting fiercely. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, it was impossible for the outsiders to kill him immediately. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming risked being injured and killed a 14th level true emperor with a single strike of his spear. Damn it, how can the humans of the Heaven Realm be so strong? Their vitality is unbelievably tenacious. Some of the outsiders who were lying in ambush let out enraged howls, and more outsiders charged out. This time, more than 10 foreign races joined the fray. The strongest among them was a 16th order true emperor. So many? Could it be that this is the home of the non-humans? Lu Ming's gaze was solemn. There were so many alien races, and one of them was a 16th level true emperor. Lu Ming was obviously not their match. Boom! Lu Ming knocked back a 14th stage fighter with a single spear strike. Then, his figure charged forward with extreme speed. At the same time, the fallen star bow appeared in his hand. Wang! Lu Ming pulled the fallen star bow and 9 colored arrows flew out, aiming at a level 15 true emperor of a foreign race. Bang! The outsider was instantly killed in midair. Wang! Wang! Lu Ming drew his bow continuously. The bowstring vibrated and several arrows flew out. Each arrow could kill a member of the foreign race. Damn it! The outsiders who were lying in ambush couldn't sit still anymore. A few of them were even more terrifying. Charge out and kill this person. Howling, one of the outsider chieftains charged out in attack. This time, more than 200 outsiders charged out from the mountains. Each of them had the combat strength of a 10th order true emperor. The strongest among them had the combat strength of a 17th order true emperor. So many! Lu Ming's expression changed. Hundreds of outsiders with the combat strength of a 10th order true emperor couldn't be a coincidence. They had been lying in ambush for a long time. Even though Lu Ming didn't know what was going on, he knew that he was unlucky to have walked into an ambush. Hundreds of foreign clans, all of whom were at least at the 10th level true emperor realm, charged toward Lu Ming from all directions, causing the entire void to shake. It was as though there were tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. Kill him! One of the outsiders shouted. He had the appearance of a human with purple hair. He was a member of the royal race. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several rays of destructive light shot out, causing the space around them to tremble. A stone sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. At the same time, the Heavenly Emperor's body appeared and floated in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and merged with the Heavenly Emperor's body. In the face of so many powerful figures from foreign tribes, Lu Ming was no match for them at all. He might be drowned in the attacks of so many foreign tribes in an instant and be blown up by so many attacks. He could only use the Heavenly Emperor's body. Whoosh! Controlling the Heavenly Emperor's body, Lu Ming slashed out with his sword. A beam of sword chi shot out, piercing through the clouds and slicing through the attacks of the outsiders, heading straight for a group of outsiders. PFFF. PFFF, several outsiders with the combat strength of a 10th order true emperor were cleaved in half by the sword chi and died on the spot. At this time, a group of people appeared not far from where they were. They were experts from the Lan and Yen families. There were dozens of them in total and there was no lack of true emperors among them. The experts from the Lan and Yen families were naturally looking for the entrance to the lesser world. They saw the boundless sword chi from afar. There are experts fighting up ahead. What terrifying power. Be careful. An expert from the Lan family whispered. They immediately retracted their auras and flew forward carefully. They landed on a mountain peak and looked ahead. They saw Lu Ming controlling the Heavenly Emperor's body to fight against the outsiders. Of course, they didn't recognize Lu Ming because he had merged with the Heavenly Emperor's body. They were almost scared to death when they saw so many outsiders. There are strange spatial fluctuations up ahead. Is the entrance to the lesser world here? Could it be that these foreign races are lying in ambush here, trying to kill the experts of the Heaven Realm? The Lan and Yin families easily thought of the key point. Their faces turned pale at the thought of it. They knew that someone had broken in first. Otherwise, they would be finished. Who is that giant stone man? It's so strong. It should be a puppet. The experts from the Lan and Yin families whispered among themselves. At this time, Lu Ming killed a few more outsiders. This enraged the outsiders. Attack together! Attack together! The outsider royal roared. All the outsiders attacked. Hundreds of attacks were directed at Lu Ming. So many attacks were unleashed by 10th order true emperors and above. Ordinary emperors wouldn't dare to take them head-on and would only be able to dodge. However, the Heavenly Emperor's body was made of stone and was extremely tough. Even emperors couldn't penetrate it, let alone true emperors. Lu Ming ignored the attacks and charged at the outsiders with the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Kill. Lu Ming killed 3 members of the foreign race with one stroke of his sword. Thereafter, his combat sword slashed horizontally, killing another 2 members of the foreign race. The attacks of the hundreds of foreign races landed on the Heaven Emperor's body, causing a series of explosions. However, the Heaven Emperor's body was completely fine. On the other hand, Lu Ming's combat sword did not stop slashing. A gigantic sword ray the size of a mountain swept across the sky with shocking power. Over the years, Lu Ming would occasionally take the time to fuse the energy crystals he obtained from the outsiders into Heaven Emperor's body. Heaven Emperor's body was close to 30% of its energy. Boom! 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 Under the pressure of the gigantic sword ray, the outsiders exploded and died on the spot. In a few breaths, dozens of outsiders were killed. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't stop one of Lu Ming's moves. Close to 30% of the Celestial Emperor's physical body's energy erupted. Even an ordinary 1-star Great Emperor would be in danger and could be killed by Lu Ming, let alone a true emperor. 18 true emperors were only equivalent to true emperors. Even the strongest 18th level true emperor would only be a peak true emperor. They would be instantly killed by a great emperor. Therefore, no matter what level 1's combat level was, when faced with Lu Ming, there was only one outcome, and that was to be killed instantly. No one was his match. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. His sword slashed out non-stop, taking the lives of several outsiders with each slash. In less than a minute, more than 100 of the 200 outsiders died under Lu Ming's sword. Run, run! The remaining outsiders finally began to panic. Howling in terror, they turned and fled. Kill! Lu Ming had his eyes on the outsider royal. The number of outsiders was pitifully small, but each of them was shockingly talented. Once they reached adulthood, they would have terrifying battle prowess. The geniuses among them were even more terrifying. Since he saw them, he couldn't let them go. Lu Ming chased after that member of the foreign clan. Stop him! A look of terror appeared on the outsider's face as he ran for his life, ordering the other outsiders to stop Lu Ming. Among the outsiders, the hierarchy was extremely strict. The status of royalty was very precious. The ordinary people of the evil god race, as well as the nobles, had to listen to the royalty unconditionally. In the face of danger, they had to stand in front of the royal family unconditionally. Otherwise, there would be a great disaster. At this point, even though the rest of the strange humans were terrified, they still charged towards Lu Ming. Among them, there was no lack of 17th level true emperors. Kill! Lu Ming showed no mercy at all as he charged forward, slashing out with his battle sword and slaughtering outsiders one by one. One of them was a 17th level true emperor. A 17th level true emperor was the pinnacle of the battlefield. Most of them were at the peak of the true Emperor realm, preparing to break through to the Grand Emperor realm. Lu Ming was invincible among the true emperors when he controlled the Celestial Emperor's physical body. Lu Ming rushed past them and killed dozens of true emperors before dashing toward the royal member of the foreign race. PFFF, the outsider screamed in terror as the sword slashed down, but he was still cut in half. Run! The other outsiders scattered in all directions. Lu Ming stopped and didn't continue the chase. The intense battle just now had consumed a lot of energy from his physical body. These outsiders were all at the 10th Order True Emperor realm. It seemed easy for Lu Ming to kill them, but it took a lot of energy. After killing more than 100 of them, the energy in Heaven Emperor's body was almost depleted. Killing so many true emperors wasn't as easy as fighting a 1-star Great Emperor. At this point, the energy in Heaven Emperor's body was almost depleted. After the alien race fled far away, Lu Ming appeared and put away the Celestial Emperor's body. Looks like there's an entrance to a minor world here. These outsiders must be here to ambush the inhabitants of the Celestial world. Lu Ming thought about it and guessed what the outsiders were planning. At this time, the Lan and Yan clan's eyes widened in shock. Lu Ming, it's that Lu Ming. It's him, he has such a terrifying puppet. The Lan and Yan clan's faces turned pale. They were ordered to kill Lu Ming if they had the chance in the True Emperor battlefield. However, Lu Ming actually had such a powerful puppet. This made them shudder. If they were to attack Lu Ming, they would only have a dead end. No, there must be conditions to control such a powerful puppet. It can't be that easy. He didn't chase after the outsiders when they escaped. That doesn't seem like him. Could it be that the puppet can't be used anymore? Controlling the puppet requires energy, and it can be used up. The Lan and Yan clans discussed in secret. Some of them had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, some even millions of years. They were all old foxes and had a rough idea of what was going on. Their eyes lit up, filled with cold murderous intent. This was an excellent opportunity. If Lu Ming's puppet couldn't be controlled, it would be best to kill Lu Ming. Fight. The experts of the Lan and Yan families had resolute looks in their eyes. Their superiors had ordered them to find a chance to kill Lu Ming and take the indestructible ancient scripture from Lu Ming's soul. If they could accomplish this task, they would be rewarded handsomely. Now that there was no one from the celestial world around and Lu Ming's puppet couldn't be used, it was the best time to strike. Kill Lu Ming. The leading powerhouse of the Lan family transmitted a message to everyone and then rushed out. The others also rushed out after him. Beams of rainbow lights dashed toward Lu Ming at high speed. Lu Ming was about to head toward the small world when he suddenly saw dozens of people flying toward him. He could not help but be stunned. He didn't recognize that they were from the Lan and Yan clans. The Lan and Yan clans didn't have any special symbols, and these people were all true emperors. Lu Ming had never seen them before. He thought that they were just ordinary people from the celestial world. Are these people also here for the small world? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Lan and Yan clans stopped not far from Lu Ming and didn't attack immediately. They were still wary of Lu Ming's methods. You are Lu Ming? The leader of the Lan family pretended that he had just recognized Lu Ming and asked with a surprised expression. That's me. May I know why you are here? Lu Ming asked. My name is Wu Jian. The Lan clan's leader smiled and walked towards Lu Ming. Recently, there has been a rumor about a small world floating in the eternal void that is connected to the true emperor battlefield. Many people have come, Brother Lu, you must be here for this small world. It really is a small world. Lu Ming's heart stirred, but his expression did not change. That's right. I'm also here for the small world. The leader of the Lan clan glanced at the alien corpses and said, so many alien corpses, did Brother Lu kill them all? He pretended not to see the corpses because he wanted to test Lu Ming. No, I just got here too. Lu Ming said. Oh, could it be that someone has already entered the small world before us? Let's go in then. The leader of the Lan clan pretended to be shocked and moved closer to Lu Ming. At this moment, a terrifying ray of light burst forth from the hands of the leader of the Lan family and charged toward Lu Ming. The two were very close to each other. If Lu Ming wasn't prepared, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. However, just as the leader of the Lan family attacked, the six-feathered wings suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's back. In a flash, Lu Ming's figure flew away at high speed, avoiding the other party's attack. The expression of the leader of the Lan family changed. His face darkened as he stared at Lu Ming. How did you find out? You're good at disguising yourself, but the others aren't as good. Did you think I wouldn't notice when someone tried to kill me? Who are you? Lu Ming's expression darkened. If not for his extremely sharp spiritual sense and the strong murderous intent of some people from the Lan family and the Yan family, Lu Ming would have sensed it despite their best efforts to conceal it. Hence, he would have been on guard. So what if you found out? You're still going to die today. Attack! The leader of the Lan family hollered. He no longer held back and unleashed his full power. He charged toward Lu Ming, displaying his terrifying combat power. 17th level of True Emperor. Lu Ming's expression changed. Lu Ming might have reached the 14th level of True Emperor, but he was still far from being a match for a 17th level True Emperor. Moreover, there were others. The other members of the Lan clan and Yan clan attacked as well. Each of them had the strength of a 10th order True Emperor. If the Heavenly Emperor's body was still around, these people wouldn't be a threat at all. However, Lu Ming was no match for them now. Lu Ming used his six-feathered wings and retreated to avoid the attacks. At the same time, the fallen star bow appeared in his hand. Where do you think you're going? Attacks tore through the void and flew towards Lu Ming. You're from the Lan clan and Yan clan? Lu Ming shouted. As soon as the other party made a move, he could not hide his unique skills at all. Lu Ming recognized him. As he had a feud with the Lan family and the Yan family, Lu Ming had specially studied the ancient scriptures and magical skills of these two families. Therefore, he could recognize them at one glance. Kill! The Lan clan and Yan clan's members were filled Lu Ming. Buzz, as Lu Ming retreated, he pulled the fallen star bow. Whoosh, an arrow shot out, flying with extreme speed, tearing through the void like a star. An expert of the Lan family with a combat strength of a 15th level True Emperor was killed by Lu Ming. Damn it! The leader of the Lan family yelled and increased his speed to the maximum. It was as if he was shuttling through the void. He was as fast as Lu Ming's six-feathered divine wings. There was also someone from the Yan clan who had the strength of a 17th order True Emperor. He cooperated with the leader from the Lan clan and charged at Lu Ming from both sides. They quickly closed in on Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming drew his bow and shot two 9-colored arrows at the two level 17 True Emperors. However, the two level 17 True Emperors were too powerful and they managed to block the arrows. Only their bodies were affected. How can a 17th order True Emperor be so strong? Lu Ming's expression turned solemn. Lu Ming, you're going to die today. Hand over the indestructible ancient scripture and your own scripture and we'll give you a quick death. The leader of the Lan clan said coldly. However, at this moment, his expression changed. The others from the Lan clan and Yan clan were startled as well. Rainbow lights flashed in the distance. Someone was coming. The Lan family and the Yan family couldn't help but stop. There was a rule in heaven that forbade them from killing each other on the battlefield. If they violated this rule, even the Lan clan and Yan clan would be punished. The light receded, and a total of 6 people appeared not too far away. Lu Ming. A voice sounded. Senior Bai Tai. Lu Ming was surprised. He didn't expect Bai Tai to be one of them. Wasn't Bai Tai supposed to be at the periphery of the battlefield? Why was he at the core of the battlefield? Is it because of that small world? Lu Ming thought. Everyone, what's going on? Bai Tai looked at the Lan clan and Yan clan. They seemed to have seen someone fighting from afar. Bai Tai and the others looked at the corpse of the alien race and their expressions changed. Could it be that the Lan clan and Yan clan were fighting with the alien race? The leader of the Lan clan had a gloomy expression. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Attack, kill them all. The leader of the Lan clan sent a message to the others. The others' expressions changed. If word got out that they killed their own people on the battlefield, the Lan clan and Yan clan wouldn't be able to protect them. However, there was no one else present. They just had to silence them. Attack. The leader of the Lan clan sent a message. Not good, Senior Baitai, run. At this moment, Lu Ming hollered. He could sense the murderous aura emanating from the Lan family. These people were actually audacious enough to want to kill Baitai and the others. Lu Ming roared and dashed toward Baitai at lightning speed. However, the 17th level true emperor from the Yan clan was already attacking Baitai. At the same time, the leader of the Lan family charged toward Lu Ming and launched several attacks. Lu Ming could only try his best to dodge. Baitai was shocked. He didn't expect the Lan clan and Yan clan to suddenly attack them. Baitai's battle prowess was only at the 7th order true emperor realm. He was no match for Huang Xiaolong. His heart was pierced by Huang Xiaolong's attack and his body exploded. Senior Baitai, Lu Ming's eyes turned red. He was filled with murderous intent. He and Baitai had worked together to hunt the alien races for 2 years. They had fought dozens of battles and formed a deep friendship. Baitai and his ancestors had all died in the hands of the pagans. His biggest wish in his life was to hunt down the pagans. He had no other thoughts. At the same time, he knew that his talent was limited. When he was hunting foreign tribes, he would intentionally give Lu Ming more heart of the world so that Lu Ming could improve faster. He was a respectable elder who had spent his life hunting the alien races. But now, he was killed by the greed of the Lan clan and Yan clan. Lu Ming's heart was filled with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to kill everyone from the Lan clan and Yan clan. Lan clan, you won't have a good death. Ah. The people who came with Baitai were also all killed. Lu Ming, no one can save you. Die. The leader of the Lan clan continued to attack Lu Ming. The members of the Lan family and the Yan family flew toward Lu Ming together, forming an encirclement, wanting to surround Lu Ming. However, at this moment, the people from the Lan and Yan family changed their expressions. This was because they could vaguely see a rainbow light flashing in the distance. Obviously, more people were coming. This time, there were dozens of people, which was more than the Lan and Yan families. Damn it! The Lan and Yan families shouted. If they had more time, they would be able to kill Lu Ming. However, they did not expect more people to come. Quick, put away the alien corpses. Quick! The leader of the Lan family shouted. He abandoned Lu Ming and quickly put away the alien corpses. The other people from the Lan and Yan families did not know what was going on, but they did as they were told. They put away all the alien corpses, leaving only the corpses of those who came with Baitai. Whoosh! 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 A rainbow light flashed and dozens of people appeared in the sky. They were all living beings from the heaven realm. Some of them were extremely powerful. What's going on? The people who came later glanced at the corpses of Baitai and the others. Their eyes flashed. Everyone, Lu Ming is too daring. He wants to kill people from the heaven realm. We happened to find him and we're about to take him down. The leader of the Lan family was the first to shout, directly accusing Lu Ming of killing Baitai and the rest. What? Lu Ming, how dare you? The people from the heaven realm looked at Lu Ming with anger in their eyes. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed angrily and said, the Lan and Yan families wanted to kill me and steal the indestructible ancient scripture. When others saw it, they killed them. Now, they dare to slander me. What a joke. Nonsense. Everyone, Lu Ming is eloquent. We can't be fooled by him. I suggest we take him down, destroy his cultivation, and bring him back to the Two-World City for interrogation. The leader of the Lan family shouted. Lan family, Yan family, I will make you pay for what you did today. Lu Ming shouted and turned around to leave. He knew that he was at a disadvantage today. No matter how he argued, it would be useless. He could only escape first and then think of a way to publicize the crimes of the Lan and Yan families. Lu Ming used his 6-feathered divine wings and flew away at top speed. Chase him. Don't let him escape. He's trying to escape punishment. The leader of the Lan clan shouted. Together with the experts of the Yan clan, they chased after Lu Ming. The other people from the heaven realm looked at each other. They didn't know who was real and who was fake, so they could only watch. Lu Ming, you can't escape. The leader of the Lan family hollered. A jade talisman appeared in his hands. He then crushed the jade talisman. A gush of green energy shrouded his body. His speed suddenly increased and he quickly approached Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He turned around, drew his bow, and shot an arrow at the leader. A battle sword appeared in the leader's hand. He slashed out and collided with the arrow, causing it to explode. His body paused for a moment, and then he continued to chase after Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! The leader of the Lan clan slashed out a few times. Sword Chi whistled and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept dodging, but he was still hit by a sword Chi. Lu Ming vomited blood and flew forward. No, I can't escape like this. I'll go to that small world and try my luck. With a thought, Lu Ming rushed toward the place where there were spatial fluctuations. The experts of the Lan clan and Yan clan chased after him. As they chased, the leader of the Lan clan kept slashing out sword Chi. Lu Ming could only block with his bow and try his best to dodge at the same time. However, after a few moves, Lu Ming was hit again. His body was almost cut open. However, with the indestructible ancient scripture, Lu Ming was fine. His injuries were recovering quickly. After a while, a huge black vortex appeared in front of him. Obviously, this was the entrance to the small world. Lu Ming dashed in without turning his head back. The leader of the Lan clan also rushed in. The two of them were the fastest. The others were a little slower. Lu Ming rushed into the vortex. The next moment, he appeared in the void. However, the scene that was imprinted in his eyes made Lu Ming's eyes narrow. In this small world, the ground cracked, and a hideous crack appeared. Heaven and earth were barren. In the sky, one spatial crack after another kept flashing. Let's go. Without thinking too much, Lu Ming rushed forward. Behind him, a fluctuation came. The leader of the Lan clan also appeared. As soon as he came out, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. However, when he saw Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He rushed towards Lu Ming. Swoosh! Swoosh! The leader of the Lan clan unleashed his full strength. The strength of a 17th level true emperor was undoubtedly displayed. The sword Chi slashed through the void, and the space directly exploded. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He wanted to use the fallen star bow to block the attack, but he could not help but stop. The leader of the Lan clan's face changed drastically. Rumble! At this moment, the whole world shook violently. The sky kept exploding. The leader of the Lan clan's sword just now seemed to have lit a fuse. The whole world began to collapse and explode. Not good. The leader of the Lan clan realized that something was wrong. He turned around and wanted to leave through the entrance. However, with a loud bang, the entrance also exploded. The entrance collapsed. Rumble! The ground collapsed. Dense spatial cracks appeared in the sky. Damn it, damn it. The leader of the Lan clan kept roaring in fear. This is a small world that is about to collapse. Lu Ming had a bitter taste in his mouth. At this time, he understood. This small world should have been floating in the eternal void for countless years and was about to collapse. However, when they rushed in and used their cultivation to attack, they broke the balance and caused the world to completely collapse. The collapse of a small world was very terrifying. In particular, this small world might very well belong to a very powerful existence, and its power was even greater. Boom, hiss, the ground exploded. The sky was full of cracks. The cracks were increasing, revealing a dark void. Terrifying spatial storms swept in all directions. With the combat strength of Lu Ming and the leader of the Lan clan, it was fine to enter the dark void. However, if they were swept by the spatial storms of the small world, they would definitely die. The two of them tried their best to dodge. However, after a while, the whole world and space were filled with spatial storms. There was almost nowhere to hide. Damn it, it's all your fault, I want you dead. The leader of the Lan clan roared crazily and blamed everything on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming didn't rush in, he wouldn't have chased after him. If Lu Ming didn't escape and let him kill him, this wouldn't have happened. he roared and pounced on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was in danger. The spatial storm was sweeping in all directions and he was almost caught in it. Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, hide in it. Lu Ming thought of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. With a thought, a Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron appeared in front of him. Lu Ming rushed into the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Although the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron's energy seemed to have been exhausted and had fallen into a deep slumber, Lu Ming was unable to activate its terrifying power. However, the material of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was extremely tough. Now, he could only rely on the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron to resist the spatial storm outside. Crash! As soon as Lu Ming hid in the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, it was swept away by a spatial storm. The terrifying spatial storm burst out with shocking power and constantly cut the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. However, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was extremely tough. Although the spatial storm was powerful, it could not do anything to the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The leader of the Lan family also saw this scene. "Save me, Lu Ming, save me!" The leader of the Lan family shouted. "Idiot!" Lu Ming's faint voice came from the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. "No, save me. You can't leave me to die. We are all from the Heaven Realm," the leader of the Lan family shouted and wanted to rush towards the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. However, the entire world was about to collapse. The endless spatial storm swept over and the leader of the Lan family was directly swept into the spatial storm. He let out a cry of despair and then there was no sound. Outside the small world, the other members of the Lan family and the Yen family wanted to rush into the small world. However, when they approached the vortex shook violently and then exploded. What's going on? The members of the Lan family and the Yen family were shocked. Rumble, then, the space shook violently. The members of the Lan family and the Yen family were shocked and quickly retreated. The other members of the Heaven Realm also came to the side and looked at it in surprise. Rip, a crack appeared where the vortex was originally. They could vaguely see the scene of destruction inside. This is the collapse of the small world. That small world is collapsing. They were all experienced people. How could they not have thought of this when they saw the scene? They also speculated that the small world was definitely too ancient, and was now completely collapsing. Lu Ming is dead meat. Someone whispered. Everyone's expression became solemn. A true emperor was dead for sure when facing the destruction of a small world. The Lan family and the Yen family felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they didn't rush in. Otherwise, they would also die. What a pity for the indestructible ancient scripture. The members of the Lan and Yen families sighed in their hearts. They didn't care about Lu Ming's life or death. However, it was a pity that the indestructible ancient scripture would accompany Lu Ming to be buried in the void. They didn't leave. Instead, they watched from afar. At this moment, the small world had completely collapsed. Endless space storms swept across the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Dong. 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 Even if Lu Ming hid in the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and had the protection of the cauldron, some of the terrifying vibrations still seeped into the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, causing Lu Ming to suffer a terrifying attack. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by the power of law. At the same time, he revolved the indestructible golden body to resist that terrifying power. However, he still suffered heavy injuries. His bones were broken, his muscles were torn, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. This small world was definitely a heavenly emperor's small world. The energy formed by the collapse was too terrifying. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was like a small boat in the boundless sea, drifting with the waves. It was swept into the boundless dark void by the space storms, drifting into the distance. Not knowing how long had passed, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron suddenly emitted a violent rumble. Then, a violent explosion erupted outside. Following that, everything calmed down. What's going on? Could it be that I've already been swept out of the dark void? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Through the cauldron's mouth, he discovered light shining in. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Looks like you really got out of the dark void. Lu Ming climbed out of the cauldron's mouth. In the outside world, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. He was currently on this mountain peak. However, when the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron smashed down just now, half of this mountain peak was smashed and embedded in the mountain peak. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Where is this? Lu Ming looked around. What entered his eyes was a boundless green mountain. It was lush and full of vitality, and it was an expanse of lush green. This was not the true Emperor's battlefield at all. It was not even the battlefield outside Two World City. Because there were constant battles and killings on the battlefield all year round, it was long dead silent. No vegetation could survive. It was completely different from this place. Could it be that I've been swept into some place in the grand pure celestial domain by the space storms? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of another possibility in the next moment. If he could be swept into the grand pure celestial domain, wouldn't that mean he could be swept into another celestial domain? Could this place be another celestial domain, other than the grand pure celestial domain? The other 8 celestial domains of the celestial world were occupied by the foreign races. If he came to another celestial domain, it would be troublesome. Let's heal first. Lu Ming shook his head. His injuries were severe. No matter where he was, he had to recover to his peak condition first. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. But just as he started to heal his injuries, several streaks of light flew towards him. Lu Ming's expression changed. He could only stop healing and look at the streaks of light. Foreign races. Lu Ming's expression turned uglier when he saw them. It was impossible for there to be foreign races in the grand pure celestial domain. Moreover, this was not the battlefield outside Two World City. There was only one possibility. This was another celestial domain of the celestial world. Lu Ming felt bitter in his mouth. He had never thought that he would really be in another celestial domain of the celestial world. It's the human race. Kill any human who escapes. The foreign races also saw Lu Ming and charged towards Lu Ming. Even though they were far away, there were streaks of destructive light shooting towards Lu Ming. The strongest is at the 10th order True Emperor realm. Kill. From the other party's attack, Lu Ming sensed that the strongest combat power among the alien tribes should be at the 10th level of a True Emperor. This kind of combat strength was no threat to Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored his injuries and condensed the infinite dragon spear in his hand and attacked. Pooh! Pooh! Streaks of spear light pierced towards the foreign races, killing them one after another. More than a dozen foreign races were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming kept the foreign races' corpses in his pocket world and left the place in a flash. Lu Ming needed to find a secluded place to heal his injuries. His injuries had worsened after he forced himself to attack. But in the next moment, his expression changed. That was because there was another group of outsiders charging over from another direction. It's a human who escapes. Kill him. Dozens of foreign races charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming could sense that there were terrifying experts among them. Even though there were no emperors, there were at least 16th or 17th level emperors. Lu Ming was heavily injured and was no match for these foreign races. He could only avoid them for now. Lu Ming used his 6 feathered wings and flew towards the distance. The foreign races chased after him. Which heaven is this? The other party said that there are humans who escaped the net. It seems like there are still humans in this heaven. Lu Ming pondered as he flew. The foreign races behind him were fast. Some of them were strong and they were slowly closing the distance between them and Lu Ming. My injuries are too heavy. I can't use my full strength. Lu Ming frowned and thought of a plan. After a while, he was tens of thousands of miles away. Suddenly, another group of foreign races appeared in front of him. There were more than 20 of them. Lu Ming had no choice but to change his direction and rush towards the left. This way, the distance between him and the foreign races decreased. What should I do? Lu Ming quickly thought of a plan. He could take out the divine 9-dragon cauldron to block the foreign races' attacks, but that would be like catching a turtle in a jar. Under such circumstances, it was not a good idea. Lu Ming could only continue flying. Human, die. The foreign races slowly closed in on Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and shot a few arrows. However, the foreign races were too strong and they blocked them. Forcefully pulling the fallen star bow made Lu Ming's injuries worse. Whoosh, Lu Ming flew over a mountain peak that towered into the clouds and entered a huge canyon. The foreign races also rushed into the valley. Whoosh! 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 Right at that moment, a series of attacks suddenly erupted from the Grand Canyon. These attacks weren't aimed at Lu Ming, but at the outsiders. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 outsiders were killed, and the outsiders who were chasing Lu Ming were stopped in their tracks. Kill! Kill these outsiders! A furious roar could be heard from the canyon as more than 20 figures dashed out from it. Human race, divine beast. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. These people who rushed out were actually humans, and there were also divine beasts. Furthermore, they were all extremely powerful. One of them was a middle-aged man with a saber. He slashed out and killed 2 16th Order True Emperors while seriously injuring another 17th Order True Emperor. That's a peak True Emperor at the 18th level. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Moreover, there were a few 16th-level and 17th-level emperors. It was a completely one-sided battle. Dozens of outsiders were being slaughtered one after another. Lu Ming didn't care about his injuries as he continued to draw his fallen star bow, killing a few outsiders who tried to escape. There were 40 to 50 outsiders in total. Not long after, they were all killed and their corpses were collected. Following which, their gazes shifted to Lu Ming. Everyone, thank you for your help. Lu Ming cupped his fists in gratitude. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Are there other lesser worlds that haven't been conquered by the outsiders? A young woman walked in the air and looked at Lu Ming curiously. This woman was very beautiful. She was wearing armor, and her impressive figure was fully displayed. Other lesser worlds? Lu Ming was confused. Everyone, may I ask where this place is? Which celestial domain is this? Lu Ming asked. Which celestial domain? This is obviously Myriad Spirit's celestial domain. Aren't you from there? The young woman asked curiously. The others also came over and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Myriad Spirit's celestial domain. I'm actually in Myriad Spirit's celestial domain. Lu Ming was shocked. Myriad Spirit's celestial domain was one of the 9 heavens domains of the heaven realm. It had long been invaded by the outsiders. It seemed that he had been swept here by the collapse of the lesser worlds. I'm sorry, but I'm from Grand Pure Celestial Domain. Lu Ming said. What? You're from Grand Pure Celestial Domain? The young woman and the others all widened their eyes in shock. Then, their eyes were filled with incomparable joy. We heard from the outsiders that Grand Pure Celestial Domain hasn't been conquered and is still in the hands of the heaven realm. Is that true? How did you come to Myriad Spirit's celestial domain? Is there a secret passage? The young woman asked a lot of questions. The others were also curious. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly, and his face turned pale. At this moment, he was seriously injured. Let's leave this place first. This young man is seriously injured. It won't be too late to ask him after he recovers. An old man walked over and said. I was too excited. Let's go. The young woman said. Immediately, the young woman waved her world energy and took Lu Ming and the 20 people in a direction. During this time, they kept changing directions as if they were afraid of being chased by the outsiders. Soon, they came to a secret place. Through a secret passage, they entered an underground space. After arriving here, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. His injuries recovered rapidly as the indestructible ancient scripture circulated. In less than 2 hours, Lu Ming's injuries were healed, and he was back to his peak condition. So fast? Seeing that Lu Ming had recovered in just 2 hours, everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Ming's injuries were not light. If it were someone else, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to fully recover. However, Lu Ming had recovered in just 2 hours. This surprised them and made them curious. Thank you, everyone, for your help. Lu Ming stood up and thanked everyone. We're all creatures of the heaven realm. It's only right for us to help. The young woman said with a smile. She was very forthright. Among these people, only the young woman was from the younger generation. She was about the same age as Lu Ming. Naturally, she was more talkative. "My name is Renchan." "What's your name?" the young woman asked. "My name is Lu Ming," Lu Ming said. "Now, can you tell me how you came from the Tai Ching Heaven domain?" Renchan blinked her eyes and asked curiously. "I accidentally entered a small world that was about to collapse," Lu Ming briefly recounted how he came to this place. "I see. I thought there was some secret passage." Renchan let out a sigh, somewhat disappointed. The others also sighed secretly. Lu Ming came here through a small world that was about to collapse. This was completely coincidental and could not be replicated. If there was a secret passage, they could go to the Tai Ching Heaven domain through it. "By the way, what's the situation here?" Lu Ming asked about the situation in the 10,000 Spirit Heaven domain. The 10,000 Spirit Celestial Realm had been conquered by the foreign tribes countless years ago. However, the 10,000 Spirit Sky domain was incomparably vast. There were all kinds of wondrous places. Moreover, many powerhouses were born back then. There were even quite a few Heavenly Emperor realm figures. Naturally, there were many small worlds attached to the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Realm. The entrances to these small worlds were mostly hidden and difficult to find. The place where Renchan and the others lived was one of the extremely secretive small worlds. However, after the foreign tribes conquered the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Realm, they sent out a large number of experts to search for those small worlds and the hidden Heavenly Realm beings. Over the years, countless Heavenly Realm experts had been killed, and many small worlds had been found and conquered. Now, there were very few Heavenly Realm beings left in the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Realm. The remaining people were struggling to survive. That was why they were so excited when they heard that Lu Ming was from the Grand Pure Celestial Realm. The conditions in the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Realm were too difficult. They didn't know when the foreign tribes would find and conquer the small worlds. In the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Realm, they faced danger at all times. Of course, they wanted to go to the Grand Pure Celestial Realm to cultivate. "This time, we came out to find an origin stone vein and see some origin stones. We didn't expect to meet you." At this point, Renchan sighed. Lu Ming completely understood. Renchan and the others hid in a small world without an origin stone vein. In the long run, they would run out of origin stones. Without origin stones, how could they cultivate? That was why they took the risk to come out and look for origin stones. However, most of the origin stone veins in the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Realm are guarded by the foreign tribes. It's not easy to seize them. Our plan is to go to a small vein nearby. "Brother Lu, do you want to go with us?" Renchan asked. "Okay." Lu Ming nodded. Now that they were in the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Realm, it was rare to meet people from the Heavenly Realm. Lu Ming naturally wanted to go with them. Otherwise, it would be more dangerous to go alone. Immediately, everyone left the place and carefully headed in a certain direction. Along the way, they didn't meet any other foreign tribes. In fact, there weren't that many outsiders in the realm of myriad spirit. This was because although the outsiders could absorb and refine the origin chi of the Heavenly Realm, it was very slow and the efficiency was very low. It was very disadvantageous for the outsiders' cultivation. It was just like how Lu Ming's absorption speed was also very slow. Therefore, there weren't that many foreign races in the Heaven Realm. They all took turns. A batch of non-humankind warriors had been stationed here for many years. Only the battlefield in Two World City had a large number of non-humankind warriors. Otherwise, Renchan and the rest would not dare to come out. About a day later, they arrived at a dense forest. Here, ancient trees towered into the sky, and the green grass was like a cushion. More than 20 people were hiding nearby. Through the leaves, they could see an enormous mountain range off in the distance. It was none other than an ore mine, which was guarded by powerful outsiders. "Let me check," Renchan said and then sat down cross-legged. The others surrounded Renchan. It was obvious that Renchan's status was very high among them. Along the way, Lu Ming found out that Renchan's battle strength was equivalent to a 10th order true emperor. With such battle strength at his age, he could be ranked among the top of the 9 absolutes even in the Grand Pure Sky domain. At this time, a layer of green light spread out from Ren Chan's body. This layer of green light resonated with the surrounding green grass and ancient trees, causing the grass to emit a layer of sparkling green light. After a while, Ren Chan opened his eyes and said, "There is an Emperor Realm expert in the ore mine. It seems like we need to wait for the right opportunity." Lu Ming was taken aback. Could it be that Ren Chan had used the green grass and ancient trees to detect the enemy in the mine? This method could be said to be incomparably mysterious. Apart from emperors, how about those with true emperor strength? An old man asked. There is one 18th order true emperor, two 17th order true emperors, and the rest are below 17th order true emperors. There are about 50 of them. Ren Chan said. True emperors are fine. As long as that Emperor Realm expert leaves, we can make our move. A middle-aged man said. Lu Ming, we need to wait here for a while. Ren Chan came over and said with a smile. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. Later, Lu Ming found out that Ren Chan had a mysterious divine ability. The strongest law that Ren Chan had mastered was the law of life. Combined with other laws, it created a mysterious divine ability that allowed him to sense the enemy's situation and even their cultivation through the grass and trees. The further the distance, the weaker the perception. Of course, this was also determined by Ren Chan's cultivation. The stronger the cultivation, the farther the perception. This divine ability was amazing. It was no wonder that Ren Chan had a high status in everyone's hearts. Next, they waited in the forest. Lu Ming didn't stay idle. He comprehended the laws and peace. Now, he had 3 laws, the law of death, the law of devour, and the law of array, all of which had reached the 3rd realm. As for the law of primal chaos, as the first law that Lu Ming comprehended, it was also very close to the 3rd realm. Lu Ming focused on comprehending the law of primal chaos. As long as the law of primal chaos broke through, his combat strength would skyrocket. This wait lasted for 3 months. It's about to break through. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly captured a trace of inspiration. He felt that it was finally time for the law of primal chaos to break through. Lu Ming was wholeheartedly immersed in it, without any distractions. Boom, not long after, Lu Ming's aura surged, and his law of primal chaos broke through to the 3rd realm in one fell swoop. Ren Chan. And the others' gazes fell on Lu Ming, exclaiming repeatedly. During this period of time, they already knew that Lu Ming had mastered 3 supreme laws. At first, they were shocked beyond words. Even now, seeing Lu Ming cultivating, they were still amazed. Brother Lu Ming, I reckon that you are an invincible genius in the Tai Ching heavenly domain. It's a pity that you ended up in the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. If you could grow up steadily in the Tai Ching heavenly domain, you might become an invincible powerhouse in the future. Someone sighed. Indeed. The others nodded. Now that Lu Ming was stranded in the myriad spirit sky domain, lacking resources and unable to return, it was hard to say what his future path would be. There's also Ren Chan. Many people looked at Ren Chan. Ren Chan's talent was also rare in the world. Although their entire small world had gathered resources to nurture Ren Chan, under such conditions, the resources were limited. Even so, Ren Chan had achieved so much. If he was in the Grand Pure Sky domain, his achievements would probably be even higher. After a while, Lu Ming ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. My current combat strength should have reached the 15th level of the true Emperor realm. Lu Ming measured his combat strength. Previously, his combat strength was at the 14th level of the true Emperor realm. The law of primal chaos was no small matter. Once he broke through, his combat strength would increase greatly. Now, Lu Ming's combat strength had reached the 15th level of the true Emperor realm. They continued to wait. Another 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. That great emperor has left. Ren Chan suddenly cried out in excitement. They waited for 3 months before the great emperor finally left. Only one great emperor left? Someone asked. Yes, only that great emperor left. Ren Chan nodded. That's not bad. They have one 18th level true emperor and 2 17th level true emperors. We have one 18th level true emperor and 3 17th level true emperors. We can suppress them. A white-haired old man said. The white-haired old man was the strongest among them. He was at the peak of the 18th level True Emperor realm. There were 3 17th level True Emperors among them as well. Leave the 18th level True Emperor to me. We need to stop the 2 17th level True Emperors. We'll have one more 17th level True Emperor to help the others kill the other races. Then, we'll work together to kill the 3 strongest Great Emperors. The white-haired old man explained his strategy. Everyone nodded. It was the best strategy for now. However, for safety's sake, they didn't attack right away. They waited for a while to prevent the Great Emperor from returning. After a few hours, they made sure that the Great Emperor had left before making their move. They concealed their auras and headed towards the mine. Not long after, they arrived at the vicinity of the mine. There were 2 true emperors guarding the entrance of the mine. Unfortunately, they weren't strong enough and were killed by the white-haired old man in one move. Charge! The white-haired old man roared and they charged into the mine. It's the fish that escaped from Heaven World. Kill them! The moment they entered, they were discovered by the Great Emperors. Dozens of Great Emperors rushed out from different parts of the mine. There were more than 50 people, twice as many as they had. Kill them! Ants from Heaven World, die! An outsider whose entire body was covered in purple light gave off a terrifying aura as he charged towards them. This was an 18th level True Emperor. Leave it to me. The white-haired old man rushed over and engaged in a fierce battle. Both of them were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. At the same time, the 2 foreign experts were also stopped by the 2 from the other side. They had an extra 17th level True Emperor on their side. Although they had fewer people on their side, they were all elites and were obviously stronger. Kill! Lu Ming also rushed over and condensed a long spear in his hand. With a stab, he killed a level 13 True Emperor of a foreign race. Lu Ming discovered that among these alien races, only a minority had purple scales. Most of them were ordinary evil god race with black scales. This was also normal. The purple-scaled evil god race were nobles of the evil god race. Naturally, there wouldn't be so many of them. They could only see so much outside the battlefield of Two World City. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming was invincible, and after killing 2 more non-human experts, he was finally targeted by a non-human expert. This person was a 15th level True Emperor. The outsider roared as he charged toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming flapped his 6 feathered divine wings and rushed toward the outsider as well. Boom! Both of them used their killing moves and clashed fiercely. Then, both of them quickly retreated. The difference was that the outsider was heavily injured while the outsider spat out mouthfuls of blood. On the other hand, Lu Ming was only lightly injured. Both of them had the same battle strength, but Lu Ming had the indestructible golden body. The outsider's attacks could only lightly injure him. On the other hand, he could easily injure the outsider. Kill! Lu Ming continued to attack the outsider. The 2 exchanged a few more moves before the outsider's head was pierced by Lu Ming's spear and he died on the spot. With the same battle strength, Lu Ming had the absolute advantage. Of course, having the same battle strength didn't mean that both of them had the same cultivation level. In fact, the outsider's cultivation level was much higher than Lu Ming's. However, Lu Ming was stronger and could fight above his level. Hence, they had the same battle strength. At this point, Lu Ming's side had the absolute advantage. They were all elites with great battle strength. Though the outsider had more people, they weren't as strong as them. More than 20 of them had already died. This was especially true for the 17th level True Emperor expert. He was unstoppable. They were about to win according to their plan. Right at this moment, a violent rumble suddenly came from one of the mines. Then, 2 burly foreign races rushed out of the mine. Damn celestial bastards, kill them! The 2 foreign races roared and soared into the sky, charging toward Lu Ming and the rest. Boom! 2 of Lu Ming's experts were sent flying. One of them spat out mouthfuls of blood while the other was weaker and was killed instantly. Not good, 2 17th level True Emperors. They were hiding in the depths of the mine and I couldn't find them. Ren Chan exclaimed. Not good. The others were shocked as well. The enemy had 2 more 17th order True Emperors. Their top experts were at a disadvantage. They were about to lose. Bastards from Celestial World, die. The two outsider roared and rushed towards Lu Ming's group. I'll stop them. The 17th level True Emperor expert rushed towards the two outsider. However, he was no match for the outsider and was injured after a few moves. It wasn't a matter of cultivation but battle strength. It was a matter of equal battle strength. It was hard to tell who was stronger. What do we do? What do we do? Ren Chan and the others were anxious. Their lesser world didn't have a lot of people to begin with. The death of even one outsider would be a great loss. Leave it to me. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke and dashed over. At the same time, the fallen star bow appeared in his hands. Buzz, Lu Ming pulled the bowstring and the fallen star bow vibrated slightly. The power of laws and the power of the world poured into the fallen star bow. A 9-colored arrow shot toward one of the alien races with the combat strength of a level 17 True Emperor. Whoosh, that. Outsider swung his battle axe at the arrow. Boom, intense rumbling sounds echoed out as the outsider's battle axe trembled violently, and cracks spread out across its surface. The outsider couldn't even hold on to the battle axe properly, and it flew out of his hand. As for the outsider himself, he was sent tumbling backward, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Before Lu Ming's breakthrough in the law of primal chaos, he was only a 14th level True Emperor. The fallen star bow could be blocked by a 17th level True Emperor expert. However, now that Lu Ming's law of primal chaos had improved, the fallen star bow's power had increased. The 17th level True Emperor expert couldn't stop Lu Ming's arrow at all. Whoosh, then, Lu Ming shot another arrow at the seriously injured foreign race member. This time, the outsider couldn't stop Lu Ming's arrow and was killed in the air. Good. Ren Chan and the others were ecstatic. They didn't expect Lu Ming to be strong enough to kill a 17th level True Emperor. This meant that they could turn the tide of the battle. The other outsiders were shocked as well. At this time, Lu Ming pulled the bowstring for the third time and shot an arrow at another 17th level True Emperor. Boom, this outsider was heavily injured by the arrow. How could his opponent miss such an opportunity? He rushed over and killed his opponent with a slash. Two 17th level True Emperors were instantly killed. Next, Lu Ming dashed toward the rest of the alien races with the combat power of a level 17 True Emperor. Each time Lu Ming pulled the bowstring, the enemy would be heavily injured and killed by his opponent. By the time Lu Ming released the fifth arrow, all 17th level True Emperors were dead. On Lu Ming's side, the three experts with the combat strength of a level 17 True Emperor were free to kill the remaining alien tribes. With the addition of three 17th Order True Emperors, the battle became one-sided. Soon after, the remaining outsiders were all killed. Only the 18th Order True Emperor was still fighting the old man. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Damn it. The foreign race with the combat strength of a level 18 True Emperor roared furiously, glaring at Lu Ming with resentment. It was all because of Lu Ming that the battle ended like this. However, Lu Ming's reply was an arrow. Whoosh, a 9-colored arrow with a long tail was shot towards the outsider. Bang, the non-humanoid being unleashed a strike with all his might to block the 9-colored arrow, but his body was also shaken violently, revealing an opening. The white-haired old man used this chance to injure the outsider. Attack together. At the same time, the others attacked as well. More than 20 attacks flooded the outsider. The outsider was exhausted and kept retreating. During this time, Lu Ming released 2 more arrows. 2 arrows shot out in rapid succession, startling the other party, who hurriedly tried to block them. As such, he was no match for the white-haired old man at all. He was continuously struck by the white-haired old man's killing moves. In the end, he was unwillingly killed by the white-haired old man. At this point, all the outsiders in the vein were killed. Lu Ming, it's all thanks to you this time. Ren Chan and the others came over to thank Lu Ming. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would have been in great danger. Even if they could escape, they would have suffered great losses. Since we're here together, I'll do my best. Lu Ming smiled and took a deep breath. He put away the fallen star bow and took out a pile of ores to absorb them. The 7 arrows earlier had consumed a lot of Lu Ming's energy. He needed to replenish his world energy. I'll keep watch here, you guys go collect the ores. Ren Chan and the others. The others nodded. Then, they entered various parts of the mine to collect origin stones. Ren Chan, on the other hand, used her divine ability to observe the surrounding movements through the vegetation. Lu Ming sat cross-legged at the side and absorbed the ores to recover his cultivation. A few hours later, Lu Ming had recovered to his peak, but he didn't go to dig for ores. He still had a lot of ores, enough for Lu Ming to use for decades. Lu Ming sat at the side and waited. After a few days, they finally finished digging for ores. This time, they had gained a lot, enough to replenish their energy for a while. Now, they had to leave. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be. If a great emperor came, they would all die. The group left the place and ran along the mountain forest, rushing toward the small world they lived in. With Ren Chan, who could sense them, they were very safe and could perfectly avoid the outsiders. However, they didn't dare to increase their speed recklessly. Just like that, after half a month of traveling, they finally arrived near the small world where Ren Chan and the others lived. In front of them, there were groups of mountains, but there was no vegetation. It looked like a dead silence with gray fog everywhere, and visibility was extremely low. This is the Land of Dusk, one of the 3 great forbidden lands of the myriad spirit sky. It's the first of the 3 great forbidden lands, known as the dusk of all living things. It's filled with terrifying field energy and is extremely dangerous. Ren Chan explained to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He understood that the entrance to the small world where Ren Chan and the others lived should be in the Land of Dusk. Are there no outsiders here? Lu Ming asked. There are, of course there are. Ren Chan said, the 3 forbidden lands of the All Spirits land have been targeted by the foreign tribes for a long time. The other 2 forbidden lands have been conquered by the foreign tribes. Only the Land of Dusk hasn't been conquered yet. The Land of Dusk is filled with terrifying field energy. The foreign tribes have attacked it many times and suffered great losses. Our entrance to the small world is only at the periphery of the Land of Dusk. We don't dare to go deeper because it's very dangerous. Wait a moment, you have to follow us closely. They restrained their auras and carefully entered the Land of Dusk. Because there were still outsiders lingering in the vicinity, they couldn't let the outsiders discover the entrance to the small world. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The outsiders wouldn't let them go. After entering the Land of Dusk, their speed slowed down. The white-haired old man walked at the front while the others followed the old man's path. This area was filled with undulating mountains. A terrifying pressure pervaded the air, making one feel a strong sense of danger at first glance. The terrain here naturally formed all kinds of terrifying field energy. The closer to the core of the Land of Dusk, the more terrifying the field energy was. It was extremely dangerous. They carefully moved forward. After a few hours, they finally entered an underground crack and entered a dark river. Through the dark river, they came to an underground cave. There was a dark vortex here. The entrance to the small world was here. It could be said that it was extremely hidden. No wonder the outsiders hadn't found it for so long. They stepped into the vortex. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the others arrived at a mountain range. We're here. Let's go to the city. Ren Chan smiled and the group flew forward. This small world was very large and spacious. After flying for a while, they arrived at a huge city. There were still many people and divine beasts in this small world. After all, it was a small world. After so many years of reproduction, the population was naturally large. Therefore, cultivation resources became a scarce item, and the demand could not meet the demand. After arriving at the city, Ren Chan arranged a place for Lu Ming to stay. Lu Ming stayed here with peace of mind. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Lu Ming could only cultivate while looking for a way to return to the Grand Pure Sky domain. Or, when his cultivation was strong enough, he could directly kill his way back. However, he didn't know how many years that would take. A few days later, the upper echelons of this small world invited Lu Ming to ask him some questions. Lu Ming's arrival from the Grand Pure Sky domain had alarmed some of the powerhouses of this small world. The upper echelons of the small world all wanted to know how to get to the Grand Pure Sky domain. This was not the way to go. The cultivation resources in this small world were getting fewer and fewer, and it was difficult for powerhouses to be born. If the foreign races found it, it would be destroyed sooner or later. Only going to the Grand Pure Sky domain was the best plan. In ancient times, when the foreign races invaded, not everyone retreated. Many did not have time to retreat and stayed in the myriad spirit sky domain. This was the case in this small world. Unfortunately, they did not get anything from Lu Ming. They only knew the current situation of the Grand Pure Sky domain. Next, Lu Ming stayed here and cultivated in peace. Every day, he would enter the mountain-river diagram and comprehend the laws under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Now, the Enlightenment Ancient Tree had grown to 50 meters tall, but compared to the mature Enlightenment Ancient Tree, the effect was much worse. But it was better than nothing. However, after cultivating for a few months, Lu Ming did not break through other laws. He was still at the peak of the second realm. It was not that easy to break through to the third realm. During this period, Ren Chan would spar with Lu Ming from time to time. In this small world, Ren Chan was undoubtedly invincible among her peers. Now that there was Lu Ming, who was about the same age as her, but his combat strength was far above hers, she naturally looked for Lu Ming often. After a while, the two became very familiar with each other. On this day, Ren Chan came to look for Lu Ming again. Lu Ming, we plan to go out and go to the Thousand Spirit Mountain to pick some spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. Do you want to go with us? Ren Chan said. Thousand Spirit Mountain? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Yes, the Thousand Spirit Mountain is the most famous mountain in the myriad spirit sky domain. There are endless spiritual herbs and sacred herbs growing in the Thousand Spirit Mountain. Moreover, the Thousand Spirit Mountain contains sacred soil, which is very suitable for the growth of sacred herbs and spiritual herbs. Our first goal this time is to bring back some spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. In this small world, there is a serious shortage of spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. Many low-level martial artists lack spiritual herbs and sacred herbs for cultivation. If the conditions allow, it would be best if we can dig out some sacred soil from the Thousand Spirit Mountain. We can grow a large number of spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. Ren Chan explained. Alright, I'll go. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, Myriad Spirit Mountain isn't like other places. Although our spiritual herbs and sacred herbs aren't very useful to the outsiders, they don't want us to get them. Therefore, Myriad Spirit Mountain has a large number of experts guarding it. It's very dangerous. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. Ren Chan said. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming also wanted to go out and temper himself. Otherwise, his cultivation progress would be slow. Moreover, Lu Ming had killed a large number of foreign tribes in the True Emperor battlefield and obtained many black crystals that were unique to the foreign tribes. Over the past few months, Lu Ming had taken the time to let the Sky Emperor's body absorb a large number of crystals. The energy stored in the Sky Emperor's body had once again reached about 30%. With the Sky Emperor's body, the self-preservation ability of the Sky Emperor's body was much stronger. Alright, we'll be leaving soon. Let's go together. Ren Chan smiled and came to a square with Lu Ming. There were already a few people gathered here. This time, they had sent out quite a number of experts, including 5 martial monarchs. There was definitely a great emperor guarding Myriad Spirit Mountain. Without a great emperor, they wouldn't be able to get the spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. Almost everyone is here. Let's go. An old man with almost all his hair falling out said. He was a high elder of the minor world. He was an expert in the great emperor realm. Lu Ming understood that there was a heavenly emperor guarding this minor world. However, he was in seclusion and didn't come out. Therefore, a high elder was the highest level. This time, a high elder led the team with 5 great emperors as support. The rest were all true emperors. There were more than 100 people. This was already a very powerful force. They went out of the minor world's exit and carefully left the land of dusk, heading in a certain direction. Myriad Spirit Mountain was located at the center of the Myriad Forest Land. It was the most famous sacred ground in the Myriad Spirit Land. It was said that the Myriad Spirit Land's name came from Myriad Spirit Mountain. In the primordial era, before the foreign races invaded the myriad spirit land, it was prosperous to the extreme. The strongest sect in the myriad spirit domain, the myriad spirit sect, was guarding myriad spirit mountain. Later, the foreign races invaded and the myriad spirit sect was destroyed. Myriad spirit mountain was also occupied by the foreign races. They moved forward very carefully and didn't meet any foreign races along the way. According to Ren Chan, the number of foreign races in the myriad spirit domain had suddenly decreased in the past 10 years. The number of foreign races guarding various places had also decreased sharply. That was why they dared to come out and obtain resources. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to think about myriad spirit mountain. As the number one sacred ground in the myriad spirit domain, there were many foreign race experts guarding it. However, in recent years, the number of foreign races on myriad spirit mountain had decreased by a lot. Is it because of the attack on the Grand Pure domain? Lu Ming guessed. There were a total of 2 battlefields in the Grand Pure domain. In the past 10 years, both had been attacked by the foreign races. Perhaps the foreign races had transferred their experts from other domains to the battlefield in the Grand Pure domain. That was why their numbers had decreased. That was very likely. It took them more than half a month to reach the vicinity of Myriad Spirit Mountain. In front of them, there were towering mountains that towered into the clouds. However, there was one mountain that was the most majestic among them. It stood out among the mountains like a crane in a flock of chickens. That was Myriad Spirit Mountain. The origin chi here was so dense that it had turned into mist. Ren Chan, check it out. Elder Yuan ordered. Ren Chan nodded and then began to check through the flowers and trees. Soon, Ren Chan finished and said, there are 4 very powerful auras. They should all be emperors. 4 emperors? Good. Elder Yuan was delighted and said, wait a moment. We'll attack and restrain the enemy emperors. You guys take the opportunity to rush in and pick the sacred herbs. It would be best if you can dig up some sacred soil. After Elder Yuan finished speaking, he looked at the other 4 emperors and nodded silently. Then, they rushed out together. The 5 martial monarchs rushed toward the 1,000-spirit mountain. Their terrifying auras immediately startled the non-humans. Whoosh! 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 4 beams of light immediately burst out from the 10,000 spirits mountain. They were all martial monarch realm experts who engaged in a fierce battle with the 5 elders. Let's go. Someone said. They rushed towards Myriad Spirit Mountain at full speed. When they got close to Myriad Spirit Mountain, they split up into groups and spread out. They split up and entered Myriad Spirit Mountain to pick spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. Then, they would gather outside. Their main purpose was to pick spiritual herbs and sacred herbs, not to fight with the enemy. More than 50 people were divided into more than a dozen groups and rushed towards Myriad Spirit Mountain in different directions. Lu Ming and Ren Chan were in a group. They followed the forest and rushed towards Myriad Spirit Mountain. Boom! Boom! In other directions, they had already encountered the evil god tribe and started a fierce battle. However, they had Ren Chan could sense the enemy's aura through the plants. Therefore, they had perfectly avoided the evil god tribe. Not long after, they successfully entered the depths of 1,000 Spirit Mountain. Here, the origin chi was extremely rich and the grass was green. From time to time, one could see spiritual herbs or sacred herbs among the grass. Hurry up and pick them. Ren Chan shouted. The few of them took action. In a flash, they picked all the spiritual herbs and sacred herbs, not leaving a single one behind. There were too many spiritual herbs and sacred herbs here. The medicinal fragrance was so rich that it could not be dispersed. Every few steps, there would be spiritual herbs or sacred herbs. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming saw a herb. It was crystal clear and emitted a little luster. The medicinal fragrance was much stronger than the other spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. This is the arch herb. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did not expect to see the arch herb before reaching the main peak of 1,000 Spirit Mountain. Spiritual herbs were very useful for those below the martial sage realm. As for sacred herbs, they were very useful for martial sages. As for the arch herbs, as the name suggested, they corresponded to martial emperors. As a matter of fact, the Tree of Enlightenment was considered a monarch herb, a top-tier one at that. Lu Ming rushed over and condensed his power of the world into a shovel. He dug out the arch herb and put it away. Swoosh! Swoosh, the few of them were astonishingly fast. Everywhere they passed, all the spiritual herbs, sacred herbs, and the arch herbs were dug out. This was a rare opportunity. It was rare that the number of foreign tribes decreased. If the number of foreign tribes increased in the future, there would not be such an opportunity. Therefore, they naturally had to take the opportunity to dig out more herbs. In a moment, Lu Ming dug out hundreds of herbs of different grades. He even dug out 3 the arch herbs. At this time, the 3 of them had arrived at the real Thousand Spirit Mountain. There is sacred ground in Thousand Spirit Mountain. This is the most precious. Let's dig. Ren Chan and the others' eyes lit up. Their power of the world turned into hoes and dug into the ground. Bang! 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 The hard rocks were broken. Not long after, they lifted the surface of the Thousand Spirit Mountain. Instantly, a 5-colored light filled the air. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. Beneath the rocks of Myriad Spirit Mountain, there was a type of soil with 5 different colors. This kind of soil was like mud. It was not hard, but looked very soft and could even move. Attack! Ren Chan and the others condensed their power of the realm into giant hands and grabbed at the 5-colored soil. However, they could only grab a small piece each time. So troublesome. Can't you just take it away? Lu Ming took out a storage ring and wanted to take away the entire Thousand Spirit Mountain, but it was useless. Then, Lu Ming wanted to collect the 5-colored soil, but it was useless. Lu Ming, it's no use. There's no way you can take away this holy soil. Even if you use your minor world, it's useless. You can only dig it out bit by bit. Ren Chan informed. Lu Ming felt helpless. Following that, he also condensed a huge hand with the power of his world and grabbed down. However, the 5-colored soil seemed to be one. It was incomparably sticky and could not be grabbed at all. Every time, he could only grab a little bit. Compared to the huge Thousand Spirit Mountain, it was only a hair from 9 oxen. This is too slow. Even if we dig for a few days, we can't dig out much 5-colored soil. I wonder if the Tree of Enlightenment will work. Lu Ming sighed. Then, his eyes lit up. This 5-colored soil had an amazing spirituality. The spiritual herbs, sacred herbs, and emperor herbs near Thousand Spirit Mountain could be nurtured because of this 5-colored soil. If Lu Ming had a large amount of 5-colored soil, his Tree of Enlightenment would definitely be able to grow quickly. The few of them seized the time and dug quickly. But not long after, they were still discovered by the foreign races. It's the remnants of the heaven realm. Kill. More than a dozen foreign races charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Their aura was very shocking. Ren Chan and the others were about to fight. Leave these foreign races to me. I'll lure them away. You guys continue to dig the 5-colored soil and the herbs. Having said that, Lu Ming rushed toward the foreign races. The infinite dragon spear condensed in his hand and attacked the foreign races. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming stabbed out with several spear lights. They broke through the void and attacked the foreign races. Among the alien races, there was an extremely burly alien race who brandished a huge spiked mace and blocked Lu Ming's spear gleams one by one. 17th level True Emperor. Lu Ming's heart moved. The strongest foreign race had the strength of a 17th level True Emperor. Lu Ming did not fight head-on. Instead, he used his 6-feathered divine wings. With a flap of his wings, Lu Ming's body turned into a phantom and went around the foreign race to kill the other foreign races. Whoosh, a spear light flashed and a foreign race with the strength of a 12th level True Emperor was killed by Lu Ming. Then, with a sweep of the spear, another foreign race with the strength of a 14th level True Emperor was sent flying. His body almost exploded as he vomited blood. Courting death. The foreign race with the strength of a 17th level True Emperor was furious. Lu Ming dared to kill his people in front of him. He couldn't care less about Ren Chan and the others. He only wanted to kill Lu Ming. He charged at Lu Ming, but Lu Ming turned around and fled in another direction. After him. The foreign race leader roared and led the other foreign races to chase after Lu Ming. Given Lu Ming's current strength and the six-feathered divine wings, his speed was slightly faster than that of a level 17 true emperor. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to shake off the other party. He deliberately slowed down a little so that the other party felt that he could catch up with him. Thus, the foreign races chased after Lu Ming and arrived in another direction of Myriad Spirit Mountain. This is it. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Brat, now that you know you can't escape, die. The foreign races charged at Lu Ming. I'll send you all on your way. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and shot an arrow. Boom, the 17th Order True Emperor was heavily injured and coughed out blood. His eyes were filled with fear. Then, Lu Ming shot another arrow and killed the alien race. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more arrows killed 2 more foreign races with the strength of a 16th level True Emperor. The remaining foreign races were shocked and wanted to escape. Lu Ming put away the fallen star bow and used the 6-feathered divine wings to chase after them. The strongest among them were only 15th level True Emperors. They weren't Lu Ming's match and weren't as fast as Lu Ming. It didn't take long before all the foreign races were killed by Lu Ming. With a wave of his hands, he put away the storage rings and crystal cores of all the alien races. Lu Ming landed on Thousand Spirit Mountain, chose a spot, and broke open the rocks, revealing the 5-colored soil inside. Look at the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. With a thought, Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram. The Tree of Enlightenment was rooted on a mountain peak in the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming smashed the mountain peak and pulled out the Tree of Enlightenment. Lu Ming's figure reappeared on Thousand Spirit Mountain and he placed the Tree of Enlightenment into the 5-colored soil. When Lu Ming placed the Tree of Enlightenment on the 5-colored soil, a shocking scene happened. The roots of the Tree of Enlightenment grew crazily and drilled into the 5-colored soil. The roots grew too quickly. Some of them drilled into the soil, while others grew outside. They followed the 5-colored soil and wrapped up a large area of 5-colored soil. At this moment, the Tree of Enlightenment began to grow rapidly. Its leaves spread out, and its branches grew longer and thicker. The entire Tree of Enlightenment was growing at an extremely fast rate. The Tree of Enlightenment was originally 50 meters tall. Soon, it grew to 60 meters, 65 meters, 70 meters. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It was indeed a sacred soil. The effect of growing plants was amazing. Lu Ming cultivated the Tree of Enlightenment for decades and spent a lot of resources to grow it to 50 meters tall. But now, it grew nearly 50 meters in just a moment. The roots were still growing crazily, as if they were going to wrap all the 5-colored soil. After a while, the Tree of Enlightenment had grown to an astonishing height of 100 meters. At this moment, there was a flash of light in the distance. An expert was here. Keep. Lu Ming hugged the Tree of Enlightenment and used the power of the small world to envelop the Tree of Enlightenment. Rumble, the Tree of Enlightenment was uprooted and moved toward Lu Ming's small world. Those roots were like countless claws. They grabbed a large amount of 5-colored soil and moved it toward the small world. Rumble, about 1/10 of the 5-colored soil in the entire Thousand Spirit Mountain had been brought along by the Tree of Enlightenment into Lu Ming's small world. There was too much 5-colored congealed soil. If they were to dig slowly like that, they did not know how long it would take them to dig. We've made a fortune this time. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With so much 5-colored soil, he didn't know how many herbs he could cultivate. Moreover, the Tree of Enlightenment didn't need to buy any spiritual liquid to water it. With so much 5-colored soil, it would grow at an amazing speed. Human, die. In the distance, there was a loud roar. Some foreign races rushed over. Lu Ming used the 6-feathered divine wings and left in a flash. Not long after, Lu Ming shook off the foreign races and entered Thousand Spirit Mountain. He crazily picked spiritual herbs, sacred herbs, and imperial herbs. They agreed that they had to leave this place in 2 hours and meet up at the corresponding location. Lu Ming continued to pluck. He had plucked at least thousands of medicinal herbs of various levels. At this moment, he met Ren Chan and the group again. Ren Chan and the group were being chased by a few foreign tribes. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and killed the foreign tribes. Then, they continued to pick herbs. Soon, 2 hours were almost up. They could only stop and rush out of Thousand Spirit Mountain. With Ren Chan's senses, they only encountered a group of outsiders on the way, but they managed to avoid them. They flew all the way and soon arrived at a secluded valley. I wonder how the others. Ren Chan was a little worried. Not long after, a group of 4 people came, but they all suffered different degrees of injuries. As soon as they arrived, they circulated their qi to heal their injuries. Not long after, more people came. Half an hour later, only about 30 people came. When they came, there were more than 50 people, but now, only about 30 people returned. Everyone's expression was a little ugly. Those who did not come were most likely dead. Swoosh. Swoosh, the void moved, and 5 figures appeared. They were Elder Yuan and the other 4 Thearchs. Let's go back. Elder Yuan ordered. Elder Yuan, where are the others? Should we wait a little longer? Someone said. There's no need to wait. Let's go. Elder Yuan sighed. The others showed a trace of sadness. Judging from Elder Yuan's words, the others were most likely dead. They were helpless. Now that the foreign races had occupied the entire myriad forest heavenly realm, they were like turtles in a jar. They had to hide all day and face danger at all times. They did not know when they would die in the hands of the foreign races. If only they could go to the grand pure celestial realm, someone sighed. The news of the attack on Myriad Spirit Mountain spread quickly. The foreign races in the Myriad Spirit Heavenly Realm were shaken, and they were hunting Lu Ming and the others everywhere. Along the way, they were cautious. Relying on Ren Chan's senses, they successfully avoided the foreign races. More than 10 days later, they returned to the small world. After returning to the small world, they handed over the spiritual herbs and 5-colored soil to the Elder Yuan of the small world for him to distribute. Lu Ming also handed over some. However, Lu Ming only handed over a little of the 5-colored soil. As for the spiritual herbs, sage herbs, and the arch herbs, Lu Ming handed over 80%. He kept a few hundred stalks for himself and planned to plant them in the small world. Little brother Lu Ming, you can keep your spiritual herbs and sage herbs for yourself. An Elder Yuan smiled. After all, Lu Ming was not from this small world. They were already very grateful that he went on an adventure with them. It's fine. These spiritual herbs and sage herbs are not of much use to me. Elder Yuan, I want to collect some spiritual herb seeds or plant seeds. Lu Ming smiled. Okay, I'll send them to you in 2 days. Elder Yuan said. After that, Lu Ming returned to his residence. As soon as he entered, Lu Ming's mind moved, and a body condensed in his small world. This was not Lu Ming's real body, but a body condensed from soul power. In Lu Ming's small world, Lu Ming was a god. He could control everything because the laws of this small world were under his control. Soul power condensed in his small world was no different from a physical body. Lu Ming took a step forward and came to a plain. The plain was incomparably vast, and the Enlightenment ancient tree was rooted here. Under the roots, there was colorless soil. In more than 10 days, the Enlightenment ancient tree had grown a lot taller. Of course, it did not grow as fast as when it first obtained the 5-colored soil. It had stabilized. However, the height of the Enlightenment ancient tree had reached 200 meters. The leaves were sparkling and resplendent, with the aura of the great Tao lingering around. Comprehending the Tao here was much faster than outside. At that moment, Lu Ming dug out some colorless congealed soil from under the tree of enlightenment and placed it in other places. He then planted the remaining hundreds of sacred herbs and spirit herbs in various places. A newly evolved small world had no life or vegetation, so he had to add them himself. At the Emperor realm, he could evolve life, but it would take a long time. Adding them himself was the fastest way. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Elder Yuan sent people to deliver various spiritual herbs and plant seeds. Lu Ming scattered these seeds all over the small world. This way, after some time, these seeds would take root and sprout, and the small world would be filled with vitality. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming cultivated in this small world, sometimes sparring with Ren Chan, and sometimes going out with them to obtain resources. Soon, 2 years had passed. In the first year, Lu Ming went out with Ren Chan and the others frequently, but in the second year, they rarely went out. Because in the second year, the number of foreign races in the myriad spirit sky domain increased again, and the number of experts increased by a lot. Lu Ming guessed that the foreign races did not attack the grand pure sky domain anymore, but retreated instead. Moreover, during this time, the number of foreign races in the Land of Dusk had increased by a lot. In the entire myriad spirit sky domain, only the Land of Dusk had not been occupied by the foreign races. Clearly, the foreign races were very curious about this land, and had dispatched a large number of experts to conquer the Land of Dusk. During this time, the foreign races had been constantly attacking the Land of Dusk. The entire Land of Dusk was filled with thunderous rumbles as the foreign races bombarded the land, destroying the Earth's structure, and destroying the energy field here. After the foreign races paid a price, they indeed destroyed a lot of the Land of Dusk structure, forcibly opening a safe path. On the small world side, they were constantly paying attention, sending people to inquire about the situation outside. Because this was related to their survival. If the Land of Dusk was completely conquered by the foreign races, their small world would most likely be found by the foreign races. Not long after, a shocking piece of news came. The foreign races had attacked deep into the Land of Dusk, but they were met with a terrifying attack. In the Land of Dusk's depths, some kind of terrifying life form had awakened and attacked the foreign races, starting a terrifying war. On that day, in the Land of Dusk's depths, thunderous roars resounded, as if a great ancient beast had awakened. In that battle, the foreign races suffered a great loss, and a large number of experts died inside. It was said that there were Heavenly Emperor realm experts who fell inside. The foreign races retreated in defeat, retreating to the Land of Dusk's depths. Ren Chan, Lu Ming, and the others were incomparably shocked when they heard this. What was in the Land of Dusk's depths? Even Heavenly Emperor realm existences had fallen inside. It was too shocking. My strength is still not enough, I need to continue improving my battle strength. Lu Ming muttered under his breath, condensing his soul into a physical body and entering his own small world. He came to the Enlightenment Ancient Tree to comprehend the laws. Comprehending laws did not require a physical body, his soul's of the eye. Right now, his main goal was to comprehend the laws of life. In the past 2 years, he had only broken through to the 3rd level of the Law of Tools. Moreover, he had refined the remaining Chaos Stones to reach peak 4-star True Emperor. As for the Law of Life, it was on the verge of a breakthrough. This was because his comprehension of the indestructible ancient scripture, Life Law, and Tools Law was faster than other laws. This time, his cultivation went very smoothly. The Law of Life was already at the limit of breaking through. A few days later, Lu Ming successfully broke through, breaking through to the 3rd level of the Law of Life. In this way, Lu Ming's 3 supreme laws had reached the 3rd level. In addition, the Devouring Law, Tools Law, and Array Law were also at the 3rd level. Only the laws of alchemy, the laws of force, and the laws of penetration were still at the 2nd level. With Lu Ming's peak 4-star cultivation, Lu Ming's battle prowess had reached the limit of 17th level. As long as he had one more law or became a 5-star True Emperor, his battle prowess would reach the 18th level. The battle prowess of a peak True Emperor wasn't something that just anyone could achieve. There was a strict rule that required one to grasp a supreme law and 8 other monarch laws at the 3rd level to reach the peak of 7-star True Emperor. This was the limit of a peak True Emperor. Those who didn't grasp a supreme law couldn't reach the 18th level even if they reached the peak. At best, they could reach the 17th level. Some of them could only reach the 16th level at best. This was the reason why Lu Ming rarely met anyone at the 18th level. Most of them were in seclusion trying to break through to the Grand Emperor realm. Another reason was that they were rare. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had not reached the peak in terms of laws or cultivation, but he was close to attaining the combat power of a level 18 True Emperor. If his cultivation and laws were at the peak, his combat power would be unimaginable. Of course, that didn't mean that one couldn't break through to the Grand Emperor realm before reaching the 18th level. Many people who didn't have a supreme law but had 9 of them at the peak could still try. They only needed one of the 9 laws to reach the Grand Emperor realm. Yes, one needed to grasp at least one monarch law in order to reach the Grand Emperor realm. This was why people with monarch physiques had the potential to reach the Grand Emperor realm. Rumble. Just as Lu Ming ended his cultivation and pondered, there was a sudden tremor. It was as if the entire world was shaking. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed. Rumble. The world was shaking more and more violently. The minor world is under attack. Everyone, gather. A voice spread to every corner of the city. Lu Ming's expression changed. Did the outsiders find this minor world? Whoosh. Whoosh. In the huge city, countless figures flew into the sky and gathered outside the city walls. Lu Ming also flew over and saw Rinchan and the others. Everyone's expression was ugly. They looked in the direction of the minor world's exit. The violent shaking came from that direction. Whoosh. Whoosh. Rays of light flew over from that direction. They were the experts guarding the exit. At this moment, they were panicking. The outsiders are attacking. Someone shouted. Many people's faces turned pale. They thought of the rumor that wherever the alien race went, they would leave nothing behind. How is this possible? How did the outsiders find the entrance? Someone shouted. After so many years, the outsiders hadn't found the entrance. How did they find it now? No matter what, prepare to meet the enemy. An old man with almost all his hair falling out said. He was one of the founding elders of the minor world. There were a total of 5 founding elders in the minor world. They were all extremely powerful grand emperors. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening roar came from the front. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were marching in the air. The void kept shaking. Then, a dark cloud rushed toward them. It wasn't a dark cloud, but the outsiders. Countless outsiders rode on all sorts of strange beasts, roaring as they charged over. Kill the remnants of the heavenly realm. Don't leave a single one alive. The outsiders roared and the strange beasts roared. They waved their weapons and rushed over. Let's kill them. Kill. One of the founding elders shouted. All the experts in the minor world gathered and rushed towards the outsiders. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the others followed the crowd and charged out. The two sides collided. Die. A long spear materialized in Lu Ming's hands. As the long spear pierced out, spear gleams shot out. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 foreign races were killed by Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current battle prowess, he was practically unbeatable among true emperors. Even if he encountered an 18th level true emperor, he could still defeat them with the indestructible ancient scripture. Therefore, Lu Ming seemed to have entered a no man's land. He did not put up any defenses at all. Instead, he attacked with all his might. Wherever Lu Ming went, outsiders fell to the ground like raindrops. However, there were simply too many outsiders. Their numbers were far greater than theirs, and they had far more experts as well. Miserable screams rose and fell. People from the heaven realm were also being killed one after another, falling here. This was especially true when it came to the battle between grand emperors. Heaven world was at a disadvantage. Some of their grand emperors had already fallen. The situation wasn't looking good for them. Die. An outsider with the battle prowess of an 18th level true emperor targeted Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming and the outsider clashed repeatedly. Lu Ming ignored his own defense and attacked crazily. Lu Ming hit the opponent and the opponent hit Lu Ming in return. The two coughed out blood and retreated. However, Lu Ming had the indestructible avatar and his breakthrough in the law of life. The power of the indestructible ancient scripture was even more terrifying. Lu Ming's injuries healed rapidly. Lu Ming did not care about his injuries at all. He dashed toward the other party, fighting with all his might. The outsider roared and attacked Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. The two of them kept exchanging blows. After more than 10 consecutive moves, the alien was finally defeated. Lu Ming could recover quickly, but the other party could not. Die. Lu Ming became one with his spear and pierced through his opponent's head. An expert with the combat power of a level 18 true emperor was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was now at the peak of the true emperor realm. The power of the world swept the other party's corpse into a small world. Then, Lu Ming unleashed his six-feathered divine wings and charged toward a member of the foreign race with the combat strength of a 17th-level true emperor. After a few moves, this alien was also killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he focused on hunting the top emperors. For example, there were 16th-level true emperors and 17th-level true emperors. This way, Ren Chan and the others could finally catch their breaths. Go kill that brat. High up in the sky, an outsider Grand Emperor fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. There were more great emperors among the foreign races to begin with. They could easily pick out great emperors to do other things. Kill. An outsider Grand Emperor charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He was invincible among true emperors, but he was no match for a great emperor. Even the weakest great emperor could easily kill him. Lu Ming planned to use his heavenly emperor physique. Initially, there were too many experts from foreign tribes here. There were also quite a number of top-notch great emperors. Even if Lu Ming used the celestial emperor's body, it would not have much effect on the overall situation. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to use it at a critical moment. But now, he had no choice. Boom, just as Lu Ming was about to use his heavenly emperor physique, a terrifying aura exploded from the depths of the minor world. It was the heavenly aura of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Emperor, a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. It was said that there was a heavenly emperor hibernating in this minor world. It seemed to be true. Ancestor. The experts from the celestial world shouted excitedly. Whoosh. Whoosh, in the depths of the small world, several beams of sword light shot out. Wherever the sword light passed, the space was torn apart, leaving hideous cracks. These sword lights were aimed at the great emperors. One of them was the one who wanted to attack Lu Ming. It's the Heavenly Emperor. The foreign race powerhouses roared loudly, retreating wildly in incomparable horror. But how could their speed compare to Heavenly Emperors? They could not retreat at all. Puwerk. Puwerk, several foreign race great emperors were directly slain by several sword lights. Following that, a sword light flashed in the void. An old man with white hair and long robes appeared. This was this minor world's ancestor, a heavenly emperor, known as Absolute Sword Heavenly Emperor. Clang, Absolute Sword Heavenly Emperor emitted a shocking sword howl in his hand. Sword light burst forth, wanting to rush toward the foreign race great emperors again. But at this time, Absolute Sword Heavenly Emperor's expression suddenly changed. His sword momentum changed, turning into a resplendent and enormous sword light, slashing toward a region of the void. Boom, that region of the void exploded. An enormous and boundless large hand appeared. The large hand was covered in purple scales, colliding together with the sword light. After a heaven-shocking rumble, the sword light dissipated. That large hand also shrunk back. On the large hand, several scales were chopped away, oozing a trace of fresh blood. Following that, the void trembled. A burly foreign race appeared in the air. This foreign race similarly emitted a terrifying pressure, not weaker than Absolute Sword Heavenly Emperor. This was similarly a powerful Heavenly Emperor realm existence. I didn't expect that there's still a Heavenly Emperor realm fish that slipped through the net. Can't leave you alive. Today is the day of your death. The foreign race Heavenly Emperor opened his mouth coldly, charging toward Absolute Sword Heavenly Emperor. Absolute Sword Heavenly Emperor burst forth with resplendent sword light from his body, having a great battle with the other party. At the same time, a voice transmitted throughout the heavenly realms people's ears. Don't linger in battle, rush out. Absolute Sword Heavenly Emperor's voice sounded out. Charge. 5 doyens, as well as other great Emperor realm powerhouses, gathered with Lu Ming they all, rushing to the forefront, charging out without regard for life or death. I'll stay behind for me. The foreign races roared loudly, launching a siege, not giving them a chance. You guys charge first. Must rush out. There were 2 doyens who roared loudly. Resplendent light suffused from their bodies, burning fiercely like flames. The 2 doyens were risking their lives here, burning their own source. Their strength skyrocketed, blocking a large swath of foreign race powerhouses. Doyens. Many people roared sorrowfully. Burning one's life source, one's life would definitely dry up after this, certain death. Charge. That doyen roared loudly. Charge out with us, kill. The remaining Doyens, as well as Great Emperor realm powerhouses, brought everyone and attacked continuously. There were 2 Doyens who risked their lives to stop. They finally broke through the heavy encirclement, rushing toward the small world's exit. At the back, the foreign races chased after with extreme speed. In the process of escaping, there were still people falling continuously. Very soon, they saw the small world's exit. At this time, the small world's exit was forcefully torn open by the foreign races, the exit expanding over 100 times. They directly rushed out. But after they rushed out, their expressions became even uglier. Ahead of them was a dense cluster of outsiders that formed an arc, surrounding the exit of the small world. Clearly, the foreign races came prepared. Furthermore, in front of the foreign races, they even saw 2 burly men. They were precisely the Heavenly Realms people. Lu Ming had even seen them before. These 2 burly men looked at Lu Ming they all with a cold smile. Nangong Kong, it's you all. You all betrayed the small world, you all betrayed us. Someone roared loudly. Everyone's eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at the 2 burly men. They had been betrayed. He he he. At that moment, the 2 burly men laughed sinisterly. Following that, a layer of black light emitted from their bodies. Then, the light began to distort. 2 black shadows emerged from their bodies. Beside them, 2 other figures appeared. They were like shadows. They've been possessed. One of the eminent elders said. They had not been betrayed. Instead, they had been captured by the other races when they went out to gather information. Then, they were possessed and found out the location of the entrance to the lesser worlds. At that moment, the 2 burly men came to their senses. When they saw Lu Ming and the others, they instantly understood that they had been used to find the entrance to the lesser worlds. Ah! The 2 of them roared. Their eyes were red as they turned around and pounced on the other races. They could not accept this. However, an Emperor Realm alien slapped out with 2 palms, killing the 2 burly men instantly. He he he, how dare you try to escape? Kill them. Don't let any of them go. One of the great emperors waved his hand. Immediately, the army of other races charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Charge out. One of the eminent elders roared as he charged forward. A chaotic battle broke out again. Both sides fought fiercely. However, the other races behind them charged toward them. Lu Ming and the others were no match for them at all. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He wielded his long spear and slaughtered the other races. His body was bathed in blood. Some of it was his own, and some of it was the other races. He continuously circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. He was like a killing machine that would never tire. Lu Ming had lost count of how many other races he had killed, but the number of people around him kept decreasing. Ren Chan was also severely injured. If not for Lu Ming's protection, he would have died. Let's block them and let them charge out. We must charge out. A senior statesman roared as his body started to burn like a raging inferno. He was burning his life origin. He was not the only one. The other eminent elders, including the great emperors, were burning their life origin as well. Burning their life source, their fighting prowess skyrocketed. Finally, they managed to tear open a gap. Charge out. Ren Chan, you must survive. A grand elder roared. Ren Chan, Lu Ming, their talents were too good. They could not die here. Only by escaping would they have a chance to rise up in the future. Young people were the only hope. Doyen, elder, Ren Chan lamented. It was the same for the others, the grand elders and elders were doing this to protect them. Otherwise, with their own battle prowess, their chances of escaping would be much higher. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a lump in his throat. In the past 2 years, he had already integrated into this small world and had developed feelings for it. But now, he was witnessing with his own eyes the people he was familiar with dying before his eyes one after another. This was a kind of sorrow. Power, power, I need supreme power. Lu Ming roared in his heart. If he didn't have the strength, he could foresee that if the Taiching sky domain was breached one day, the Yuan realm wouldn't be spared either. At that time, he wouldn't be able to protect his family, friends, and lovers. This was something he could not accept. Charge out! A grand elder roared. Kill! Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the others also roared and charged toward the gap. Stop them! The foreign race experts attacked crazily, but they were blocked by the grand elders and the others. Lu Ming and the others charged toward the gap crazily. In front of them, there were several great emperors leading the way. Along the way, there were still people dying in battle, but they were unwavering. Finally, they rushed out of the encirclement, but the grand elders and other great emperors had already been overwhelmed by the foreign race and couldn't be seen. They knew that the grand elders and elders would most likely not survive. Kill! In the distance, the foreign race chased after them. The situation was still very dangerous. Where should we go? There are foreign races everywhere. No matter where we go, we'll die. Many people's faces were pale. So what if they rushed out? There was still no way out. Enter the land of dusk. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice spread throughout the place. Many people couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. The land of dusk was the number one forbidden land in the myriad spirit celestial domain. It was full of danger, and those who entered had no chance of survival. Previously, a large number of foreign race experts had entered the land of dusk and suffered heavy losses. Even the heavenly emperors had fallen. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went in? If we escape in other directions, we won't be able to escape. They'll catch up sooner or later, and only death will await us. Only by entering the land of dusk will we have a chance of survival. Otherwise, we won't have a chance. Lu Ming said in a firm voice. Alright, let's do that. We don't have time. Charge into the land of dusk. Ren Chan shouted. Let's go. The remaining great emperors also made up their minds and rushed into the land of dusk. Behind them, the foreign race continued to pursue and were closing in. As they fled, they chased and killed. More and more people fell. We'll bring up the rear. Several great emperors came to the rear and blocked the foreign race. The land of dusk was very dangerous. It was full of terrifying field energy that could kill people without leaving a trace. However, because of the foreign race's attack, the structure of the terrain had changed. There were traces of Wawa pits everywhere, and the field energy had disappeared. They were advancing along the road opened by the foreign race. Otherwise, they would have died under the field energy. They charged all the way into the land of dusk. However, after charging for a while, they encountered another group of foreign race. This road opened by the foreign race was also guarded by foreign race experts. When they saw Lu Ming and the others, they roared and charged at them. There were strong enemies in front and pursuers behind. Now, they could only fight. Charge! Lu Ming took the lead. His glabella shone and the Heavenly Emperor's physical body flew out. Now, he had no choice but to use the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. Fortunately, in the past few years, Lu Ming had been storing energy for the Heavenly Emperor's physical body when he was free. Lu Ming had killed many true emperors and obtained a shocking amount of those crystals. They were constantly converted into energy for the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. In more than 2 years, the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body had reached a shocking 55%. With such a strong energy, the power was naturally shocking and terrifying. Lu Ming merged into the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body held a combat sword and slashed out. A large number of foreign race experts who were below the Great Emperor level died instantly. Such a powerful puppet. Ren Chan and the others were delighted. They thought that the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was a puppet. Lu Ming controlled the Heavenly Emperor's physical body and took the lead to kill. The Heaven Emperor's body contained 55% of its energy. When it exploded, it was truly shocking. A 1-star Great Emperor rushed over and was killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. 55% of its energy was enough to kill a 3-star Great Emperor. Kill! Lu Ming rampaged. With Lu Ming's display of invincibility, the foreign races in front were finally routed. They rushed forward. However, due to the obstruction in front and the foreign races chasing after them, they lost a large number of people. More and more people died. Now, there were less than 3,000 of them left. The number of people in the small world was shocking. Naturally, there were more than 3,000 of them. However, those whose cultivation were too low were kept into the small world by the true emperors. This was also very dangerous because if the true emperor was killed, everyone in the small world would die as well. Therefore, it was unknown how many people and divine beasts had died along the way. The numbers were endless. This was the war between the two worlds. It was incomparably cruel. When the foreign races attacked the heaven world, the number of people who died in the heaven world was even more innumerable. Less than 3,000 people killed their way into the depths of the land of dusk. However, after rushing for a while, they encountered another group of foreign races. There was no choice. This path was opened by the foreign races and naturally, there were foreign races guarding it. However, it was more dangerous to go to other places. The energy field of the land of dusk could kill everything. Everyone fought with everything they had, bathed in blood as they charged forward. Another few hundred people would forever remain here. Fortunately, after encountering several groups of foreign races, they did not encounter any more foreign races in front. Lu Ming killed his way to the back and fought with the foreign races that were chasing after them. Towards the end, the energy of the Heaven Emperor's body was completely exhausted and could not be controlled. Lu Ming could only keep the body. At this point, he had lost count of how many foreign races he had killed. Towards the end, they were only left with about 2,000 people. This was an incomparably heavy loss. At this time, they finally arrived at the depths of the land of dusk. In front of them, there were mountains that rose and fell one after another. At this point, the outsiders actually stopped in their tracks and retreated. In the eyes of the foreign races, everyone saw fear and panic. Lu Ming and the others braced themselves, not daring to be careless. These mountains, why do they look like tombs? Someone spoke with a hoarse voice. The others remained silent. Indeed, these tall mountains, one after another, really looked like tombs. Although there were no tombstones or anything like that, their shapes were very similar. I don't think so. These mountains are so majestic. How could they be a tomb? After a while, someone spoke in bewilderment. What should we do next? Someone asked. The outsiders have retreated. Let's take a rest and recover our strength. Part of us will rest, and the other part will patrol the area. A great emperor realm elder said. Now, there were only 3 great emperors left among them. Everyone nodded. Now, this was the only way. Just as they were about to arrange for a rest, a dull roar came from the front. It came from the mountains. Everyone was greatly alarmed. They didn't have time to rest and gathered together vigilantly. Rumble, several majestic mountains trembled, and under everyone's shocked gazes, they actually cracked open. Roar, a roar came from the crack in the mountains, and a terrifying murderous aura burst out. It was extremely terrifying, and it made one's heart beat faster. Roar. 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 Roars came from several mountains in a row, and in the roar, the mountains trembled non-stop. Even the ground trembled, and the clouds in the sky were directly shaken apart, and hideous cracks appeared in the space. There seemed to be a few primordial beasts hibernating in those mountains. What? What is this? Someone's voice trembled. They recalled the news that they had heard before. Some time ago, the outsiders had entered the depths of the land of dusk, but in the end, they returned in defeat. In the depths of the land of dusk, a terrifying creature had awakened, and the heavenly emperor of the outsiders had fallen there. Was this the creature that they were facing now? Their faces turned pale. It was really a dead end. There were outsiders behind them, and there was such a creature in front of them. However, they had no intention of blaming Lu Ming. Even if they didn't take this path and rushed to other places in the myriad spirit sky domain, they would still be caught by the outsiders. If they encountered the heavenly emperors of the outsiders, they would still be unable to escape death. Since the outsiders had found the entrance to the small world, their fate seemed to have been sealed, just like the other creatures in the myriad spirit sky domain. Roar, a few more terrifying roars came from those mountains, and then, a few figures walked out. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura burst out crazily, enveloping the world. Many of the weaker cultivators vomited mouthfuls of blood. "That's a human, no, it's a zombie, someone exclaimed in shock. The figures that walked out of the mountains weren't primordial beasts. They were human-shaped and tall, more than 2 meters tall. However, their bodies were covered with long golden hair, and their eyes were blood red. The murderous aura were so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. They were clearly zombies. These mountains were indeed tombs, and there were terrifying experts buried in the tombs, who turned into zombies after death. Lu Ming and the others had many thoughts in their minds. What kind of existence would turn into such terrifying zombies? Even the heavenly emperors of the outsiders had fallen here. Roar! A total of 5 zombies stared at Lu Ming and the others with their blood-red eyes. A terrifying murderous aura spread towards them. Oh no! The remaining great emperors rushed forward and unleashed their auras, trying to stop the murderous aura. However, when the murderous aura rushed towards them, the great emperors' bodies shook violently, and they were forced to retreat. Their eyes were filled with shock. Just the murderous aura was enough to make them unable to withstand it. The strength of these zombies was terrifying. However, although these zombies were powerful, they didn't seem to have intelligence. With a roar, the murderous aura became thicker and turned into cold murderous intent. "Oh no, retreat, retreat," one of the great emperors shouted. Roar! Roar! The 5 zombies roared and moved like lightning, rushing towards the group at an extremely fast speed. It's over, a thought flashed across the group's mind. These zombies were extremely powerful, and they weren't something they could resist. They would be torn apart easily. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar came from the depths of the land of dusk. Then, the 5 zombies suddenly stopped and floated in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Human race, it's the human race! Ren Chan exclaimed, and the others became excited. The dozen or so people were definitely from the human race. They were all middle-aged men with burly physiques and strong auras. Their bodies were filled with powerful life essence. They weren't zombies, but humans. They didn't expect that there would be humans in the land of dusk. Moreover, it seemed like the powerful zombies were obeying their orders. If they were from the human race, they would be saved. The dozen or so burly men approached and bowed to the zombies, which surprised everyone. Afterward, more than 10 people looked at Lu Ming and the rest with unfriendly gazes. "Are you from the law system? Were you the ones who disturbed our ancestors' slumber?" The leading burly man spoke with a cold voice. "Law system? Ancestors' slumber?" Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the rest. He was very surprised. What did this burly man mean? Why did he say they were from the law system? This statement was strange. Could it be that the other party didn't cultivate the law system? Could it be that the ancestors' slumber was referring to the zombies? "Senior, it wasn't us who disturbed your ancestors' slumber, but the foreign races," Ren Chan said. "Foreign races? What foreign races?" The leading burly man was puzzled. "In my opinion, it's them. There are no good people in the law system. Let's take them all down and hand them over to the elders for interrogation. Let's see what they're up to," another burly man yelled. "That's right." The other burly men nodded. This made Lu Ming's face change. The leading burly man nodded. Suddenly, the dozen or so burly men moved as fast as lightning, appearing in all directions around Lu Ming's group. Boom! Boom! More than 10 burly men erupted with shocking auras, and thunderous booms rang out. Pillars of blood chi rushed out of their bodies, like smoke signals soaring into the sky. That was pure blood chi. The dozen or so burly men were like primordial dragons. Their blood chi was so dense that it formed a terrifying pressure. Physique cultivators, primordial physique cultivators, they're primordial physique cultivators. One of the Emperor Realm experts exclaimed. The others were also shocked. Archean body cultivators, these people were actually Archean body cultivators, no wonder these people called it the law system. The primordial cultivation system and the law system were indeed 2 completely different cultivation systems. However, the ancient immemorial body cultivation had been lost for a long time. Only a very small amount of it was still being passed down, and the number of people who cultivated it was also extremely small. More than 10 primeval body cultivators had suddenly appeared here. Senior, you've misunderstood. This is the first time we've been here, and we were being hunted down. That's why we're here. It really is the outsiders who are disturbing you. A great emperor explained. The aura of these dozen or so burly men was too shocking. Their chi and blood were incomparably vigorous, like a barbaric dragon. Their muscles trembled slightly, and actually emitted a terrifying rumbling sound. That was caused by his muscles vibrating at an extremely fast speed, bombarding the air. This was a pure primordial body cultivator. According to legend, body cultivators of the primordial era purely cultivated their physical bodies. Their chi and blood were like dragons, and their physical bodies were inconceivably powerful. They did not have saint energy or world energy in their bodies, but they could still fly and even shatter the void. What he relied on was his physical body. When their muscles vibrated, they could resonate with the space around them, allowing their bodies to tear through the air. They were already using their bodies to the extreme. The dozen or so burly men in front of them were the same. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we'll explain it to our elders. Let's go, don't force us to fight. The leading burly man said coldly. A terrifying aura enveloped heaven and earth. His body was no different from an ordinary person, but it made people feel like they were facing a wild beast. Roar! Roar! The 5 zombies also roared, and a terrifying aura enveloped Lu Ming and the others. Everyone's expression changed. The 5 zombies were extremely tyrannical. Together with the dozen or so burly men, they could not fight at all. If they fought, only death would await them. No matter what, they're still humans. It's better than falling into the hands of the outsiders. That's right. Then let's go with them. Some people transmitted their voices. In the end, a few great emperors nodded and decided to go with them. Follow us. The leading burly man took the lead and walked towards the depths of the land of dusk. Lu Ming and the others followed. The other burly men fell behind, blocking their path of retreat. They flew towards the tomb-like mountains. When the 5 zombies reached the mountains, they entered the cracks of the mountains, and the mountains closed up. Could it be that these zombies were all immemorial body cultivators when they were alive? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Immemorial body cultivators had incomparably strong bodies, and it was difficult for their bodies to decay after death. Since these zombies were so strong, it was very likely that they were transformed from immemorial body cultivators after death. The bodies of immemorial body cultivators were not that strong. Even if they turned into zombies after death, they would not be so strong. Moreover, these zombies did not seem to have any intelligence, but they listened to the orders of the burly men. The burly men called the zombies their ancestors, which further explained the problem. The group of people kept walking forward. After crossing the mountains, what appeared in front of them was still a huge mountain. There are so many mountains. Could it be that every mountain has a powerful zombie? Someone said in a low voice, full of shock. If that was the case, then it was terrifying. No wonder the outsiders had suffered a great loss here. They flew past at least 100 mountains, and in front of them was a valley surrounded by several mountains. There was a huge stone door in the middle of the valley. This stone door was open, and there was a pitch-black whirlpool inside. This is the entrance to a minor world. Lu Ming and the others were moved. The burly man took the lead and entered the stone door. Thereafter, Lu Ming and the rest also entered the stone door one by one. After entering the stone door, they arrived at a huge square. There were many people around the square, all of them middle-aged burly men with strong blood vitality. It was obvious at a glance that they were all immemorial body cultivators. There was actually a minor world in the depths of the land of dusk, the #1 forbidden ground in the all-spirit land. It was truly shocking that there were so many immemorial body cultivators. All of you, follow me. The burly man from before stood in front of the crowd. After he finished speaking, he led them and flew forward. This space, no, is it a minor world that was born naturally? Lu Ming felt more and more surprised. There were many minor worlds in this world. Most of them were cultivated by people. When one's cultivation reached the true emperor realm, one would be able to cultivate a more stable minor world. However, there were very few minor worlds that were not cultivated by people, but were born naturally. For example, when the celestial world was born, some minor worlds would be born and attached to the celestial world. However, such small worlds were extremely few in number. After flying for a while, a huge city appeared in front of them. In the city, all kinds of stone buildings soared into the sky. They were densely packed and stretched as far as the eye could see. Looking from afar, there were many people coming and going in the city. This place was like a real world, like a huge country. According to legend, there were many cultivation systems in the primordial era. For example, primordial physical cultivation, primordial martial arts, primordial demon path, and so on. There were many cultivation paths, and it was incomparably prosperous. Later, the nomological system rose and expanded at an astonishing speed. Because the primordial cultivation system had very high requirements in all aspects, the cultivation conditions were harsh, and only a few people could cultivate it. However, the nomological system did not have such high requirements. As long as one had some talent, they could cultivate it and naturally grew very quickly. It did not take long for the nomological system to become the most powerful cultivation system. Where there were people, there was a world. Between the major cultivation systems, battles were inevitable. Later on, a shocking war broke out. The major cultivation systems of the primordial era fought against the nomological system. That battle was earth-shattering, but in the end, the nomological system won. Many of the other cultivation systems were cut off and fell apart. Slowly, they became weaker and weaker. Until now, not many people still cultivated the primordial cultivation system. However, there was such a world here. Could it be that they had stayed here? Since the primordial era, everyone's imagination ran wild. After that, they flew into the city. Countless people looked at Lu Ming and the others curiously and whispered to each other. Not long after, they came to a square. There were already many people in the square. There were old men, middle-aged men, and young people. All of them had strong vitality like dragons. Even those old men had snow-white hair, but their skin was smooth and their muscles were full as if they were filled with endless strength. Elders. The leading man came to the front of a few old men with snow-white hair and bowed to report. Then, he told them in detail about meeting Lu Ming and the others. After listening, the old men nodded. One of them walked towards Lu Ming and the others. Some time ago, were you the ones who disturbed the ancestors' sleep? The old man asked. Senior, it wasn't us. On Lu Ming's side, a great emperor said. It's not you. Not too long ago, our ancestor was disturbed, and came out of the great necropolis to fight with someone. This time, we sent people to investigate, and they happened to see you. How dare you say it wasn't you? The old man's face sank. Senior, it really wasn't us. It was the outsiders who attacked this place. We were also being chased by them. That's why we ran here. A great emperor explained. Alien race? What alien race? Could it be a divine beast? There are also many divine beasts among you. The old man was puzzled. His gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others. It's not a divine beast. It's a foreign race from another world. They're vicious and cruel. Most of the Heaven Realm's territory has been occupied by them. Countless creatures have died in battle. The great emperor explained. What? A race from another world? The old man's expression changed drastically. The faces of the other Archean body cultivators also changed. My body cultivator lineage has been living in seclusion here ever since the primeval war. What exactly is happening in the outside world now? The old man asked. Everyone's heart jumped. No wonder the old man didn't know about the foreign race. They had been living in seclusion here since the primeval age. The primeval age was much older than the ancient era. The foreign race hadn't invaded yet. Senior, it's like this, that martial monarch immediately explained in detail the invasion of the foreign tribes in the ancient times. Then, he recounted how they were besieged, how they were defeated, and how they fled to the depths of the land of dusk helplessly. The old man and the other Archean body cultivators listened attentively. After listening to the story, their faces became extremely heavy. Senior, 8 of the Heaven Realm's 9 heavens have been occupied by the foreign race. The 10,000 spirit heaven was occupied countless years ago. Now, the countless small worlds and forbidden lands in the 10,000 spirit heaven have all been occupied by the foreign race. Only the land of dusk hasn't been occupied. I'm guessing that the foreign race won't let this place go. They'll gather a large number of experts to attack this place. The great emperor said. The old man's expression changed. After a while, he said, "Is what you said true?" It was obvious that they were still skeptical. In the battle back then, the Archean body cultivators were defeated by those who practiced the laws. They didn't have a good impression of those who practiced the laws. Every word is true. The great emperor said. The others nodded. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, a few burly men flew over at top speed. Their faces were filled with panic. Elder, a large number of experts have appeared in the resting place of our ancestor. I don't know which race they are from, but they're attacking the resting place of our ancestor. A burly man reported. What? Gather the experts and face the enemy. The elder roared. Soon, the sound of a bell could be heard in the huge city. Whoosh! 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 In the city, numerous figures flew out from various buildings. Countless figures flew towards the exit of the world. So many experts. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Among them, some of their auras were terrifyingly strong. They were definitely great emperors. There were even some heavenly emperors. Watch them. Don't let them wander around. The elder instructed the people around him. Then, he rose into the air and flew towards the exit of the world. Around them, there were more than 10 burly men staring at Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others waited quietly. After 2 days, they saw a large number of figures flying back to the city. Looks like they won. Archean body cultivators are indeed powerful. Ren Chan's beautiful eyes flashed. The others also revealed a look of joy. No matter what, the Archean body cultivators were also humans. It was better than the foreign races. At this moment, a few figures flew over. In the middle was a young man. The young man looked to be in his 20s. He was burly and muscular. He seemed to be filled with endless strength. He flew towards Lu Ming and the others. He looked at Lu Ming and the others curiously and said, "The elder asked me to pass a message. He believes that what you said is true. With the current situation, the various races of the heaven realm should be united. So, you can move freely here in the future. I will arrange accommodation for you." Ren Chan and the others were overjoyed. They were saved. Obviously, the Archean body cultivators had gone out to fight with the foreign races. They finally believed their words and agreed to accept them. "Brother, how is the battle outside?" Lu Ming stepped out and asked with a fist salute. "The foreign races outside have been defeated by the experts and the ancestral sacred body," the young man said. "I'm guessing that the foreign races will send more experts." The youth nodded and said, "The elders have already thought of this. Next, they will send a large number of experts to guard the ancestral resting place. At the same time, the elders are also thinking of other countermeasures. Alright, I'll take you to your residence first." Then, the youth turned and flew in a certain direction. Lu Ming and the others followed. On the way, they learned the youth's name. He was called Hong Lu. Soon, they arrived at a spacious area. There were large stone houses here, but no one lived in them. Lu Ming and the others stayed here for the time being. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed since Lu Ming and the others arrived. Hong Lu was very curious about Lu Ming and the others, mainly about the outside world, so he often came to Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and Hong Lu were all young people, so they naturally got along well. After a few exchanges, they became familiar with each other. Lu Ming and the others also learned a lot about this world. Their lineage had been living in seclusion in the depths of the Land of Dusk ever since their defeat in the primeval war. The Land of Dusk was the most dangerous forbidden area in the Land of Myriad Spirits. There was terrifying field energy everywhere. For so many years, no one had discovered that there were large numbers of primeval physique cultivators living in seclusion here. The exit of this world, which was also the ancestral resting place, was indeed the place where the primeval physique cultivators' ancestors were buried. Many primeval physique cultivators would die and be buried there. Under the effects of the wondrous field energy, their bodies would turn into zombies. Although those zombies did not have intelligence, the Archean body cultivator lineage had a special technique that allowed them to communicate with the zombies and control them to form a powerful fighting force. Back then, when the outsiders attacked the depths of the Land of Dusk, they alarmed the zombies. The zombies awakened and repelled the outsiders. The awakening of the zombies also alarmed the primeval physique cultivators, so they sent people out to investigate. They just happened to run into Lu Ming and the others and mistakenly thought that Lu Ming and the others had attacked that area. During this time, Hong Lu had been inquiring about the outside world. Lu Ming told him what he knew. The outsiders are so vicious. They deserve to be killed. Hong Lu roared, filled with righteous indignation. Brother Lu, Miss Renchan, shall I show you around? Have a taste of our scenery and customs. Hong Lu invited. Sure. Renchan said. She was also very curious about this place. However, as she had just arrived, she did not dare to walk around recklessly. Lu Ming also nodded. Immediately, Hong Lu led the way, and everyone walked around. Most ancient body cultivators were simple and honest people. When they saw Lu Ming and the others, they curiously sized them up and nodded. They circled around the city and came to a spacious area. This was a training ground for the primordial system. The training field was very spacious. There were many people cultivating, but most of them were quite young. There were 2 or 3 years old kids, 5 or 6 years old, 7 or 8 years old, and the oldest was a teenager. What surprised Lu Ming and the others was that the strength of these little brats was shockingly great. Lu Ming saw a 4 or 5-year-old kid running around with a naked but holding a cauldron that weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. A 7 or 8-year-old kid carried a small mountain and ran as if he was flying. All of them were shockingly strong. Lu Ming and Renchan were dumbfounded. We primordial body cultivators have to build our foundation from the age of 1. We soak in spiritual liquid and temper our bodies. From the age of 3, we have to cultivate body tempering techniques. Our cultivation is all on the physical body, so we are relatively strong. Hong Lu explained with a smile, feeling rather proud. Amazing, indeed amazing. Lu Ming exclaimed. Primordial body cultivators had unparalleled physical bodies. They were indeed incomparably powerful. For those who cultivated the laws, as their cultivation increased, their physical bodies would also be tempered and slowly become stronger. After reaching the martial monarch realm, cultivating the spiritual body would have all sorts of wondrous uses and strong vitality. However, in terms of physical bodies, Lu Ming discovered that the physical bodies of many martial sages were not as strong as those of the 7 or 8-year-old children here, let alone martial monarchs. As for those teenagers, their physical bodies were even more astonishing. Bang! Bang! 2 figures were fighting fiercely in the sky. The 2 teenagers, who were 15 or 16 years old, kept colliding in the sky. They were like 2 streaks of light, moving at an astonishing speed. Their combat strength is equivalent to the bright sage realm. Also, the use of their physical bodies is amazing. Lu Ming observed carefully and was amazed. These 2 teenagers, who were only 15 or 16 years old, already had the combat strength of the bright sage realm. It was already very good. Moreover, their use of their physical bodies was superb. Their muscles were rapidly vibrating, resonating with the air and space, allowing their bodies to fly. Furthermore, their speed was astonishing. The vibrations were very subtle. If not for Lu Ming's amazing eyesight, he would not have noticed it. The way the 2 of them attacked was very simple. It was a collision of strength, punches hitting flesh. Bang! 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 The 2 of them exchanged a few hundred blows before stopping. They each found a place to recover and cultivate. Brother Lu, I can feel that your blood chi is extremely strong and your physical body is strong. It far surpasses those who cultivate the laws. I'm very curious. Have you also cultivated the body tempering technique? Hong Lu sized up Lu Ming and asked curiously. Hong Lu was an expert of the body tempering technique and was very sensitive to people with strong physical bodies. He could naturally feel that Lu Ming's physical body was also extremely strong. I've never cultivated the body tempering technique before. It's just that my physical body is stronger by chance, Lu Ming said with a smile. His spiritual body was a high-class heaven spiritual body back then, and he had refined the chaos chi in it, so it was exceptionally strong. Later, after being tempered by the 9 types of laws and refining a portion of the ancestral dragon's blood, Lu Ming's physical body was astonishingly strong. In the body tempering technique, no martial artist of the same level could compare to Lu Ming's physical body. "Brother Lu, why don't we have a spar?" Hong Lu said expectantly. He had never sparred with experts of other cultivation systems. He had always been very curious about how strong the body tempering technique was. In the primordial era, it could actually defeat other cultivation systems. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He was also very curious about how strong the pure body tempering technique of the primordial era was. Bao Da was also a body tempering technique of the primordial era and was very strong. Back in the primordial realm's 10 lands battle, Lu Ming had fought with Bao Da and had a deep impression of him. The two of them moved and arrived high in the sky. In the cultivation field, the youths and children were all attracted. Brother Hong Lu is going to fight. Brother Hong Lu is invincible among the younger generation. It's been a long time since he fought. This time, he can learn from him. Those youths and children cried out one after another, extremely excited. Even some of the older ones were attracted. Brother Hong Lu, please. Lu Ming waved his hand. Brother Lu, be careful. Hong Lu said. The muscles on his body bulged slightly, and a terrifying whistling sound came from his body. That was because his vitality was too rich, and the fluctuations produced when he circulated it were like the roar of a true dragon. When one's vitality reached such a level, it was absolutely terrifying. Even without the law of life and the indestructible ancient scripture, his vitality was shockingly strong, and ordinary injuries could be healed quickly. Boom, Hong Lu's muscles trembled, and his body rushed toward Lu Ming, throwing a punch at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and the power of the world in his body circulated to the extreme. All the power of his physical body was also mobilized by Lu Ming. In addition, Lu Ming used a law, which was the law of primal chaos. Boom, Lu Ming also threw a punch. This punch was the combination of Lu Ming's physical strength, the power of the world, and the law of primal chaos. With Lu Ming's current cultivation and the 3rd level of the law of primal chaos, the power of this punch was extremely shocking. Bang, their fists collided. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He felt that Hong Lu's fist was like hundreds of mountains, and waves of terrifying power rushed toward Lu Ming. Even the 3rd level of the law of primal chaos trembled and was almost penetrated. Lu Ming's body could not help but retreat. Hong Lu's body only swayed slightly, and then he stabilized himself. What powerful strength, what powerful combat strength. Lu Ming was a little shocked. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even if he only used the law of primal chaos, his combat strength was extremely shocking. Few people of the same level in the Tai Ching sky domain could stop him, but Hong Lu was able to push him back with a punch. Hong Lu's combat strength was top-notch even in the Tai Ching sky domain. Brother Hong Lu, you're amazing. The children and youths cried out excitedly. But Hong Lu himself had a very grave expression. Although he had forced Lu Ming back with one punch, he felt that Lu Ming had not used his full strength at all. His body contained a terrifying amount of power. Brother Lu, you haven't used your full strength yet, have you? Use your full strength. Hong Lu said. Come. Lu Ming only said one word. At the same time, his body lit up continuously. Array Dao Law, Tools Dao Law, Penetration Dao Law, and Force Dao Law. Lu Ming had successively used 4 types of laws. Among them, the laws of Array Dao and the laws of Tools Dao were at the 3rd level, while the laws of penetration and the laws of force were at the 2nd level. Lu Ming's aura became even stronger. Boom, 5 types of laws fused together, augmenting Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming punched out again. Hong Lu also charged towards Lu Ming, throwing out a punch. Bang, the two of them clashed for the second time, and the space where their fists collided constantly exploded, revealing spiderweb-like cracks. This time, the two of them swayed at the same time and retreated a few steps. Then, the two of them fought again. Bang! 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 The collision of fists was very direct, and they continued to bombard each other. Lu Ming did not use his mystique, the laws of life and death, and neither did Lu Ming. The two of them exchanged more than 100 moves and ended in a draw. After another move, the two of them retreated, and Hong Lu panted heavily. Awesome, awesome, the system of laws is indeed amazing. Brother Lu, did you use your full strength? Tell me. Hong Lu stared at Lu Ming. More or less. Almost, haha. Lu Ming smiled. He did not use his full strength mainly to save Hong Lu some face in front of the children. After all, Hong Lu was the strongest prodigy of the archaic body cultivator generation and was the idol of these children. If he defeated Hong Lu, it would inevitably affect the children's confidence. You rascal, I knew it. We'll fight again next time. Hong Lu was forthright. He chuckled and did not take it to heart. He stared at Lu Ming and said, your physical body is really strong. It is not weaker than some body cultivators. Why don't you try to cultivate the techniques of body cultivators? What do you think? A body cultivator's dermic formulation? Lu Ming was stunned. Look over there. Hong Lu pointed to the north. That was the edge of the training ground. There was a huge cliff, and from afar, one could see that the cliff was densely written with words. What's recorded is a body cultivator's dermic formulation. Let's go and take a look. Hong Lu said. Brother Hong, that's a body cultivator's dermic formulation. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to take a look. Lu Ming said. Every system had its own dermic formulation, and many of them were not taught to outsiders. They were not body cultivators, and it would be bad if they violated the taboo. It's fine. That body cultivator's dermic formulation is only used to strengthen one's foundation. Anyone can cultivate it, and it's not a core dermic formulation. Hong Lu said, taking the lead and walking toward the cliff. Lu Ming and Ren Chan were curious, and they followed behind Hong Lu, arriving at the bottom of the cliff. Minor Heavenly Mystery Technique. Lu Ming looked carefully and found that what was recorded on the cliff was a body cultivator's dermic formulation called Minor Heavenly Mystery Technique. This Minor Heavenly Mystery Technique is the most widespread body cultivator's dermic formulation in the primordial era. It's also the most suitable body cultivator's dermic formulation for building one's foundation. Anyone can cultivate it, and it's divided into 12 levels. If the two of you are interested, you can take a look at it. It's very helpful to improve one's physique. Hong Lu said. Many thanks. Lu Ming and Ren Chan expressed their gratitude and looked at the dermic formulation in detail. It's really amazing. So there are so many things to pay attention to, Lu Ming sighed while looking at the dermic formulation. Soon, he memorized all the contents and sat down cross-legged to comprehend them. 2 days later, Lu Ming began to cultivate. First, he circulated the first level of the Minor Heavenly Mystery Technique. Buzz, a buzzing sound came from his muscles, bones, and even his internal organs. This buzzing sound turned into a mysterious force, like a sound wave, permeating into every part of Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt his entire body go numb, as if he had been electrocuted. His body trembled slightly according to a mysterious pattern. Lu Ming found that his body was slowly becoming stronger. Some parts that were difficult to temper before were also becoming stronger. Although the degree of strengthening was very weak, it was indeed becoming stronger. It was as if his body was being thoroughly baptized and polished. Not long after, Lu Ming felt that he had successfully cultivated the first level of the Minor Heavenly Mystery Technique. Next, the second level. Lu Ming continued to cultivate the second level. In the second level, Lu Ming found that the refinement of his body was more thorough. His muscles and bones were trembling at a mysterious frequency. His entire body was numb and itchy, and his muscles and bones were slowly transforming. One should know that Lu Ming's body was already very strong, but now, it could still transform. This was very shocking. From start to finish, Lu Ming spent 3 days to successfully cultivate the first 3 levels of the minor Xianxia skill. Beside him, Hong Lu was secretly shocked when he felt the fluctuations coming from Lu Ming's body. In just 3 days, he had successfully cultivated the first 3 levels of the minor Xianxia skill. Even though he knew that Lu Ming's physical strength was already very strong, Hong Lu was still shocked. This speed was too fast. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He was completely captivated. Every moment, he could feel his physical body getting stronger and stronger. His muscles and bones were itching, and there was a wonderful fluctuation coming from them. This feeling was too good, too wonderful. Lu Ming was completely immersed in his cultivation, forgetting himself and the time. After finishing the 3rd level, Lu Ming began to cultivate the 4th level, then the 5th, the 6th. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the improvement it would bring to him. The minor Xianxia skill was originally used by body cultivators to build their foundation and strengthen their foundation. As for Lu Ming, he had never cultivated a body cultivator's technique before. His physical body had been strengthened by external objects and external forces. This kind of improvement would inevitably lead to an unstable foundation. For example, there were some blind spots in the body, some extremely secretive places that were not tempered, and thus there would be flaws. Now, Lu Ming had reorganized his physical body. Although his physical strength did not increase by much, the strength and quality of his physical body were qualitatively different from before. Moreover, after cultivating the minor Xianxia skill to the 6th level, his foundation was very solid. The strength of his physical body had also begun to increase. 7th level, 8th level, 9th level, Lu Ming used half a month to cultivate the minor Xianxia skill to the 9th level. Moreover, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He was already attacking the 10th level. This shocked Hong Lu. How is this possible? In just half a month, he has cultivated the minor Xianxia skill to the 9th level and is still continuing. This is a peerless genius, a body cultivator's peerless genius. This matter must be reported to the elders. Hong Lu muttered to himself. Then, he quickly left the place and reported this matter to his superiors. Not long after, beams of prismatic light appeared. There were more than a dozen old men, all of whom were elders of the Archean body cultivator lineage. When these people saw Lu Ming, their eyes widened. He's already reached the 10th level. Unbelievable. For someone who cultivates in the nomological system to be able to reach the 10th level of the minor heaven mystery art in such a short period of time, he is definitely a peerless genius. I wonder if he can successfully cultivate all 12 layers of the minor sky mystery art. The dozen or so old men discussed excitedly and shockingly. Although the minor heaven mystery technique was the foundation technique of the body cultivator lineage, it was also the most important technique. Only by cultivating the minor heaven mystery technique to a high enough level could one cultivate the core techniques of the body cultivator lineage. However, not everyone could cultivate the minor heaven mystery technique to perfection. In fact, it was already very good to be able to cultivate to the 9th level and be considered a genius of the body cultivator lineage. In the future, their achievements would definitely be extraordinary. As for the highest level, the 12th level, there were not many people in the body cultivator lineage since ancient times. Each and every one of them was a rare genius. Ru Honglu was such a prodigy. However, he took a much longer time than Lu Ming. To be able to cultivate the minor heaven mystery technique to such a level in such a short period of time was definitely one of a kind. Everyone waited quietly. Later, Ren Chan also ended her cultivation. Up until now, she had only cultivated to the 3rd level. If she continued, she felt that her strength was not enough and needed time to slowly polish it. When she saw the dozen or so old men staring at Lu Ming without blinking, she was shocked. After asking Hong Lu about it, she understood the whole story. Freak. Ren Chan sighed. The body cultivator lineage did not know how freakish Lu Ming was, but she knew that Lu Ming had mastered 3 types of supreme laws. In the system of laws, he was also an unprecedented figure. Now, Lu Ming was actually so freakish when cultivating the body cultivation technique. She could not help but sigh. Lu Ming was unaware of everything that was happening outside. He was immersed in his cultivation. Soon, he completed the cultivation of the 10th level and broke through to the 11th level. He could feel that his physical body was constantly growing stronger and tougher. His strength was also increasing. In particular, there was a drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart. As Lu Ming cultivated the minor heaven mystery technique, that drop of ancestral dragon blood also had traces of energy that poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming refined it, increasing the strength of his physical body. The 11th level was not difficult for Lu Ming and he was quickly cultivated to success. Next, it was the 12th level, Buzz. This was also the last level of the minor heaven mystery technique. At this point, Lu Ming's physical body was constantly trembling and emitting a buzzing sound. He felt that his physical strength was extremely powerful. After Lu Ming cultivated the minor heaven mystery technique for a month, Lu Ming finally cultivated the minor heaven mystery technique to perfection. He succeeded. Oh my God, he managed to cultivate the minor heaven mystery skill to the perfection stage in just 1 month. His talent is too amazing. This kind of body cultivation talent cannot be wasted. I think we should impart the 7 divine mystic technique to him. I agree. More than a dozen old men spoke excitedly, their eyes shining. When they looked at Lu Ming, it was as if they were looking at a peerless treasure. Even Hong Lu was shocked. The elders actually wanted to impart the 7 divine mystic technique to Lu Ming. The 7 divine mystic technique was completely different from the minor heaven mystery technique. The minor heaven mystery technique was only a basic cultivation technique of the body cultivation lineage. It was very widespread and could be cultivated by anyone. However, the 7 divine mystic technique was the core cultivation technique of the body cultivation lineage. It was one of the top secret cultivation techniques. Generally, only the geniuses of the body cultivation lineage could cultivate it. Hong Lu himself cultivated this cultivation technique. This showed how much the elders appreciated Lu Ming. To be able to cultivate the minor heaven mystery technique to perfection in just a month was unprecedented in the history of body cultivation. This kind of talent was too amazing. If he did not cultivate the cultivation technique of the body cultivation lineage, it would be a waste. Phew, at this moment, Lu Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. My strength has doubled. Lu Ming felt his strength and revealed a look of excitement. His physical body had become much stronger and his strength had doubled. With the help of the Supreme Force and the various laws, Lu Ming's combat strength had undoubtedly increased by another level. Lu Ming felt that if he unleashed his full strength, his combat strength would reach the 18th level True Emperor. Afterward, Lu Ming swept his gaze around and got a shock. This was because more than 10 pairs of sparkling eyes were staring intently at him. Little guy, how do you feel? Is your physical body much stronger? You're a peerless genius of the body cultivation world. How about this, don't cultivate the law system in the future. Cultivate the body cultivation lineage instead. I'll take you as my disciple. Get lost, he's my disciple. The dozen old men glared at each other and began to fight over Lu Ming. They all wanted to take him as their disciple. More than a dozen white-haired old men glared at each other, looking like they were about to draw their swords, but when they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were burning. After a long while, Lu Ming reacted. Seniors, this junior cultivates the nomological system. I have no intention of abandoning the nomological system and focusing on cultivating the physical body. Lu Ming said honestly. It was not easy for him to achieve his current achievements in various nomological systems. He had sacrificed too much. Moreover, his nomological system was unprecedented. In the future, he would master more strongest nomological systems. How could he give it up just like that? You still want to cultivate the nomological system? Kid, let me tell you, your talent in physical cultivation is definitely stronger than the nomological system. Do you understand? It's a waste if you don't cultivate the physical body. Don't ruin your future. The dozen or so old men panicked and tried to persuade Lu Ming. Seniors, I've made up my mind. I won't change it, but, Lu Ming rolled his eyes and revealed a smile. However, I can do dual cultivation. I can cultivate the nomological system and physical body together. Seniors, what do you think? Practice together? The dozen or so old men quieted down and looked at each other. Kid, the path of cultivation is very difficult. Who knows how much effort it takes to cultivate one of them? Many people spend their entire lives and still can't cultivate one of them to the peak. If you want to cultivate both, I'm afraid you're biting off more than you can chew. That's right. You won't be able to cultivate both. The dozen or so old men criticized Lu Ming sternly. Seniors, I understand this logic, but others are others. I'm different from others. With my unparalleled talent, it's definitely not a problem to cultivate the nomological system and the physical body together. Lu Ming said shamelessly. His face was not red and his heart was not beating fast. This kid is simply shameless. But what he said makes sense. With his talent, it's indeed difficult for others to compare to him. Are we going to pass the 7 gods' mysterious art to him? He doesn't specialize in body cultivation. It's not good to pass it on to him like this. The 7 gods' mysterious art is the highest secret of body cultivation. It can be practiced to the legendary supreme realm. In my opinion, it's better to ask the Taishang elder. Yes, I think so too. The dozen or so old men gathered together to discuss. After a while, one of the old men said to Lu Ming, "Brat, you wait here. We'll go ask the grand elder for instructions." After saying that, the dozen or so old men all left. Lu Ming, you actually managed to cultivate the minor heaven mystery art to perfection in just 1 month. How did you do it? Hong Lu walked over in amazement. Ren Chan also curiously sized up Lu Ming. She had also cultivated before, but she could only cultivate to the 3rd level. If she wanted to continue to improve, she didn't know how much effort it would take. She knew how difficult it was. However, Lu Ming was able to cultivate it to the peak in one go. This was simply a miracle. I don't know. I just casually cultivated it to perfection. Is it that difficult? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Ren Chan and Hong Lu's eyelids twitched. They were tongue-tied and couldn't speak at all. They were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. It was a complete blow. It's not difficult. After holding it in for a long time, Hong Lu squeezed out such a sentence. It should have something to do with the ancestral dragon blood, Lu Ming pondered. He felt that the reason why he could cultivate the minor heaven mystery art to perfection in one go was largely related to the drop of ancestral dragon blood. This was because when he cultivated to the end, the energy in the ancestral dragon blood was constantly being refined. That was why Lu Ming was able to cultivate the minor heaven mystery art to perfection in one go. Then, Ren Chan asked Lu Ming about the cultivation method of the minor heaven mystery art. They chatted while waiting. They didn't have to wait for too long. The dozen or so old men returned. Kid, we have already asked the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder thinks that your talent is really rare. It would be a pity if you don't cultivate your physical body. Therefore, the Grand Elder has agreed to pass the 7 gods' mystic art to you. Take it. An old man said. Then, he took out a roll of animal skin and handed it to Lu Ming. The cultivation method of the 7 gods' mystic art is recorded on it. Memorize it and return this roll of animal skin to us. The old man said. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming thanked him. He was overjoyed. Then, he took the animal skin and carefully looked at it. Soon, he memorized all the contents on the animal skin and returned it to the old men. Lu Ming closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the contents. The 7 gods' mystic art was a supreme physique cultivation method. It was many times more exquisite than the minor heaven mystery art. The 7 gods' mystic art was divided into 7 levels. Each level was divided into early, middle, and late stages. Lu Ming used a full 7 days to roughly understand the contents of the first few levels. Then, he began to cultivate. Buzz. Buzz, his muscles, bones, organs, and even every drop of blood in his body emitted a mysterious vibration. Waves of mysterious power seeped into every corner of Lu Ming's body and into every cell. Lu Ming's physical body was undergoing a transformation. The first 2 levels of the 7 divine mystic art were also a way to build a solid foundation. It was very similar to the later levels of the Xianxia skill. Lu Ming was able to cultivate it with ease. Very soon, he had mastered the first 2 levels. 7 days later, Lu Ming reached the third level of the Seven Gods mystic art. At the third level of the Seven Gods mystic art, one could fight against Void Emperor with just the strength of their physical body. At the fourth level, one could fight against a true emperor with just the strength of their physical body. The fifth level corresponded to a grand emperor, the sixth level corresponded to a heavenly emperor, and the highest level, the seventh level, corresponded to a supreme realm. After reaching the third level, Lu Ming's cultivation speed slowed down. He continued to circulate the Seven Gods mystic art. The drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart also continuously circulated energy throughout Lu Ming's body. Following the circulation of the Seven Gods mystic art, the energy seeped into every cell of Lu Ming's body and continuously strengthened Lu Ming's physical body. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming continued to break through. Early third level, middle third level, late third level. After a full 2 months, Lu Ming finally reached the late third level of the Seven Gods mystic art. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He felt that he could continue to break through. During these 2 months, Ren Chan, Hong Lu, and a dozen old men had been watching nearby. A genius, a genius. He reached the late third level of the Seven Gods mystic art in one go and has no intention of stopping. This has never happened before. A dozen old men exclaimed. At this time, a few burly men flew over, their faces grave as they reported, "Elders, something bad has happened. Outside the exit, where our ancestors are sleeping, a large number of strange races have gathered. They have already launched an attack, and their strength is extremely strong. They're here. Let's go and gather all the experts." The elders all left and headed towards the exit of the small world. At the same time, a large number of archaic body cultivators rushed towards the exit. At the exit of the small world, where the archaic body cultivator ancestors were sleeping, a terrifying battle broke out. Countless foreign race powerhouses bombarded the tombs like a gust of wind. The tombs split open and zombies walked out one after another. These zombies were very terrifying. Many of them had the combat strength of a great emperor. Some even had the combat strength of a heavenly emperor. These zombies were all top body cultivators when they were alive. In addition, there were also archaic body cultivators fighting with the endless foreign races. More than a dozen elders and a large number of body cultivators rushed out and charged towards the foreign races. Kill! Those old men looked to be gray-haired. At this moment, they shouted loudly. Their blood chi soared into the sky like smoke signals. Their bodies erupted with terrifying power as if ancient dragons were awakening. Boom! Boom! Their attack method was very simple. With a simple punch, the fist force shattered the void and a large number of foreign races were killed. The zombies were even more direct. They were not afraid of death. They ignored defense and attacked crazily. For a time, the archaic body cultivators gained the advantage. The foreign races attacked for a while and were beaten back. They retreated to the depths of the land of dusk. However, the archaic body cultivators did not dare to slack off. They sent people to guard them strictly. Sure enough, every few days, the foreign races attacked again. Moreover, their overall strength was stronger than before. Both sides fell into a fierce battle. After a period of fighting, the foreign races retreated. However, after a while, they would attack again. Lu Ming had been cultivating all this time. Previously, he used 2 months to successfully cultivate the first 3 levels of the Seven Gods arcane art. Then, he used another month to successfully break through to the early 4th level. Then, he used another month to cultivate the Seven Gods arcane art to the middle 4th level. At this point, Lu Ming had to stop cultivating. This was because he felt that his original accumulation had been used up. He had encountered a bottleneck and could not break through for the time being. He needed to polish for a period of time. Moreover, the energy of the drop of ancestral dragon blood had been refined by half. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and let out a long breath. My strength is so strong. Lu Ming felt the power in his body and was extremely excited. This was the power of his physical body, pure physical strength. Lu Ming felt that his current physical strength was dozens of times stronger than before. Intermediate 4th level. My physical strength alone should be enough to fight against a 13th level true emperor. Lu Ming speculated. Don't look down on this kind of power. It was extremely terrifying, because this was purely the power of the physical body, and nothing else was added. In the past, although Lu Ming's physical strength was strong, it was still far from what it was now. At that time, Lu Ming's physical strength, world strength, and laws would be able to increase Lu Ming's strength. However, if he were to rely on the strength of his physical body alone, it would be impossible. At most, he would be on par with a low-level ethereal emperor. But now, Lu Ming was able to fight against a 13th-level true emperor with just his physical strength alone. With the addition of the world strength and laws, Lu Ming's strength would reach an astonishing level, far surpassing the strength of an 18th-level true emperor. Now that Lu Ming was facing an expert with the combat strength of a level 18 true emperor, he could completely crush the other party. Body cultivation, when combined with the law system, would burst forth with astonishing power. My defense and recovery ability has been greatly enhanced. Coupled with the indestructible ancient scripture, I wonder what kind of level it will reach. Lu Ming found it hard to imagine how powerful he would be if he were to go all out. Lu Ming, which realm have you cultivated the 7 divine mystic arts to? Hong Lu came over and asked. Intermediate 4th level. Lu Ming said. Heavens, intermediate 4th level so quickly. You're sick. I've been cultivating for dozens of years and I'm only at the intermediate 4th level. You're sick. Hong Lu wailed, as if he had suffered a blow. Lu Ming rubbed his nose, speechless. His rapid improvement was mainly due to his previous accumulation. His body had been tempered many times in the past and was already very strong. With the help of the lesser heaven mysterious arts and a drop of ancestral dragon blood, he was able to improve so quickly. His speed would slow down in the future. Moreover, cultivating the physical body required a large amount of natural resources, such as spiritual herbs, saint herbs, and emperor herbs. This time, he relied entirely on the energy of the ancestral dragon blood. He didn't need any herbs. By the way, where are the other seniors? Lu Ming looked around and asked. They've gone to war with the foreign races. Their attacks have become more frequent in the past 2 months. Many of our people have died in battle. Speaking up to this point, Hong Lu's complexion turned awful. The foreign races have already attacked? Lu Ming's expression turned grave. We can't go on like this. The foreign races are too strong, and their numbers are endless. It's not that I'm underestimating the strength of the primordial body cultivator lineage, but if this continues, we won't be able to hold on. Ren Chan said. Then what should we do? Hong Lu was also a little anxious. Let's go to the front line. I want to talk to the seniors. Lu Ming said. All right, let's go. Hong Lu nodded. Immediately, the 3 of them headed for the exit of the pocket dimension. With their speed, it didn't take long for them to arrive near the exit of the pocket dimension. There were many temporary buildings near the exit of the pocket dimension. A large number of primordial body cultivator experts were stationed there. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, it was obvious that there had just been a huge battle outside. Many people had just retreated from outside. In a huge stone hall, a few supreme elders and more than 20 elders of the primordial body cultivator lineage were discussing something. However, their expressions were grave, and their brows were tightly furrowed. The atmosphere in the stone hall was very oppressive. At this moment, someone reported that Hong Lu and Lu Ming were requesting an audience. Let them in. At the very top, a supreme elder spoke. The supreme elders of the primordial body cultivator lineage were all heavenly emperor realm powerhouses. A while later, Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and Hong Lu walked in. Numerous gazes fell on Lu Ming in unison. Kid, what realm did you cultivate the 7 gods' profound art to? An old man asked curiously. Middle stage 4th layer. Lu Ming answered truthfully. Middle stage 4th layer. These old men in the stone hall, and some middle-aged men, each and every one of them opened their eyes wide. They knew when Lu Ming started cultivating. In just a few months' time, Lu Ming actually cultivated the 7 gods' profound art to the mid-stage 4th layer. Hong Lu was the most outstanding prodigy of the Archean body cultivators, but he had only reached the mid-4th level after a few decades. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had only taken him a few months. good, good, a peerless genius, a peerless genius. The elders sighed. After a while, they calmed down. Why did you come to us? One of the supreme elders asked with a smile. Seniors, now that the foreign races have set their eyes on this place, they will definitely not let this place go. If this continues, the war will be very disadvantageous. Lu Ming said. We know that too. What do you think? One of the supreme elders asked. Let's rush out and leave this place. Otherwise, this place will be breached sooner or later. At that time, no one will be spared. Lu Ming said and directly expressed his thoughts. Leave this place. In the stone hall, everyone's expression changed. Our Archean body cultivator lineage has been living in seclusion since the ancient times after our defeat. We have lived here for countless years and have already taken root here. You want us to abandon this place? A burly man said. The others fell silent. Indeed, their lineage had lived here for countless years. Who would be willing to abandon it just like that? Seniors, it's not that I look down on the strength of the body cultivator lineage, but the foreign races are too strong. The ones outside are only a small part of them. In the ancient times, the celestial realm was incomparably prosperous. Experts gathered and invincible experts roamed the world, but in the end, it was still breached. Countless experts died in battle. Only the Taiching celestial realm was left in the Nine Heavens realm, barely holding on. If the foreign races transferred some of their experts from the battlefield in the Taiching celestial realm, they definitely won't be able to hold on. Lu Ming advised. The people of the Archean body cultivator lineage had solemn expressions as they pondered seriously. They also understood that Lu Ming was right. Their lineage was only one of the Archean body cultivator lineages. Their strength was far from being comparable to the Archean body cultivator lineage in the prime of the ancient times. However, the body cultivator lineage in the prime of the Archean era was still defeated by the law system. Later on, after many years of development, the system of laws flourished to the extreme, but it was still broken through by the other races. It was clear how powerful the other races were, and how they could not withstand them. There's actually another exit in this small world. If you want to retreat, you can retreat from the other exit. After a long time, a supreme elder spoke with a voice filled with helplessness. There is another exit? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In that case, it would be much better than rushing out. Everyone, tell me, are we going to retreat or not? The supreme elder who had spoken earlier turned to look at the others. I agree to retreat. I agree too. Our lineage can't end here. I agree. The remaining elders and grand elders all expressed their willingness to retreat. Only a few people remained silent, unwilling to accept this. I have a question. With such a large population in our small world, how are we going to bring them out when we retreat? One of them asked. That's easy. True emperors of our law system can create small worlds. Even a one-star true emperor can create a small world with a circumference of 100,000 miles. It's enough to bring everyone out. Ren Chan said. Then where should we go after we retreat? A burly man asked. To the Grand Pure Heaven Domain. A supreme elder answered. The Grand Pure Heaven Domain? This time, not only were many Archean body cultivator elders stunned, but even Lu Ming and Ren Chan were stunned. Could there be a way to reach the Grand Pure Heaven Domain from the Myriad Spirit Heaven Domain? If there was, why hadn't the other races discovered it after so many years? How can we go to the Grand Pure Heaven Domain? The eyes of many elders lit up. It would be best if they could go to the Grand Pure Heaven Domain. There's an ancient book in our body cultivator lineage that says that we can reach the passage between the Grand Pure Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain from the yellow springs of the Nine Nether Heaven Domain. According to little brother Lu Ming, the passage between the Grand Pure Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain has become a battlefield. As long as we reach there, we can enter the Two-World City and the Grand Pure Heaven Domain. Another Supreme Elder also spoke. Doesn't that mean we have to go to the Nine Nether Heaven Domain first? Someone asked. That's the only way now. A Supreme Elder said. Seniors, it's completely feasible. The Nine Nether Heaven Domain and the Wanling Heaven Domain are connected by a passage. As long as we charge through the passage and enter the 9 nether heaven domain, we can reach the yellow springs and then the grand pure heaven domain. Moreover, the energy that the other races cultivate is different from ours. Although they can absorb origin chi to cultivate in the heavenly domain, it's very slow and inefficient. Therefore, other than the battlefield in the grand pure heaven domain, although the other heavens have been occupied by the other races, there aren't many of them. Seniors, with your strength, you can definitely kill your way to the yellow springs. Ren Chan said. His words made everyone's eyes light up. Alright, let's do that. First, I'll have to trouble you to put everyone below the Martial Emperor realm into the small world and then retreat. A Supreme Elder announced and gave the order. Immediately, everyone got to work. Those who cultivated the law system began to move. They put everyone in the small world into the small world, leaving those above the Martial Emperor realm outside. After so many years of development, the population of the primordial body cultivator lineage had already reached tens of billions of people. However, this was not a problem at all. A small world of a one-star true emperor was 100,000 miles wide. A Martial Emperor's small world was 1,000,000 miles wide. It was a piece of cake to take in tens of billions of people. After a few days, all the people and resources in the small world were put away. At this time, they began to retreat. However, they still left some people behind to guard the exit and control the zombies to fight against the other races. There was no other way. Someone had to stay behind or the other races would discover them. Those who stayed behind would die without a doubt. Those above the Martial Emperor realm led a group of powerful zombies to the other side of the small world. There was another exit there. They went through this exit and came out of the land of dusk. Then, they quickly flew toward the passage to the 9 nether heaven domain. However, they still encountered the other races along the way. Even though they were easily killed by the body cultivators of the Archean era, they weren't strong enough. However, some of them still managed to spread the news before they died. When the other races in the land of dusk received the news, they were immediately enraged and launched a fierce attack toward the depths of the land of dusk. The immemorial physique cultivators who stayed behind were naturally no match for them and were all killed in the end. When the other races rushed into the small world of the immemorial physique cultivators and found that it was empty, they were furious and ordered all the other races in myriad spirit heaven to encircle the immemorial physique cultivators. Lu Ming and the others were very fast. Coupled with some powerful archaic body cultivators, they were very powerful. Although they encountered obstructions from other races, the hastily gathered outsiders were no match for them and were easily killed. A few days later, they arrived at the passage between the myriad spirit heaven and 9 netherworld heaven. The passage here was very similar to the one between the grand pure heaven and Hunyuan heaven. It was very wide. However, there weren't many outsiders guarding it. Apart from the grand pure heaven, the other 8 heavens were under the control of the outsiders. They naturally didn't need to leave too many people to guard the passages. They didn't encounter any obstructions. They broke through the passage and rushed towards 9 netherworld heaven. 9 netherworld heaven was the legendary nether underworld kingdom. It was filled with nether chi and was an extremely powerful heaven in the ancient era. The nether underworld kingdom was famous in the heaven domain and had countless experts. Later, it was invaded by the outsiders and suffered heavy casualties. The legendary Yellow Springs and Bridge of Helplessness were both in 9 netherworld heaven. Lu Ming had seen the Yellow Springs Bridge of Helplessness when he entered the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. It was built by the 9 Lives demonic silkworm based on the Yellow Springs Bridge of Helplessness in 9 netherworld heaven. There were many ancient books among the archaic body cultivators that recorded many secrets. There were also records of 9 netherworld heaven's territories. After entering 9 netherworld heaven, they rushed towards the Yellow Springs. Along the way, they encountered some outsiders, but they were easily defeated. 9 netherworld heaven was very wide. Although it wasn't as large as the grand pure heaven domain, it wasn't much different. After flying for several days, they saw a large river running across the land. The river was so wide that they couldn't see the other side. The water in the river was yellow and sticky, and filled with a disgusting stench. This was the Yellow Springs. Legend had it that the water of the Yellow Springs had terrifying corrosive, devouring, and cursing powers. Once one fell into the Yellow Springs, only death would await. It was said that even heavenly emperors would be in danger if they fell into the yellow springs. No one knew how long the yellow springs were. It was true that no one knew. No one knew where the source was, and no one knew where it flowed to. This was because someone had followed the yellow spring all the way and eventually discovered that it flowed into the eternal void. Following the void, it would pass through the passage between the Taiqing heaven domain and the Hunyuan heaven domain, which was the current battlefield. This was their hope. They wanted to follow the yellow springs and move forward. Kill. Beside the yellow springs, there was actually a dense crowd of outsiders gathered. At this moment, they were charging towards them. Not good, it seems like the outsiders have guessed that we're coming to the yellow springs and have gathered a large number of experts here. Someone's expression changed. Attack from the other side. A grand elder of the primordial body cultivators shouted, and everyone rushed in another direction. However, not long after, a large number of outsiders also charged over from that direction. Charge! A grand elder roared, and everyone rushed over. They were already at the edge of the yellow springs. Only by rushing over would they have hope. The experts from both sides clashed fiercely. On Lu Ming's side, those who were below the martial emperor level were all kept in the small world. Those who remained outside were all martial emperors and above. With some of the strongest body cultivator prime elders as the vanguard, they charged into the outsider army like a sharp blade. Puff! 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 Countless non-humankind beings were killed and blasted apart. However, there were also experts among the outsiders. There were even heavenly emperors among them. Heavenly emperors were too terrifying. One attack from them was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Lu Ming's vanguard was immediately hindered, and their speed slowed down. Behind them, a large number of outsiders rushed over. Both sides were engaged in a bloody battle. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and he went into a frenzy. 9 types of laws covered Lu Ming's body. At the same time, Lu Ming activated his indestructible golden body. The indestructible golden body combined with Lu Ming's current physical strength to unleash boundless power. Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. Like a beast of war, he rushed into the crowd of outsiders and continuously punched with both fists. Every time he punched, at least a few members of the alien race would explode. As long as they were not martial emperors, regardless of their combat strength, they would be instantly killed by Lu Ming. This was the case even for 18th level true emperors. Right now, Lu Ming was truly invincible among true emperors. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming had lost count of the number of outsiders he had killed. His body was bathed in their blood. Slowly, they broke through the defenses of the outsiders and reached the shore of Yellow Spring. Bring out the heaven-piercing warship! A supreme elder shouted. At the same time, he waved his hand and a warship flew out, floating above Yellow Spring. You guys control the ancestral battle physiques to defend against the outsiders. We will activate the heaven-piercing warship. A voice reverberated in all directions. Boom! Next, the Supreme Elder's body rumbled. A stream of blood rushed out and entered the heaven-piercing warship. Buzz! The heaven-piercing warship trembled and emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, it rapidly grew in size. Without a powerful treasure, it was impossible to escape from the Yellow Springs. Once a person touched the water of Yellow Spring, only death awaited. Even a heavenly emperor would be in danger. Only by relying on the ancestral treasure of the primordial physique cultivators, the heaven-piercing warship, could one enter Yellow Spring and travel to the eternal void. Boom! Boom! Following that, a few more supreme elders of the primordial physique cultivators activated their blood chi and poured it into the heaven-piercing warship. The heaven-piercing warship trembled more and more violently. Its entire body glowed and rapidly grew in size. Stop them! Kill! Kill! The outsiders roared. More outsiders rushed over from all directions. In particular, there were 5 or 6 outsiders who were shockingly powerful. They were all heavenly emperors. They walked through the air, releasing terrifying fluctuations. A single move blasted out, causing heaven and earth to collapse. They were powerful to an unimaginable degree. Stop them! Some of the elders of the primordial physique cultivators roared. They were no match for them, so they could only rely on the zombies. they controlled the zombies to charge forward. Some of the zombies had the combat power of a heavenly emperor. They resisted the heavenly emperors of the outsiders. However, they were outnumbered. They were suppressed as soon as they clashed. Bang! Bang! Some of the heavenly emperor zombies were hit by the heavenly emperors and exploded in the air. However, they had no choice but to sacrifice the zombies to buy time for the supreme elders. Buzz, after a while, the heaven-piercing warship expanded to tens of thousands of meters in size and landed on the Yellow Spring River. Hurry up and board the heaven-piercing warship. We'll cover you. A supreme elder roared and rushed over to fight the heavenly emperors of the outsiders. The other supreme elders also rushed over. As for the weaker ones, they rushed toward the heaven-piercing warship. Especially those of the law system. Because there was a large population in their small worlds, the primordial physique cultivators protected them and let them board the heaven-piercing warship first. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the others also boarded the warship. Retreat. The primordial body cultivator grand elders retreated as they fought. Don't let them go, stop them. A foreign race heavenly emperor roared, his eyes emitting beams of destructive light, incomparably terrifying, blasting towards the body cultivator grand elders. The other foreign race heavenly emperors also launched fierce attacks. For a time, the body cultivator grand elders could not retreat to the ancient battleship. Among the primordial body cultivators, there was an old man, a peerless powerhouse, his combat power frighteningly high. Unfortunately, there was also such a powerhouse among the foreign races, stopping him. In the end, they had no choice but to let several powerful zombies launch suicidal attacks, only then did they temporarily delay the other party. Several grand elders seized the opportunity and rushed onto the heaven-piercing battleship. Roar! Roar! However, several powerful zombies were stopped by the other party, being besieged, their indestructible physical bodies were torn apart by the other party. Go! The heaven-piercing battleship rumbled, speeding towards the depths of the Yellow Spring. Stay! A total of 6 or 7 foreign races chased over, all of them heavenly emperor realm existences. They did not give up, erupting with terrifying attacks, wanting to destroy the heaven-piercing battleship, and bury all of them in the Yellow Spring. However, the body cultivator grand elders joined forces and blocked the other party's attacks. Moreover, one of the strongest grand elders punched through space, blasting a heavenly emperor realm foreign race until he vomited large mouthfuls of blood, his body retreating wildly, falling towards the Yellow Spring River. Splash! The Yellow Spring River's waves rolled up, and a wave just happened to hit the foreign race heavenly emperor's body. That heavenly emperor screamed miserably, his body scurrying about in the sky, his originally burly body shriveled up rapidly. In the end, that heavenly emperor blocked the corrosion of the Yellow Spring water, but his aura withered, almost dying. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The Yellow Spring water was indeed terrifying. Even a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse would be severely injured when hit by the Yellow Spring water waves. Just what was the origin of this Yellow Spring water? How was it formed? It was also too terrifying, right? Heavenly emperors were standing at the pinnacle of this world. Although that foreign race heavenly emperor might just be an ordinary heavenly emperor, but some Yellow Spring water could seriously injure him, it was too shocking. The other foreign race heavenly emperors all revealed a look of dread, not daring to pursue. If he was blasted into the Yellow Springs River, the consequences would be unpredictable. Just being hit by the waves, a heavenly emperor was severely injured. If he directly fell into the Yellow Springs River, wouldn't it be a dead end? The outsiders could only watch as the Heavenspan battleship sailed into the depths of the Yellow Springs. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, they got rid of the non-humankind beings. At the same time, they were secretly surprised. They didn't know what material the heaven-piercing battleship was made of, but it could sail on the Yellow Springs River without being damaged by the water. A grand elder of the archaic body cultivators had told him that the heaven-piercing battleship had been found by the ancestors of the archaic body cultivators in an ancient ruin. Everyone could only let their imaginations run wild. Just what kind of ruins could lead to a treasure like the heaven-piercing battleship? The heaven-connecting battleship was huge. It sailed in the Yellow Springs River, following the flow of the river. It was unknown where it would end up. Everyone could only wait patiently. A month later, the heaven-piercing battleship had traveled a long distance. Up ahead, there was nothing but emptiness. They had already reached the border of the 9 nether heaven. However, the Yellow Springs River didn't end. Instead, it flowed directly into the emptiness. A river that wasn't on the ground, but instead flowed into the emptiness. It was truly shocking. Everyone stared blankly at the river, somewhat dazed. They couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world. The heaven-piercing battleship sailed along the Yellow Springs River into the emptiness. They looked around and found that they were surrounded by a dark void. The Yellow Springs River was like a passageway that led to an unknown destination. At this point, all the Grand Elders were in high spirits. According to the ancient records, the Yellow Springs River would pass through the battlefield between the Taiching Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain. They had to concentrate and seize a fleeting opportunity to rush out. Time passed day by day. They didn't know how far they had traveled in the dark. It was silent, as if it was eternal. "Look, what's that?" Someone suddenly exclaimed and looked ahead in surprise. The others also looked over. "That's..." At one glance, Lu Ming was taken aback. His eyes widened involuntarily. In front of the Yellow Springs River, an unknown distance away, was a huge mountain. The mountain loomed in front of them, but no one could be mistaken. It was really a huge mountain. A huge mountain actually appeared on the Yellow Springs River. "I've never heard of it before," an elder exclaimed. He was a Grand Elder of the Body Cultivation sect, but he had never heard of such a thing. There was no such thing in the rumors about the Yellow Springs River in the past. There was a huge mountain on the Yellow Springs River. The heaven-piercing battleship kept moving forward, but the huge mountain still hovered in front of them. It didn't seem to be closing the distance at all. Could that be the end of the Yellow Springs? Someone muttered to himself. The others were shocked. The end of the Yellow Springs was a huge mountain? This sounded really inconceivable. "We're here. Attack!" a Grand Elder roared. His blood surged as he threw a punch at the space to his right. The power of this punch was shockingly strong. When the punch was thrown out, the space exploded continuously as if it was made of paper. At the same time, the other Supreme Elders also made their moves, continuously blasting in that direction. With so many experts attacking at the same time, the power was terrifying. The space was completely torn apart, allowing them to see the situation outside. Outside was a land of deathly stillness. "Battlefield, it's that battlefield." Lu Ming was overjoyed. He could tell that it was the battlefield between the Taiching Heavenly Domain and the Hunyuan Heavenly Domain. The Yellow Springs River would indeed pass by the battlefield between the Taiching and Hunyuan Heavenly Domains. The space between here and the battlefield was very thin, and several Grand Elders had forcibly blasted it apart. "Let's go." A Grand Elder piloted the heaven-piercing battleship towards the spatial gap. The spatial gap was closing on its own. The other Grand Elders continued to bombard the battleship to open the spatial gap. Rumble, the heaven-piercing battleship successfully left the Yellow Springs River and charged towards the spatial gap. Soon after, the heaven-piercing battleship rushed out of the spatial gap with a rumble and landed on a piece of land, kicking up a cloud of dust. "We're back." Lu Ming carefully sensed his surroundings, and his face lit up with joy. This was definitely the battlefield. After taking a big detour, Lu Ming had returned to the battlefield again, and he had brought back a large group of experts. With the addition of this group of body cultivators, Two World City's strength would increase significantly. "Little brother Lu Ming, we'll follow you from now on." Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. None of them had been to the Grand Pure Sky Domain or the battlefield before. Naturally, they had to rely on Lu Ming. "Seniors, please follow me." Lu Ming identified the direction and headed toward the Two World City. The others followed Lu Ming. The battlefield they were in was not the Void Emperor battlefield, the True Emperor battlefield, or the Great Emperor battlefield. It was just an ordinary battlefield. The auras of the large group were too powerful. They charged through the void with shocking power. Along the way, when the foreign races encountered them, their expressions changed drastically. They turned around and ran, but they were killed by the archaic physique cultivators with a single punch. They encountered several waves of foreign races, but they were all killed by the archaic physique cultivators. Now, the archaic physique cultivators were furious. They had lost their homes and ancestral lands because of the foreign races. Naturally, they were furious. Not long after, the two-world city finally appeared in front of them. Dong! Dong! When Lu Ming and the others approached the two-world city, the deafening sound of war drums could be heard. On the city walls, light shone and figures appeared one after another. Obviously, the experts on the two-world city had noticed them. However, there were too many of them and many of their auras were too strong. Naturally, the two-world city was alerted. Everyone, we're on the same side. We're from the heavenly realm. Someone shouted. Who are you? A voice came from the two-world city. At that moment, the people on the two-world city were also very surprised. Although there were many heavenly realm beings on the battlefield outside the two-world city, there were not so many of them. Moreover, some of their auras were shockingly strong. Moreover, they were unfamiliar and had never seen them before. That was shocking. Everyone, I'm Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming walked out and said loudly. What? Lu Ming. The people on the two-world city were obviously shocked. Isn't Lu Ming dead? He's here again. Could it be that he's not dead and the rumors are wrong? Then who are those people beside him? For a moment, there was a lot of discussion on the two-world city. Everyone, these are our people. Open the formation and let us in. Lu Ming shouted. Lu Ming, it's fine for you to come in, but we need to report the others. We can't afford to let so many experts into the city rashly. If something happens, we won't be able to bear the consequences. A tall and sturdy man spoke. I'll take responsibility. At this moment, a voice came from Two-World City. As soon as the voice was heard, a few figures appeared on top of Two-World City. The one in the lead was precisely Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu looked at Lu Ming with a look of great joy on his face. They are all humans or divine beasts from the heaven realm. They are definitely not from a foreign race. Open the formation and let them in. Celestial the Archhengyu said. Yes. The others obeyed. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu was a heavenly emperor. Moreover, he was not an ordinary heavenly emperor. His battle prowess was extremely strong, second only to heavenly venerables. When he spoke, no one dared to disobey. Not long after, the light barrier outside Two-Realm City rippled, and a huge gap appeared. Go in. Lu Ming took the lead and rushed in. The others followed and rushed in one after another. Not long after, everyone entered Two-World City. The light barrier outside Two-World City closed up again. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I knew that you were fine. Back then, there were rumors that you died, but I didn't believe it at all. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu walked over and laughed loudly, very happy. Following that, his gaze looked at the primordial body cultivators, Ren Chan, and the rest, and asked, Lu Ming, who are they? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu was very shocked in his heart. Because some of them made his heart palpitate, having a powerful pressure. And these people, he had never seen them before at all. This made him rather shocked and curious. They are from the myriad spirit sky region. These are the primordial body cultivator lineage. Lu Ming gave a simple introduction. At the same time, he briefly recounted his experience. Primordial body cultivator lineage. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's pupils constricted sharply a few times. Then, he cupped his fists at the primordial body cultivator grand elders and said, I'm Hengyu. Greetings, fellow Taoists. You're too polite. The old man of the primordial body cultivator also nodded politely. Lu Ming, I really didn't expect that. Back then, there were rumors that you had fallen. I didn't expect that you actually ran to the myriad spirit sky region. It's really strange. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu sighed. Senior Hengyu, were the people who said that I had fallen from the Lan and Yen family? Lu Ming asked, a trace of cold light flashing in his eyes. That's right. They also said that you were the one who killed the fellow Taoists of the heavenly realm to seek treasures. They bumped into you and wanted to take you down, but accidentally rushed into a broken small world. In the end, that small world collapsed. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Haha, the Lan and Yen families are really shameless. They clearly wanted to kill me and seize my indestructible ancient scripture. The people of the heavenly realm were also killed by them and they framed it on me. Lu Ming's voice was very cold. When he thought of Bai Tai dying because of him, Lu Ming was filled with murderous intent. I knew it. As expected, the Lan and Yen families are very good. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu was furious after hearing that. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Since I've returned this time, I must take revenge. I'll go to the Lan and Yen families now. Lu Ming said coldly. Even if it was not for other reasons, he must avenge Bai Tai. He would not let any of those who killed him go. Lu Ming, the Lan and Yen families are not in the Two-World City now. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Not in the Two-World City? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. The Lan and Yen families' headquarters are not in the Two-World City, but in the central region of the Grand Pure Sky domain. The Two-World City is only their base. In the past 2 years, the foreign races have stopped attacking, so there are fewer battles. Therefore, some of the experts of the Lan and Yen families are not there. In addition, the Lan family's genius, Xianxia, is about to marry Xianxia and hold a big banquet. Countless experts are gathered in the central region of the Grand Pure Sky domain. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu explained. Xianxia and Xianxia are 2 of the 9 absolutes. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had heard of these 2 names before. They were 2 of the 9 absolutes of the younger generation in the heaven domain. They were peerless geniuses. Especially Xianxia, who was ranked 2nd among the 9 absolutes. Many people said that he had the chance to become the first of the 9 absolutes and stand at the peak of the younger generation in the Tianyuan domain. Xianxia is the genius of the Lan family. She's Blue Cloud's sister. This time, her marriage with Xianxia is a strong alliance and has attracted everyone's attention. I heard that the Lan family has invited most of the heaven domain's geniuses. There will be a grand banquet. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. When is their wedding day? Lu Ming asked. Half a month later? Just nice, I'll make a trip. The price that the Lan family and the Yen family have to pay will eventually have to be paid. Lu Ming muttered, his voice getting colder and colder. Lu Ming, don't act rashly. The Lan family is definitely not something ordinary factions can compare to. The Lan family is an extremely ancient family with deep foundations and experts as common as clouds. Not only is there only one heavenly emperor in Lan City, it is said that the Lan family also has an old ancestor who is a peerless 4-star heavenly emperor realm powerhouse. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said with a somewhat solemn expression. But Lu Ming's eyes were firm, unmoved. In addition, the Lan family has existed for countless years and is on good terms with many major factions. For example, the Yen family. The Yen family is just an ordinary powerful faction with a heavenly emperor holding down the fort. They have a marriage alliance with the Lan family. The 2 families are very close. In addition, there are also many factions similar to the Yen family who are on good terms with the Lan family. This time, they will all rush over. If you go over rashly, I'm afraid you will suffer a great loss. Therefore, if you want to go, you must be careful. If you really want to go, I'll accompany you. However, the other heavenly emperors of the primordial realm have to guard Two-World City. I'm afraid they can't leave. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu explained the Lan family's power structure and general strength to Lu Ming. However, seeing Lu Ming's firm gaze, he knew that Lu Ming had already made up his mind, so he agreed to accompany Lu Ming. Many thanks, Senior Hengyu. Lu Ming thanked him and said, if I want to go, I naturally have to be confident. Finished speaking, he walked towards the primordial body cultivator grand elders and said with cupped fists, Seniors, this junior has something that I would like to ask the seniors for help with. If there's anything that you need us old bones for, just say the word. An old man laughed, very forthright. I would like to invite the seniors to follow me to a place. Lu Ming told them about going to the Lan family. No problem. The grand elders of the Archean body cultivators all agreed. Ever since Lu Ming had displayed his exceptional talent in body cultivation, they had regarded Lu Ming with great importance. Moreover, it was all thanks to Lu Ming that they were able to enter the Two-Realm City. Since Lu Ming was in trouble, they naturally had to help. Heavenly Ruler Hengyu also smiled. He knew very well that these old men were very scary. With their help, their chances of success would be much higher. Lu Ming, let me arrange a place for them to stay first. Celestial Emperor Hengyu said. Senior Hengyu, is there a spacious place with no one around? This time, quite a number of body cultivators have come. They are all in our small world. Lu Ming said. Oh, how many people? Celestial Emperor Hengyu asked. About 30 billion people. Lu Ming said. Oh, only 30 billion? That's easy. Not far from Two Realm City, there's a vast and uninhabited mountain range. It's enough for them to live there. Heavenly Ruler Hengyu thought for a moment and thought of a place. 30 billion people seemed to be a lot, but it was just a drop in the ocean compared to the vast and boundless territory of the Grand Pure Sky Domain. The population of the Grand Pure Sky Domain was simply uncountable. Any small territory had more than tens of billions of people. Not long after, they set off and arrived at a vast and boundless mountain range. This mountain range spanned millions of miles. It could easily accommodate 30 billion people. Immediately, Lu Ming and the rest had people from small worlds. With a thought, a large number of people appeared in this mountain range. Following that, some primordial body cultivator powerhouses went up to make arrangements. Everyone chopped wood, moved stone, and repaired houses. Most primordial body cultivators were incomparably strong. Doing these things was simply too easy. They believed that in less than a few days, they would be able to completely settle down here. Ren Chan and the rest also chose a place and settled down. Their eyes were filled with sadness. Their small world had a large population to begin with, but now, not many of them had come together. Many of them had died in battle. Especially some of the top experts, they did not come here, Lu Ming discussed with Heavenly Ruler Hengyu they all, planning to go to the Lan family after a few more days. It would not be too late, Lu Ming returned to Two World City and met with Mulans. Seeing Lu Ming, Mulans was naturally overjoyed. The two people caught up for a while. Lu Ming returned to his residence, planning on having a good rest. I wonder if I can contact the Chaos Hall now. Lu Ming thought of the Chaos Hall again. Thinking up to here, Lu Ming took out the Chaos Essence token. He did not expect that the moment he tried this time, the Chaos Essence token actually had activity. Lu Ming was overjoyed and poured world power into it. Buzz, the Chaos Essence token started vibrating. Then, a light pillar appeared, enveloping Lu Ming inside. Following that, Lu Ming's figure disappeared from where he was. Lu Ming seemed to be traveling through the void. That feeling was like taking a super long-distance teleportation formation. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a large hall. It was the Chaos Hall. The moment Lu Ming appeared, light flashed in the Chaos Hall. There were a total of 9 figures, emitting different colors from their bodies. 2E, Goldie, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Greetings, young master. 2E, Goldie, and the rest bowed to Lu Ming. Seniors, there's no need to be so polite. Lu Ming hurriedly waved his hand. Young master has already defeated the son of primal chaos, Yuan Xian. Moreover, you have broken through to the Emperor realm using many different types of laws, and have even mastered many different types of supreme laws. Such talent is unprecedented. From now on, you will be the master of Primal Chaos Palace, and also our young master. Tui said with a serious face. You have heard of me? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course, the Chaos Hall is in the Taiching Celestial Domain. Young master's name has spread throughout the Taiching Celestial Domain. Of course we have heard of you. Tui said with a smile. The Chaos Hall is in the Taiching Celestial Domain? Then why couldn't I contact you before? Lu Ming asked curiously. It was not difficult to guess that the Chaos Hall was in the Taiching Celestial Domain. Back then, he could directly enter the Chaos Hall from Yuanlu. It was not difficult to guess that the Chaos Hall was in the Taiching Celestial Domain. That was because the Taiching Celestial Domain was connected to Yuanlu. The Hunyuan sect was probably in the Taiching Celestial Domain too. Lu Ming was curious why he could not contact Tui and the rest before, but now he could. Young master, there are 2 battlefields in the Taiqing celestial domain. The Chaos Hall is near one of the battlefields. More than 10 years ago, the foreign tribes suddenly invaded and a fierce battle broke out in that battlefield. We brought the Chaos Hall to join the battle and cut off the outside world. That's why you could not contact us. Tui explained. The other 8 nodded their heads in agreement. Lu Ming was enlightened. So that was the reason, recently, the foreign tribes did not invade. Therefore, Lu Ming could contact Tui and the rest again. Seniors, I would like to ask about the Chaos Scripture, Lu Ming asked. The Chaos Scripture in his hand seemed to be incomplete. Young Master, the Chaos Scripture in your hand is indeed incomplete. It only has the part before you became a martial emperor. The part after you became a martial emperor was supposed to be given to you after you became a martial emperor. Now that you have become a martial emperor and reached the true martial emperor level, it is natural that you have it. Young Master, please follow me. In the secret chamber, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the air. It was the figure of the Chaos Emperor. As soon as Lu Ming entered, the figure turned into a ray of light and rushed into Lu Ming's glabella. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Chaos Scripture. Lu Ming whispered. This piece of information was the latter part of the Chaos Scripture. It recorded the deduction laws of the Chaos Scripture, a series of divine abilities, and the combination of various laws. Among them, the law of chaos was the main one. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and carefully comprehended it. The Chaos Scripture contains 18 types of laws, similar to the indestructible ancient scripture. Unfortunately, it's only based on one type of law of chaos, so it's not suitable for me. However, there are many things in it that I can learn from. Lu Ming pondered. The Chaos Scripture contained 18 types of laws. Among these 18 types of laws, Lu Ming only had 4 of them. In the future, if Lu Ming wanted to master more laws, he could use the Chaos Scripture to deduce other laws. That way, it would be faster than comprehending them alone. In addition, Lu Ming could also try to cultivate some of the divine abilities to increase Lu Ming's means of fighting against enemies. Of course, Lu Ming's main cultivation direction still depended on himself to comprehend and explore. After all, he had mastered many types of supreme laws. If he wanted to unleash the strongest power of these laws, he had to rely on himself to explore. After all, since ancient times, no one had mastered many types of supreme laws at the same time. A day later, Lu Ming stopped comprehending. He was not in a hurry now. When he had time in the future, he would choose a few divine abilities to cultivate. Lu Ming returned to the main hall. Tui and the other 8 were waiting there. Tui, what are your cultivation bases? Lu Ming asked curiously. The 9 of us belong to 9 different elements and are all in the Heavenly Emperor realm. Tui replied. Ah? Heavenly. Heavenly Emperor? Lu Ming began to nod subconsciously, but he immediately reacted and his mouth opened wide. He was dumbfounded. Earth 1, Gold 1, Wood 1, there was a total of 9 people and all of them were puppets. In the past, Lu Ming thought that Tui and the rest might be at the Heavenly Emperor realm or even peak Heavenly Emperors. However, he did not expect them to be at the Heavenly Emperor realm. 9 Heavenly Emperors, what kind of terrifying power was this? The Primal Chaos Palace was only one of the 9 great palaces of the Primal Chaos sect. Even if the Primal Chaos Emperor's strength was exceedingly high, the fact that there were 9 Heavenly Emperor realm puppets under him was enough to shock people. From this, it could be seen how amazing the strength of the Hunyuan sect was at its peak. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Lu Ming was delighted. With the help of Tui and the others, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Primal Chaos Palace, is there anyone else other than you? Lu Ming asked again. Yes, but they are all puppets. There are 1,000 of our 9 elements. Their names are from 1 to 1,000, from the Martial Emperor realm to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Du Yi Dao. Lu Ming nodded. Previously, Tui had sent Tu Qian to follow him to the Divine Wilderness Continent. Until now, Tu Qian was still guarding the Divine Wilderness Continent. Seniors, I'll go back first. I have something that I need your help with. In a few days, I'll be going to the Lan family in the central region of the Taiching Sky Domain. Lu Ming told them about the Lan family and asked Tui and the others to help him. Tui and the others naturally agreed. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With Tui and the others' help, this time, he would definitely make the Lan family pay the price. Then, a force enveloped him. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to his original place. It seems like there's a formation similar to a teleportation formation on the Primal Chaos token. As long as it's activated, the teleportation formation on it will be activated. Lu Ming thought. In the next few days, Lu Ming did not cultivate and had a good rest. A few days later, Lu Ming, Heavenly the Xianxia, and the 4 supreme elders of the primordial physique cultivators headed to the central region of the Taiching Sky Domain with Lu Ming. The Taiching Sky Domain was vast and boundless. It was not smaller than the entire Yuan continent and was roughly divided into 5 regions. East, South, West, North, and Central. The Lan family was in the central region. Heavenly the Xianxia led Lu Ming. With the speed of a Heavenly the Arch, they arrived at Blue Moon City where the Lan family was located in a few hours. Blue Moon City was an ancient giant city that completely belonged to the Lan family. This was the headquarters of the Lan family. The Lan family had been here for countless years. During this period, Blue Moon City was unusually lively. It was simply a sea of people. The marriage of the Lan family's genius daughter to the second-ranked genius of the 9 absolutes was a big event. Moreover, it was said that the Lan family had invited a large number of geniuses. Many people guessed that there would be a grand event and naturally came to watch the fun. Heavenly the Xianxia and the others concealed their auras and walked into Blue Moon City like a few ordinary people. They found an inn and inquired about the news. This time, there are so many geniuses here. Most of the famous geniuses from the Heaven Domain and the Yuan realm are here. The Lan family actually has such great influence to be able to invite so many geniuses here? Someone raised a question. What do you know? There hasn't been a grand event in the Heaven Domain for a long time. Ever since the selection of the 9 absolutes more than 10 years ago, some of the top geniuses haven't clashed with each other. This time, they can take advantage of this opportunity to compete with each other. Moreover, I heard that the Lan family has paid a huge price this time. If anyone can get first place this time, the Lan family will take out 100 Chaos Stones as a reward. What? 100 Chaos Stones? What a huge sum. Many people were shocked. The Lan family actually wanted to take out 100 Chaos Stones as a reward for the first place. This was definitely a huge sum. Back then, outside Two World City, Lu Ming had taken down the other party's prince in exchange for 100 Chaos Stones. The Lan family has really put in a lot of effort. Could it be that the Lan family wants to push Xianxia to the throne of first place? That's right. Xianxia is ambitious and has long wanted to challenge Lin Xiaofeng and take the throne of first place. This time, Xianxia most likely wants to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat Lin Xiaofeng. This way, the 100 Chaos Stones won't be wasted, and Xianxuanyi's reputation will be pushed to the peak. The Lan family has a good plan, but aren't they afraid that Xianxuanyi won't be able to defeat Lin Xiaofeng and will be defeated by him? If that's the case, they'll suffer a double loss. Therefore, this time, there will most likely be a showdown between the top geniuses. That's why so many people have rushed over and attracted a large number of geniuses here. In the restaurant, many people were drinking and chatting loudly. Lu Ming and the others had received a lot of news. 100 Chaos Stones, we can't miss it. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes and he revealed a smile. It seemed that there would be additional rewards this time. Seniors, it seems that we don't have to rush to their door. Let's get the 100 Chaos Stones first. Lu Ming said with a smile. They drank for a while, then left the place and found a restaurant to stay. Time passed day by day. Soon, it was the day of Lan Xia and Xianxuanyi's wedding. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, when he used the divine breath technique, great emperors couldn't see through him at all. Even heavenly emperors could only see through Lu Ming's disguise, but they couldn't see through Lu Ming's true appearance. Lu Ming didn't plan to reveal his true body from the start. If Lu Ming revealed his true body from the start, the Lan family definitely wouldn't let him get the 100 Chaos Stones. He would change his identity first and get the Chaos Stones first. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu went first, followed by him and a few body cultivator grand elders. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others came to a square. This square was hundreds of miles long and wide, but at this time, the square was already filled with banquets. Many people were sitting casually at the banquets. Look, that's the prodigy area. There were people chatting on the side. Lu Ming looked over and found that there was an area north of the square where many young prodigies were sitting. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Desolate Force, and Bubbles. Lu Ming looked around and saw many familiar faces. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Other than Bubbles, he hadn't seen anyone else for many years. However, now wasn't the time to reminisce. It wouldn't be too late to reminisce after this matter. At the same time, Lu Ming also saw others. For example, Xianxia, Yuan Xin, Bao De, Xiaku, Tian Ming. Most of the top prodigies of the primordial realm were here. The others were all prodigies from the heaven realm. For example, those prodigies who followed Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin to the primordial realm during the Battle of the Ten Earths were also among them. At this time, Lu Ming realized that there were countless banquets in this square, and they were also divided into many different areas. The area where they were sitting was just an ordinary area. Lu Ming didn't care and waited quietly. Look, it's Xian Wu Lin of the Nine Absolutes. And Fu Lu, Wang Yi. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Lu Ming looked towards the sky. A few figures walked over in the air, full of arrogance. They looked down from above and glanced at the crowd, then landed in the area of the young prodigies. Among them, Lu Ming had seen a few before. Xian Wu Lin, the bald youth, Fu Lu, they were all prodigies of the Nine Absolutes. Their talents were amazing, and their future achievements were unimaginable. It's Lin Xiaofeng. Lin Xiaofeng is really here. Immediately after, there was an even louder uproar. The whole place was in an uproar. Almost everyone's eyes were looking at a young man in the sky. Lin Xiaofeng was ranked first among the Nine Absolutes. In the past, he was the strongest genius in the heaven realm. He stood at the peak of countless geniuses and was invincible. He was also the opponent's. Lin Xiaofeng, dressed in black and carrying a long saber on his back, landed in the area of the younger generation with a cold expression. Lin's brother. Many prodigies is. Lin's is. T-test battle determine. T.S. More than a decade ago, the two had clashed and launched a peak battle. In the end, Lin S defeated Shan Yuanyi. Shan Yuanyi had always wanted to defeat Lin S to prove that he was the best in the world. This time, the Lan family had mobilized so many people and really took out 100 chaos stones to push Shan Yuanyi to the top. They were very confident. Therefore, many people wanted to know who would emerge victorious in this confrontation. The Yan family Celestial Emperor has arrived. The Luo family Celestial Emperor has arrived. The Boundless Palace's Palace Master has arrived. At this moment, voices spread throughout the place. Everyone quieted down. The Celestial Emperors. In the sky, one figure after another came. In the east, the Yan family Celestial Emperor led the Yan family's experts here. In the west, the Luo family Celestial Emperor led the Luo family's experts here. These Celestial Emperors and the experts who followed them descended in the northernmost area. That was the VIP area. Only those with noble status could sit there. These forces were all on good terms with the Lan family. For example, the Yan family and the Luo family were all related to the Lan family by marriage. After that, powerful forces continued to descend. Some forces even had celestial emperors descend. During this period of time, the foreign races retreated and did not attack. That was why these celestial emperors had time to come here. Ha ha ha, thank you for coming, I'm sorry for not coming out to meet you. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. Then, a group of people flew over from the depths of Blue Moon City. The person in the lead was the Lan family's head, the Celestial Emperor powerhouse, Lan Cheng. Behind Lan Cheng followed a large number of Lan family powerhouses. Among them, Blue Cloud was among them. And beside Lan Cheng, a young man and woman followed, attracting the attention of many people. Because these two people were today's protagonists, two of the Nine Absolutes, Lan Xia and Shan Yuanyi. Brother Lan, congratulations to the Lan family for getting a son-in-law. The Yen family's celestial emperor and the others got up to congratulate, their faces full of smiles. Thank you. Everyone, please take a seat. Lan Qing waved his hand. Today, my Lan family's prodigy, Xianxia, is getting married to Xianxia. You don't have to be polite, eat and drink to your heart's content. Lan Qing said with a smile. Immediately, countless people flew out and placed wine and dishes on all the tables. Then, it was time for the wedding ceremony. Everyone waited patiently. They all knew that after the ceremony, it would be the main event. Soon, the ceremony was over. Lan Qing got up, faced everyone, and said, "This time, thank you for coming, especially the prodigies of the younger generation, most of them are here. Why don't we take this opportunity to exchange pointers with everyone, and let us old guys also see the glory of the younger generation, how about it?" That's great. Since the battle more than 10 years ago, many prodigies have rarely fought, and have been cultivating hard. Today is a good time to see the results of their cultivation. Now is the golden age, prodigies have gathered, and now with the addition of the prodigies from the Yuan realm, the real stars are shining brightly. Many people nodded, revealing a look of anticipation. Those young prodigies also sized each other up, and a faint fighting spirit spread out. For example, Shan Yuanyi's gaze fell on Lin Xiaofeng, and the powerful fighting spirit was not concealed. In his eyes, only one Lin Xiaofeng was worthy of him fighting. This time, the Lan family will also offer some prizes. As a reward, the Lan family will offer 100 chaos stones as a reward to the person who comes in first place. No matter who wins first place, my Lan family will never go back on our words. Lan Qing continued, and his voice spread throughout the entire venue. Lin Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with a bright light. This time, he was here for 100 chaos stones. Who wouldn't be tempted by 100 chaos stones? However, the other prodigies sighed. They understood that they were destined to not be able to get the 100 chaos stones. With Lin Xiaofeng and Shan Yuani around, it was impossible for them to get first place. Everyone looked around with different thoughts in their minds. "Senior, what are the rules of this competition?" Someone asked. "There are no rules. If any of you want to fight, you can come up here and challenge whoever you want to spar with. There are no rules. You are free to fight." Lan Qing explained with a smile. He then waved his hand and a huge battle stage appeared in the middle of the square. There were no banquets in the middle of the square. It was obvious that it was for sparring. "Now, who will go up first?" Lan Qing asked again. "Then let me throw a brick to attract the jade first." A voice sounded. Then, a young man in a white shirt rushed up to the battle stage. The young man looked at the younger generation area and said, "Fang Han, come up and fight." "I'm not afraid of you." The person who was challenged shouted and rushed up to the battle stage. Without saying anything, the two of them fought fiercely. The two of them were just ordinary skyprides. They were not top skyprides because they had not mastered the strongest laws. The laws that they had mastered were kingly laws. Both of them were in the empty emperor realm. They exchanged blows and the battle was extremely intense. The two of them exchanged more than 100 blows. In the end, the young man in a white shirt who went up to the battle stage was more skilled and won. Next, the battles continued. However, those who fought at the beginning were all ordinary skyprides. The skyprides who had mastered the strongest laws did not fight. Not long after, Lu Ming saw Long Chen, Huang Li, Huang Ling and the rest challenging others. Long Chen, Huang Ling and the rest had not comprehended the strongest laws. They had only comprehended the kingly laws. After so many years, their strength had improved greatly. They had mastered 3 to 4 kingly laws and their cultivation had reached the level of a 4-star empty emperor. If one was not an innate firmament child, it would not be easy for one to comprehend a strongest law after advancing to martial emperor. The difficulty was extremely high. However, as long as Long Chen, Huang Ling and the rest had not become great emperors, they would have the chance to comprehend the strongest laws. Around the square, many big shots were drinking and chatting as they watched with interest. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After 3 days, almost all the ordinary skyprides had fought. Finally, the skyprides who had mastered the strongest laws went up to fight. Many people immediately perked up and watched carefully. The battle between the top geniuses was undoubtedly more exciting. At the same level of cultivation, the combat power of the top geniuses was stronger than that of the ordinary geniuses. Lu Ming saw Blue Cloud, Xianxia, and Stellar River make their moves. Their talents were definitely top-notch, and they all defeated their opponents one by one. This was especially true for Xianxia. He had challenged several people consecutively and won every single one of them. However, Lu Ming did not make a move. His goal was 100 Chaos Gems. It was useless to make a move now. All he had to do was wait until the end. Boom! Suddenly, a tall and sturdy figure rushed onto the fighting ring. His entire body was pitch black, like an iron tower. Baoda, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. After so many years, Baoda had become many times stronger. The muscles all over his body were bulging, filled with explosive power. Physique cultivator. I didn't expect there to be a physique cultivator prodigy outside. Beside Lu Ming, several Archean body cultivators were immediately intrigued. They stared curiously at Baoda, sizing him up. Baoda was like a barbaric dragon. Finally, his gaze swept towards a grey-robed youth. "You, come up and fight." Baoda's voice reverberated throughout the entire arena. The grey-robed youth was the one who had followed Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin to the primordial realm. Moreover, he also cultivated the Archean cultivation system. Back then, the grey-robed youth had challenged Baoda, Xiaku, and the ancient devil alone. He had easily defeated them. Baoda had always been brooding over this. Now that he had cultivated for so many years and his strength had increased greatly, he naturally wanted to challenge the other party and get back at them. Whoosh, the grey-robed youth rushed onto the fighting ring. "This time I will defeat you alone." Baoda's eyes were filled with ferocity. He was like a giant beast, and his aura was extremely terrifying. "Make your move." The grey-robed youth spoke as a powerful aura erupted from his body. Boom. The two of them moved at the same time and collided fiercely. An earth-shattering explosion erupted on the fighting ring. Then, the two figures could not help but retreat continuously. The first move was a draw. Again. The two of them bombarded each other again. Many people were watching excitedly from all directions. Even some great emperors and heavenly emperors were watching seriously. This was because the two of them cultivated the Archean cultivation system. Baoda, an Archean physique cultivator, the grey-robed youth, an Archean martial artist, the two of them fought each other head-on. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Over the years, Baoda was much stronger than before. He could actually fight with the grey-robed youth. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. One had to know that the grey-robed youth could easily defeat them in the past. This reminded Lu Ming of Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin's words. Some of the top geniuses in the Yuan realm were not weaker than the geniuses in the heavenly realm. However, due to limited resources, their cultivation was weaker, and their combat strength was far inferior to the geniuses in the heavenly realm. But now, the geniuses in the Yuan realm had received the resources of the heavenly realm. In terms of cultivation, they had quickly caught up. Now, they could truly fight with the geniuses in the heavenly realm. This black kid is not bad. Next to Lu Ming, an Archean physique cultivator elder spoke, revealing a look of interest. He is indeed not bad. The physique cultivation technique he cultivates is not very advanced, but he has such achievements. He is indeed a peerless genius in physique cultivation. If he is properly trained, his achievements will be limitless. Another old man also spoke. Obviously, these elders had a strong interest in Baoda. Roar, in the battle ring, Baoda roared. Like a mad beast, his attacks were wild. In the end, he even ignored his own defense and attacked crazily, adopting a method of fighting that would cause both sides to suffer. This made the grey-robed youth's expression solemn. In the end, after exchanging a few blows with Baoda, he floated back and left the battle ring. "I'm not fighting anymore. I admit defeat," the grey-robed youth said, then returned to his seat. "Ha ha ha." Baoda grinned and laughed wildly. Finally, his gaze swept over some of the other youths. He still wanted to fight. "Baoda, that's enough. Now it's my turn." A voice rang out. Then, a figure rushed into the battle ring. It was Xiaku. Baoda chuckled and left the battle ring. Then, Xiaku challenged a genius from the heavenly realm. And he defeated his opponent. What are these people from the Yuan realm trying to do? Do they all want to challenge the geniuses from the heavenly realm? In the young genius area, a youth said coldly. The expressions of many geniuses from the heavenly realm changed slightly. Their eyes swept over the geniuses from the Yuan realm, such as Tian Ming, Yuan Xian, Bubbles, and the others. However, Tian Ming and Yuan Xian did not speak. Their eyes were fixed on the battle ring. End of chapter 23:15. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.